This man came from the 21st century and accidentally traveled to another world, where he unexpectedly gained a mysterious power called the character card system. The first character card he drew turned out to be Kaido Kid. Although becoming a phantom thief sounds attractive, the man always knows that it is illegal after all. Therefore, facing this sudden setting, he was particularly hesitant at first, until the invitation letter from the show was delivered to him. This is a special program jointly produced by countries around the world, Thieves' Game. The core purpose of the program is to test the anti-crime system of various places through practical actions and to help countries find loopholes and make up for shortcomings in public security management. Once the program starts, all contestants can commit non-destructive illegal acts such as theft around the world with the goal of obtaining illegal property. As long as you successfully escape the pursuit of law enforcement officers and district search teams and are not caught within the limited time, the mission will be considered accomplished. The value of the illegal property will be estimated by the coalition government and distributed to the contestants at a discount. The higher the value of the property, the longer the time limit for the pursuit will be. Of course, once caught, the contestant will be eliminated directly. When these rules were announced, the live broadcast room instantly exploded, and the audience was talking about it. At this moment, Chun Feng's attention was not on the camera, but turned to the light curtain that seemed to be floating in the air. Host, Chun Feng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Strength, 15. Ordinary people are 10. Intelligence, 155. Ordinary people are 90. Charm, 15. Ordinary people are 10. Character card, Kaido Kid. Skills, disguise, beast taming, magic hands, world language master. System warehouse, Kaido Kid costume ×1, poker pistol ×1, rappelling rope ×2, 4D stereo projector ×1, rose bouquet ×99+. System points, 300. The game has officially begun. Contestants, please take off your blindfolds. As the prompt sound came from the speakers in the room, the game officially started, and 10 live broadcast rooms, including Chun Feng's, were opened simultaneously. At the same time, Chun Feng also realized his current position, right opposite the pursuit bureau. However, he did not show any panic. Instead, he sat calmly on the sofa, sipping the coffee prepared for him by the program crew. At this moment, he was quietly talking to the system. Ding, the host has officially entered the game, and the system task has been issued. Task 1. Please successfully escape the pursuit in public. Reward, Kaido Kid Card Fusion Degree 1% 5%, awarded depending on the completion of the task. Task 2. Increase the number of viewers in the live broadcast room to 100,000. Current popularity, 9832. Reward, skill upgrade card ×1. Escaping pursuit in public? This is really ostentatious. Chun Feng's lips curled slightly, with an ambiguous light in his eyes. His eyes swept over the hotel area distribution map provided by the program team, and he had already made up his mind. After all, Kaido Kid never took the usual path. The audience in the live broadcast room was confused at this time. They only saw Chun Feng sitting on the sofa, sipping coffee, and had no intention of escaping. What's wrong with this guy? 5 minutes have almost passed, and the pursuit team will be able to locate him soon. Why is he still sitting there? Yeah, it's so hard to get such a handsome guy on the show, but he gets caught right when he comes on. When the audience lamented that Chun Feng might be eliminated soon, he finally took action. He calmly put down his coffee cup, stood up from the sofa, walked slowly to the door, got into the elevator, and pressed the button to the top floor. His movements were graceful and calm, as if he didn't take the impending crisis seriously. Outside the hotel, sirens suddenly sounded, and the pursuit team finally arrived. Why did he go to the rooftop? Was he going to jump off the building? Shouldn't he have gone to the first floor to escape? Someone asked in confusion. Don't you understand? The pursuit team has arrived. Going to the first floor will only lead to a trap. Another person asked back. Haven't you seen the hotel's area distribution map? The rooftop is an open-air bar. There are a lot of people there. He must want to use the guests in the bar as cover to evade pursuit. Some were more certain. I don't think it's useful. The pursuit team is not stupid. They just need to block the passages and find them out one by one. It's just a matter of struggling for a while. The voices of discussion were getting farther and farther away. Chun Feng had already taken the elevator to the rooftop. At this time, night has fallen. The stars are twinkling. The crowd below is cheering enthusiastically. The lights and stars complement each other, and the music and human voices blend into one. At the bar front desk, Zhou Wanning was holding a wine glass and was stunned for a moment when she looked at Chun Feng in front of her. After a long while, Zhou Wanning chuckled. Brother, I have been sitting here for so long. Some people have invited me to drink, and some have invited me to dance. You are the first one who asked me to treat you to a drink." She looked Chen Feng up and down and thought he looked good, but he looked too young, like a little brother. Chen Feng chuckled. "Everything has a first time. Maybe you would like to have this glass of wine." As he said this, he tapped the glass in Zhou Wanning's hand gently. Zhou Wanning was a little confused. Chen Feng didn't explain much, just smiled. "Just ask it, and you will know. Are you going to perform magic for me?" Zhou Wanning seemed to understand something. Chen Feng smiled and didn't answer. Zhou Wanning put down the wine glass and asked with a suppressed smile, "Then are you willing to give it to him?" As she spoke, she looked at Chen Feng with curiosity, as if waiting for his response. However, before Chen Feng could answer, several people around him suddenly screamed, Is this a magic trick? What's going on?" Zhou Wanning looked over in confusion and saw that the straw in the wine glass she had just put down was standing upright and actually standing in the glass. The wine seemed to be pulled by some force, pouring out of the straw continuously, scattering like a fountain, and finally falling on the table like raindrops. The wine glass was soon empty, and all that was left was an empty glass and 2 words formed on the front desk table. "Willing." There was applause from all around, and many people looked at him in amazement. "I didn't know there was such a technique to seduce girls. I've really learned something new," several people said with emotion. Zhou Wanning's hot body and exquisite appearance attracted many people's attention. Some people in the bar tried to chat with her, but all ended in failure. Just when they thought no one would succeed tonight, they saw Chen Feng's move. Everyone began to sigh that there are skills to picking up girls, and there are always people better than you. "How did you do it?" Zhou Wanning looked at Chen Feng, her eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Chen Feng still didn't answer, but stretched out a finger and gently placed it in front of her lips, signaling her not to continue asking. "Beautiful Miss Zhou Wanning, please remember, never ask a magician the secret of magic." Zhou Wanning could only nod. Although she was still full of questions in her heart, she decided not to ask any more questions. "How do you know my name?" she asked curiously. Chen Feng looked at her and smiled mysteriously, as if hinting her not to ask any more questions. Okay. Although Zhou Wanning didn't get the answer she wanted, she didn't plan to continue asking. Chen Feng stretched out his right hand, lightly touched his index finger and thumb, and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a red rose appeared in his hand. "I wonder if I would have the honor to ask you to dance with me," he asked with a smile. At this time, the live broadcast room was already boiling with excitement, and comments were scrolling rapidly. "Oh my god, this trick is good. Is there anyone who knows magic who can explain it? Stop the magic tricks. The pursuit team is here, searching every floor. They'll be here soon. I just saw Zhoutai hijack a car and run away. Why is he still flirting with girls? Who knows? Maybe she has given up struggling." In the dance floor, couples danced together to the soothing music. Chen Feng held Zhou Wanning's hand and walked to the center of the dance floor, and the two began to dance to the rhythm. The beauty of the dance was displayed by the two of them. Although it was not stunning, it was still elegant. Feeling the warm breath of the person in front of her, Zhou Wanning couldn't help but blush. However, this piece did not last long, as noisy sounds suddenly broke the atmosphere. The originally soothing music suddenly stopped, and then the ambient lights turned off, and the bright headlights around lit up, and the originally dark environment instantly became as bright as day. Just as a few hot-tempered people were about to start cursing, the hotel manager and a group of big men rushed in. "The pursuit personnel are arresting the fugitives. Unrelated people, please get out of the way." "Fugitive? Who is the fugitive? Oh my god, there's a fugitive here." The bar was suddenly in chaos, with everyone talking and panicking. Seeing this, the middle-aged man Lin Chuanxiong, who led the pursuit team, frowned slightly. He sighed and said, "No wonder all countries want to jointly produce this program. Modern people live too comfortably and have lost even the basic ability to respond to crises. All irrelevant personnel, squat down against the east wall, put your hands on your heads, and stand in a row." Lin Chuanxiong's deep voice immediately suppressed the noise at the scene. Some people who reacted quickly did as they were told and ran eastward, and the rest followed suit, as if they would be held hostage by the fugitive if they were a second late. Zhou Wanning, who was in the middle of the dance floor, also wanted to pull Chen Feng away, but after pulling him twice, she found that he had no reaction, so she looked up at him in confusion. "How come you?" Before she could finish her words, Lin Chuanxiong's voice interrupted her. "Chen Feng, you have no way to escape. Raise your hands and surrender." Zhou Wanning was stunned, her eyes wide open, looking at Chen Feng in disbelief. You are a fugitive?" Her voice trembled, her eyes full of fear. The handsome criminals in the novels appeared in her mind, and the image of the jade-faced killer gradually emerged. Cece, the host of the show, also arrived at the scene with a photographer. Dear viewers, our pursuit team has successfully cornered the first fugitive, who is trapped on the hotel rooftop. Although he appears to be holding a hostage, the pursuit team has not been able to get close to him for the time being. Let's wait and see what will happen next. As Cece's voice fell, the camera quickly pointed at Chinfeng. With the help of live streaming, the number of viewers in Chunfeng's live streaming room soared rapidly and soon exceeded 50,000. What a pity, the handsome guy in District 3 just appeared, and he was caught in less than half an hour. Who made him so unlucky? The starting point was in the hotel next to the pursuit team. There's nothing we can do. It's time to give up. Lin Chuanxiong shouted again. Chinfeng, give up struggling. You can't run away. At the same time, more than a dozen members of the pursuit team began to spread out in all directions, as if they were planning to surround Chinfeng. Surrender, surrender, Zhou Wanning said with courage. Although she didn't understand why Chinfeng became a fugitive, she felt that this young man would not hurt her. She looked up at Chinfeng nervously, with complicated emotions surging in her heart. At this moment, Chinfeng suddenly knelt down on one knee and gently kissed the back of her left hand. I hope this beautiful night has not left you with bad memories. The gentle voice reached everyone's ears. Zhou Wanning stared blankly at Chinfeng in front of her, her mind going blank. He's still flirting with girls at this time. And he's flirting with such a pretty girl. I'm so envious. If he does live streaming to sell goods, he will definitely make a fortune. Support. Lin Chuanxiong was obviously not in the mood to pay attention to these. After seeing Chunfeng's actions, he immediately ordered, go. More than a dozen members of the pursuit team rushed forward. Zhou Wanning's heart tightened, and she felt a little reluctant and nervous, as if she didn't want to see Chinfeng being caught. However, all this was no longer important. The members of the pursuit team quickly approached Chinfeng, and the closest member had already touched the corner of his clothes. Just when everyone thought that Chinfeng had no way to escape, something strange happened. Chunfeng's body cracked in an instant, and with a bang, white smoke emerged. The next moment, Chunfeng's figure disappeared in an instant, and in his place, countless white doves flew away from all directions. What's going on? Where are the people? Oh my god, what the hell? Isn't this just a magic trick? The members of the pursuit team were stunned, not knowing what was going on. There it is. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked in one direction, and the scene before them shocked them. Chinfeng was seen standing on the wall not far away, wearing a white suit, a high-brimmed white top hat, a four-leaf clover-shaped triangular pendant on his chest, and the monocle in his right eye was shining. The moonlight shone on him, as if he was the only one left in the world. Chinfeng raised his lips slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. As soon as he finished speaking, the white doves that had scattered before gathered again and landed on him, completely covering him. When the pursuit team reacted and prepared to move forward, the white doves dispersed again, but Chinfeng had disappeared without a trace. Clap, 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 clap. I don't know who was the first to applaud, and then the whole rooftop was filled with thunderous applause. Although everyone knew that it was inappropriate to applaud at this time, Chinfeng's magic tricks still made the audience at the scene amazed. The applause continued, making the pursuit team look even uglier. Especially the captain, Lin Chuanxiong, whose face, which was not pale to begin with, turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Having worked as a criminal police officer for more than 20 years and arrested no less than 100 fugitives, Lin Chuanxiong had never been provoked like this. What annoyed him the most was that the entire event was broadcast live. Cece, as the host of the show, also keenly noticed the subtle atmosphere at the scene and immediately adjusted her expression and turned to look at the camera. It seems that our pursuit team's first operation was not so smooth, but this does not mean anything. The pursuit is still going on. Let's wait and see what the situation will be like next. After saying that, Cece smiled and winked at the audience in the live broadcast room, and after signaling to Lin Chuanxiong, she left first with the cameraman. Chinfeng's departure left the pursuit team with no reason to stay at the scene. Lin Chuanxiong ordered that except for 2 team members who stayed behind to deal with subsequent issues, the rest of the team should temporarily evacuate. As the pursuit team left, the originally joyful atmosphere in the bar gradually dissipated. Everyone stopped drinking and dancing and left one by one in disappointment. In the end, Zhou Wanning was the only one left on the rooftop, standing there blankly. She raised her left hand, holding a small square card, on which was written what Chinfeng had said to her. I hope this beautiful night has not left you with bad memories. From Kaido Kid. Phantom Thief Kid? Chinfeng, Zhou Wanning whispered to herself, then slowly raised her head and looked in the direction where Chinfeng disappeared and fell into deep thought. At the same time, at the headquarters of the thief game, program team in China District 3, Director Wu was furious. There are only 10 contestants in total. The show has only been going on for less than 2 hours, and you tell me one person is missing? Can he fly or hide? Or are you all just trash? Even with the help of the Sky Eye, you can't even keep track of people. He might really be able to escape underground. A staff member responded weakly, but after seeing Director Wu's angry eyes, he quickly shut his mouth. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard. The door of the director's room was pushed open, and the host Cece walked in. Seeing Director Wu's face full of anger and a group of staff members looking timid, Cece was stunned at first, but when she saw that Chun Feng's live broadcast room was still displayed on the live broadcast wall, and the picture stayed on the hotel rooftop, she immediately understood what had happened. She walked forward with a smile and said jokingly, "Why is Director Wu so generous? It's just that he couldn't find anyone, right?" Director Wu glanced at her and said unhappily, "You make it sound easy. There are 10 contestants, and one is missing. How are you going to explain it to the audience?" Cece raised her eyebrows. "Director Wu, you are worrying too much. The theme of our program is crime, and we remind everyone to enhance their awareness of crime prevention. Aren't crimes in real life all unexpected? Now Chun Feng's disappearance is also reasonable. I suggest that we announce it directly to the public, which can also increase the fun of the show." Director Wu looked at her in silence for a long while, and finally sighed. Alas, this is the only way. With the release of the news from the director's studio, the highly anticipated topic of the Thief Game program quickly attracted reports from major media outlets. Some people even edited the footage of Chun Feng disappearing and uploaded it to a certain audio, video, and website, which quickly attracted a lot of attention. Surprise! The show Thief Game, which is jointly produced by countries around the world, couldn't find any contestants on the first day of broadcast. Chun Feng, a contestant from Huaxia District 3, mysteriously disappeared in front of everyone. Magic or magic? Stay tuned. Unbelievable. On the first day of the Thief Game, the contestants from Zone 3 actually did this. The speed of the internet's spread was astonishing, and netizens' curiosity was instantly aroused. Disappearing in an instant under the cover of white doves? Is this magic? When did humans evolve to this level? Why didn't anyone inform me? A magical transformation. Why haven't I heard of such a person in the magic world before? No. Am I the only one who cares about his outfit? White shirt, white pants, and a white hat. Isn't this outfit too flashy? Husband Chun Feng is so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for you. In a cafe in H City, Chun Feng, who was slightly disguised, was drinking coffee leisurely. At this time, he didn't know that the internet had been in an uproar because of his disappearance. Of course, even if he knew, Chun Feng probably wouldn't care. Ding! Mission 1. Escape the pursuit under the gaze of everyone. Mission completed. System settlement in progress. Task assessment. Excellent. Reward. Kaido Kid Card Fusion Degree 5%. System points / 500. Kaido Kid Card Fusion Degree reaches 20%. Reward. Voice Changing Technique. Elementary. Task 2. Increase the number of viewers in the live broadcast room to 100,000. Task in progress. Current popularity. 80451 Reward. Ability Enhancement Card / 1. With the fusion of the Kaido Kid card, Chun Feng was rewarded with the voice-changing technique. He was quite satisfied with the improvement of these abilities. The goal of Task 2 is also being gradually achieved. The popularity of the live broadcast room has exceeded 80,000. As long as Chun Feng appears again, breaking through 100,000 will be a piece of cake. As for why he wanted to get rid of the live broadcast room, Kaido Kid was always elusive. How could he tolerate anyone following him all the time? Even the live broadcast room was not allowed. At the front desk of the cafe, 2 waitresses were secretly watching Chun Feng. One of them obviously noticed that his coffee cup was empty, and she mustered up the courage to walk over and said, "Sir, would you like a refill?" "No, no charge." Chun Feng smiled and replied, "Then I'll trouble you." "No, no trouble." The waiter blushed and left quickly. Chun Feng didn't care about it and continued to watch the public TV in the cafe leisurely. The news was playing on the TV screen. Recently, the country of Lorking in Western Europe decided to hold a global cultural relics exhibition again after a lapse of 10 years to celebrate the 100th anniversary of its founding and the hard-won peace in the world. This exhibition was funded by the royal family of Lorking, and the first stop was in our city H. Among the dazzling array of exhibits, the most eye-catching one is the Heart of the Ocean necklace, which is said to be the largest sapphire in the world. It was made by more than a dozen top craftsmen and was worn by Cultural Relics Exhibition. Chun Feng smiled. Gemstones and thieves are always a perfect match, aren't they? The next day, the early summer sun had already shown its presence, and the temperature had become particularly unbearable, especially in a southern city like H-City. There were few pedestrians on the street, and occasionally one or two dogs could be seen looking for a cool place to avoid the sun, with their tongues hanging out and panting. The crowds on the street were almost negligible, except for the central section, which was still busy. Dozens of reporters stood by the roadside in the scorching sun, sweating profusely, but no one was willing to leave. Suddenly, the roar of a car came from a distance, which immediately perked up the reporters. Here they come. I don't know who shouted first, but then I saw a row of luxury cars appearing at the end of the street and slowly driving towards this side. Seeing this, the reporters became excited and were ready to catch the first-hand news. The convoy stopped soon after. The doors of the Audis in front opened first, and 7 or 8 sturdy men in black walked out of the cars. They quickly walked to the Lincoln car in the middle and lined up in 2 rows, as if they were guarding some important person. A bodyguard stepped forward and opened the door of the Lincoln. A figure got out of the car and stepped onto the red carpet that had been laid out. She is beautiful, with 3-dimensional facial features, peach-like eyes, and slightly raised eyes. She is wearing a white women's suit that outlines her curvy figure. When this scene appeared in front of the reporters, they could no longer hold back and rushed over excitedly, but were stopped 2 meters away by a row of bodyguards. Princess Amelia, I heard that you brought the most precious treasure of the kingdom this time. Is that true? Ms. Amelia, it is rumored that your father wants you to find your ideal husband during this global cultural relics exhibition. Is that true? Your Highness, what do you think of the cultural relics exhibition held in China? Facing the reporters' questions, Amelia always kept smiling and responded concisely. Everyone, this global cultural relics exhibition is to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the founding of our country. Naturally, we brought our country's precious cultural relics. As for the matter of finding a life partner, I think it's just a rumor. Surprisingly, Amelia spoke fluent Chinese. She did not answer the reporters' questions one by one, but just responded with a few simple sentences and then ignored them. Everyone, our country's exhibition will start at 6 o'clock tomorrow night and will last for 2 weeks. If you still have questions, you can take your time. After saying that, Amelia signaled to the bodyguards beside her. 2 strong men stepped forward and quickly separated the reporters, clearing a passage for Amelia. At this moment, there was a whirring sound in the air, and a group of white pigeons flew in from a distance, clustered together, and slowly flew towards Amelia. Pigeons? Where did so many pigeons come from? For a moment, everyone was confused. Before they could react, they saw a group of white pigeons slowly dispersed and formed a circle, surrounding one of the white pigeons in the center. What's that pigeon holding in its mouth? A reporter asked in confusion. It looks like a flower. There's a piece of paper on it. As soon as he finished speaking, the white pigeon flew not far from Amelia. The bodyguards next to them immediately wanted to drive the pigeon away, but Amelia signaled them to stop. Amelia stretched out her hand, and the pigeon seemed to understand her meaning and gently flew into her palm. The dove raised its beak high and handed the item in its mouth to her, like offering a treasure. Amelia looked down at the blue rose, and the small white paper stuck to the flower. She clearly read the words on the paper. Beautiful Miss Amelia, when the moon passes across the dome, the northern starlight and moonlight meet, Pandora's box will open, and I will take the heart of the ocean. From Kaido Kid. Amelia's brows slightly frowned, obviously a little unhappy. Are you provoking me? She didn't expect that she would be targeted at the first stop of her journey, and that person actually told her in advance about the items he was going to steal, which was undoubtedly a provocation. The reporters also noticed the change in Amelia's expression and asked her questions. Ms. Amelia, can you tell us what's on the paper? Princess, have you received any bad news? Your Highness, may I ask? Facing reporters' questions, Amelia did not hide anything and directly presented the preview letter, which the reporters at the scene could see clearly. Take away the heart of the ocean? Are you here to steal? Or did you notify them in advance? The reporters were all stunned. After all, they had never heard of a thief notifying the owner in advance before stealing. This was simply too arrogant. Realizing that this was big news, the reporters quickly directed the photographers to take pictures. Ms. Amelia, what do you think about this thief named Kaido Kid trying to steal the heart of the ocean? A reporter suddenly asked a question, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Amelia, waiting for her answer. Amelia adjusted her expression slightly, and her gentle smile turned into a firm one. Since our lurking country dares to hold this exhibition, it is open to everyone. We will not refuse anyone from visiting the cultural relics, and of course, we will not allow anyone to take anything away. I would like to advise Mr. Kidd, the Phantom Thief, that if you are a guest, we welcome you with open arms. If you are a thief, please do not leave. After saying this, Emilia's face was firm, as if responding to Kid's provocation. Snap, snap, snap. There was thunderous applause as everyone paid tribute to the young princess's tough response. However, in a corner that no one noticed, a young man was watching all this quietly, with a meaningful smile on his lips. Declare war? Miss Emilia, you are really a beautiful and interesting lady. In the evening in H City, the warm evening breeze blows through the streets, taking away some of the summer heat. Although the streets were quiet, the news and social media began to boil because Chun Feng's video had just gone viral on the internet and quickly attracted the attention of many netizens. Although there was no one in Chun Feng's live broadcast room, the number of people watching online had exceeded 70,000, waiting for his next move. The live broadcast room had been playing the scene of the hotel's rooftop bar, but just now, the picture suddenly flashed, the scene on the rooftop disappeared, and was replaced by a piece of paper with words written on it. The piece of paper was the notice sent by Chen Feng, and his provocation officially began. Oh my god, what did I see? I, Feng Shun, am going to steal the heart of the ocean from the Lower King Kingdom exhibition. The comments in the live broadcast room were instantly boiling. Kaido Kid, is this the name my husband used to be when he was stealing things? He is indeed my husband. Even the name he gave him is so nice. Lost upstairs. That's my husband. Stop arguing. He has been kneeling beside the bed explaining to me for half an hour because of your comments. The barrage was bustling with activity. As soon as Chen Feng sent out the notice, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared again, and the number of online viewers quickly exceeded 150,000. Audiences from other districts also came to see the provocative trailer with their own eyes. At the same time, in the meeting room of the pursuit team of Huaxia District 3, Captain Lin Chuanxiong was furious. He slapped the table and directly knocked the tea set away. Too arrogant. They simply don't take our pursuit team seriously. Lin Chuanxiong shouted angrily. Captain Lin, calm down. Chen Feng is not a real criminal after all. He informed us in advance, perhaps because he did not want to cause misunderstandings. Sun Luo, the leader of the second group of the pursuit team in Huaxia District 3, said. Sun Luo looked quiet, but he once won the third place in the international detective competition. I agree with Captain Sun's opinion. Li Qingyan smiled coldly. She was another team leader and didn't seem to take Chun Feng's provocation seriously. Since we have been notified in advance, we can enter the scene openly and capture Chen Feng as he makes his move. Lin Chuanxiong took a deep breath and calmed down. Okay, then I'll wait for him to make a move. This time, I won't let him slip away from me again. Chen Feng was unaware of the pursuit team's movements. He was sitting on a park bench near the exhibition, holding a newspaper and checking the system's prompts. The system has released a new task, Task 2. Increase the number of viewers in the live broadcast room to 100,000 and successfully complete it. The reward is a skill upgrade card and the start of Task 3. Increase the number of viewers in the live broadcast room to 1 million. The system prompt sounded again. Mission completed. Kaido Kid card fusion degree plus 10%. Reward system points plus 1,000. Kaido Kid glider /1. Treasure appraisal technique, elementary. Current fusion degree, 30%. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. The hang glider was one of Kid's iconic props, so he was very satisfied with the reward. With the hacking technology he had exchanged for 1,000 system points, he successfully spread the news of the notice to the entire city. Obviously, everything was going according to plan. As for the skill upgrade card, Chen Feng did not hesitate and directly upgraded the disguise skill to the intermediate level. He knew that appearance was crucial to a thief, and that prioritizing improving his disguise skills was the wisest choice. The skill improvement card has been used successfully, the disguise skill has been improved, and the current proficiency is intermediate. The system prompt sounded again. Next, Chen Feng purchased a miniature camera robot, which would help him complete the upcoming mission. Looking at his watch, he realized that the time had come and it was time to take action. At the same time, in the Lorking National Exhibition building in H City, as the clock struck 6, the door of the exhibition opened on time. The audience flocked in. Many people came to see the world's largest sapphire, the heart of the ocean, while others came because of the preview letter released by Chen Feng and wanted to witness this provocation named Phantom Thief Kid with their own eyes. In the crowd, a young man wearing a black peaked cap quietly blended into the crowd. He did not rush to see the exhibits, but stood in the crowd, silently observing the people around him. He knew that Kaido Kid's actions were not limited to the time stated in the notice letter. The young man quietly observed every detail and whispered to himself, "The walnuts in the hand of the man in the east corner are about to fly away. It's obvious that something is wrong." The young couple in the northwest direction whispered to each other from time to time, with uneasy eyes. There is something wrong there. He did not rush to act, but kept recording the actions of the people around him with a smile on his face. He had realized that Princess Amelia's security measures were not simple. At this moment, there was a commotion at the scene. Look, Princess Amelia is here. Hearing this shout, everyone's eyes were instantly focused in one direction. I saw it too. Princess Amelia actually came in person. The crowd was talking, and many people were excited about Amelia's arrival. This princess is so beautiful. If I could marry her, I would live 10 years less. 10 years? I would live 20 years less. I would live 30 years. I would live 100 years. These comments did not affect Amelia's expression. She wore a distant and polite smile on her face, and was not disturbed by the commotion around her. Escorted by a group of bodyguards, she walked to the small platform in the center of the exhibition. Princess Amelia stood on the podium of the exhibition, and her clear voice echoed throughout the venue, attracting everyone's attention. She smiled and addressed the audience. Everyone, thank you for coming. We in Lorking hold this exhibition mainly to celebrate the 100th anniversary of our country's founding. All the proceeds from the exhibition will be donated to charity activities around the world. Thank you for your support for charity. As she finished her words, the entire venue burst into warm applause. Amelia bowed slightly to thank everyone, said a few simple words, and then walked down the stage. The audience at the venue gathered around her and tried to get close to her, but the bodyguards around her immediately stopped them 2 meters away. Princess, can you sign an autograph for me? An enthusiastic fan raised a pen and paper. Ms. Amelia, can I take a photo with you? Another fan also asked. Faced with so many requests, Amelia did not show any displeasure and continued to respond with a smile. She agreed to all requests for autographs, but declined requests for photos. However, Amelia is used to such enthusiastic admiration. She still maintains her elegance and composure, smiling and responding to every fan. At this moment, a young man in a plaid shirt handed over a pen and paper. Amelia took the pen with a smile and wrote her name on the paper. However, when she handed the signature back to the young man did not take his hand back immediately, but made a strange gesture. He crossed the middle finger and thumb of his right hand and snapped his fingers. At this moment, a blue rose appeared in his hand. For you, beautiful Miss Amelia. The young man's voice was clear and gentle. Amelia was stunned for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, smiled, took the blue rose, and whispered, "Thank you." Her action attracted envious glances from the audience nearby. But no one noticed that at the moment Amelia took the rose, a tiny object slipped out of the young man's hand and fell precisely into Amelia's pocket. This action was so quick and covert that almost no one noticed it. Chen Feng completed his mission successfully, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. Then, he turned around and left the exhibition. At this time, a bodyguard from Lorking came over with more than a dozen police officers. He said to Amelia, "Your Highness, these people are from the Chinese police. They are here to provide assistance with the incident regarding the notice letter." Huh? Amelia looked at the people who came, with a questioning look in her eyes. Li Qingyan, the leader of the first group of the pursuit team in Huaxia District 3, stepped forward and shook hands with Amelia politely. "Ms. Amelia, I am Li Qingyan, from the program team of Thief Game." "Hello, Captain Li." Amelia shook hands with her with a smile, her expression calm. Amelia couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the person who sent out the notice letter was the contestant from China Zone 3? Her suspicions were soon confirmed. Li Qingyan explained, "Yes, the person who sent out the notice was a contestant from Huaxia District 3, named Chen Feng. We are here to deal with this matter." "I see," Amelia nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Captain Li. Let's go upstairs and talk." Amelia did not stay in the venue any longer, but followed the bodyguards to escort Li Qingyan and his party upstairs. No one could hear their conversation, and everyone could only guess what they were discussing. However, after a while, the exhibition released the true meaning of the preview letter. The dome in the preview letter refers to the dome of the church to the north of the exhibition, and the northern starlight represents the North Star. According to the description in the preview letter, when standing under the church, the moon in the south will shine through the roof of the church and intersect with the North Star in the north at around 10 o'clock in the evening. As for Pandora's box opened, this description is related to the Zhongyuan festival on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. This traditional festival is also known as the Ghost Festival. According to legend, the gates of hell open wide and ghosts walk out, echoing the release of the devil in Pandora's box opening. This means that Chen Feng will go to steal the heart of the ocean at 10 p.m. on July 15th. As soon as this news came out, the entire network exploded. I thought Shin Feng was arrogant enough for telling people in advance that he was going to steal something, but I didn't expect him to even write down the specific time. I admit that the previous magic was really amazing, but performing magic and stealing are two different things. This incident may slap me in the face. When Shin Feng was on the rooftop, everyone thought he would be caught, but he not only ran away, but also got rid of the Sky Eye system. The discussion on the internet was getting more and more intense, but Shin Feng no longer cared. He was now lying leisurely on the bed in the hotel, wearing headphones, concentrating on watching the content on the computer screen. He had successfully completed his mission using the ID card and money he had stolen from the pursuit team. Of course, Shin Feng did not forget to leave a note for everyone in the pursuit team, reminding them to go to the program team for reimbursement. He arranged all of this perfectly. At the same time, in Amelia's room on the top floor of the downtown exhibition, a small object slipped quietly from her pocket and fell to the ground along the hanger. The object slid quietly underground and finally stopped in the corner of the living room. Amaya was talking to her female assistant, Mir, and they were speaking lorking, but it was not a problem for Shin Feng. He could easily understand the conversation. Mir handed Amelia an exquisite little box, with a hint of hesitation in his expression. Your Highness, is it appropriate for us to do this? If your royal elders knew about this, it might not be good. Amelia smiled slightly, not caring at all. Mill, you won't know whether something is appropriate until you do it. Give me the thing. Mir finally handed over the small box, and Amelia took it and slowly opened it. In the box was an exquisite necklace, with dozens of gems inlaid on the silver-white chain. The most dazzling part was a blue gem inlaid on a heart-shaped gilded base. The blue gem exudes a deep light, as if it contains the depth and beauty of the entire ocean. This is the symbol of the heart of the ocean, the largest sapphire in the world. As night fell, the warm evening breeze blew gently. Princess Amelia stood in her room, looking at the ocean heart necklace on the table, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise, revealing a wicked smile. Preview letter, Kaido Kid, she whispered. I think tomorrow will be a good show. What do you think, Mir? Mir, the female assistant standing next to Amelia, hesitated for a moment. Of course, Your Highness, it's just that time is a bit tight, and I'm still a little worried that the fake Heart of the Ocean exhibit will be discovered. Amelia put away the necklace, thought for a moment, and then said softly, Then let's do this. Find someone to slightly blur the glass of the display cabinet tonight. Unless someone is extremely familiar with the Heart of the Ocean, they shouldn't be able to tell. Mir nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness. However, I have a question. You have arranged for someone to look after the Heart of the Ocean, and you have also received help from the Chinese hunting team. Why do you still need to take these extra precautions? Amelia responded with a smile. When you are away from home, it is always good to have an extra insurance. It is better to not have it than not have it. Mir nodded and said nothing more. Amelia smiled easily and turned to Mir. Okay, don't stand there. Come here and put the Heart of the Ocean on me. Tomorrow, I will go to the scene in person to experience the style of Kaido Kid. Mir followed his instructions and walked forward, and began to gently put the Heart of the Ocean necklace around Amelia's neck. Amelia looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but smile. What do you think would happen if Kaido Kid succeeded in hiding from everyone and got the Heart of the Ocean, but found out it was a fake necklace? Mill couldn't help laughing. I think his expression will be very interesting. Amelia nodded with satisfaction. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. At the same time, Shin Feng sat in the hotel room, took out the earphones from his ears, put down his computer, and began to think about tomorrow's actions. This evening, he had no interest in prying into anyone's privacy, but carefully reviewed tomorrow's plan. Miss Amaya, you are such an interesting lady, he said, revealing a satisfied smile. Time passed slowly, and 9 o'clock the next night finally arrived. There was only 1 hour left until the time Shin Feng had said in the appointment letter. At the same time, Shin Feng's live broadcast room also welcomed a large number of viewers. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room rose rapidly, even exceeding 300,000. Everyone was looking forward to Chun Feng's appearance. The program team also provided the audience with live footage of the exhibition site, further enhancing the atmosphere. The host Cece was also arranged at the exhibition site. She smiled and greeted the audience in front of the camera. Hello, dear audience friends. Welcome to the live broadcast of Thief Game, Huaxia District 3. I am the host Cece. I believe that everyone is waiting for Chun Feng to appear like me. His previous magic shocked everyone. I wonder what kind of surprise he will bring us this time. The time is getting closer and closer to 10 o'clock. Let us wait and see. The audience's comments kept refreshing the live broadcast room. It's already 9 o'clock. Why hasn't Shin Feng shown up yet? Is he afraid to come? Why are you so talkative? There's still an hour left. Why are you in such a hurry? Maple God said to come at 10 o'clock. Come at 10 o'clock. Everyone just wait and see. At this time, Chen Feng, disguised as a young man, had quietly entered the exhibition site. He silently observed everything around him in the huge venue. There were more special guests at the exhibition than yesterday. The exhibition counter of the heart of the ocean was closely guarded by 4 strong men wearing lurking uniforms, and no one could approach it. Chen Feng remained calm and observed, scanning the crowd around him. Soon, he locked onto several suspicious targets. 2 lurking repairmen in work clothes on the west side caught his attention. The 2 were talking in low voices, and they didn't seem to be concentrating on their work. Brother, what bad luck. Why do we have to be on this shift? One of the repairmen, Lyle, said indignantly. It's all the fault of that damn Chinese guy. He stole things while we were on duty. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let others hear it. Another repairman, Karis, hurriedly reminded. Lyle didn't take it seriously and continued. Don't be afraid. Karis, we are speaking lurking language. No one can understand us. Karis sighed. It's better to be careful. Our job is no joke. Lyle ignored Karis's advice. He turned around and whispered to Karis. Brother, since it's still early, why don't you go to the bathroom and smoke a cigarette? Karis hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head and said, Forget it. You go alone. I'm not going. Lyle sighed in disappointment. Well, brother, you can't betray me. Why would I do that? Carlos smiled and waved his hand. Lyle nodded with satisfaction, put down the repair box in his hand, and walked quickly towards the toilet. This Carlos is so cowardly that he doesn't even have a chance to be promoted. After entering the toilet, Lyle took out a cigarette from his pocket and was about to light it, but he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to bring a lighter. In desperation, he walked out of the cubicle and prepared to look for a source of fire. He happened to run into a young man wearing a plaid shirt and sunglasses. Lyle quickly realized that he had encountered an opportunity and quickly used his not-so-fluent Chinese and body language to signal the young man to light his cigarette. Friend, you help, he said, gesturing. The young man took out a lighter from his pocket and asked, Do you need this? Lyle took the lighter with surprise on his face, quickly lit the cigarette, took a deep puff. The smoke spread in his lungs, and the strong nicotine aroma intoxicated him. He continued to take a few more puffs, and suddenly felt that the taste of the cigarette was different from what he had smoked before, as if it was stronger. He was about to return the lighter to the young man, but in the blink of an eye he found that the area was empty and the young man had disappeared without a trace. Lyle was a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it, thinking that the young man might have gone to another compartment. After all, what he wanted to do most now was to enjoy the cigarette. After taking another puff, Lyle began to feel increasingly sleepy. The smell of cigarettes seemed to become stronger, his eyelids felt heavy, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, still holding the unburned cigarette in his hand. A few seconds later, the disappeared young man reappeared. At this time, he had changed into Lyle's appearance and walked to the side of Lyle who had fallen to the ground. The young man slowly carried Lyle into a compartment and locked the door. A few minutes later, Chen Feng, who had transformed into Lyle, walked out of the bathroom and smiled easily. The performance officially begins. Back at the exhibition, Chen Feng blended into the crowd like Lyle. His target was the heart of the ocean, the exhibit that was being closely guarded by 4 security guards. The repairmen, Lyle and Karis, were not suspected by the security guards, so Chen Feng used their identities to freely approach the display cabinet. In the monitoring room, a security guard from Lurking noticed Chen Feng's actions and hurriedly reminded him, Hey, brothers, look, what is Lyle doing? Several security guards quickly turned their eyes, but soon they found that the situation was not serious. It's Lyle, just checking the counter, don't worry. A security captain comforted, obviously not taking it seriously. At this time, Chen Feng had quietly placed a small item silently into the connection between the glass display case and the base. He walked around lightly, as if doing a final check, then picked up the repair box and quietly left the counter. As time passed, the atmosphere at the exhibition became increasingly tense. Emilia and her assistant Mir appeared at the scene, staring at the location of the heart of the ocean. Li Qingyan, Lin Chuanxiong, and other members of the pursuit team no longer hid their bodies. They looked around vigilantly and stared nervously near the display cabinet. The time was approaching 10 o'clock, and the atmosphere in the exhibition became more solemn, and even the barrage in the live broadcast room began to become sparse. The second hand kept pointing to 10 o'clock, and the clock on the wall ticked, which was unusually clear in this quiet atmosphere. The atmosphere on the scene became tense with the countdown, and everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, waiting for that moment to come. There are only 10 seconds left, someone shouted, followed by 9 seconds, 8 seconds, and everyone's eyes were focused on the display case of the heart of the ocean. Cece, as the host of the show, also stopped her explanation and followed the audience's gaze towards the counter. As time passed, everyone's nerves were tense and they dared not take their eyes off the counter. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. As the bell rang, the lights suddenly went out, and darkness quickly enveloped the entire exhibition hall. A chaotic sound followed, and the royal guards of Lorking began to shout, "Protect Her Royal Highness the Princess," and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Emilia looked at the chaos around her and cursed in her heart. What a bunch of idiots! Her anger rose instantly, but she had to suppress her dissatisfaction. At this moment, she knew it was not the time to blame them. At the same time, Li Qingyan, Lin Chuanxiong, and other members of the pursuit team keenly sensed the atmosphere of crisis and immediately revealed their identities and shouted loudly, "We are the Chinese pursuit team. All irrelevant personnel, please evacuate quickly." They tried their best to control the situation and ensure the safety of the heart of the ocean. But before they could get close to the display case, the lights came on again. Just when everyone was looking forward to seeing the heart of the ocean, they were shocked to find that the display case was empty and the heart of the ocean had disappeared. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to understand. How could this be possible? Their eyes were instantly focused, and the 4 guards also turned pale, not knowing how to react. Where's the heart of the ocean? Where's Chen Feng? Just as people were speculating, someone suddenly shouted, "There!" All eyes turned in that direction. In front of the French window, there stood a figure in a white suit, with his monocle and his usual devilish smile. The whole place was boiling with excitement, and the audience began to discuss, "Wow, how did he do that? I know that nothing is impossible in front of me." Chen Feng, an audience member, shouted excitedly. "How did he do it? Where's the heart of the ocean?" Others were also shocked and asked. "I said, it's better to watch Chen Feng's performance than a movie," another audience member said excitedly. Emilia stared at Chen Feng. His figure in the center of the venue was particularly eye-catching. Although she had seen his photos and videos online, seeing this man named Kaido Kid in person still made her feel a little bit of novelty and challenge. Thank you, audience. Tonight's performance is about to end. As for the heart of the ocean, it is now in my hands. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the silver-white necklace in his hand slowly dropped down, and the light blue gems sparkled under the light, attracting everyone's attention. As Chen Feng finished speaking, the pursuit team led by Li Qingyan quickly stepped forward, forming a semicircle from 3 sides, trapping Chen Feng in the middle. "Chen Feng, you are under arrest. Surrender," Li Qingyan said coldly, her tone full of firmness and determination. "Hand over the heart of the ocean." Another team member followed closely behind, his tone revealing an unquestionable command. "Chen Feng, quickly squat down with your head in your hands. Otherwise, we will not be polite." More and more members of the pursuit team were on high alert. The atmosphere was tense, and it seemed that Chen Feng had no chance of escaping. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was also worried about Chen Feng. It's over. Chen Feng won't be able to escape this time. He has been surrounded by the pursuit team, an audience member shouted excitedly. "I told you he stole the things, but he also told others in advance, so he is asking for trouble now, right?" Another viewer said sarcastically. "Husband, don't do it. Don't log off." Some fans couldn't help but shout for Chen Feng. However, facing the relentless pressure from Li Qingyan and others, Chen Feng remained calm and not panicked at all. He still smiled and his eyes were calm, as if he didn't take these members of the pursuit team seriously at all. "Ms. Li, if this were at a dance party, I would definitely invite you for a drink and then dance with you. However, unfortunately, the current atmosphere doesn't seem suitable. Let's wait until next time." Chen Feng suddenly spoke with a mischievous smile on his lips. This sentence instantly caused the scene to fall into silence. Everyone was stunned, including Li Qingyan. She had never thought that this ignorant young man would dare to provoke her like this. Her cheerful face suddenly turned gloomy. She tightly grasped the handcuffs at her waist, ready to teach the young man a lesson herself. But Chen Feng did not show any intention of resistance. Instead, he slowly retreated when she approached. Step by step, he finally retreated to the French window, his feet hanging in the air, and his whole body almost fell out of the window. What is he going to do? This is the 16th floor. Even if he throws a rock down, it will be smashed to pieces. Someone in the crowd shouted. "Husband, don't do it. At worst, you can quit the show and I will support you." A nervous voice sounded in the live broadcast room, and the hearts of other fans were also in their throats. "Maple God, you can't be so impulsive. "You are not a real criminal. Don't do stupid things for the show," another fan cried. However, Chen Feng didn't seem to care about these shouts at all. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he had completed some kind of farewell ceremony. Then he spread his arms, relaxed his steps, and began to lean out of the window. "Oh!" The audience screamed. Fear and shock spread. Li Qingyan strode forward and tried to hold Chen Feng, but her movements were too slow. Chen Feng had already fallen from the window. Just when everyone thought he would fall to the ground, something strange happened. The white cape behind him suddenly seemed to be stretched out by some force, quickly forming a triangular glider, and Chen Feng's body flew up in the air and flew away, like a bird flying freely. The scene instantly fell into dead silence, and everyone was stunned. "How is this possible? He escaped with a hang glider?" Someone shouted in shock. "I can't believe it. How on earth did he do it? Is this really something a human can do?" Another viewer stared at the screen in disbelief. "My husband is so handsome," a fan howled excitedly, as if unable to suppress her admiration for Chen Feng. "I said, there is no way Chen Feng, will be caught. When did the one who wanted to eat shit start? I want to see it with my own eyes," another audience member said excitedly. "+1, I'll go too. If the ingredients are not enough, I can provide them." More fans began to post comments, discussing Chen Feng's wonderful escape. Just when Li Qingyan and others were in chaos, she finally woke up from the shock and shouted suddenly, "What are you doing? Go and chase him." The members of the pursuit team quickly came to their senses and began to closely follow Chen Feng's trail. Li Qingyan led the team members out of the hall and ran outside. "I'll stay and protect the scene." A young team member stepped forward and spoke. He was the first team member to discover Chen Feng. Although he did not participate in the pursuit just now, he now understood that he needed to take on the protection mission. Li Qingyan nodded, agreed to the team member's request, and led the other team members to quickly chase in the direction of Chen Feng. At the same time, Emilia was also watching the pursuit team leave, thinking about something in her heart. She glanced at the bewildered royal security captain next to her and smiled softly. "You guys go after them too." The security captain was as if he had been pardoned, and he hurriedly led the other security personnel to the direction of the pursuit team. Almost at the same time, Mir walked to Emilia's side and announced that the exhibition would be closed immediately. The staff began to evacuate the visitors and refund the tickets. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Emilia and a few staff members at the scene. Emilia looked out the window with a smile on her face. "It seems that I won the final match, Kaido Kid." At this moment, a member of the pursuit team suddenly appeared beside her, interrupting her thoughts. "Ms. Emilia," he whispered. Emilia looked back and saw the young team member slowly taking out a black carbon pen from his pocket. She thought the other party was just asking for an autograph, but what happened next surprised her. The team member waved the carbon pen gently, and it turned into a bright blue rose. Emilia was stunned. Is this a magic trick? Her eyes were bright, and she suddenly felt uneasy. "To be precise, this is a gift," the team member said with a smile. "I want to use this flower to exchange something with you." "What is it?" Emilia frowned slightly, and a bad feeling quietly rose. "The heart of the ocean in you." The team member's tone was calm, but somewhat challenging. Emilia stared at Chen Feng in front of her, with a hint of daze in her eyes. Just now, she had always thought that the heart of the ocean in front of her had been properly kept by her, and Chen Feng seemed to have left. But unexpectedly, he was standing in front of her at this moment, still calm and composed, with the same smile. "I want to exchange your heart of the ocean." Chen Feng's voice sounded slowly, with a hint of provocation in his tone. "What?" Emilia was stunned and looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. "You want my heart of the ocean? You know it's fake?" She was suddenly shocked, and countless questions popped up in her mind. Mir was the only one who knew the truth. Did she betray him? But she couldn't possibly do that. Then, how did Chen Feng know? A series of questions made Emilia feel more and more complicated. She took a deep breath, regained her composure, and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Kaido Kid." Chen Feng's figure moved slightly, and he instantly changed into his iconic outfit, a white suit, a white medieval top hat, a monocle, and the iconic white cloak. Chen Feng's reappearance caused the live broadcast room to explode. The number of viewers soared to 1 million, and the barrage of comments surged instantly. "Oh no, I've become a clown. Didn't Fengshen leave just now? How come he's back again?" An audience member shouted in astonishment. "Why did he want to exchange the heart of the ocean with Emilia? Didn't he already have it?" Another audience member was puzzled. There is only one possibility. The previous heart of the ocean was a fake, and the real heart of the ocean is with Emilia. This reversal is more exciting than watching a movie. At the same time, Li Qingyan led the pursuit team out of the building quickly, but she gradually became suspicious. She turned back to look at Lin Chuanxiong, frowning slightly. Captain Lin, are you saying that you didn't see Chen Feng fly out of the window? Lin Chuanxiong nodded, his tone solemn. Yes, to be precise, we only saw Chen Feng for a moment, but then he disappeared, just like a projector that was suddenly turned off, very abrupt. Projector. Li Qingyan frowned, and a bad premonition suddenly flashed through her mind. All team members stand in a row and count in turn. As the numbers from 1 to 16 were called out, all the team members were stunned. There were 16 of them in total, but who was upstairs now? Chen Feng. Li Qingyan gritted her teeth and said, "Go back," she ordered, and then led the team members back upstairs. The security team members of Lower King Kingdom also received the notice and immediately rushed upstairs. Seeing Li Qingyan and others hurriedly returning, they suddenly felt nervous. Although losing the national treasure would be punished, if something happened to Amelia, the consequences would be more serious. At this time, Amelia was completely shocked. She turned and looked in the direction of the French window. The window was still open, and the wind blew in from the window, as if reminding her that what had just happened was not an illusion. But she still couldn't understand why Chen Feng suddenly appeared in front of her when he had already left. You haven't left yet?" Amelia asked in a trembling voice. Chen Feng smiled and handed her the blue rose in his hand. "Ms. Amelia, a qualified magician will never leave the stage before the performance is over." Amelia stepped back involuntarily, looking at Chen Feng with vigilance. She subconsciously protected the ocean heart necklace around her neck with her hands, as if she was worried that Chen Feng would suddenly come forward and take it away. "Please don't be nervous. As a gentleman, I will not behave disrespectfully towards ladies," Chen Feng said with a smile, still looking indifferent. Amelia's vigilance did not decrease, but became more obvious. At this moment, the door of the venue was pushed open again, and Li Qingyan's voice immediately rang out. "Chen Feng, stop. You are under arrest." Chen Feng turned his head and looked into Li Qingyan's eyes. Li Qingyan's eyes were full of anger and determination, and it was obvious that she was ready to subdue Chen Feng. "I'm very sorry, Miss Li Qingyan. I apologize to you for my previous behavior, but please remember that Kaido Kid can also lie," Chen Feng said leisurely, with a faint smile on his lips. Li Qingyan's face instantly turned gloomy. She didn't waste any more time with Chen Feng and waved her hand to instruct everyone to quickly surround Chen Feng. "You seem to have lost, Mr. Phantom Thief." Amelia looked at Chen Feng with a smile, and there was a bit of pride in her tone. However, to her surprise, despite the unfavorable situation, Chen Feng still did not choose to run away, but gently lifted her left hand and kissed it gently under the gaze of everyone. "Ms. Amelia, please remember that Kaido Kid never fails." Chen Feng's voice was low and magnetic. The spectators and the members of the hunting team were all shocked by this sudden action. Amelia's expression changed slightly, but she did not react immediately. Kaido Kid is really not simple, she thought to herself. Li Qingyan's anger had reached its peak. She ordered, "Catch him." As the order was issued, Chen Feng instantly took out a cylindrical object from his arms and threw it into the air. Flash bomb. Li Qingyan immediately realized the danger, covered her eyes, and quickly directed the team members to act. A strong white light flashed, and everyone's eyes were blurred. When everyone opened their eyes again, Chen Feng had already disappeared, leaving only a blue rose and a card. Amelia lowered her head and picked up the rose. On the card was written, as if it were a notice, "I have accepted the heart of the ocean. From Kaido Kid. Take it." "Are you kidding?" Amelia's face turned pale instantly. She reached out and touched her neck. The heart of the ocean that was originally hanging there was gone. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. When did it happen? Li Qingyan and the others also looked very unhappy. They had promised to catch Chen Feng, but he played them around, even twice. The whole scene suddenly fell into silence, and the atmosphere was solemn. At this moment, the security personnel of Lorking Kingdom finally arrived. The captain rushed into the venue and shouted loudly, "Protect the princess." Looking at their funny actions, one team member even couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere on the scene instantly became relaxed. "Are these Lorking security guards really from skit backgrounds?" An audience member laughed. Amelia also saw this scene, and her face suddenly darkened. She took a deep breath and turned away from the scene. Chapter 12. A hero saves a beauty? Not a hero, but a thief. Ding. Task 3. Increase the number of viewers in your live broadcast room to 1 million. Task completed. Current popularity, 1358612. Reward skill improvement card 2. Ding. It is detected that the host has completed theft for the first time. Kaido Kid card fusion degree plus 12%. System points plus 1,200. And God level lock picking skill primary, is obtained. Current integration degree, 42%. Lock-picking skills? Not bad, huh? In the square late at night, Chun Feng was alone enjoying the rare quiet time. On his slender thighs, a pigeon was lowering its head and pecking at the breadcrumbs in his palm. The phone was playing a live broadcast recording from an hour ago. A series of headlines about him remain hot. A real thief appears in the thief game. Chun Feng, a contestant from Huaxia District 3, steals the world's largest sapphire, the heart of the ocean. Chun Feng issued a letter of provocation, and the members of the pursuit team returned empty-handed. The game between the two sides ended with Chun Feng's victory. Phantom Thief, a brand new title. In addition to these positive news, there are also some critical news made by experts just to attract attention. Professor Sun commented on the Chun Feng incident and clearly stated that the success of a thief in breaking out of the circle is a cultural tragedy. Professor Lee from City S said that the so-called phantom thieves are just another type of thieves. Chun Feng is corrupting the young people of today. Of course, whether it was positive news or negative news, Chun Feng just smiled and moved on, with no intention of responding. He actually doesn't care about what people think of him online. He enjoys this fascinating process more. As for what outsiders think, Chun Feng has no control over that. The two skill upgrade cards just rewarded by the system. One is used to upgrade the voice-changing skill to the intermediate level, and the other is used to upgrade the magic hand skill to the advanced level. According to Chun Feng's understanding, the system divides skills into 4 levels. They are beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. As long as you reach advanced skills, your abilities will basically be equal to those of the card character itself, and if you reach the perfect level, you will far exceed the card character itself. In other words, if every skill of Chun Feng reaches the perfect level, even if Kuroba Kaido stands in front of him, he will doubt who is the real Kaido kid. Just then, a voice not far away attracted Chun Feng's attention. Don't move. Take out all the money, or don't blame me for being rude. In an alley not far from the square, a short man with a dirty face was looking at the woman in front of him fiercely. The shiny dagger kept swinging in front of the woman, and its ferocious appearance made the woman dare not act rashly. Don't be impulsive. I'll give you all the money. Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on the short man's filthy face. Who knows how he has been spending these days? Ever since I joined this crappy thief game show, I thought I could make a fortune in the name of the show. Who would have thought that the damn pursuit team was so powerful? With the power of city surveillance, their nose is sharper than a dog's. Every time he showed up, the pursuit team arrived before he could do anything. Just like that, 3 days had passed, and not only had he not made any money, he had barely had a meal. Every day he is either fighting with rats for territory in the sewers, or hiding in public toilets fighting with mosquitoes. It was his good luck today. Not long after he came out, he met a lone girl. If he didn't rob her, he would be unworthy of all the mosquito bites he had. Thinking of this, the expression on the man's face became more ferocious. The pair of small eyes seemed to want to devour the woman in front of him alive. Although his live broadcast room is not as popular as Chun Feng's, due to the popularity of his show, there are still more than 20,000 people watching him in it. Damn it, I say this kind of person is disgusting. They don't dare to rob people with more people, and they don't dare to attack strong people, so they only pick on a lone girl like this. They bully the weak and fear the strong. I agree. Compared to this, my brother Feng is simply a saint. Hey, do you think this woman looks familiar? Look familiar? Is he a celebrity? No. Now that you mention it, he looks a little familiar to me, as if I've seen him somewhere. I remember now. Isn't this the girl that Chun Feng flirted with in the rooftop bar on the first day of the show? Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Her name is Zhou Wanning, right? At this moment, Zhou Wanning looked at the vicious man in front of her and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Ever since what happened a few days ago, she had noticed Chun Feng and realized that Chun Feng was not a real fugitive, but a contestant of the thief game show. For some reason, after receiving this news, she felt secretly relieved even though she was not familiar with Chun Feng. Then came the incident of Chun Feng's preview letter that went viral on the internet. Zhou Wanning also heard about it, so she rushed here without stopping after get off work, wanting to buy a ticket to go in and take a look. Maybe because this event was so popular, there were so many people going that day that the line stretched half the street. When it was finally her turn, she was told that the tickets were sold out. She had no choice but to sit in the square and watch the live broadcast on her mobile phone. That would have been fine, but not long after she finished watching the live broadcast and was about to go home, she was robbed. This made Zhou Wanning wonder if she hadn't checked the almanac before going out today. How could she be so unlucky? Seeing that Zhou Wanning didn't respond, the man seemed a little impatient. He shook the knife in his hand and said viciously, "Hurry up. Don't make trouble for yourself." Zhou Wanning was startled and tried to reach out for the money tremblingly. At this moment, a sound of breaking air was heard, and then a flat object quickly scratched the man's wrist, leaving a bloody mark. Who? The man was horrified and looked around, but he didn't see anyone. He only saw the flat object deeply embedded in the wall. Poker. Zhou Wanning was also stunned. It was the first time in her life that she saw someone use playing cards as hidden weapons. It's probably not very gentlemanly to treat a beautiful lady so roughly. Just when everyone was confused and didn't know who had made the move, a voice came from the sky. I saw a white figure sitting on the railing in front of the second-floor window, and the poker pistol in his hand also indicated that the person who had just attacked was him. Who are you? Chen Feng. Two voices came from the mouths of the two parties involved. But one voice was unexpected, and the other was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 13 Kiss. Chen Feng jumped down from a high place and landed in front of Zhou Wanning. It's an honor to meet you again, Miss Zhou Wanning. The two were not far apart, so Zhou Wanning could even feel the sound of Chen Feng's breathing, which made the beautiful woman's cheeks blush in an instant. I'm honored too. There was a loud bang in the sky, and I, Maple God, made a brilliant appearance. It's over. Look at this beautiful girl. She has already fallen in love with Brother Feng. Ah, hubby, stop teasing her. Tease me. I'm more slutty than her. 6-inch. The live broadcast room, which was originally not very popular, suddenly became popular, and the heat rose sharply. The live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng also immediately turned the screen here. Boy, do you want to meddle in other people's business? The man covered his wrist that was scratched by the poker and looked at Chen Feng with resentment on his face. As a contestant of the program, like the pursuit team, he was not allowed to watch the live broadcast, so the man did not know who Chen Feng was. He only knew that the person in front of him was going to block his path to wealth. Chen Feng seemed to have not heard what he said. He ignored him and didn't even turn around to look at him. This is too much. The ignored man's anger level rose rapidly. He didn't care whether the live broadcast was on or not, and rushed towards Chen Feng with a knife. Boy, you're looking for death. Chen Feng didn't even turn his head. He just slightly moved to the side and avoided the man's attack. Then, two cards were shot out from the poker pistol in his hand, accurately scratching the wrist of the man holding the knife. Feeling the pain, the man dropped the dagger in his hand to the ground. Then, before he could react, Chen Feng had taken out a huge piece of white cloth and covered him completely. Everyone, it's magic time. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Swish. When Chen Feng pulled the white cloth away, the man who was furious just now was tied up tightly with ropes. His originally intact clothes were gone. He was left with only a pair of underwear on his body, and he lay unconscious on the ground. Magic transformation? Don't you need any preparation? As expected of my husband, even his way of saving people is so handsome. Ah, husband. Okay, I admit it. When Chen Feng was saving people, he was indeed a little more handsome than me. Buddy, do you have any shame? Call the Pursuit Bureau. They are in charge of this matter. Zhou Wanning came back to her senses only when Chen Feng's voice reached her ears again. Oh, Zhou Wanning quickly agreed, then took out her cell phone and made a call. Since the start of the Thief Game program, the exclusive phone number of the Pursuit Bureau has also been announced, so that the general public can actively contact the Pursuit Bureau after seeing the fugitive. After Zhou Wanning finished her call, Chen Feng was ready to leave. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Zhou Wanning walked forward quickly as if she had made some important decision. Wait. Chen Feng turned his head, but before he could see the situation clearly, he felt someone hugging his neck, and then a wet feeling was imprinted on his left cheek. Boo! There was a red lip mark on Chen Feng's left cheek. If Chen Feng wants to avoid it, of course he can. But as a gentleman, how can I refuse a thank you gift from a lady? Especially, a beautiful lady. Thank you. Zhou Wanning blushed, and didn't dare to look up and meet Chen Feng's eyes. Although somewhat surprised, Chen Feng still did not change his poker face. He just took a half step back, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed slightly. Looking forward to meeting you again, Mississippi. After saying this, he did not stay any longer, but turned around and left the scene. I'm looking forward to it too. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Zhou Wanning whispered silently. At the same time, on the top floor of the exhibition, in Amelia's office. Looking at the white figure in the live broadcast on the phone, Amelia's silver teeth were almost broken. Damn it. If it weren't for this guy, I wouldn't have been called by those old guys in the country to be held accountable for losing the heart of the ocean. Even though I have fooled them temporarily, I still have to find a way to get the heart of the ocean back as soon as possible. But the Chinese program crew said they couldn't contact him. What should I do? Headache. Emilia covered her head with her hands, looking helpless. Just then, her assistant Mir pushed the door open and walked in. Your Highness, those reporters have been refusing to leave and are clamoring to see you. What do you think? Cole. Emilia let out a breath and calmed herself down. Tell them I'll be there in 10 minutes. Okay. Mir closed the door and left after hearing that. In the office again. After straightening his clothes a little, he stood up and walked towards the door. When passing by the cabinet next to the door, Emilia seemed to notice something and stopped unconsciously. Following Emilia's line of sight, I saw only a vase on the empty cabinet with 2 blue roses in it. Were the 2 flowers that Chen Feng had given her before. Looking at the 2 blooming roses, Emilia's mind unconsciously reappeared the white figure. His touch, his grace, his words, and the kiss he placed on the back of her hand. Bah, what are you thinking about? Emilia quickly shook her head to interrupt her thoughts. That damn guy. I will catch him sooner or later and take back the heart of the ocean with my own hands. Amaya was not the only one who couldn't sleep late at night because of Chen Feng. The Pursuit Bureau, Li Qingyan sat there angrily. Obviously, she was still angry about Chun Feng's playing tricks on her before. The other 2 captains were also in the office. Lin Xuanxiong, the captain of Team 2, was frowning and thinking about something, while Sun Luo, the captain of Team 3, was watching the live video of Chen Feng over and over again. After a long time, Lin Xuanxiong raised his head, looked at Sun Luo who was still motionless, and couldn't help but speak. Xiao Sun, you've been watching all night, but did you figure out anything? Aren't you the 3rd runner-up of the Chinese division of the World Detective Competition? Where's your detective ability? Show it to us. Sun Luo held up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said slowly, Look, I must have seen something. Upon hearing what Sun Luo said, Li Qingyan and the others immediately became interested and hurriedly looked up at Sun Luo, as if asking him what he had seen. Sun Luo didn't waste any time and directly projected the image on his phone onto the big screen. Look, this is the live broadcast footage of Chen Feng at the rooftop bar. He slipped away in front of Captain Lin and others. Hearing Sun Luo talking about this, Lin Xuanxiong couldn't help but blush and hurriedly urged, Xiao Sun, hurry up and get to the point. Okay. Sun Luo nodded. Fast forward the video to the last few seconds, when Chen Feng is covered by white doves, and then pause it decisively. He pointed to a place in the video and said, Look here. Although it's not very obvious, we can still vaguely see Chen Feng raising his hands to grab his waist. In other words, the next second after he did this, Chen Feng disappeared. What's wrong with that? Li Qingyan looked at Sun Luo with confusion. Sun Luo explained. At that time, the entire road to the rooftop was blocked by Captain Lin and his men. It was impossible for Chen Feng to leave from the door. And did you notice a detail? That is, after Chen Feng stood on the rooftop, he never turned around again. So what? Based on my understanding of magic, wherever the magician doesn't want you to see, that's often where the magic trick's flaws are. So we can boldly guess that the reason why Chen Feng did not turn around was that there was something like a rope behind him, and the action of raising his hand when he was covered by the white dove was to buckle the rope around his waist. In other words, Chen Feng did not disappear suddenly at that time, but used the cover of the white pigeons to descend to the lower floors through the zip line, and then used disguise to avoid surveillance and escape from the hotel. Chapter 14. Thief or Detective. After hearing what Sun Luo said, Li Qingyan and the others also showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. But this is not the end. Sun Luo cut the screen to today's live broadcast and quickly fast-forwarded to the scene where Chen Feng was pretending to be a repairman and working in front of the counter of Ocean Heart. And here too, Sun Luo pointed at the repairman on the screen and said, I have been wondering why the advanced alarm system installed by Working Country on the Ocean Heart showcase failed. I thought about it for a long time and finally felt that there was only one possibility. That is, Chen Feng had already entered the venue before the action and disguised himself as someone to destroy the alarm system of the display cabinet. And this repairman from Working Country is the most suspicious person. Now we just need to find the repairman himself and ask a little bit, and we can basically confirm it. Good boy. Lin Xuanxiong patted Sun Luo's shoulder and said with a smile, You are really good. I really regret not bringing you with me today. Otherwise, Chen Feng might not have succeeded. Sun Luo shook his head upon hearing this. Captain Lin, you overestimate me. I was just looking for flaws after the fact. If I was at the scene, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stop him. Hearing what Sun Luo said, Lin Xuanxiong's smile froze. But he still didn't give up and asked, Is Chen Feng's method really so difficult to deal with? Sun Luo smiled bitterly. I'm afraid so. The 3 people present all fell silent. But I do know someone who might be able to give it a try. As soon as these words came out, The two people present became interested. Who? My fellow junior sister, the champion of the Chinese division of the World Detective Competition, Ouyang Muxiue. Host, Chen Feng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Strength, 15, normal people have 10. Intelligence, 155, normal people are 90. Charm value, 15, normal people have 10. Character card, Kaido Kid, fusion degree 42%. Skills, disguise, intermediate. Voice changing, intermediate. Beast taming, elementary. Magic hand, advanced. World language master, intermediate. Divine lock picking skill, elementary. Hacking skill, elementary. System warehouse, Kaido Kid costume 1, poker pistol 1, rappelling rope 2, 4D stereo projector 1, hang glider 1, rose bouquet 99+. System points, 1800. In a coffee shop, Chen Feng was casually browsing the skills and items sold in the system mall. Mind reading, primary can read a person's inner thoughts. Effective range is 1 meter. Price is 800 system points. Hypnosis, basic hypnotize the brain and forcibly change the person's mind. Note, the more determined the person is, the worse the hypnosis effect will be. Price, 1000 system points. Stealer, primary edit or enter other people's dreams and move freely in them. Price, 1500 system points. Skill upgrade card, can improve skill proficiency. Price is 500 system points. After looking around, Chen Feng finally chose the Dream Stealer skill, which cost 1500 system points. After all, the ability to enter other people's dreams is too incredible. If used well, you can even see through all the secrets of others without anyone knowing. As for mind reading, isn't that possible? Yes, you can, but there are too many restrictions. First, the person needs to be within 1 meter of you. Second, the person needs to be thinking about something in his or her mind. Even if the above two conditions are met, what you read may not be what you need. Ding! The skill Dream Stealer was exchanged successfully, costing 1500 system points. Current system points, 300. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Feng's system points returned to the level before liberation. But Chen Feng didn't feel bad about it. After all, the system points were useless. It would be better to exchange them for more skills. Hello, that table is full, can we share it? A voice came, pulling Chen Feng's thoughts back. Chen Feng looked up and saw a tall beauty standing in front of him, holding a tray with coffee cups on it. Seeing the face of the person coming, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. The world is really small. You can meet him anywhere. Of course, please take a seat, Officer Li. Chen Feng said with a smile. Li Qingyan was stunned. Do you know me? The famous flower of the H City Police Force, the leader of the first team of the Huaxia District 3 Pursuit Team. How could I not know you? I even watched the live broadcast about you last night. Li Qingyan couldn't help but blush when she heard Chen Feng talking about last night's live broadcast. What happened last night was a bit embarrassing. Chen Feng smiled and said, Don't get me wrong, Officer Li. I don't mean to laugh at you. Mr. Chen Feng just used some magic tricks that you are not familiar with. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Hearing Chen Feng taking the initiative to excuse her, Li Qingyan couldn't help but feel a little favorable towards the man in front of her. Thank you. Li Qingyan thanked him and put down the tray in his hand, but his eyes inadvertently glanced at the mobile phone on the table that was playing Chen Feng's previous live video. You seem very interested in him? Chen Feng replied. I wouldn't say I'm interested, but I just feel his method is quite novel and I want to learn more about it. Really? Li Qingyan nodded, picked up the coffee cup and took a sip, then asked casually, Did you figure out anything? It's nothing more than a zip line, disguise, or something like that. It's not worth mentioning. Chen Feng answered casually, but Li Qingyan, who was drinking coffee, immediately raised her head. The conclusion that Sun Luo came to after studying for half the night was actually so easily figured out by the person in front of him. You have to know that their pursuit team not only has the live video footage from the program crew, but also the most comprehensive surveillance video, which is far beyond the reach of conditions outside. If I take this person into my hunting team. Thinking of this, Li Qingyan's eyes lit up. I can't believe you're a detective. I don't even know your name. Arsène Lupin, Chinese American. The reason why Chen Feng said he was a Chinese American was very simple. That is, it was difficult to check. I wonder what job you do now. Li Qingyan asked quickly. Hearing this, Chen Feng roughly guessed what she wanted to do, so he simply went along with what she said. I just returned to China and am still unemployed. I am worried about not being able to find a job. Li Qingyan was even happier now. A detective with reliable professional abilities and also an unemployed vagrant. Wasn't this a gift from God to her specifically to deal with Chen Feng? Perhaps she would never think that the person in front of her was Chen Feng, the person she had always wanted to deal with. Chapter 15, the second preview letter. Mr. Yasin, are you interested in working for our Pursuit Bureau? I can apply for a special consultant position for you. You just need to come and help at a specific time. It won't take up too much of your time. This. Seeing that Chen Feng had wavered, Li Qingyan hurried to strike while the iron was hot. Don't worry, we won't let you help us for nothing. We will pay you after each operation, regardless of the success or failure of the action, Li Qingyan added. After hearing what Li Qingyan said, Chen Feng's frown finally relaxed. Well, since Miss Li has invited me so kindly, I won't refuse. Well, Ding ling ling. The ringing of the phone interrupted Li Qingyan's words. Li Qingyan smiled apologetically, then took out her mobile phone, glanced at the caller, and answered the call directly. Hello? Cousin, you came to H City? You've been here for several days? Did your aunt and the others come with you? No, you came alone, so where are you now? Okay, good, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Li Qingyan looked in Chen Feng's direction again. Well, I'm sorry, I have something to do now. How about this? Let's add each other on WeChat first. If you have any other requirements, you can tell me online. Good. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. After adding WeChat, Li Qingyan left in a hurry without noticing the playful smile of the person behind him. That night, on the top floor of the exhibition, in Amelia's bedroom, the corners of Amelia's mouth were raised while she was sleeping, and she hummed from time to time, as if she was having a sweet dream. In a dream, after Chen Feng took away the heart of the ocean, Amelia used various means to successfully find Chen Feng's hiding place. Then he quickly deployed manpower and controlled Chen Feng before he could react. Looking at Chen Feng standing in front of her, tied up tightly, Amelia's mouth corners unconsciously raised, revealing a smile of victory. But at this moment, Chen Feng in front of him suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared, followed by countless pieces of paper falling from the sky. And at the same time, there was Chen Feng's infuriating voice. Ms. Amelia, I'm sorry to have played a trick on you again, but the show is over, so I'll leave now. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, a piece of paper floated to Amelia's face. It was a notice letter. Just when Amelia was eager to see the contents of the preview letter, she woke up from the dream. Amaya opened her eyes on the bed and looked at the familiar ceiling. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a dream. However, when he glanced at it unintentionally, he saw an extremely familiar card placed beside his bed. Beautiful Miss Amelia. When the light dies, the Knicks descend from the sky, and with the death of the lion, I will come. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Kaido Kid. Amelia looked around in panic, but found nothing. Then he sat up from the bed, quickly put on his clothes, and shouted to the door, "Get Mir here." At the same time, the picture in Chen Feng's live broadcast room also changed to this appointment letter. Suddenly, the live broadcast room, which was not deserted to begin with, became like a vegetable market, with barges of comments flying by at a rapid speed. How did this Amelia offend my brother Feng? Why is it her again? Who knows? Maybe Maple God has taken a liking to this princess and wants to stage a story about a princess and a phantom thief. If you say that, I'm going to start spreading rumors. I think this Amelia is not a good person. She is a bit arrogant. It is probably because kids saw through her true face and has been picking on her. Of course, this comment was tinged with sourness and did not attract many people's attention. At this moment, a barrage of comments attracted almost everyone's attention. Hey, did you guys notice that Chen Feng's notice this time didn't seem to mention that he was going to steal anything? Oh my god, it's true. Last time, Maple God wanted to steal the heart of the ocean, but it was clearly written. Why didn't he write it this time? Could it be that the thing he wants to steal this time is not from reality? Or is it that he doesn't intend to steal anything? Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng is a fugitive. He didn't go there to steal anything. So could he have gone there to give a gift? In the hotel room, watching the barrage of comments constantly floating through the live broadcast room, Chen Feng quietly retreated. Lying on the bed, holding a necklace inlaid with Heart of the Ocean in her hand, even in the dim light, the sapphire was sparkling with alluring light. It is indeed the largest sapphire in the world. It's a pity that it already has its own owner. Nyx, also known as Nyx, is the god in charge of the night in Western mythology. When the lion disappeared in the preview letter, the first thing that came to my mind was the lion emblem of the royal family of Lorking, but this is obviously not appropriate. However, 2 days later it will be August 22nd in the Gregorian calendar, which is the last day of Leo this year. Considering Chen Feng's habit of writing the specific date on the notice letter when committing a crime, I think this should be the answer. To sum up, this notice letter tells us one piece of information. Chen Feng's action time is when the sun sets 2 days later, which is around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the hunting bureau, Sun Luo stood in front of the big screen and spoke with saliva flying everywhere. He basically translated all the contents of the preview letter. Sun Luo's words were well-reasoned, and everyone present nodded after hearing them. However, some people quickly raised their own questions. But what exactly did he want to steal this time? This question immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and more than 10 pairs of eyes looked at Sun Luo on the stage. Sun Luo had an embarrassed look on his face. I don't know for now. Chen Feng is a thief after all. He may think that writing down his target item is too conspicuous, so he wants to reduce some risks. Most people present thought this answer made sense, but a small number of people still thought it was unlikely. However, without a better explanation, they just gave up. Lin Chuanxiong also stood up and said, "Okay, everyone, no matter what Chen Feng wants to steal, we will not allow him to do so. Since he has already sent out the notice, everyone should prepare well. As for his real purpose, we will know the answer the day after tomorrow night. That's all. Captain Li, do you have anything else to add?" As soon as Lin Chuanxiong finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Li Qingyan, who was still grinning and playing with her phone. Li Qingyan raised her head suddenly and saw that everyone was looking at her. She quickly put away her phone, coughed lightly to cover up her embarrassment, and said, "I think what Captain Lin said is very right. Protecting those cultural relics from being stolen is only a temporary solution after all. Only by catching the fugitive Chen Feng can we completely solve this problem." Chapter 16, It's game time. Snap, snap, snap. After Li Qingyan finished speaking, there was a burst of warm applause in the hunting bureau. Lin Chuanxiong also took the opportunity to announce the end of the meeting and asked everyone to go back and prepare well. After all the members of the pursuit team left, only 3 captains, Li Qingyan, Lin Chuanxiong, and Sun Luo, were left in the meeting room. Looking at Li Qingyan, Lin Chuanxiong teased, "Captain Li, are you dating a boyfriend?" Hearing this, Sun Luo, who was still sorting things, also cast a gossipy look over. "Uncle Lin, what nonsense are you talking about? I was just chatting with a friend." Li Qingyan blushed and hurriedly explained. Seeing Li Qingyan like this, Lin Chuanxiong also understood almost everything and nodded immediately. "This is good. Your father died early, and before he died, he asked me to take good care of you and your daughter. Now that your mother is gone, I will have completed your father's instructions when you get married." Hearing Lin Chuanxiong talking about his parents, Li Qingyan couldn't help but show a little sadness on her face. "Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Chen Feng will take action in 2 days. You should go back and prepare well." "Well, I'll be leaving first then." Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was 2 days later. Li Qingyan has been extremely busy these days. It was not only because Chen Feng's influence in the outside world was growing, which made her feel pressured, but also because of the program crew. After all, the rules were made very clear at the beginning of the game. All illegal gains of the players would be discounted after the pursuit time exceeded. It would be fine if Chen Feng stole some ordinary jewelry. Even if they had to pay, the program crew backed by the World United Government would not care. But what Chen Feng stole was one of the national treasures of the Lorking Kingdom, the Heart of the Ocean, which is known as the largest sapphire in the world. The value of the Heart of the Ocean gem alone is very high, not to mention that the necklace is also inlaid with 108 small diamonds as embellishment. The price of this necklace was even raised to a sky-high level. Director Wu, the program director, was regretting his decision so much at this moment. He had originally wanted to get a promotion and a raise through this program, but now Chen Feng had messed it up. Forget about getting a promotion or a raise. It's even uncertain whether you can keep your job. Out of desperation, he had to call the Pursuit Bureau again and again to inquire about the situation, which invisibly added a lot of pressure to Li Qingyan and others. But fortunately, there is someone to chat with me. Noon. Li Qingyan, who had just got off work, came into the coffee shop with ease. I pushed the door open, took a quick look, and sure enough, I saw Yasin. Although the two had only known each other for a few days, Li Qingyan felt enlightened by the other's conversation, insights into issues, and even views on some cases. Before she knew it, she had gotten used to coming to this coffee shop for a drink after get off work, and of course, she would meet him every time. Li Qingyan quickly came to Chen Feng and sat down in the seat opposite him without any hesitation. Chen Feng seemed to have gotten used to it. He put down the spoon that was stirring the coffee and pushed the coffee in his hand in front of Li Qingyan. "Try it. I made it for you myself." Li Qingyan didn't hesitate to pick up the cup and took a big sip. The bitter taste of coffee and the aroma of milk are perfectly matched. There is a slight bitterness at the beginning, but it will soon dissipate, followed by a rich coffee aroma. Li Qingyan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Chen Feng with a little more curiosity. I didn't expect you to be so good at making coffee. And it tastes really good. I worked in a coffee shop for a few months when I was in college. My skills are a little rusty now. Just enjoy it. Chen Feng was not lying. In his previous life, he was a poor student in college. Although he did not have to worry about tuition fees with the help of subsidies, he would not even have enough food to eat if he did not work outside. Oh, it's a pity that I can't come over this afternoon. I still have to deal with that damn thief. Speaking of the thief, Li Qingyan's face seemed to be filled with anger again, but she didn't know that the person she was talking about was sitting in front of her. Chen Feng smiled calmly and said, "What a coincidence. I have something to do this afternoon." "That's really a coincidence," Li Qingyan replied with a smile. After taking another sip of coffee, Li Qingyan looked up and asked, "By the way, have you prepared the materials I told you last time that you need to prepare to join the Pursuit Bureau?" Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. "Let's not talk about this for now. Haven't you noticed anything different about this store today?" "Different?" Li Qingyan was stunned and turned around to look around. Her attention was on Chen Feng just now, but after taking a look around, she immediately found the problem. "No, why is the store so quiet today? Not to mention customers. There's not even a waiter." "It's simple, because I have reserved this place for today." "Take it for me." Li Qingyan looked surprised. "Why are you taking it for me? Are you switching careers to selling coffee?" Chen Feng said, "That's not the case. It's just because of you." "I." Confused now. What did the coffee shop have to do with her? "Because I have an important task to do today, and I need a little help from you." Saying this, Chen Feng did not change his voice. He spoke directly in his original voice. "Help? What help?" "No, you are not Yasin. Who are you?" Li Qingyan stood up excitedly, but the dizziness that followed immediately made her stagger, and she was about to fall. Chen Feng quickly stepped forward and held her slender waist to prevent her from falling. Then he took off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. "I'm sorry to have deceived you, beautiful lady, but I would like you to take a rest here for a while. I will present a wonderful opening ceremony for this performance on your behalf." Li Qingyan still wanted to struggle, but as she was already under the effect of the drug, all her struggles were in vain. Soon, her head tilted and she fainted completely. Chen Feng bent down, lifted her legs, and carried her in a princess hug towards the bedroom on the second floor. He opened the door, put her on the bed in the bedroom on the second floor, and covered her with a quilt. When he came out of the bedroom again, he had completely turned into Li Qingyan. Of course, the clothes on his body were bought from the mall with 10 system points, and he was not shameless enough to strip women's clothes. Chen Feng adjusted his half-frame glasses and chuckled. "It's game time." Chapter 17, A Small Gift. In the afternoon, there were huge crowds of people outside the exhibition building, and 15 members of the pursuit team cooperated with the local police to maintain order at the scene. The yellow cordon isolated everyone at the scene 15 meters away from the building. With the experience from last time, the people in the Pursuit Bureau have learned their lesson. Lin Xuanxiong even directly proposed to suspend the exhibition tonight to prevent Chen Feng from sneaking in again by taking advantage of the crowd. Emilia also chose to agree. However, what they didn't expect was that Chen Feng had already disguised himself as someone they didn't expect and sneaked in. "Captain Li, please come in." After looking at the documents Chen Feng handed over, the police officer in charge of guarding the cordon immediately chose to let him go. "Thank you." Chen Feng thanked him and then walked straight into the exhibition. The exhibition hall was unusually quiet at this time. Except for more than 20 members of the pursuit team who were scattered around and responsible for vigilance. The remaining 10 people, including the two captains Lin Xuanxiong and Sun Luo, all gathered on the central platform with the widest view. "Captain Li." "Hello, Captain." People along the way greeted Chen Feng one after another, and Chen Feng nodded in response. Hearing the noise, Lin Xuanxiong looked up and saw that it was Captain Li Qingyan. He smiled and greeted him. Captain Li is becoming more and more calm now. He won't appear until the last minute. Li Qingyan smiled slightly, but did not respond. "What's the situation?" Sun Luo withdrew his gaze from the computer screen and rubbed his sore eyes. "I applied for permission to use the Sky Eye system and installed a few more surveillance cameras near the exhibition building. Now we can monitor the entire building's interior and exterior conditions in 360 degrees without blind spots. Captain Lin also gave the order just now. If any suspicious person approaches, arrest them first without asking for permission." Sun Luo showed a confident smile on his face. Little did he know that the person they were trying every means to guard against was sitting next to him and talking to him. Li Qingyan nodded to show that he understood. Time passed minute by minute. The sun outside gradually set, and half of it had fallen below the horizon, heralding that the time of sunset was approaching. More and more people gathered outside to watch, and even though they couldn't get into the exhibition, it couldn't stop their enthusiasm. As the organizer, Emilia arrived at the scene with her assistant mere shortly before the announcement. Ms. Emilia. Lin Chuanxiong stood up and greeted her. Emilia smiled and responded, "Thank you for your hard work. I will express my gratitude after this is over. It's just my job, no need to." Before Lin Chuanxiong finished speaking, Sun Luo, who was sitting in front of the computer, spoke up. "The target has been found in Area 4. A voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Lin Chuanxiong and others quickly looked at the surveillance screen, but just one glance was enough to make everyone present stunned. On the surveillance screen, a white figure was seen walking in the air not far from the building. It is not quite accurate to say so. To be more precise, they were walking on a road paved by white pigeons, slowly coming towards this side like white-robed nobles patrolling their territories in medieval Europe. Chen Feng appeared. The screen of the live broadcast room, which had been missing Chen Feng for a long time, also switched over. When everyone in the live broadcast room saw Chen Feng walking in the air, they were stunned. Damn it, am I dazzled? While I was still considering which brand of shared bike to ride home, my brother Feng was already taking a walk in the sky. It's me, Maple God. I never let anyone down. No, can someone explain the principle to me? I now seriously suspect that this world is secretly evolving without me. What the hell? If this is a magic trick, I'll eat my phone. Please give me some tutorials, Maple God. Please give me a tutorial. +1. The live broadcast room was in complete chaos, with barrages of comments floating by one after another. Everyone in the venue was also stunned. This? Emilia opened her mouth slightly, rubbed her light blue eyes hard, and looked again, finally making sure that this was not an illusion. Stop being in a daze. Lin Chuanxiong's deep voice broke the silence at the scene, and he then calmly assigned tasks. It looks like Chen Feng is planning to go to the rooftop. Xiao Sun, you guys take your team to continue monitoring Chen Feng's movements. Qin Yan, your team will stay where they are and be responsible for protecting the items in the venue. I will take the others to the rooftop to stop Chen Feng. Okay. Sun Luo nodded in agreement. And Li Qinyan, disguised by Chen Feng, also nodded in agreement. After the tasks were assigned, everyone acted quickly. Lin Chuanxiong also took a dozen people and took the elevator to the rooftop. Of course, his trip was destined to be fruitless. After all, the figure in the sky was just the same as before, an image created by Chen Feng through projection technology. Ms. Amaya. Hearing the voice, Emilia turned around and saw Li Qinyan, one of the three captains on the scene, standing beside her and looking at her. Captain Li, what's going on? Chen Feng responded. It's nothing, but there is something that fell on the window over there. Can you trouble Miss Amy to accompany me to look for it? Something? What? Amy was a little curious. Didn't Captain Li just arrive? How could something fall over there? A small gift. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Then he took the initiative to walk towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Although Emilia was a little confused, she frowned and thought for a moment, then felt that there shouldn't be any problem, so she followed. On the other side, Lin Chuanxiong and others had also arrived at the rooftop. However, to their surprise, Chen Feng, who reached the rooftop through exaggerated means, seemed to be calmer than they had imagined. He was sitting on the outer wall of the rooftop with his legs hanging over the wall, smiling and greeting the cheering people on the street below. As if noticing their arrival, Chen Feng tilted his head slightly to glance at them. It seems that all the audience has arrived. Although he didn't know what tricks Chen Feng in front of him was going to play, it didn't stop Lin Chuanxiong from being on high alert. He commanded the dozen or so people in his group to disperse and move towards Chen Feng. When they were less than 3 meters away from the outer wall, Chen Feng finally moved. He slowly stood up from the outer wall, facing the people on the street and smiling slightly. Everyone, the show is about to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, under the gaze of everyone, Chen Feng lightly jumped outside and jumped towards the street. Bang! A burst of white smoke exploded on Chen Feng's body, and then Chen Feng quickly disappeared from the spot, replaced by a sky full of petals falling from the sky. Chapter 18. The Return of the Heart of the Ocean. Lin Chuanxiong and other members of the pursuit team were stunned. What does this mean? You came here in such a high profile, just to say a few words, and then disappear? Not to mention Lin Chuanxiong. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also completely confused. What does Chen Feng mean by this? Sending out a notice and making such a big fuss, just to perform a magic trick? I have to say the magic is good, but then what? What is he going to do? I have a feeling that Brother Feng's performance will definitely not be that simple. Just when everyone didn't know what Chen Feng was going to do, a cell phone rang. Ding ling ling. Lin Chuanxiong took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and the 3 words, Li Qinyan, were clearly written on the screen. Lin Chuanxiong frowned when he saw this. Didn't he just break up with her? Why did she call him again? Although he didn't understand why, Lin Chuanxiong still picked up the phone. Hello? Qingyan, what's wrong? Uncle Lin. The voice on the other end of the phone was unusually weak, which made Lin Chuanxiong's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition arose in my heart. Qingyan, what's wrong with you? Lin Chuanxiong asked hurriedly. Quickly catch the imposter inside. That's Chen Feng in disguise. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuanxiong's head exploded. He didn't expect that even though he had taken all kinds of precautions and thought he was foolproof, someone had actually sneaked in long ago. It's broken. Sun Luo and the others don't know yet. Thinking of this, Lin Chuanxiong was completely panicked. What would happen if an unidentified thief was placed together with a bunch of precious treasures? Quick, everyone go back. Quick. After saying that, Lin Chuanxiong didn't care about anyone else and ran quickly in the direction he came from. Although the rest of the people were a little confused, seeing how anxious their captain was, they had to suppress their doubts temporarily and chase in the direction of Lin Chuanxiong. What's going on? Did the Pursuit Bureau's gas tank explode? Are you in such a hurry? I think it's probably because I, Maple God, gave them some unexpected shocks again. It's very likely that they were deceived by Chen Feng again. I guess Chen Feng is probably already inside the venue. Director, quickly switch the live broadcast to the exhibition venue. That's where we want to see it. Yes, hurry up and change the screen. If you're late, you'll miss the show. As more and more comments requested to switch the screen, the program team was very humane and switched the screen in Chun Feng's live broadcast room to the inside of the venue. Anyway, Chen Feng can't be found now. So what's the difference between live streaming and real-time streaming? At this time, Chen Feng and Amelia had already arrived in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The floor-to-ceiling windows at the exhibition venue were specially made, opening from bottom to top. When fully opened, they were nearly 2 meters high. For safety reasons, Amelia did not get too close. Pausing, Amelia asked, Captain Li, what on earth did you leave here? Chen Feng did not answer, but bent down and pulled up the floor-to-ceiling window. The warm summer evening breeze came in through the window, making people feel warm. Under Amelia's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng put his fingers between his lips and whistled outside. Woo! The next second, countless white pigeons came from all directions as if summoned and stopped in front of the window, as if waiting for something. Seeing this scene, Amelia's heart skipped a beat. This scene, she seemed to have seen it somewhere. Ms. Amelia, you know, the whereabouts of a detective are always traceable, but the whereabouts of a thief are always mysterious. Hearing this voice, Amelia was stunned. The reason was very simple. The voice coming out of the mouth of the Captain Li in front of him was no longer a female voice, but a clear male voice. Amelia was shocked. You are. Shadash. Chen Feng placed his finger in front of Amelia's lips, as if to stop her from continuing. Ms. Amaya, can you keep a secret for me for 5 minutes? Amelia stared blankly at the person in front of her, then nodded for some unknown reason. Seeing this, Chen Feng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers at the flock of pigeons outside the window. Dozens of white pigeons seemed to understand and quickly split into 2 rows, surrounding one of the white pigeons in the middle. Chen Feng stretched out his left hand, and the summoned white dove immediately flew towards Chen Feng's hand and landed steadily on Chen Feng's finger. And on the neck of the white dove hangs an exquisite necklace inlaid with blue gemstones, which is the heart of the ocean. No matter how exquisite an item is, it won't shine if it's placed under a glass cover at an exhibition. So I took it upon myself to find it a truly worthy owner. Chen Feng spoke softly with a faint smile on his face. The one who truly deserves it? Are you talking about me? Amelia thought silently, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling indescribable joy in her heart. Miss Amaya, I wonder if I would have the honor to put it on for you personally? You are going to return the heart of the ocean to me. Amelia's face was full of surprise. She thought that Chen Feng's target this time might be other cultural relics in the exhibition, and even thought that Chen Feng might not intend to steal anything this time. But she never thought that he made such a big fuss just to return the heart of the ocean to her personally. Amelia covered her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Not far away, several members of the pursuit team also looked in Amelia's direction with curiosity. Although I couldn't hear clearly what they were saying, it was a treat for the eyes to appreciate 2 beauties chatting together. One of the members of the pursuit team asked, "What do you think Captain Li and the princess are talking about?" Another person immediately responded, "It could be anything else. Most likely it's about Chun Feng's action this time." I don't think so. If 2 women go to one side and whisper to each other, they might be talking about some secrets that cannot be told. As soon as these words were spoken, the people chatting laughed evilly, and it was obvious that they were already imagining the content of the conversation between the 2. The voices of the few people were not loud, but Sun Luo, who was standing next to them, still heard them clearly. He couldn't help but frown and scolded them. Work hard. Stop talking nonsense. When they saw their captain speak, they immediately shut up and stared at the surveillance camera obediently. Seeing this, Sun Luo didn't intend to argue any further and decided to continue working. However, just as he glanced in the direction of Emilia and the others, the thing in Chun Feng's hand attracted his attention. Is that a necklace? Why does it look a bit like the heart of the ocean that was lost a few days ago? Just as he frowned and was about to move closer to observe, the door of the exhibition was violently pushed open with a bang. Then Lin Chuanxiong's angry voice came over. Chen Feng, raise your hands and don't move. Chapter 19, An Interesting Thief? Chen Feng? Where is Chen Feng? Where is Chen Feng? As Lin Chuanxiong's voice reached the ears of everyone in the venue, everyone present couldn't help but panic. They looked around anxiously, trying to find Chen Feng. Sun Luo raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look in Emilia's direction. Over there. This Captain Li is fake. He is Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Captain Li is Chen Feng in disguise? While everyone present was stunned, Lin Chuanxiong had already rushed over with his men. Chen Feng, put down the heart of the ocean in your hand. Stay away from Miss Emilia. Mir, Emilia's assistant, was also shocked. She never expected that her momentary negligence would allow the princess to stay next to the fugitive, although this fugitive was not a real criminal. The live broadcast room was also confused. Oh my god, is this beautiful captain my brother Feng pretending to be me? Brother Feng, are your makeup skills so strong? I can't even see any flaws in the women's clothing. No, I'm going to make a mistake. Ahem, it's human nature. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Feng pinched the corner of the lady's suit with one hand and lifted it up, and his whole appearance changed instantly. The white suit, top hat, four-leaf clover decoration, and monocle are still the familiar outfit. Faced with the people constantly pouring in around him, Chen Feng seemed unaffected by them. He simply reached out and unfastened the clasp at the back of the necklace, then gently wrapped it around Emilia's slender neck. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the live broadcast room and at the scene, Emilia was surprisingly quiet. Even until Chen Feng tied the necklace again, she showed no sign of struggling. Thanks. Emilia opened her red lips slightly, and there seemed to be some inexplicable color in her eyes when she looked at Chen Feng. It's bad. My goddess is going to be seduced by Chen Feng. No, I won't accept it. Emia's assistant was stunned. I just didn't pay attention, and the princess was kidnapped. No, husband. Stop teasing her. Tease me instead. She'll fall down with one push from me. Chen Feng smiled and lifted Emilia's left hand, knelt on one knee, and kissed her gently. You're welcome, princess. I think that only when you wear it can this gem bloom with its proper charm. I don't know if it was because the weather was too hot or what, but after Chen Feng finished speaking, a blush slowly crept up Emilia's cheeks. At this time, the popularity in the live broadcast room also rose sharply. 1 million. 1.5 million. 2 million. In just a few minutes, the popularity of Chun Feng's live broadcast room has soared to 3 million. It is far ahead of the other live broadcast rooms. Emilia wanted to say something else, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by the voices of the pursuit team. Chen Feng, stay away from Miss Amaya. Stop struggling. Surrender quickly, Chen Feng. Let go of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Listening to the noisy voices of the people around her, Emilia couldn't help but frown. A hint of displeasure appeared on her face, but she didn't say anything. Chen Feng turned his head to look at the angry Lin Chuanxiong and others, and smiled. It seems that I am not very welcome here. It's almost time. I think I should leave. After saying that, Chen Feng placed his right hand in front of him and bowed slightly to the crowd, as if he was saying goodbye at the end of the performance. Emilia still wanted to stop him, but the next second when her fingers touched Chen Feng's clothes, Chen Feng instantly turned into countless petals and spread out around. Only a flower with a white card stuck to it fell accurately into Emilia's hands. Beautiful Miss Amaya, may the brilliance of the gem be with you, and the heart of the ocean be returned to you in its original form. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Interesting thief. Emilia chuckled and quickly hid the card in her pocket before anyone could react. Ding! The host has returned the treasure for the first time. Reward: Kaido Kid Card Fusion Degree plus 8%, System Points plus 800, Obtain All-Around Driving Skills, Beginner. Current Card Fusion Degree 50%. Late at night in a high-end apartment, on the balcony on the 12th floor. A white figure stood upright on the railing. In the breeze, the white cloak behind him moved with the wind, making a whirring sound. The people in the house seemed to have heard the noise coming from the balcony, so they walked out the door and went to the balcony to check. Click. The glass door of the balcony was pushed open, and the two people inside and outside the room looked at each other. Nice to meet you again, Miss Li Qingyan. Chen Feng greeted the people in the room with a smile. Chen Feng. Li Qingyan looked surprised, but after reacting, her face was full of alert, and her other hand reached for the handcuffs at her waist. Oh no. No way. I came all the way here to apologize to you, and it's time to get off work now. There's no need to be so dedicated, right? Chen Feng raised his hands with an exaggerated expression, but there was no panic on his face. Li Qingyan stared at Chen Feng's figure and was silent for a while. Finally, he put the handcuffs around his waist back, but the vigilance in his eyes still did not disappear. How do you know where my house is? Chen Feng jumped down from the railing and replied. It was just that I accidentally saw Miss Li's personal information when I hacked into the live broadcast system last time. Cousin, who are you talking to? A voice came from the living room. Li Qingyan was visibly panicked. No one. Before she could stop him, a girl in pink bunny pajamas appeared at the door. Ah, husband. Under Li Qingyan's shocked gaze, the pink figure had already bypassed her and thrown itself directly into Chen Feng's arms. Li Qingyan widened her eyes and looked at Chen Feng as if saying, What did you do to my cousin? Chen Feng spread his hands with an innocent look, but the annoying smile on his face still did not disappear. Li Qingyan forced herself to suppress her anger, stepped forward, grabbed the girl's clothes by the back of her neck, and lifted her off Chen Feng. Wang Beibei, can you be a little more reserved? No. Let me go. Wang Beibei was still struggling, but it was of no use. In the end, Li Qingyan grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and carried him back to the room. Bang! As the door closed, the world suddenly became quiet. When Li Qingyan returned to the balcony again, Chen Feng had disappeared. All that was left was a bouquet of 25 red roses with a card with the portrait of Kaido Kid on it. Beautiful Miss Li Qingyan. I apologize for my previous rude behavior. Also, on this special day, may your youth and beauty remain forever. Happy birthday, lady. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Li Qingyan held the bouquet of flowers and looked out at the dark world outside the balcony, and she did not come back to her senses for a long time. Perhaps even she herself did not expect that the only person who remembered her birthday was Chen Feng, whom she had always regarded as her rival. After a long while, until a breeze blew across the balcony, Li Qingyan's thoughts were finally pulled back. She spoke in a voice that only she could hear. Thank you, Chen Feng, or Kaido Kid. Chapter 20 Li Qingyan resigns. The next day, new news posts are trending on the internet. The Thief Game China Zone 3-player Chen Feng voluntarily returned the Heart of the Ocean. Shocked, Chen Feng personally returns the Heart of the Ocean to Emilia. The love between the thief and the princess? Chen Feng personally puts the necklace on Princess Emilia under the gaze of millions of netizens. It has to be me, God Feng. He's great at magic, and even better at flirting with girls. The Heart of the Ocean. It's worth over 100 million. He just gave it back like that? If he hides for a few more days, as long as the effective hunting period is over, won't he get equivalent compensation from the program team? Is he crazy? Amazing magic ability, unexpected stealing skills, and now a lack of love for money. I declare that Chen Feng will be my only criterion for finding a boyfriend from now on. Sister, if you use my brother Feng as your standard for finding a boyfriend, you will probably be single for the rest of your life. Am I the only one in the world who is paying attention to Chen Feng's magic skills? Aren't any of you curious about how he managed to come from the sky and then disappear in an instant? We're not curious. We're only interested in his figure when he performs magic in the moonlight. He's so handsome. A figure in the moonlight? A magician in the moonlight. Within just half a day after the action, words such as Chen Feng, Kaido Kid, magician under the moonlight, heart of the ocean, etc. quickly swept the entire internet. There is even a saying circulating on the internet. In this world, you may not even know who the President of the United States is, but you must know who Kaido Kid is. Inside the hunting bureau, the program's director, Director Wu, came here very rarely. From the smile on his face, it was not difficult to judge that he was in a good mood at the moment. The captains have worked hard during this period. I have already written a report and am ready to apply for bonuses for the 3 captains. I hope you will not refuse. In the conference room, Director Wu was all smiles. Although things happened in the past few days were a bit bumpy, but at least the result was good. The Heart of the Ocean was not stolen, there was no need to pay compensation, and his job was saved. He was in a good mood and planned to do a favor by borrowing the funds from the program crew to win over the 3 captains of the pursuit team in front of him. After hearing Director Wu's words, Li Qingyan and the other 2 looked at each other and saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. After all, if they were the ones who recovered the Heart of the Ocean, then they deserve the bonus, but then this matter really has nothing to do with them. Even if the program team wanted to give them money, they really don't have the face to take it. The three of them were silent for a while, and finally Li Qingyan stood up. Thank you, Director Wu, for your kindness, but forget about the bonus. I feel unworthy of it. Hearing this, the smile on Director Wu's face froze. He turned to look at Lin Chuanxiong and Sun Luo and asked, do you two mean the same thing? Lin Chuanxiong and the other man nodded. Thank you very much, Director Wu, but as for the bonus, let's wait until we catch Chen Feng. After being rejected by 3 people in succession, Director Wu looked a little embarrassed, but on the surface there was still not much change. Well, since all 3 of you think so, I won't force you to do anything. That's it. I still have work to do, so I'll take my leave now. Director Wu stood up and was about to leave, but before he reached the door, Li Qingyan stopped him. Wait a moment, Director Wu. Director Wu turned around, thinking that Li Qingyan had changed her mind. Just as he was about to ask, he was blocked by a piece of paper handed to him by Li Qingyan. Resignation report? Director Wu was stunned and looked at Li Qingyan with surprise on his face. You should know that their program was funded by the World United Government, and the treatment of every staff member in it is extremely good. Not only are their salaries high, but they also receive various subsidies. People like Li Qingyan who already work in the police force have some extra benefits. Not only will they receive their salary from the police force, they will also receive subsidies from here. Most importantly, they can enhance their own visibility, which is very beneficial for future promotions. Others would fight hard to get such a good thing, but she actually wants to resign? Director Wu's voice naturally reached the ears of Lin Chuanxiong and the others. They were both shocked. Obviously, they had not expected Li Qingyan's decision. Lin Chuanxiong stepped forward quickly. Qingyan, stop messing around. Take the report back. This is not a joke. Sun Luo also came over. Captain Li, don't be impulsive. You should listen to Captain Lin and get the report back quickly. Li Qingyan smiled and rejected their advice. Uncle Lin, Xiao Sun, thank you for your kindness, but I have thought it through clearly. The police force has an exchange program to Europe, and I have already signed up. It's a good opportunity to relax. In fact, Lin Chuanxiong had already guessed what Li Qingyan meant by relaxing. He also didn't expect that when his eldest niece found someone who attracted her heart for the first time, it turned out to be Chen Feng in disguise. This would be hard for anyone to accept. Thinking of this, Lin Chuanxiong sighed softly. Take good care of yourself over there. When do you plan to leave? I have to leave soon for my flight at 10 tonight. Hearing this, Lin Chuanxiong patted Li Qingyan's shoulder gently, said only, take care of yourself, and turned to leave the meeting room. Director Wu and Sun Luo also left one after another. Li Qingyan was the only one left in the huge conference room. She did not stay long but returned to her office, took out her suitcase which had been packed long ago, and took a taxi to the airport. The suitcase was very light and contained very few items, only a few changes of clothes, and a bouquet of 25 roses placed in a box. 2 days later, East City, H City. The reception desk of a newly opened coffee shop. A young man who looked 50% like Chen Feng was sitting at the front desk. Of course, the young man was indeed Chen Feng himself, but he had slightly disguised his face. Ever since the incident with the Heart of the Ocean, the popularity of Chun Feng's live broadcast room has been increasing. Even when there is no one online, it can still maintain 1 million people online. At its peak, it even reached a point close to 4 million. Such high popularity also leads to a problem. More and more people come to H City to chase stars and travel. Even the hotels in the city are almost full. Some large hotels even put up signs saying, no admission without reservation 3 days in advance, which shows how popular the city is. It is also because of this that Chen Feng's accommodation has now become a problem. He is a casual person and is too lazy to compete with tourists for the few hotel rooms every day. After much thought, Chen Feng simply rented a 2-story shop in Dongqing. The lower floor was a coffee shop, and the upper floor was a resting place. It is quite convenient. As for the money issue, Chen Feng is not short of money, whether it is the original owner or now. The inheritance left by the original owner's parents in the bank card alone is nearly 10 million renminbi. This is also one of the reasons why he could return the Heart of the Ocean without any hesitation. Chapter 21, Newly Opened Cafe. Just then, 2 girls came in, talking and laughing. One of the girls, who was slightly taller, pushed the door open first, pulled another girl to the front desk, and said excitedly, "Look, I wasn't kidding you. The owner of this cafe looks exactly like Kid." "That's true. I thought Zhou Bingluan was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect. It seems that I still know too little about this absurd world." Another girl also spoke up with a smile. Chen Feng stood up and said politely, "Hello, do you need anything?" The tall girl glanced at the various coffees on the screen and said, "I'd like a half-sugar mocha." "Me too," another girl followed. "Okay, please sit for a moment. The coffee will be here soon." Chen Feng responded with a smile. After paying, the two girls found a seat by the window and sat down. As soon as she sat down, the tall girl couldn't wait to speak. "Cece, did you watch Kid's live broadcast? It was so exciting. The diamond necklace was worth over 100 million yuan. He returned it right away. And the scene at the end where he turned into flower petals was so cool." As she spoke, the tall girl became very excited, as if she had experienced all of this herself. Looking at the excited sisters next to her, Luo Qian was helpless. "Okay, Yuqing, you've said it several times. Isn't he just a thief? Do you have to worry about it?" Hearing the word thief, Sun Yuqing's face suddenly became serious. "It's not a thief. It's a phantom thief." Rosie sighed softly, not wanting to argue with her about this. What had happened to her best friend that made her fall in love with a thief? Because of this incident, he even had a fight with a boy in the class who slandered Chen Feng, but fortunately the fight didn't get out of hand. Coincidentally, Chen Feng had already made the coffee and brought it over. "2 cups of half-sugar mocha, please enjoy." Chen Feng smiled and handed the coffee to the two of them. Before he could leave, he was stopped by Sun Yuqing, who was full of excitement. "Hey, boss, do you know Kid? Or Chen Feng? He is a person who looks very similar to you." Chen Feng nodded slightly. "I've seen him on the news. He's a guy who calls himself a phantom thief." "Yes, it's him." Sun Yuqing was even happier, as if she had found a common topic and she started talking completely. "This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone send a notice before stealing something. He is dressed in white and moves freely in public. Oh, and he is also a great magician." Having said that, Sun Yuqing's eyes turned, as if she thought of something, and looked at Chen Feng again. "Hey boss, can you do magic?" "Maybe a little bit." Chen Feng chuckled and gave an ambiguous answer. "That's a pity." Sun Yuqing was a little disappointed, holding her cheeks with both hands and muttering to herself, "I don't know when I can see Kid live again. I hope I can see him during the Mask Festival." "What is Mask Festival?" Chen Feng was a little surprised. "You don't know about the Mask Festival?" Rosie on the side seemed even more surprised, but she immediately figured it out. "Boss, you are not from our local area, right?" Chen Feng nodded. "I just came to H City some time ago, and I don't know much about some of the regional festivals here." Hearing this, Luo she showed an expression of as expected and began to explain. "The Mask Festival is a festival unique to our H City, just like the Kite Festival in a certain city in S Province. The time is the last Sunday of August, which is 5 days from now. On that day, everyone will go out wearing masks, and there will be a mask party. Oh right, during the party, the H City Museum will also take out the white jade mask, which is the treasure of the museum, for everyone to appreciate. That's it." As she spoke, Luo she took out her cell phone and handed it to Chen Feng. On the screen is an exquisite jade mask, milky white in color and exquisitely crafted. There was also a poll below the picture. Chen Feng glanced at it and couldn't help but burst out laughing at the content. It turns out that the content of the vote was whether Chen Feng would take action against the white jade mask. The number of people who chose yes was over 130,000, far more than the 20,000 people who chose no. Wait until the two leave. Chen Feng also sat back at the front desk, his fingers typing rapidly on the laptop keyboard, searching for information about White Jade Mask and H City Mask Festival. The value of the White Jade Mask he found during the search also surprised him. It was estimated at 186 million renminbi, which was no less than the Ocean Heart necklace. After closing the computer, Chen Feng curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile, and he had already made a decision in his heart. White Jade Mask. Perhaps it will be another good show. The next day, in the city center, Zuixin Square. This is a large square built under the auspices of the H City government. Because the cobblestone pattern in the center looks like a wine jug, it is named Zuixin Square. At this time, in the center of the square, a middle-aged man wearing a safety helmet and dressed as a manager was personally directing the on-site work under the scorching sun. "Hey, you who is there? Why are the two lanterns so far apart? Are you going to separate? Get closer. And that one in the auditorium, over there. Didn't I tell you? There will be performances here. Isn't it in the way if you put the chairs so close?" And the archway. Ding ling ling. Just when the manager was busy, his voice was interrupted by a phone call. The middle-aged manager frowned and took out his cell phone with an irritated look, as if he wanted to see who was so inconsiderate as to call him when he was so busy. But when he saw the name of the caller, his expression immediately changed. "Hello? Director Zheng?" "Yes, it's me, Xiao Zhao. Don't worry, we will pay attention to defense here and won't let anyone get away with it. What about the White Jade Mask?" I'll pick it up later, right? Okay, I'll go over now. After hanging up the phone, Manager Zhao picked up two people at random and drove towards the museum. After arriving at the destination and stopping the car, Manager Zhao walked into the museum with ease. When he arrived at the glass cabinet where the white jade mask was stored, Director Zhang was already waiting for him there. Director Zhang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Manager Zhao walked up with a smile on his face and shook hands with Director Zhang. Looking at the white jade mask in the glass case, Director Zhang said seriously, Xiao Zhao, this mask is the treasure of our city museum. You must take good care of it. Of course. Manager Zhao agreed readily. Well, open it. Following Director Zhang's order, someone immediately took out the key, squatted down, and prepared to open the glass cover. But before he could do anything, a square card hidden next to the base of the glass cover came into his sight. The grand festival is coming. With the waving of Kronos' scepter, the darkness from the abyss will invade, and I will appear with the white jade mask. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Chapter 22 New Pursuit Team. Just like the previous two times, while Chun Feng released the notice letter offline, he also used hacking technology to change the screen of his live broadcast room to the screen of the notice letter. White jade mask. Maple God really only steals expensive things. He just returned the heart of the ocean, and now he set his sights on the white jade mask. Haha, this is the treasure of the H City Museum. I guess the museum director must have scratched his hair bald now, right? Don't mention the museum director. I'm more curious about how Director Wu from the program will react. What other reaction can I have? My face must have turned green with anger. I just wanted to host a simple show, but I didn't expect a real thief to come and only steal expensive things. Inside the hunting bureau. Meeting room. Sun Luo stood in front of the big screen, which showed the contents of Chun Feng's appointment letter. Everyone, this is the content of the new notice letter released by Chun Feng. Tell us what you think. As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the pursuit team sitting below said, In my opinion, we should use the old method. Temporarily move the white jade mask to a safe place, assign someone to guard it, and then install multiple alarm devices just in case. As soon as this statement was made, it was immediately refuted. The mask gala is only a few days away. Are you so scared that you hide the iconic white jade mask just because of Chun Feng's letter of warning? It would be too unpleasant if this were to get out. That's better than having it stolen, right? Is face more important or substance more important? Chun Feng is not a real thief after all. If you do this, you will lose both your reputation and your dignity. You farted. You're the one who farted. Listening to the noise in the conference room, Sun Luo couldn't help but feel a headache. Now that Li Qingyan had resigned and left, and Lin Chuanxiong had also taken a leave, he was the only one left among the three captains. The work of 3 people was put on him alone. No matter how capable he was exhausted. That's enough. Stop arguing. Sun Luo's voice was heard, and the originally noisy meeting room became a little quieter. I asked you to express your opinions, not to curse. You. Boom boom boom. Before Sun Luo could finish his words, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Then the door of the conference room was pushed open, and 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, walked in. Hello everyone. Who is Captain Sun? I am. Sun Luo stood up and looked at the people. Do you want to talk to me about something? Seeing Sun Luo, the only female among the 4 stepped forward and said, Hello, Captain Sunday. We are sent by the headquarters to support you. My name is Su Luoxue, a criminal investigation expert. The remaining few people also introduced themselves. Zheng Chang, Sonda champion. Lu Yi, the hacker. Huang Fuzhen, anti-reconnaissance expert. Hearing several people talking about the headquarters, Sun Luo also remembered that it seemed to be true, but he remembered that 5 people were sent? Why are there only 4? As if they saw the confusion in Sun Luo's eyes, the 4 people present also looked inexplicably embarrassed. At this moment, an arrogant voice came from not far away. Is this the hunting bureau in Huaxia District 3? It looks so shabby. No wonder a thief could fool around with it. The person who came did not deliberately lower his voice, and everyone present heard it clearly. The members of the pursuit team who had been relatively calm in the meeting room all stood up upon hearing this and looked outside with angry faces. Even Sun Luo, who was usually good-tempered, frowned. However, considering that the other party was sent by the headquarters, Sun Luo temporarily suppressed his anger and waved to everyone in the conference room. Everyone sit down. After hearing this, everyone sat back down with an indignant look on their faces, but the anger on their faces did not fade at all. As the footsteps got closer, the last person soon came into everyone's sight. The person who came was a young man wearing sunglasses, a brand-name suit, and a watch on his wrist that looked quite expensive. After entering the meeting room, The young man first looked around at everyone in the pursuit team, and then walked unceremoniously to the main seat at the end of the long table. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Jingyang, and I am the captain of the District 3 pursuit team appointed by the headquarters. I will be your boss from now on. Please take care of me. Although he said, please take care of me, he didn't seem polite at all. He still looked arrogant, which made many people roll their eyes. Why are you so proud? What did the headquarters think, sending such a person to be our captain, and the captain-in-chief at that? Even though he is a high-ranking official, he still has a lot of airs. Wei Jingyang? Why does this name sound familiar? Hey, isn't the son of the CEO of Shanha Group also called Wei something Yang? I think his name is Wei Jingyang. Is he the rich second generation? Listening to the discussions below, Wei Jingyang's smile widened, and he spoke directly without hiding anything. I heard that someone here knows me. Yes, my father is Wei Shana, the chairman of Shana Group, and I am his only son, Wei Jingyang. As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy discussions suddenly became much quieter. Wei Jingyang nodded with satisfaction. I came here for only one purpose, to catch the thief named Chen Feng and put an end to this farce. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately whispered, You are good at boasting, but I don't know how capable you are. Wei Jingyang didn't care about what the people below were saying. He announced directly, This mass party will be held as normal, and the white jade mask will appear at the party as normal. I will completely solve this problem when Chen Feng takes action this time. Meeting adjourned. Night fell quickly, and because of Chen Feng's advance notice, a lot of people came to Zuixin Square that night. On the bench, Chen Feng, who was quietly feeding the pigeons, seemed out of place. Hey, boss. A voice came from the side, and then two figures appeared in front of Chen Feng, one in front and one behind. They were Sun Yuqing and Luo Qian, who had appeared in the store before. It's really you? Why? Are you also interested in kids' action this time? Sun Yuqing spoke enthusiastically. It seemed that she had endless things to say as long as the topic was related to kid. Chen Feng stroked the feathers of the white dove with one hand and said, It's just that the store is closed. I was bored, so I came here to take a look. Oh, I see. Sun Yuqing nodded, and then her attention was attracted by the white dove standing on Chen Feng's legs. Is this your pet? It's so cute. As she said that, Sun Yuqing wanted to reach out and touch the little head of the white dove, but the white dove dodged it easily. Then she raised her head proudly and moved closer to Chen Feng's clothes. Chen Feng smiled and said, Its name is Xiaobai. It's a little shy, don't mind it. As if to echo Chen Feng's words, Xiaobai also called out Gu. Chapter 23. Emilia is coming? Okay. Sun Yuqing pouted and agreed reluctantly. Then her eyes turned, as if she thought of something. Hey boss, you are from outside the city, right? Yeah. Chen Feng nodded. Then we two locals will act as your guides and show you around here. Next time we visit your store, can you buy us a cup of coffee? Sun Yuqing looked at Chen Feng expectantly. Luo Qian, who was standing by, reached out and touched Sun Yuqing. Yuqing, we still have classes tonight. Sun Yuqing held Luo Shi's hand, looking helpless. No. Sister, a teacher who has never started a business is giving you an entrepreneurship class. Are you really going to listen? Just let Xiao Xue and the others answer for us. But, don't say buts. Are we still good sisters? Besides, there's a handsome guy to keep you company, and there's free coffee. What's there to hesitate about? After hearing what Sun Yuqing said, Luo Qian shut her mouth and stopped talking. Sun Yuqing then turned her gaze to Chen Feng. How about it, boss? 2 cups of coffee in exchange for 2 of our beautiful ladies being your guides. Would you consider it? It's my honor. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, took his hand away from Xiaobai's body and patted it gently. Xiaobai immediately understood and made a somewhat unhappy coo sound, then spread its wings and flew towards the direction of the cafe. What an obedient pigeon. Looking at Xiaobai's obedient figure walking away, Sun Yuqing felt a little envious. Orange cat in my dormitory that looks like my uncle. I can't help but sigh. Why is there such a big gap between pets? Let's go. I'll take you to the center of the square first. Sun Yuqing stood up and waved to Chen Feng with a smile. Chen Feng followed immediately. The evening breeze is gentle. Not only is it not cold, there is even a hint of warmth. Although the festival day has not yet arrived, the center of the square has been decorated in many ways. 2 rows of lanterns form a corridor, and the stone lions on all 4 sides are covered with colorful lights. Central location, in front of the tall clock tower. Director Zheng of the H-City Museum was pacing anxiously in front of the clock tower, looking around from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Squeak. An Audi A6 was parked right next to the square, followed closely by 2 Volkswagens. Click. The car door was opened, and Wei Jingyang, along with Sun Luo, Su Luoxue and 7 or 8 other members of the pursuit team got out, walked through the crowd towards the clock tower. Seeing the person coming, Director Zheng hurried to greet him. Captain Wei, you are finally here. Director Zheng walked forward and looked at Wei Jingyang anxiously. What should we do now? The mask festival is coming in a few days, and we still don't know whether we should display the white jade mask. Wei Jingyang glanced at him and said calmly, Don't worry, Director Zheng. All festival activities will proceed as normal, and we will ensure the safety of the white jade mask. But Director Zheng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wei Jingyang. Director Zheng, we have made sufficient preparations for Chunfeng's action. We can definitely capture him this time, so please don't worry too much. Wei Jingyang's voice was not low, and the people around him could hear it clearly. Many people began to talk about it. Who is this person? He is so arrogant. Didn't you see the personnel adjustment list sent out by the pursuit team yesterday? His name is Wei Jingyang. He is the new pursuit captain of District 3, and I heard he is a rich second generation. Haha, you rich second generation, why are you so arrogant? Those people in the pursuit team also said that they would catch Feng Shan, but now they haven't caught anything yet, right? I have already filmed the video and posted it on TikTok. I am waiting for you to slap me in the face. Brother, what's your TikTok account number? I'm going to take up a seat on the couch. No problem. What a boast. He even wants to catch Kid. Are you dreaming? Sun Yuqing muttered not far away. Luo Qian looked at Sun Yuqing, who was full of indignation, and said, After all, he was sent by the headquarters. It's normal for him to be so confident, right? And how do you know that he will definitely fail? It's very simple, because his opponent is Mr. Kid. That's enough. Don't you think so, boss? Sun Yuqing raised her head, as proud as a swan, and touched Chen Feng beside her with her arm as she spoke. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Maybe. Seeing this, Rosie couldn't help but shook her head secretly. My best friend is really hopeless. As if he had heard the surrounding discussions, Wei Jingyang showed a disdainful smile, took 3 or 2 steps to the platform in front of the bell tower, and said loudly, Everyone, I, Wei Jingyang, am here to make a promise to you on behalf of the District 3 hunting team. Everything will remain the same during this mask festival, and the white jade mask will still be hung on the top of the bell tower for everyone to see. In addition, I will be there in person. If Chen Feng really dares to come, I will arrest him myself and put an end to this farce. These impassioned words caused Sun Luo and others who came with him to frown frequently. As a detective, he really disliked this boss who always kept a high profile. But he couldn't say anything, because the other person was a high-ranking official. Really? Captain Wei is very confident. Don't let him fail and make a fool of himself. A cold voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned around to look, and Wei Jingyang frowned, wanting to see who was so bold as to challenge him openly. Emily? Why is she here? In the crowd, Chen Feng couldn't help but be stunned. If he remembered correctly, Emilia didn't seem to have any dealings with the H-City Museum. Everyone's attention was drawn to Emilia, who was wearing a white dress, looked proud, and was as beautiful as a fairy on earth and brought people over. Princess Emilia? She wants to come to the mask festival as well. Dude, are you stupid? He's probably here because of Kid's notice. Support this couple for a whole year. As they were talking, Emilia had already arrived in front of the clock tower. Wherever she passed, people consciously made way for her. Why? You don't welcome me. Emilia speaks Chinese very well, and because of this, she uses Chinese in almost all activities she participates in China. How could that be? We are of course honored to have Miss Amaya here, but is there anything we can do to help you? Seeing that it was Emilia, Wei Jingyang immediately put on a smile. He walked up to Emilia and stretched out his hand towards her left hand, as if he was trying to give her a Western hand-kissing gesture like Kid in the live broadcast. However, Emilia dodged it easily by turning around. Captain Wei, you're too polite. I just heard about the festival here and wanted to come and see what the new target of the thief looks like. Is that convenient? Chapter 24, Unlockable Notice. Although Wei Jingyang seemed a little embarrassed when his hand kiss was rejected, he quickly adjusted himself. Of course it's convenient. It just so happens that we originally decided to hang the mask on the top of the bell tower tonight. Since Miss Amelia wants to see it, it doesn't matter if we do it a little earlier. Director Zheng was stunned when he heard this. When did they decide to hang up the masks tonight? And even if he really wants to die, it's their museum's business, right? What does it have to do with their hunting bureau? Thinking of this, Director Zheng couldn't help but frown, but after thinking it over, he gave up the idea of stopping it. Not to mention that going forward now would involve the risk of offending both Princess Emilia and Wei Jingyang, the son of the chairman of Shana Group. Just saying that Wei Jingyang has intervened and made the decision for himself, Even if there is really a problem with the white jade mask later, it will be Wei Jingyang's responsibility, and it will not be blamed on himself. Thinking of this, Director Zheng silently withdrew his outstretched foot. It's rare to find someone willing to take the blame for you. What reason do you have to refuse? Following Wei Jingyang's order, the white jade mask that was originally placed in the escort vehicle and guarded by more than a dozen people in turn was taken out. The whole body is milky white, and the workmanship is so delicate that it seems natural. It is only slightly bigger than the palm of your hand, but it is exquisite. It is said that gold has flaws and white jade has flaws. But the only different color on this mask is the scarlet embellishment between the eyebrows, which seems to have been added deliberately, adding a bit of color. As if remembering that there was a museum curator beside him, Wei Jingyang asked, "I'll have someone put the mask up now. Director Zheng, don't you mind?" Director Zheng glanced at Wei Jingyang. Although he was not interested in this ostentatious rich kid, he did not show it and remained polite on the surface. According to the United Government's regulations, the Pursuit Bureau has the highest law enforcement authority when facing the fugitives selected by each district. Since this place has been taken over by Captain Wei, I will not bother you anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, Director Zheng did not stay any longer. He greeted Amelia with a smile and left the scene with his people. Wei Jingyang didn't care about it and didn't even look at it. He just directed everyone to place the white jade mask on the top of the bell tower. There is a base on the top of the bell tower for placing the white jade mask. Just click it in and put a glass cover on it, and you can appreciate it from anywhere in the central square. Wei Jingyang spoke again. How is it, Miss Amelia? This is the treasure of our H city. Amelia nodded. It still looks very beautiful, but I don't know how the security is. I hope it won't be stolen by some thief. As she spoke, Amelia's lips curled up into a smile, adding a touch of charm to her already exquisite features. When it comes to security, Wei Jingyang becomes even more confident. It is true that he is arrogant, but he is not stupid. Without complete security measures, he would not be so confident to let the program go on as usual. Miss Amy, you are worrying too much. This time, I not only added the most advanced alarm system to the glass cover where the white jade mask is placed, but also brought 4 helicopters from the headquarters. As he spoke, Wei Jingyang sent a signal through the intercom. The next second, whistling sounds were heard from 4 directions at the same time, and then 4 helicopters with the word pursuit printed on them took off. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. My goodness, this is the first time I've seen someone use an airplane to catch a thief. If this fails again, do we have to switch to missiles? Isn't this a bit too shameless? Isn't the equipment of this pursuit team a bit excessive? I agree. How can you play it like this? Isn't this just bullying an honest person? The voices in the crowd did not affect Wei Jingyang. He continued to introduce. Each helicopter is equipped with a capture net that can be launched from a distance. If Chen Feng doesn't dare to come, it's fine. But if he really dares to come, I will make him stay forever. Amelia did not expect that Chen Feng, who had only taken 2 actions, would attract so much attention from the pursuit team that even a helicopter was sent. But she was only stunned for a second. Then she adjusted herself immediately and said softly, Captain Wei, it's good that you have confidence, but you'd better be more careful. After all, in addition to magic tricks, the thief is also particularly good at disguise. Who knows? He may be watching us right now. As she spoke, Amelia raised her red lips and glanced at the crowd with interest. Feng did not have absolute confidence in his disguise skills. He might have left the moment Amelia arrived. The result was just as Chen Feng expected. Amelia looked around and didn't find anything. After saying a few more words, she left the scene with her assistant Mel. You piece of crap. Sun Yuqing cursed with gritted teeth as she watched Amelia leave. Did she offend you? Chen Feng asked curiously. Sun Yuqing's eyes were still fixed on Amelia's back, and her voice sounded somewhat angry and jealous. She has offended every girl in our kid fan club. Look at her. What is she doing here? She wants to seduce Mr. Kid. Chen Feng burst out laughing and didn't know what to say for a moment. He also didn't expect that the same incidents in which fans attacked the star's ambiguous partners would actually happen to him. Although he didn't care about these. Time flies, and several days have passed in a flash. There was also a lot of noise online about the notice letter. Of course, the main debate is about the content of the notice letter. The first 2 sentences in the trailer, the grand festival is coming, with the waving of Kronos' scepter, are relatively easy to understand. There are also many detectives or influencers on the internet who have given standard explanations. The Grand Festival is undoubtedly the upcoming Mask Festival, and Kronos, in the second sentence, is the legendary god of time. Every movement of his scepter represented the change of date, and also represented the time when Chen Feng would act, which was 12 o'clock midnight. The explanations of these two sentences have basically been finalized, but the most controversial one is the third sentence, dark erosion from the abyss. Some people say that this means that Chun Feng intends to emerge from the shadows when taking action, while others say that this is Chun Feng's way of escaping, that is, to disappear into the darkness with the white jade mask. Various opinions emerged one after another, and no one could convince anyone else, so naturally the argument escalated into a quarrel, and finally they just started to curse at each other. Many people also called on the pursuit team to announce the answer online, but they did not receive any response from the pursuit team. The reason is very simple, that is, they don't know what the third sentence in Chun Feng's preview letter means. Chapter 25, Magic Time. It's another night. As the sun sets and the sky darkens, the city, which should have been silent, becomes surprisingly lively. Intoxicated by the center of the square, a crowd gathered, and dozens of police officers and members of the pursuit team set up a cordon to maintain order at the scene and prevent some people with ulterior motives from approaching the clock tower. At the top of the bell tower, an exquisite white jade mask was placed in a glass cover. The propellers of 4 helicopters around it kept making wind-breaking sounds as they patrolled back and forth. In the crowd, Sun Yuqing, who was holding a sign that read, Kid Fan Support Club, shook her sore wrist and looked around. She did not see the white figure and felt a little disappointed. Sisai, why hasn't Kid come yet? I'm so sleepy. Luo Shi, who was dragged here by force, rolled her eyes at her. If it wasn't for her best friend who insisted on coming to the scene to see Chun Feng, she wouldn't be here with her in the middle of the night to enjoy the cool breeze. He immediately said angrily, You have asked this question more than 10 times. How should I know? And it's only 11:30. It's not time yet. Okay. Sun Yuqing responded weakly, but her eyes were still searching around. At the same time, the popularity in Chun Feng's live broadcast room also rose sharply, easily breaking through the 3 million mark and heading straight for 4 million. It's finally almost time. I'm dying of holding it in. No, the pursuit team really sent out a helicopter? I thought it was just a rumor. This is too shameless. Where's the fairness you promised? Isn't this a pure conspiracy? In front of the bell tower, looking at the white jade mask hanging on the top of the bell tower and the 4 helicopters patrolling around, Wei Jingyang put his hands on his hips and smiled confidently. What a bastard phantom thief. Today I will step on him and become famous. As if he heard Wei Jingyang's words, Sun Luo, who was originally watching the surveillance video, frowned slightly, raised his head and glanced at him, but did not say anything. At the same time, in a hotel room not far from Zuixin Square, Chun Feng was observing the place with a telescope. You are well prepared, everyone. But that's fine. This way the performance will be more exciting, don't you think, Xiaobai? Chun Feng asked Xiaobai on his shoulder with a smile. Xiaobai raised his head and made a coo sound in cooperation, as if to agree. He looked down at his watch, then looked up and muttered to himself. It's almost time to act. Time passes by every second. Before Chun Feng's announcement, Emilia also arrived here by car. However, unlike others, as a foreigner, she did not wear a mask. In other words, her purpose of coming here was not to attend the mask party, but simply to see Kid. Of course, even so, Wei Jingyang and others did not dare to neglect this extremely influential princess. After arranging a seat for her, he returned to his own seat. In a blink of an eye, another 5 minutes passed, and now there were only 10 minutes left until Chun Feng's notice letter was due. Whether at the scene or in the live broadcast room, the number of people speaking became scarce. Most people held their breath and looked around intently, as if they wanted to find the white figure in advance. The members of the pursuit team were naturally more serious. Not only were there dozens of people responsible for guarding the surrounding area, but they also specially arranged 6 people to watch the surveillance. At this moment when everyone was extremely nervous, a white shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. What's that in the sky over there? It's a pigeon, right? Could it be Chun Feng's doing again? I think it's pretty close. Just as everyone was talking, a large group of white pigeons came over the bell tower. Their destination was obvious, the white jade mask hanging on the bell tower. Wei Jingyang on the ground frowned when he saw this, took 2 steps forward and snatched the intercom from Lu Yi's hand, and gave an order directly to the helicopter in the air. Number 1 and number 2 helicopters, go and drive away the flock of birds immediately, and number 3 and number 4 helicopters continue patrolling. As Wei Jingyang finished his words, the 2 helicopters that received the order roared towards the flock of birds. The huge airflow created by the helicopter propellers caused the flock of birds to become chaotic, and soon they scattered. None of them could really get close to the white jade mask. The sky returned to calm again. After dealing with the trouble, Wei Jingyang's brows immediately relaxed, and a confident smile appeared on the corners of his mouth again. I thought Qin Feng was so powerful, but after all this trouble, this is all he got? It's just a trick, but there are people who let him escape again and again. Wei Jingyang did not lower his voice, and his arrogant words almost fell into everyone's ears. This not only made Emilia frown slightly, but even the people in the original pursuit team frowned and glared at Wei Jingyang. Curses were heard from the crowd around. Why are you so arrogant? You are so proud of yourself just because you chased away a group of birds. If you have the guts, catch Qin Feng. That's right. People with no ability will only compete with birds. My husband Qin Feng hasn't shown up yet. Why are you yelling? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? I didn't see the ability, but I smelled the breath. The cursing sounds from all around fell into Wei Jingyang's ears, and his face immediately turned dark. But before he could organize his words to respond, he heard a click. The lights in the entire square suddenly went out, and then a voice came from all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to watch my magic show. I declare that the magic show officially begins. Although Qin Feng was not seen, the familiar voice still made everyone at the scene excited. Kit, Kit, Kit. The cheers were getting louder and louder, even completely drowning out the music playing in the square. What's going on? Where is he? Find him for me. And immediately activate the backup power supply and restore power to me. Wei Jingyang's roar merged with the cheers of the crowd and seemed so small. Although they were unwilling to obey orders, due to the identity of Wei Jingyang's immediate superior, the members of the pursuit team had to quickly implement emergency measures. Boom, boom, boom. The clock struck 12 and the power supply was restored. As light returned to the world, the white figure in the air also came into everyone's sight. Still the familiar white suit and the iconic top hat. At this moment, Qin Feng opened his hands, and under the moonlight and lights, he seemed like a white god embracing the world. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, and a voice came out of Qin Feng's mouth. Everyone, the time to witness a miracle has arrived. Chapter 26 Magic and Sorcery. Ah, Master Kid, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. You bitch. He's my husband. You are the bitch. I will you. FK you. You're a jerk. Don't argue. Because of what you said, he is still kneeling on the durian peel beside the bed. I continued sleeping before I woke up. It would be bad if I woke up from the dream. And Emilia also stood up from her chair and looked at the figure in the sky with interest. He was still so magical that people were actually used to seeing him standing in midair. The noise below didn't seem to have any effect on Qin Feng. He was still completing his performance on his own. Midair. Qin Feng walked slowly towards the clock tower. Every step seemed to be in midair, yet also seemed to be on solid ground. With every step Qin Feng took, the white jade mask dozens of meters away from him began to disappear, as if cursed by the abyss. Yes, that's right. Just disappear. A hint of black emerged from the top of the white jade mask, and then spread all the way down, as if there really was an abyss releasing darkness, swallowing up the white jade mask bit by bit until it completely disappeared. Boom. This magical scene was like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's heart. The popularity in the live broadcast room is unprecedentedly high, reaching 500W. Is this the meaning of the third sentence in the preview letter, Darkness from the Abyss? How did Qin Feng do it? Maple God can't really know magic, right? Summoning abyssal monsters to devour the white jade mask. Damn, this is too ridiculous. The mask really blends into the darkness little by little. This is incredible. Maple God YYDS. Husband. Wei Jingyang below was also dumbfounded. He had thought that Qin Feng would blend in with them and attack the white jade mask, and he had also thought that Qin Feng would suddenly appear in a blind spot. But he had never expected this scene. What is going on? Qin Feng was still dozens of meters away from the white jade mask. Could it be that he really knew magic? Could he summon darkness and steal something dozens of meters away with just a snap of his fingers? Seeing that Wei Jingyang was still in a daze, Sun Luo on the side decisively picked up the walkie-talkie and gave an order. Attention, all planes, surround Qin Feng immediately and don't let him get away. In addition, all ground teams should keep an eye on Qin Feng's movements at all times and report any unusual movements immediately. As Sun Luo's voice came, Wei Jingyang also reacted. Yes, as long as Qin Feng is captured, the white jade mask can still be taken back openly. I haven't lost yet. Thinking of this, Wei Jingyang's eyes lit up again, and he almost roared out the order. Quick, catch him. The 4 helicopters that received the order quickly flew towards Qin Feng, sandwiching Qin Feng from the front, back, left, and right. It's like a pack of wolves moving together, waiting for the order from the Wolf King before they pounce on their prey. At this moment, it seemed as if Chun Feng was the one being hunted. However, Chun Feng in the encirclement did not seem to be afraid at all, and still had that charming yet annoying smile on his face. Everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you here. Next, please enjoy the last magic trick of the night. After saying that, Chun Feng flipped his hand, and suddenly a deck of playing cards appeared in his hand, which was empty just now. Under everyone's gaze, Chun Feng slightly bent the playing cards and scattered them upwards. Crash! The poker cards only made a subtle sound of collision. Feng's entire body as it fell. When the poker fell to the ground, Chun Feng's figure had disappeared without a trace. The barrage in the live broadcast room has been going crazy. No, this is really a magic trick? Can someone explain to me how the white jade mask disappeared? What the hell is there to explain? The Fengshen Nyo pen is finished. Husband. Damn, I really want to learn some magic from Fengshen if I have the chance. It will be easier to pick up girls in the future. That's possible. Maple God is really handsome. Didn't you see that the princess of Lower King Country was fascinated by Maple God? Snap, snap, snap. There was thunderous applause at the scene. The applause seemed to be hitting Wei Jingyang's face, making a popping sound. Find him for me. Find him out. Screamed in a panic. There it is. Someone shouted, and Chun Feng was seen standing on the top of the bell tower, not far away with a smile on his face. He was holding something in his left hand, which was the white jade mask that had just disappeared. Everyone, the show is over, and it's time for me to leave. With a smile on his face, Chun Feng put away the white jade mask, leaned forward, and the glider on his back unfolded, carrying him away into the distance. Seeing Chun Feng leaving, Sun Luo decisively took over the intercom and ordered, "Attention, all helicopters, chase Chun Feng immediately. Once the target enters the range, no need to ask for instructions. Launch the capture net immediately." As Sun Luo's voice fell, the 4 helicopters quickly adjusted their directions and chased in the direction Chun Feng left. "Oh, Sisai, did you see that? Mr. Kid is so handsome." In the crowd, Sun Yuqing excitedly patted Luo Shi's arm. Luo Shi held her hand down with a look of pain on her face. "All right, you really are my sister. You almost broke my arm." Hearing Luo Qian's words, Sun Yuqing stopped what she was doing and had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. It's rare to see Mr. Kid up close. This is so exciting. Luo Shi rolled her eyes at her and said nothing more. In front of the clock tower, all members of the pursuit team went out under Wei Jingyang's command and chased in the direction where Chun Feng left. Let's go too. With Chun Feng's departure, Emilia had no interest in staying here any longer. After giving instructions to his assistant Mir, he got into the car escorted by 4 lurking bodyguards and headed in the direction he came from. No one noticed. At this moment, at the top of the bell tower, a hand wearing a white glove quietly touched the place where the white jade mask was originally stored and took something away. Now the performance is complete, right, Xiaobai? Inside the bell tower, Chun Feng nodded with satisfaction, holding a black object in his hand. If someone from the museum was here, they might find that the black object looked exactly like the white jade mask. Goo goo. A white pigeon head emerged from Chun Feng's arms, raised its head, and responded to Chun Feng's words. Chun Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, left the card representing his farewell on the spot, and left the square disguised as a passerby. As a gentleman from a parallel world once said, unlike magic, magic has techniques and props. Chapter 27. I am just a magician who is tired of flying. At midnight, on a certain avenue in H City, a fiery red BMW was speeding on the road. There were only 2 people in the car, Mir in the driver's seat, and Amaya sitting in the back seat. The car was surprisingly quiet. Emilia sat in the back seat with an expressionless face, her legs crossed, not saying a word. She did not look in a very good mood. Through the rearview mirror inside the car, Mir also noticed Emilia's appearance. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Although Emilia didn't say it explicitly, anyone who wasn't a fool could tell why Emilia went to the scene. But now it seems that she didn't get the result she wanted, and she didn't even say a word to Chun Feng. This made Emilia not feel very happy at the moment. Why? Mir sighed in her heart. She didn't know what to say. I just hope Her Royal Highness the Princess can figure it out sooner. She and that phantom thief are absolutely not suitable for each other. The princess and the phantom thief is just a fairy tale to appease children. Dong dong. A dull sound came from the roof of the car, as if something had fallen on it. This strange sound immediately alerted Emilia and the others. Mir decisively pulled over, took out the pocket pistol hidden in his sleeve, opened the window, and looked outside with a vigilant look on his face. Who? Please don't worry, 2 beautiful ladies. I'm just a magician who is tired of flying and stopped to rest for a while. A familiar voice came into their ears from the car window. Had been expressionless, was stunned at first, but a smile immediately appeared on her face after she reacted. Ignoring Mill's obstruction in the front seat, he opened the car door with excitement on his face and got out of the fiery red BMW. But to Amelia's disappointment, even though she looked around the car, she still couldn't find the white figure. Just when Amelia was disappointed and thought that Shin Feng had left again, a warm breath blew onto her neck from behind. Then a gentle voice came from behind. "Ma'am, are you looking for me?" Hearing this familiar voice, Amelia smiled again. She turned around and saw Shin Feng in white standing upright in front of her. "It's an honor to meet you at the show, Miss Amaya." Shin Feng lifted Amelia's hand and kissed it gently. This time, Amelia did not choose to refuse like she did to Wei Jingyang before. Instead, she covered her mouth with one hand and looked at him with surprise. This strong woman, who was hailed as one of the top 10 outstanding unmarried women in the 1950s, behaved like an ordinary girl meeting her lover. "Your Highness." Mir got out of the car and just happened to see the scene in front of him. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by Amelia's eyes, and he had no choice but to swallow the rest of his words back. "Mill, please call a car and go back first. I want to go shopping alone." Amelia's cold voice came. "Are you shopping alone, my princess?" Mir was screaming in his heart, but on the surface he could only agree honestly. "Okay, princess, please, don't stay out too late." "Yes, I understand." Amelia agreed casually, but looking at her expression, Mir knew that she didn't take it to heart at all. "Why?" After sighing in his heart, Mir turned and left the scene. There were very few vehicles on the road at midnight, and the only busy area was Zuixin Square, several kilometers away. So Amelia wasn't worried about being seen at all. After Mill's figure disappeared on the side of the road, Amelia turned her head again and looked at Shin Feng beside her. "Ms. Amelia, you don't have to treat me like this. I'm not a bad person." Shin Feng pointed to the corner of his clothes that Amelia was holding tightly. It turned out that in order to prevent Shin Feng from disappearing when she turned around, Amelia simply grabbed Shin Feng's clothes tightly, which made the originally neat white suit look slightly wrinkled. "Humph," Amelia snorted. "If you are not considered a bad person, then everyone in the world would be a good person. Even now the Hunting Bureau is offering a reward of 100,000 renminbi and is looking for clues about you." Perhaps even Amelia herself did not notice that the tone of her voice at this moment was exactly the same as those girls who acted coquettishly to their boyfriends. "Europe?" Shin Feng took a half step forward after hearing this, shortening the distance between him and Amelia. Then he raised a smile and spoke in a suspicious tone. "Does Her Royal Highness intend to arrest me?" The hot and humid breath hit Amelia's face, making this strong woman blush in an instant. She quickly turned her face away to avoid looking at Shin Feng. As if he felt that it was about time, Shin Feng took a half step back and distanced himself from Amelia again. "I came here uninvited because I want to ask Miss Amaya for a favor." "Help?" Amelia looked up in confusion. It was the first time she heard the word help from the arrogant and charming thief in front of her. "Yes, I would like to ask you to deliver something to a place in West City after dawn. Of course, if it is inconvenient." "Okay, I promise." Shin Feng could finish his words. He got a response from Amelia. Shin Feng smiled, placed his right hand on his heart, and bowed slightly. "Thank you very much, beautiful lady. The items and address have been placed in your car. I hope to see you again in the silver moonlight next time." After saying this, under Amelia's gaze, Chun Feng's figure gradually turned into white doves from top to bottom and disappeared on the road. Amelia did not stop him. Perhaps she knew she couldn't stop him. She just turned around and went back to the car after she completely lost sight of Chin Feng. "A short search. I found a box with kid's portrait on it on the passenger seat. The things inside were very simple, just a cleaned white jade mask and a card." Amelia picked up the card and saw an address clearly written on it. Sunshine Orphanage in the west of the city. The next day, following shock, Chin Feng successfully stole the white jade mask. "The darkness of the abyss swallows you." Kaido Kid is a man with magical and charming magic. Magic or sorcery? This is what the third sentence of the preview letter means. After a series of news, another piece of news also came into the public eye. The stolen white jade mask reappears. Chun Feng actually returns it to a dilapidated orphanage in the west of the city. The news was also accompanied by several photos. Leaky windows, broken tables and chairs, walls that had long been black, and a dozen orphans wearing patched clothes. Every photo is filled with desolation and ruin. Chapter 28 Another Fugitive. With the emergence of this report, the orphanage in West City, which had been forgotten by the prosperous world, was remembered again. Especially after learning that the orphanage was still being supported by a retired elderly couple relying on their meager pension, it aroused everyone's sympathy. Emilia took the lead in announcing a donation of 1 million renminbi, and the program team of Thief Game and the H-City Museum also announced donations. Together with the fundraising from other people in the society, the total amount once exceeded 5 million. While receiving a lot of attention, the orphanage also attracted a lot of reporters. Faced with the pitch-black microphones and cameras, the old couple, as the Deans, were at a loss at first, but after they got used to it, they expressed their gratitude to the caring people from all walks of life, especially the child named Kaido Kid. With various platforms competing to report on the event, coupled with Chun Feng's own popularity, countless netizens also saw this scene. People should not be soft-hearted. They are obviously living in a mess, but they still like to care about the sufferings of the world. I just donated my food money for the past 2 days, so I can only eat instant noodles. A corner forgotten by the hustle and bustle. I didn't expect that in 2050, there would still be such a difficult orphanage. Thanks to Chin Feng, otherwise no one would have noticed it. Yes, thanks Chin Feng. For the sake of the children, I will donate some as well. Where there are supporters, there are opponents. Of course, most of the opposition is directed at Chin Feng himself. No, isn't Chin Feng just throwing the responsibility onto society? If he wants to help, he can just donate the money himself. I agree. It feels like a bit of moral blackmail. What's wrong with the brains of you guys upstairs? If Chin Feng keeps the white jade mask and doesn't return it, wouldn't the money he gets after the hunting period be more than this? You're even using moral blackmail. How funny. There were many different opinions on the internet, but this had no effect on Chin Feng at all. According to his personality, even if he saw those bad comments, he would just laugh it off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having more than 5 million viewers in the live broadcast room. Reward: 2 skill upgrade cards, system points, plus 1,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the white jade mask. Reward: Kaido Kid card fusion degree plus 5%, current fusion degree 55%, system points plus 500. As 2 system prompts sounded, Chin Feng, who was sitting at the front desk reading quietly, raised his eyebrows. After a little thought, he added both skill, enhancing cards to beast taming. Chun Feng's mind moved, and the 2 skill, enhancing cards suddenly disappeared, replaced by a system prompt sound. Ding! The skill upgrade card was used successfully. The level of the beast control technique was upgraded. The current level is advanced. Bang! The door of the cafe was pushed open. As the mechanical lucky cat at the door said, "Welcome," Chin Feng also raised his head. I saw a graceful woman walking in from the door. "Welcome, what can I do for you?" The woman glanced at Chin Feng, took off her hat and mask, revealing a delicate face. Although it was not obvious, in the eyes of Chin Feng, a master of disguise, he could easily see that the woman had signs of disguise. It is very likely that he is a fugitive selected by the program team, just like Chin Feng. But what does that have to do with Chin Feng? As he himself said, he is a casual person who hates trouble. Naturally, he would not do such a thankless thing that may even bring trouble to himself. "Give me a latte, sugar-free." Without any further ado, he slapped the $100 bill on the front desk, and without even asking for the change, he turned around and walked towards his seat. "Hey, Mississippi." Chin Feng opened his mouth and shouted. The woman waved her hand without even turning her head. "No need to give me the change. The extra money is your tip." "Miss, you misunderstood. What I meant was that the money was not enough." For the sake of his own peace of mind, and because he has enough confidence in his craft, the prices of coffee in Chin Feng's store are very high. After returning to the front desk and seeing the price of a regular latte on the menu was 188, Lin Qingyao couldn't help but twitch her lips. She didn't know what kind of bad luck she had recently. Even drinking cold water made her teeth ache. Looking back half a month ago, when I first participated in this program, I was full of confidence and planned to show off my skills. After easily shaking off the pursuit team, Lin Qingyao set her sights on the Noble Scepter, one of the exhibits of the Lurking Kingdom. As a result, a guy who called himself Kaido Kid showed up from nowhere and caused trouble at the exhibition twice, which directly led to the strengthening of security work at the exhibition. Lin Qingyao had no choice but to cancel the plan. Later, as the Mask Festival in H-City approached, she naturally shifted her new target to the most iconic item of the festival, the white jade mask. Everyone knew what happened next. Following Chin Feng's warning letter, the entire venue was put under martial law, so Lin Qingyao naturally had no chance. Until now, she has encountered such a problem that even drinking a cup of coffee can cost a lot of money. Is this the legendary situation where even drinking cold water will get stuck in your teeth? At the front desk, Lin Qingyao gritted her teeth, and the pride in front of her rose and fell in anger. "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Your identity cannot be exposed, otherwise there will be another wave of trouble. After comforting herself for a while, Lin Qingyao suppressed her rising anger. After throwing out another $100 bill, he found a seat and sat down with an angry look on his face. Chen Feng didn't care about it. After collecting the money on the table, he started making coffee. At this time, the store door was pushed open again. "Boss, we're here to get free coffee from you." Sun Yuqing arrived at the store before she heard the sound. When he saw that there was already a customer in Chen Feng's store, he was obviously stunned. After he came to his senses, he came to Chen Feng in a carefree manner. "Boss, it's rare that you're opening today. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the prices in your store are simply ridiculous. If I weren't rich, I wouldn't dare come to your place. You might as well lower the price a bit. With your craftsmanship, it will definitely sell out. Don't you think so, Cece?" Rosie behind him also nodded in agreement. Chen Feng smiled and said, "I'm not short of money. I opened a coffee shop just to kill time when I'm bored." As he was speaking, Chen Feng had already prepared the latte that Lin Qingyao ordered. He put it on a tray and brought it to Lin Qingyao. "Please enjoy your meal." Sun Yuqing and the other person also came to the table next to Lin Qingyao and sat down. "Boss, we both want half sugar mocha." "Okay, wait a moment." Chen Feng agreed with a smile. Just then the public TV in the cafe started to play. Here is a piece of news. The white jade mask that was stolen by Huaxia District 3 contestant Chen Feng on the day of the mask festival has been found in the Sunshine Orphanage in the west of the city. This poor orphanage attracted social attention and received over 5 million yuan in donations in a short period of time. The orphanage also expressed gratitude to Chen Feng. In addition, just yesterday, with the help of enthusiastic citizens, the 8th fugitive from Huaxia District 3 was arrested. So far, there are only 2 contestants left from Huaxia District 3. Chapter 29, Challenge to Chen Feng. Huh? Only 2 of the 10 contestants from Area 3 are left? That's fast. Rosie held her chin with her hand and said in surprise. Sun Yuqing waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's normal. There are surveillance cameras everywhere now. You can't hide even if you want to. Do you think everyone is as good as Kid? You can run if you want. I think the other contestant is almost there. Maybe he's looking for food next to a trash can right now." Bang! The crisp sound of the coffee cup hitting the table immediately attracted the attention of Sun Yuqing and the others. "Sorry, my hand slipped." Lin Qingyao forced a smile. But in my heart, I was already cursing, thinking things like, the other contestant is almost there, and he might be looking for food next to a trash can. I'm just sitting here. Lin Qingyao was roaring in her heart, but on the surface, she could only appear calm and suppress her inner anger with sips of coffee. It's all that kid's fault. Sooner or later, I will defeat him myself. Lin Qingyao thought secretly in her heart. Then he finished the coffee in his hand in a few gulps, picked up the bag next to him, and left the store. At the same time, the Pursuit Bureau. Wei Jingyang sat in the main seat in the conference room with a gloomy face. The old Captain Sun Luo, the 2 new captains Su Luoxue and Zheng Chang, as well as a dozen team members including Huang Fuzhen and Lu Yi sat in their seats. Listening to the content broadcast on the news, a group of veteran Pursuit team members turned their attention to Wei Jingyang, who was sitting in the main seat. The mockery in his eyes was self-evident. Weren't you confident? Weren't you awesome? Weren't you mocking us for not being able to catch people? What about now? Why are you silent? Chen Feng had stolen things from right under their noses again. Everyone had never felt so comfortable before. Come to think of it, I am kind of grateful to Chen Feng. The old members of the Pursuit team thought secretly in their hearts. As if he couldn't stand this atmosphere anymore, Wei Jingyang slammed the table and stood up. Everyone, let's summarize the failure of this operation. As soon as this was said, someone immediately started to murmur. Is there still a need for a summary? You planned everything from the actions to the layout all by yourself, and now you want to blame us. What have you done before? The murmur was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this small conference room. Who is talking nonsense? Don't you know what it means to respect your superiors? Wei Jingyang was furious. Due to his superior status, everyone who originally wanted to make a joke shut up. Just as the conference room became quiet again, a bell rang. Ding, a ling, ding, a ling. The annoying ringing sound also made the already angry captain rage again. Whose phone is ringing? Don't you know that you should mute your phone during a meeting? Ding ling ling. Even with Wei Jingyang's angry voice, no one turned off the ringtone. Just as Wei Jingyang was about to speak again, someone reminded him. Captain, it seems to be your phone. Wei Jingyang was stunned, lowered his head and turned over his phone, and sure enough, someone was calling him. He coughed awkwardly, said, wait a moment, and then turned and left the meeting room. Arriving in the corridor, Wei Jingyang picked up the phone. Hey Dad, what's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a roar from the other end of the phone. What else? How dare you ask? What's going on in the news right now? I gave you 4 helicopters, and you couldn't even watch over a mask. Are you a pig? I have repeatedly told you to keep a low profile before. As long as you can get through this period, I can help you get a smooth promotion. But you insisted on being so flamboyant. Now you are done. Wei Jingyang's face turned red, and the fingertips holding the phone had even turned white because he was holding too tightly. As if he was tired of talking, the person on the other end of the phone paused, and there was a gulp sound, as if he was drinking water. After a long while, the other end spoke again. Please take a break from your work recently. I will ask someone to transfer you away from there as soon as possible. Just stay quiet and get through this period of time. By the way, I have already dealt with the matter of you being recorded by that little girl last week. You will get your things back soon. Don't cause trouble for me again. I know, Dad. Wei Jingyang lowered his head and clenched his right hand into a fist. Okay, that's fine, hang up now. Etc. Wei Jingyang suddenly raised his head and interrupted Wei Shanha, who was about to hang up the phone. A fierce look flashed in his eyes at this moment. Dad, I have never lost to anyone since I was a child. I beg you, I want to try again, please help me. In the chairman's office of Shanha Group, a middle-aged man was sitting in the boss chair, receiving service from the beautiful secretary kneeling in front of him. Hearing the words on the phone, Wei Shanha frowned. As Wei Jingyang's father, Wei Shanha certainly knew what his son meant. His excellence and ruthlessness are almost identical to his own, which was fully demonstrated when he was a child. For example, when he was in elementary school, just because a child surpassed him and took first place in the sports meet, Wei Jingyang, who was only 11 years old at the time, hired someone to break the child's legs. I had to take action myself to settle that matter. After thinking for a while, Wei Shanha said slowly, What do you need? I want our group's collection, the gem that once caused a sensation, the Moonlight Eye. Moonlight Eyes. Wei Shanha stood up suddenly, causing the secretary in front of him to sigh. But Wei Shanha didn't have time to pay attention to her at this time. He put on his pants and said seriously, Are you sure? Yes. Wei Jingyang answered decisively. There was another silence. Just when Wei Jingyang wanted to speak again, Wei Shanha's voice finally came from the phone again. Okay, I'll prepare the things for you. Come and get them tomorrow. Thank you, Dad. The call was hung up. Wei Jingyang slowly straightened up, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the fierceness in his eyes became more and more intense. Chin Feng. The next day, an article came out of nowhere and topped the list with absolute popularity. Surprise! Wei Jingyang, the captain of the 3rd area, uses the Moonlight Eye as a bet and issues a challenge to Chin Feng. He only asks if Chin Feng dares to accept it. The report also included a photo of Wei Jingyang holding a gem. The gem is milky white all over with a hint of purple in the middle. The hollow purple gold base holds up the gem, making it look very valuable. This explosive news immediately set off the entire internet. No, there really are such fools in this world. They should be thankful that Maple God didn't come looking for them, but they actually dared to take the initiative to look for Maple God. Moonlight Eyes. Such a familiar name. Is it the gem that was auctioned off for 239 million? Hey, it seems to be that one. You've taken out gemstones of this price? This is a huge investment. It will definitely cost a lot of money. If the price is too low, Fengshen probably won't be interested. I look forward to Fengshen's acceptance of the challenge. +1. Looking forward to Maple God's challenge. Looking forward to Maple God's challenge. Chapter 30, Moonlight Eyes. As Wei Jingyang's challenge letter became more and more popular, Chin Feng soon noticed this matter. At first, Chin Feng didn't pay much attention to this matter, but the news reported it over and over again, and people around him talked about it. Aroused Chin Feng's interest in this. After a quick search, he easily found out the price of the gem, 239 million renminbi, which was worth buying. Cafe reception. Chin Feng slowly closed his laptop and revealed a meaningful smile. Moonlight Eyes. Of course they can only shine under the moonlight. Another day has passed slowly. The popularity of the challenge letter has remained high. Perhaps it was to provoke, or perhaps it was to force Chin Feng to agree. Wei Jingyang even placed the Moonlight Eyes exhibition directly in the lobby of his own company for everyone to visit. At this time, in the monitoring room of Shanha Group, a dozen members of the pursuit team were staring at the surveillance camera intently, as if they were trying to find Chin Feng. However, Chin Feng was not found, but several thieves were caught, and even 2 fugitives from other districts were caught. Looking at the surveillance footage of people coming and going, even the members of the pursuit team, who had great patience, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. At this time, inside the lobby, Zhou Wanning, dressed in a small women's suit and looking like a goddess, also came here, holding a mobile phone for live broadcast in her hand. It was a coincidence that since she separated from Chin Feng, she had no mood to work for several days. The boss talked to her several times, but to no avail, so he had no choice but to give her a vacation to let her rest. By chance, Zhou Wanning came into contact with live streaming from her cousin. Perhaps it was because her appearance and temperament were very outstanding, or perhaps it was because she appeared twice in Chun Feng's live streaming room. Zhou Wanning gained considerable popularity right after she started live streaming, with gifts flying everywhere in the room, allowing her to earn a considerable amount of money. Hello everyone. I am now in the lobby of Shana Group. The boss here is the father of Captain Wei Jingyang, who issued a letter of challenge to Kid. Not far away, placed in a glass cover, is the famous Moonlight Eye gem. Zhou Wanning introduced with a smile. Barrages of comments were flying around in the live broadcast room. It's been a whole day, and there's still no movement from Chin Feng. Is he afraid? Bullshit are you talking about? Who said that if one party issues a challenge, the other party must accept it? Otherwise, if everyone comes to issue a challenge, then I, Feng Shun, will be so busy that I will die. If you're scared, that's it. Why are there so many excuses? The person upstairs is really sick. I agree. +1. Zhou Wanning always responded with a smile to the numerous comments in the live broadcast room. But after smiling, she kicked out those who spoke ill of Chin Feng cleanly and neatly. Judging from his proficiency, it was obviously not the first time he had done this. Okay everyone, I'll take you over to the booth to have a look. At this moment, a commotion was heard from not far away, followed by questions from a group of reporters who had been waiting here. Captain Wei, may I ask if your declaration of war against Chin Feng this time is your own will? Or are you challenging Chin Feng on behalf of the entire Shana Group? Mr. Wei, is your challenge to Chin Feng this time a counterattack for your last failure, or is it a reluctance to give up? Mr. Wei, from the reporters. He just walked forward until one of the reporters asked, Mr. Wei, I would like to ask about the female intern who jumped off the building in your company. She said she saw someone push her down, but the investigation showed that the girl committed suicide. Do you have anything to say about this matter? Hear this. Wei Jingyang stopped walking and slowly turned to look at the reporter. Which reporter are you from? I'm from a certain Fox. The reporter looked at Wei Jingyang expectantly, as if waiting for his answer. Wei Jingyang glanced at him and gave direct instructions. Security, kick this man out. Also, if anyone attacks me and the reputation of Shanha Group on trumped-up charges again, I don't mind serving him a court summons. In addition, this challenge to Chin Feng only represents my personal wishes and has nothing to do with Shana Group. My purpose is also very simple, which is to capture Chin Feng in one fell swoop during this operation. After saying this, Wei Jingyang did not answer any more questions and turned around and left. Only a group of reporters remained there. In the crowd not far away, a young man wearing sunglasses witnessed the whole scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Very confident, Captain Wei. Oops. A cry of surprise came from the side. As Chin Feng looked in astonishment, a beautiful figure quickly fell towards him. Chin Feng quickly reached out and supported her. Are you okay, miss? Feeling the warm embrace, Zhou Wanning quickly stood up and stood again, revealing an apologetic smile. Sorry, I didn't stand firmly. It doesn't matter. Although he was a little surprised to meet an acquaintance here, Chin Feng did not forget the most basic poker face as a thief. He smiled and replied before turning and leaving the scene. Looking at Chin Feng's back, Zhou Wanning frowned slightly. Looking at this person's back, there seems to be a familiar feeling, but I can't put my finger on it. Just as Zhou Wanning was lost in thought, the barrage of comments in the mobile live broadcast room started rolling again. Is Xiaoning okay? Is she sick? I regret not going to the scene today. Otherwise, I would be the one helping Xiaoning. Expression, crying. Give Xiaoning a lollipop to comfort her. Looking at the comments that kept flashing across the screen, Zhou Wanning expressed her gratitude politely. Thank you for your concern. I wasn't paying attention to my feet and tripped over myself. Okay, let's go and look at the gem. It's worth over 100 million. I've never seen one so close before. Chin Feng on the other side had also arrived at the door. Looking at the lively scene inside, Chin Feng put his hand in his pocket, quietly pressed a button, and then quickly left the scene. Next second, dozens of balloons floated into the venue from all directions. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, it quickly floated along the ceiling and landed above the glass display case of Eyes of Moonlight. Bang, bang, bang. As a crisp sound of a balloon exploding was heard, the warning letter that the balloon had lost its pulling force also fell from the sky and landed right above the glass display case of Moonlight Eyes. Challenger Mr. Wei Jingyang. When the first ray of morning sun arrives the day after tomorrow, I will emerge from the mist and take away the eyes of moonlight. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Chapter 31 2 Preview Letters. Chen Feng accepts the challenge. Chen Feng sends another notice, aiming directly at Moonlight Eye. The Hunting Bureau and the Phantom Thief face off again. Who will win? Countless highly anticipated news items became hot searches, instantly arousing the enthusiasm of countless netizens. But before they could start a heated discussion, another bombshell news came out. Another fugitive from Huaxia District 3, the niece of the King of Thieves, Lin Qingyao, made a shocking move after being silent for a long time. She also used the form of a preview letter to target Moonlight Eye. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap exploded on the internet, making everyone dizzy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this a competition? Although I like Yao Yao very much, but her vision in choosing an opponent is too poor, isn't it? She has to compete with Fengshen when there are so many people to compete with. You can't say that. After all, Yao Yao is the niece of the Thief King. She shouldn't lose too badly, right? Please God Feng, please show some mercy and save some face for Yao Yao. Please show mercy, Maple God. Please show mercy, Maple God. I don't know who was the first to post this sentence, but the comments below were all the same. Please show mercy, Master Feng. This neat scene made Lin Qingyao, who was quietly drinking coffee and looking at her phone, so angry that she almost threw her phone away. This is too much. Lin Qingyao gritted her teeth and slapped the table. This attracted the attention of guests from several tables around. Even Chen Feng, who was sitting at the front desk, looked over. I shook my head slightly in my heart. Poker face, lady, being so impetuous can cause problems. Said this silently in his heart, and then continued to read his book with his head down. Night slowly fell, and as the last customer left the store, Chen Feng walked out the door. The sign hanging outside the store was changed from "in business" to "in resting." Woof, woof woof. A sudden barking of a dog attracted Chen Feng's attention, baring its teeth at him ferociously, as if it was about to bite him. Chen Feng raised his head and looked around, but did not see the dog owner. He couldn't help but feel a little playful, and lowered his head to look into the corgi's little eyes. Then a voice came out of Chen Feng's mouth. Woof. With the help of advanced beast taming skills, the corgi seemed to have seen something terrifying. The ferocious look just now disappeared instantly, replaced by a face full of fear, and even the legs began to tremble slightly. Lucky, come back Lucky. Just at this moment, a voice was heard. Chen Feng looked up and saw a woman holding a broken leash chasing after him not far away. The hair in front of her head was stuck to her forehead because of sweat, and her clothes looked a little messy due to the running, but this also showed off the woman's proud figure to the fullest. Chen Feng was stunned when he saw the person coming. It was not that the woman was so attractive to him, but he actually knew the person. Although he had only met her once, Chen Feng still remembered this new leader of Group 3 of the District 3 Pursuit Bureau, Su Luoxue, who was another flower in the police force after Li Qingyan. Upon hearing the voice of its owner, the shivering corgi seemed to have found a savior, and quickly ran towards Su Luoxue with its short legs. Su Luoxue simply tidied her clothes, tied the leash again, and then looked at Chen Feng with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't take good care of it. Did I hurt you? No, it's very well behaved. Chen Feng smiled and reached out to touch the corgi's head. Hey, don't. Su Luoxue hurriedly tried to stop him. But what happened next made her stunned on the spot. Usually destroys the house or makes trouble and likes to show its teeth at people, is now as well behaved as a primary school student seeing his class teacher. She let Chen Feng touch her as he pleased without any intention of resisting. Is this your dog, Officer Su? Yeah. Before she finished speaking, Su Luoxue was stunned. Do you know me? Of course, you are the new leader of Team 3 of the Pursuit Bureau. Many people on the internet have described you as the next flower of the police force after Officer Li. Chen Feng replied with a chuckle. Su Luoxue felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and quickly changed the subject. Did you open this coffee shop? Yes. Officer Su is welcome to visit us if we have the chance. Chen Feng answered very straightforwardly. I will definitely. After that, the two chatted for a while, and Su Luoxue prepared to leave. After all, she was just taking a break from her busy schedule this time, and was just going out to fish during the meal break, as she had to go back to work at Shanha Group in the evening. Speaking of work, Su Luoxue, as a worker, was also full of helplessness. Going to work was annoying enough, not to mention having a boss who was a worry-inducing thing. I feel so tired. Ms. Su. Su Luoxue had just taken a few steps when Chen Feng called her again. Then, under Su Luoxue's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng took out a pink Hello Kitty wallet. You dropped your wallet. Su Luoxue was stunned and reached into her pocket, but the wallet that was originally in her pocket was gone. Thank you. Su Luoxue smiled and thanked him, then took the wallet and turned and left. What she didn't notice was that there seemed to be something different above the black eyes of the Hello Kitty pattern. It's getting dark. In the bedroom, Chun Feng had hacked into the Shanha group's surveillance system. An interception rope has been set up near the moonlight eyeglass cabinet, which was very empty during the day. A dozen workers are working overtime to install the last huge piece of tempered glass on the top. In the lobby, looking at the display case that was completely covered by 5 giant pieces of tempered glass, Wei Jingyang nodded with satisfaction. As the last piece of tempered glass fell, a worker wearing a hard hat ran over, panting. Phew, Mr. Wei, everything has been installed. It only needs the final reinforcement to be completed. Take a look at the bill. The payment is easy. I'll have someone transfer the money to your card in a moment. But the quality. Wei Jingyang looked at the foreman in front of him. The foreman immediately understood and assured him, Don't worry, Mr. Wei. I can't guarantee that our glass can withstand artillery shells, but it will definitely not be penetrated by hammers, machetes, or even pistol bullets. What if it's used to prevent thieves? Defense, huh? The foreman was stunned. He turned around and looked at the giant tempered glass cover that was 6 meters long and wide. He was unable to react for a moment. To prevent thieves? Is it necessary to go to such great lengths? If you don't know, you might think it's to prevent terrorist attacks. I'm asking you, can you prevent thieves? Seeing the foreman in a daze, Wei Jingyang asked again. Of course. The foreman responded confidently. We have internationally certified tempered glass here. Thieves won't come here with a large cutting machine to steal our things, right? That's good. Wei Jingyang smiled after getting a satisfactory answer, but soon turned into a sneer. Chun Feng. Chapter 32. I am a thief. Tempered glass cover? Very interesting. Chun Feng took off his headphones. After adjusting the surveillance screen to other places and familiarizing himself with the terrain, a plan gradually took shape in Chun Feng's mind. The next day, around noon, the first-floor lobby of Shanha Group is still open to the public, and everyone is welcome to visit. But compared with yesterday, there is a giant tempered glass cover around the display case today, which is 6 meters long, wide and high, covering the Moonlight Eyes display case tightly. Everyone present was stunned when they saw it. Oh my God, what's going on? Wasn't it still there yesterday? Where did you get the glass cover? Was it installed overnight? Not really. Are you that careful? Didn't you say you were going to challenge Kid? Is this how you challenge him? Isn't this cowardly? Wei Jingyang didn't care at all about the discussions of people around him. In his opinion, as long as he can win, any method is acceptable. The means are not important. All he wants is the result. Just then, a young man wearing Shanha Group work clothes came up. Boss Wei, there are quite a few reporters waiting for you outside. The chairman hopes you can go over and say a few words. Okay, I got it. I'll be there now. Wei Jingyang agreed casually. He glanced around again and made sure that his device had no loopholes, then turned around and left the scene with peace of mind. But he didn't notice. The moment he turned to leave, the young man who had been very respectful just now quickly took his mobile phone from his pocket and at the same time put a model that looked the same as his mobile phone back. Everything happened so fast that no one noticed. Looking at the phone in his hand, the young man gave a mysterious smile. You are really careless, Captain Wei. The young man was naturally Chun Feng in disguise. After getting what he wanted, Chun Feng turned around and left, walking towards the bathroom. When he came out of the bathroom again, he had changed his clothes. He was wearing a black suit, with a walkie-talkie on the front of him, and holding a black leather ID card with 3 words clearly written on it, Pursuit Bureau. The game officially begins. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chun Feng spoke softly, but the voice that came out was that of another middle-aged man. Not long. Chun Feng, dressed as a member of the pursuit team, appeared in front of the elevator. Sorry, you are not allowed to enter here. 2 strong men stretched out their hands to stop Chun Feng. Chun Feng then took out the ID he had prepared long ago. I am a member of the Pursuit Bureau. Following the order of Captain Wei, your boss Wei, I am going to the underground floor to get something. Boss Wei's order? The 2 sturdy men looked at Chun Feng suspiciously. If you don't believe me, you can give him a call to confirm. After hearing Chun Feng's words, the 2 looked at each other, and then one of them nodded and left. Okay, wait a moment. Chun Feng nodded, not looking anxious at all, which made the strong man who stayed there feel a lot more at ease. The other person finished his call quickly. Although he was a little puzzled as to why his boss Wei needed to go to the basement to pick up something, he did not dare to ask more. After getting the accurate answer from Wei Jingyang on the phone, he hurried back. Of course, he didn't know that the Wei Jingyang who was talking to him on the phone was just a phone recording disguised by Chun Feng. Bite. With the crisp sound of the elevator, Chen Feng successfully arrived at the basement floor. After using the same method to drive out all the people on the underground first floor, Chen Feng also started his work. According to the simple floor plan drawn before coming here, Chen Feng easily found the area directly below the moonlight pupil. System: exchange 4 tubes of micro-horizontal explosives. Ding! Micro-horizontal explosives 4 exchanged successfully, consuming system points 100. As the system's voice fell, 4 long rectangular objects appeared in Chen Feng's system space. This type of explosive is an item that has undergone a system upgrade. It not only has a strong targeting capability and low noise, but more importantly, it is small in size but powerful. It was obvious that Chen Feng did not intend to be as civilized this time as before. Since it's a challenge, then whatever means you use are naturally reasonable, aren't they? The items were glued to the ceiling according to the outer contour of the glass display case, and a layer of stickers with the same pattern as the ceiling was glued on top as camouflage. Looking at the camouflage that was exactly the same as the original ceiling, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. We are ready. At the same time, everyone in the monitoring room also discovered the abnormality in the surveillance on the negative first floor. The surveillance footage seems to have not changed since someone entered the underground first floor half an hour ago. There is always one person cleaning the basement floor. After discovering the anomaly, the members of the pursuit team quickly called Wei Jingyang, but the replies they received were some irrelevant answers. Something like, "Yes, I asked him to go to the basement floor," or, "You all go out first, I'm not discussing this with you." Wei Jingyang's phone was stolen. Sun Luo reacted quickly. On the one hand, he arranged people to guard the elevator entrance, and on the other hand, he personally went to find Wei Jingyang, who was still answering reporters' questions. Bite! The crisp sound of the elevator rang out. Wei Jingyang looked at the closed elevator door with a dark face. He didn't expect that even though he was so careful, someone still managed to sneak in. He didn't even know his phone was stolen. The rest of the pursuit team also stared at the elevator door with serious faces, ready to rush in and arrest Chen Feng, who had sneaked in as soon as the elevator door opened. Under the gaze of everyone, the elevator door slowly opened. Everyone's eyes gradually became serious, and everyone held their breath. The scene was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Click! The elevator door opened completely before Wei Jingyang gave the order. Countless white doves flapped their wings and flew outside. Countless pigeon wings hit people's faces, and they could not see anything except a white expanse of snow. Wei Jingyang angrily pushed the pigeons in front of him away and shouted to the crowd, "Quick! These damn pigeons!" Before he could finish his words, he felt a touch of wet heat falling on the corner of his mouth. Wei Jingyang licked it subconsciously, and his face changed the next second. Fuck! Pigeon shit! Ugh! 10 seconds later, all the white doves flew out, and when everyone looked at the elevator again, it was empty. Only one card with kid's head on it remained. Under the moonlight, looking at the lobby that was suddenly under martial law, Lin Qingyao, who was disguised as a cleaner, couldn't help but frown. In order to prevent herself from being exposed, she had to choose to retreat temporarily. In a small alley, Lin Qingyao took off her disguise and let out a long breath. There was still some anger on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's that damn kid again. The lady seems to be very resentful towards me." A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Lin Qingyao's heart suddenly started to ring with alarm bells, and she quickly turned around to look. Who? I saw a white figure standing behind her. He placed his right hand in front of him and bowed slightly, and then a gentle voice came out of his mouth. "I am a thief." Chapter 33 Playing. Phantom Thief. Kid. Lin Qingyao looked at Chen Feng with a serious expression. As a thief, the most important skill is perception, whether it is vision, hearing, smell, etc. This is also the basic standard for judging a thief's level. However, Chen Feng was able to come behind him quietly without him noticing. To put it bluntly, if Chen Feng wanted to take action just now, he would be lying on the ground now. Seeing Lin Qingyao's serious expression, Chen Feng just chuckled and spoke. "Miss Lin, there's no need to be so nervous. As a gentleman, I won't be rude to a lady." Although Lin Qingyao heard what Chen Feng said, she still did not let down her guard. "Why did you come to see me?" "We just met by chance and came over to say hello. If there is a chance, I would still like to become friends with Miss Lin." Chen Feng still had that gentle smile on his face, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or sad. "Really? I want to be friends with you too." As if she had let down her guard, Lin Qingyao lowered her clenched fist and walked towards Chen Feng. He slowly extended his right hand towards Chen Feng, as if he wanted to shake hands with Chen Feng in a friendly manner. However, just as their hands were shaking, Lin Qingyao suddenly attacked. He grabbed Chen Feng's hand with his right hand and quickly moved in front of Chen Feng. He crossed his shoulders and bent over, performing a series of smooth movements. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Chen Feng's arm and prepared to throw him over his shoulder. Sniff. As Lin Qingyao exerted force, there was a crisp sound of broken bones, and then Chen Feng's arm suddenly lost traction. She actually pulled him down. Lin Qingyao was confused. Looking at the broken arm in his hand, he stood there in a daze for a moment. What did she do? She pulled someone's arm off. What to do now? Is she going to support Chen Feng for the rest of his life? But Chen Feng is still so young. Is he going to go to jail? All of a sudden, countless questions popped up in Lin Qingyao's mind, making this woman with little experience but good abilities feel dizzy. It wasn't until a white dove flew in front of her with a blue rose in its beak that she was brought back to her senses. Pigeon? Lin Qingyao was stunned. Almost everyone knew that the white pigeon was Chen Feng's most commonly used animal companion, but now, Lin Qingyao seemed to understand something. She raised her head and looked around for Chen Feng. Sure enough, she saw him standing on the roof of the second floor with a smile on his face. At this time, not to mention a broken arm, even Chen Feng's clothes were very neat and tidy, and both arms were intact. How could there be any signs of injury? Chen Feng. After seeing this scene, no matter how stupid Lin Qingyao was, she knew that she was being fooled. The silver teeth were chattering as if they wanted to bite Chen Feng to pieces. Ms. Lin, I'm glad to meet you here. I hope we can meet again under the silver moonlight. But next time we meet, please don't be so rude. After saying that, Chen Feng leaped forward and jumped off the roof. The glider behind him opened instantly and carried him away into the distance. Looking at Chen Feng's receding figure, Lin Qingyao was so angry that her teeth were almost broken, but she could do nothing. Then he could only stomp his feet and leave the scene. First. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 4:30 in the morning. At this time, there was only half an hour left before Chen Feng was due to send the notice letter. Perhaps for safety reasons, or perhaps for other purposes, Wei Jingyang announced the blockade of the lobby after midnight, and no one was allowed to enter except for the members of the pursuit team, who were already inside. But even so, there were still many fans of Chen Feng gathered outside the Shanha Group building, holding up kid signs in their hands, waiting for the arrival of the white figure. Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao also came into the lobby. Wow, I miss my Yao Yao. I hope she won't be bullied too badly by Chen Feng. Don't think about it. It has already turned into the shape of Maple God. Can you two just go away? Do you really have to make me laugh in such a tense atmosphere? Huh, I haven't slept all night, and it's finally dawn. Can anyone notify my husband? Don't get up so early. Who can understand the dilemma of a beautiful girl like me who wants to admire her husband's handsome figure, but also wants to have a good sleep? Sleeping is nothing. I have to go to Yangqing to take a piano exam tomorrow. I'm not panicking, so why are you panicking? Yangqing? Piano exam? Wasn't it yesterday? Yesterday? Are you kidding me? Shit. It was really yesterday. The barrage of comments scrolls in the live broadcast room. Even at 4:30 in the morning, a time when even dogs can't get up and chickens can't get up, there are still more than 1 million people waiting in Chen Feng's live broadcast room. The number of people in Lin Qingyao's live broadcast room is slightly smaller, but there are still about 300,000 to 400,000 people. At the same time, a beautiful figure in a black tights was moving in the ventilation duct on the top of the lobby. The narrow ventilation duct did not seem to cause much hindrance to Lin Qingyao. She flexibly changed her posture in the ventilation duct and moved forward slowly without making any noise. In her hand was a cutting knife given to her by her uncle, which was specially used to cut glass. There was no doubt that she intended to cut a notch in the tempered glass from the top and then take away the eye of moonlight. Time passes by every second. In the blink of an eye, another 20 minutes passed. The members of the pursuit team in the lobby have stopped all conversations. Captains Wei Jingyang, Su Luoxue, Sun Luo, and Zheng Chang are guarding the 4 directions of the giant glass cover respectively. Dozens of members of the pursuit team each performed their duties, and for a moment, the lobby was eerily quiet. The occasional shouts from Chen Feng's fans outside the building could be clearly heard. In order to avenge his previous humiliation, Wei Jingyang spent a huge amount of money this time. Not only did he take out the Moonlight Eye, a gem worth over 100 million yuan, he even used the building of his own company as the venue. So we must not make any mistakes this time, even if we have to use some abnormal means. Thinking of this, Wei Jingyang couldn't help but glance through the window to somewhere in the building next door, then quickly retracted his gaze and pretended everything was normal. The clock of time is still ticking. The current dawn time is around 5 o'clock, which is naturally the same time as the time in the notice letter from Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao. The tense atmosphere in the lobby seemed to have affected the live broadcast room, and even the barrage of comments was not as frequent as before. I don't know why. I wasn't there, but I was so nervous. Who isn't? I'm so nervous that my hands are shaking as I type. Fuck. Watching a live broadcast is more exciting than watching a Hollywood blockbuster. My palms are sweating. +1, my palms are sweaty too. Chapter 34, Arrival. As another 8 minutes passed, there were only 2 minutes left on the notice. The tense atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. Everyone even breathed carefully, reluctant to even take a breath. Now, Lin Qingyao raised her eyebrows and immediately planned to take action 2 minutes earlier. The reason why he chose the same time as Chen Feng was because he had enough confidence in his abilities. However, after what happened last night, Lin Qingyao clearly realized the gap between herself and Chen Feng. Rather than following the instructions in the preview letter exactly and then getting defeated in the game, it is better to start a few minutes earlier when you may still have a chance of winning. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyao no longer hesitated. She took out a button and pressed it quickly. Click. The lights in the venue went out in an instant. Taking advantage of the few seconds of chaos at the scene when the lights were turned off, he quickly fastened the prepared rope to the iron rod above the ventilation duct. Then he decisively removed the mesh opening of the ventilation duct, twisted his body, crawled out of the mesh opening, and landed on the top of the glass cover. Cutting knife in her hand, she quickly cut a circular hole on the top of the glass cover that was large enough for her to pass through. Then she drew an X on the circle and smashed it hard. Bang! The originally intact glass was broken in an instant. This clear and crisp sound immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. It's up there. Su Luoxue reacted instantly. But it was too late. Lin Qingyao had already passed through the hole and entered the glass cover. Used to protect the moonlight, I now became a barrier preventing everyone from entering. Click. The lights suddenly came back on, and the sudden brightness made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. Bang! A dull sound was heard, followed by a boom as a heavy object hit the ground. It was not until then that everyone at the scene could clearly see the scene inside the glass cover. Lin Qingyao, who was covered tightly in a black tights, was standing upright in the glass cover with her right hand stretched forward as if she wanted to take something. And the Moonlight Eyes display case in the middle of the glass cover was gone. As if it had vanished out of thin air, the meter-high display cabinet disappeared into the glass cover, leaving only a hole about 1 meter wide, from which dust and smoke were emitting. Everyone was stunned. Where's the display case? Didn't you agree to steal the Moonlight Eye? Why did you steal the display case as well? Why is Yao Yao in the glass case? Did she take the display case away? Lin Qingyao succeeded? Why does it seem to me that she doesn't seem to be able to react? Many people raised questions in the live broadcast room. The people at the scene also reacted. Zheng Chong quickly took out the handcuffs from his waist, pointed at Lin Qingyao in the glass cover, and said, Lin Qingyao, stop struggling, put down Moonlight Eye and surrender. As the captain, Wei Jingyang used the strength of 2 team members on the ground, stepped on their hands, and then threw the ball upward with all his strength, and it landed steadily above the glass cover. He stared at Lin Qingyao's direction, his eyes almost bursting with fire. Lin Qingyao, hand over the Moonlight Eye first. Don't try to resist again. He never thought that he was only paying attention to guard against Chen Feng, but Lin Qingyao took advantage of the opportunity. At this time, Lin Qingyao, who was inside the glass cover, almost bit her teeth to pieces. She wanted to say that it was none of her business, and she was also confused. She had just come down, and before she could do anything, the display cabinet disappeared out of thin air. But looking at the current situation, it's useless to say anything. Lin Qingyao greeted Chen Feng 1,000 and 8,000 times in her heart. However, his hands were not slow. He quickly tightened the rope and retreated along the same path. Wei Jingyang, who had already reached the glass cover, quickly ran towards the broken hole. When Lin Qingyao just came out of the glass cover, he threw a fierce punch towards Lin Qingyao's abdomen. Wei Yangyang, who was already furious, had no intention of holding back. If this punch landed on her, Lin Qingyao would probably have fallen to the ground on the spot. However, Lin Qingyao was not stupid. Seeing Wei Jingyang coming at her aggressively, she did not confront him head-on. Instead, she grabbed the rope with one hand, twisted her body, and narrowly avoided the punch. Then he quickly kicked out and kicked Wei Jingyang in the abdomen. But this is not the end yet. While the two were fighting, 2 more members of the pursuit team climbed up from behind. They were arranged in a fing shape with Lin Qingyao sandwiched in the middle. Seeing the 2 people getting closer and closer, Lin Qingyao became extremely anxious, but she couldn't get rid of Wei Jingyang's entanglement. At this moment, That gentle yet infuriating voice sounded again. No, everyone. Treating a beautiful lady like this is really ungraceful, isn't it? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Chen Feng, dressed in white, sitting on the ridge on top of a pillar in the hall, looking at everyone with a half-smile. In his hand, he was holding a white jade gem the size of a baby's fist. Moonlight eyes. Everyone was shocked. Lin Qingyao took advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned and quickly climbed to the top along the rope, only 1 meter away from Chen Feng. Boss, shall we take action? Listening to the voice coming from the headset, Wei Jingyang did not answer. He just stared at Chen Feng with a pair of eyes, and there was an indescribable fierceness in his eyes. It looks like I won this duel, everyone. Chen Feng had a confident smile on his face. Wei Jingyang's face was grim, and he spoke slowly. Chen Feng, I advise you to put the things down, otherwise I can't guarantee that something extreme will happen. Wei Jingyang's voice was not low, and everyone present heard it clearly. These words, which were clearly threatening, made everyone in the live broadcast room very angry. That's not what this guy meant. He threatened me physically because he couldn't win. Do you have any shame? Damn it. He sent the challenge himself, and he resorted to this trick when he saw he was going to lose. There are more than 100 people in the live broadcast room. I don't believe he dares to do anything. I'm going to play Zaoba? How can such a person be a captain? He threatens Feng Shun when he can't fight him head-on. Ugh. Not to mention the people in the live broadcast room. Even Su Luoxue and other members of the pursuit team were stunned. They didn't expect that Wei Jingyang would do such a tasteless thing, especially in front of so many people. The 2 members of the pursuit team who were closer to Wei Jingyang hurried forward and tried to stop Wei Jingyang, but they were pushed away by him. Chen Feng seemed not to be affected by Wei Jingyang's words at all, and he still sat on the pillar calmly. The milky white moonlight eye gem flew up and down between his fingers like a famous painting. Oh, really? The extreme incident that Captain Wei mentioned is the gentleman in the east building who pointed a gun at me. Chapter 35, Crazy Wei Jingyang. Gun? Did Wei Jingyang arrange for a gunman? FCK? I can't stand it anymore. This can't be described with just one word. Shameless. Fuck him. He's still the leader of the pursuit team. Don't you have any shame at all? At this time, in the east city of H City, in Amelia's office on the top floor of the Lorking National Exhibition Building. Amelia looked at the live broadcast room on the mobile phone screen with a serious expression. The emotions on her face changed rapidly, from serious to worried and then to anger that was beyond words. Bang! Amelia slapped the table, causing a loud noise. This voice startled Mill, the assistant who was helping Amelia sort out documents. Your Highness, what happened? Amelia suppressed her anger, looked at the live broadcast on her phone, gritted her teeth, and spoke word by word. Mir, go check for me this Wei Jingyang and the Shanha group behind him. I want all their information. Wei Jingyang? Shanha group? 2 question marks popped up in Mir's mind. He didn't understand why his princess suddenly became so angry with Wei Jingdong. However, seeing Amelia's angry face, she didn't dare to ask more questions. She could only put down the work in her hands temporarily and go to check. Click. As Mir left the office, Amelia was the only one left in the huge office again. Amelia turned her gaze back to the white figure on the screen, her eyes filled with worry for a long time, and in the end, she could only mutter to herself. Don't be so stubborn, kid. Wei Jingyang did not refute Chen Feng's words, but just looked at Chen Feng coldly. As long as the gun didn't fire, he would deny whatever Chen Feng said. With his family's power, it wouldn't have any influence on him. What Chen Feng said was true. But if Chen Feng really doesn't know how to appreciate a favor, he wouldn't mind having someone give him a bullet. Thinking of this, a fierce look flashed in Wei Jingyang's eyes. Although he quickly covered it up, it was still keenly caught by Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng did not seem to be panicked at all. The corners of his mouth curled up into a meaningful smile, and he slowly said, "It seems that Captain Wei is very confident in his arrangements." Wei Jingyang remained silent, but the smile on his face fully revealed his inner thoughts. At this time, Lin Qingyao, who was standing next to Chen Feng, was completely stunned, half shocked and half scared. After all, she was just a girl in her 20s. She had never expected that she would be threatened with a real gun in a program backed by the World United Government. Captain Wei, aren't you curious as to why the sniper you assigned never reported to you? Chen Feng stood up from a high place, with calmness and playfulness under his monocle. What do you mean? Wei Jingyang frowned instantly and stared at Chen Feng. This sentence is equivalent to directly acknowledging what Chen Feng said about him, arranging a sniper. This also caused the crowd in the live broadcast room to become excited again, and some hot-tempered brothers have already greeted Wei Jingyang himself and his ancestors for 18 generations. I don't mean anything else. I just want to tell Captain Wei that the gentleman is traveling in a dream right now. Looking at Chun Feng's confident face, Wei Jingyang was startled at first, but then he reacted and smiled confidently again. You're scaring me? He was just telling me. The words haven't finished yet. There was a small white remote control in Chun Feng's hand. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Chun Feng directly pressed the button. Next second, a voice suddenly rang out from all directions in the audience. Boss, shall we take action? Boss, shall we take action? Boss. The sound lingered for a long time, and it looped for more than 10 times before it ended. Wei Jingyang's face turned completely dark at this time. He thought that the double insurance was foolproof and the whole situation would be under his control, played around by others without knowing it. How could Wei Jingyang, who has always been proud, accept this? It's just a little trick, please forgive me. Chun Feng placed his hands in front of him and bowed slightly to the crowd, as if he was taking his final bow at the performance. Okay everyone, the show is over. I look forward to seeing you again. Seeing that Chun Feng was about to leave, Wei Jingyang completely exploded. Unexpectedly, Wei Jingyang quickly pulled out 2 pistols that he had prepared from behind him. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at Chun Feng and Lin Qingyao. Under Wei Jingyang's almost crazy expression, no one would doubt whether he would really shoot. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also shocked, even more shocked than before. After all, I just heard what Chun Feng said just now, and I didn't see the sniper with my own eyes, but now I see it with my own eyes. And the person holding the gun was Wei Jingyang himself, the captain. What's this person's number? I want to file a complaint against him. Take me alone, draw your gun, and intend to hurt someone. Is this the style of a pursuit team leader? It's really eye-opening. Hubby, be careful. Don't hurt my husband's handsome face. Chun Feng's brows suddenly frowned, and he looked at Lin Qingyao, who was still in a daze, and quickly reached out to pull her over. Then he flipped his hands, and a stack of playing cards suddenly appeared in his empty hands. Chun Feng stretched out his hand and scattered the poker cards into the sky. The number of poker cards, which originally had only 54, quickly increased. It seemed endless, spreading out in the air and quickly falling down. Bang bang. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Wei Jingyang got rid of the members of the pursuit team who tried to stop him and shot wildly in the direction of Chun Feng with 2 pistols in his hands. Countless playing cards were penetrated by bullets in midair, leaving a small hole through which light could pass. The bullets in the pistol were quickly used up, and the playing cards fell completely to the ground. Chun Feng and the other person who were covered by the cards disappeared. Really shooting? Is this guy crazy? Where's Fengshen and where's my Yao Yao? How are they? Damn it. I can't stand this even as a profiteer. Is there anyone who can form a team? I'm going to complain to the production team about this guy. Count me in. I'll come too. And me? The pursuit team were also shocked and looked at Wei Jingyang in disbelief. What kind of challenge was this that Wei Jingyang had initiated? It was clearly a threat to kill someone if he couldn't win. Su Luoxue reacted quickly. She quickly climbed to the top of the glass cover, took out the handcuffs at her waist, and walked towards Wei Jingyang. Mr. Wei Jingyang, I am here to inform you as a police officer in H City that you are under arrest. Chapter 36. Revenge from Chun Feng. Facing Su Luoxue, who was walking towards him, Wei Jingyang had no intention of resisting at all. The crazy smile on his face has not yet faded. This time, I win after all. The words haven't finished yet. That familiar voice coming from outside the building. Everyone, it's a pleasure to see you at your magic show. Chun Feng stood on the top of the building in white. The night wind blew, lifting his cloak behind him. Countless fans outside the building were originally worried about whether Chun Feng was okay. Now they were surprised to see Chun Feng appear here safely. Kid, kid, kid. The cheers at the scene were getting louder and louder. It also made Wei Jingyang's smile freeze on his face. Impossible. Wei Jingyang's eyes were red and his face was full of disbelief. Of course, Chun Feng obviously didn't have time to answer his questions at this time. On top of the building, Chun Feng slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, the originally excited fan group quieted down. Chun Feng smiled and spoke slowly. The performance was successfully completed, but at the end, I still want to give this rude Captain Wei a small gift. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Feng stepped out of the building, the glider behind him opened, and flew towards the crowd. Under the gaze of everyone, Chun Feng's figure in the air quickly dissipated and turned into countless balloons that slowly fell down in the air. The scene was boiling again. Oh, my husband is so handsome. I want that balloon. It's given to me by my husband. I want it, don't snatch it from me. Get out of here. Oh no, are there things tied to the bottom of those balloons? What are they? Someone at the scene asked the question, and then everyone looked up. Dozens of balloons are tied with cylindrical objects? What are those? I don't know. Didn't Fengshen just say that he was giving a small gift to that Wei? Could this be it? It's possible. Let me take a look. Dozens of balloons with objects tied to them slowly fell into the crowd. Only then did everyone see clearly what it was. Some experienced people recognized it immediately when they got it in their hands. Is this a recorder? As soon as the words fell, someone pressed the play button, and the voices of a man and a woman were heard. What did you see on the rooftop just now? Woman, Mr. Wei, I didn't see anything. Man, tell the truth. Woman, I saw you push Sister Shally off the rooftop. Man, shut up. I advise you to be smarter and know what to say and what not to say, right? Female, I know. Delete the photos in your phone. Delete them now. Delete it now. I'll delete it now. I really won't say anything, Wu. The sound in the recording is very clear, especially Wei Jingyang's voice, which is very recognizable and can be heard at once. Oh my god. I remember now. Half a month ago, a female intern fell to her death from the rooftop of the Shanha Group building. She was only in her early 20s. I felt really sorry for her at the time. Oh, I remember it now. The girl's name seemed to be Qin Xiaoli, right? But I remember the investigation results at the time said it was suicide. Suicide bullshit. I was one of the interns. 2 girls in our group had accidents almost at the same time. One was Qin Xiaoli, and the other was the girl in the recording. Is there such a thing? The crowd at the scene was outraged. In addition, many people who knew the girl in the accident also spoke up, which further deepened the authenticity of the incident. This recording was found in Wei Jingyang's mobile phone after Chen Feng had replaced it with his. Chen Feng has an easygoing personality. He is definitely not the kind of person who would not fight back if beaten. Since Wei Jingyang dared to shoot him, he naturally had to accept his revenge. At this time, in a corner not far away where no one noticed, Lin Qingyao stood there looking at the direction where Chen Feng disappeared, with a complicated look in her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. It was not until the people at the scene began to riot that she sighed, turned around, and left. But at some point, a brightly blooming blue rose appeared in her hand. The next day, after overnight fermentation. In addition, Chen Feng hacked into the live broadcast system again and changed his live broadcast content to recorded content. Makes it in just overnight. Terms such as Wei Jingyang, Shanha Group, intern jumping off building, recording, and captain of pursuit team fired a shot without authorization have topped the hot searches. The popularity remains high. In the chairman's office on the top floor of Shanha Group, Wei Shanha, the chairman of the board, looked haggard. Perhaps he didn't expect that his son would actually shoot and kill someone in front of so many people. But no matter what, Wei Jingyang's behavior is an established fact, coupled with the overwhelming recorder incident. The share price of their Shanha Group was greatly affected. As soon as the stock market opened today, it began to fall all the way. In less than 3 hours, it reached the brink of limit down. A series of blows also caused Wei Shanha, a self-made business tycoon, to turn gray overnight. Boom, boom, boom. There was a rapid knock on the door. Come in. Wei Shanha rubbed his swollen temples and spoke. Click. The door was pushed open and the beautiful secretary ran in a panic. Oh no, Mr. Wei. The police are here with an arrest warrant. Before he could finish his words, the door of the room was violently pushed open. The leader strode up to Wei Shanha with his ID and arrest warrant in his hand. H City Police Department Criminal Police Captain Deng Xiaolin. Mr. Wei Shanha, we have received a report that you are suspected of money laundering, murder, kidnapping, and other crimes. Please come with us. Wei Shanha was a little surprised. He originally thought that the police were here for his son Wei Jingyang's matter, but now it seems that there might be more than that. Wei Shanha half closed his eyes, sighed softly, and a hint of fatigue appeared on his slightly old face. Officer, may I know who reported it? Sorry, this is not in compliance with regulations. The criminal police captain refused directly. Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the door. I reported it. Everyone present looked towards the door. Amelia walked in slowly, accompanied by the chief of the H City Police Department. However, the appearance of Amelia was not the most surprising thing for Wei Shanha. What surprised him most was the man sitting diagonally behind Amelia. Brother? Lu Qiaoyuan, who had worked with him all the way to create this billion-dollar group. Lu Qiaoyuan stepped forward and looked at Wei Shanha with a guilty look on his face. Brother, I gave them the evidence. Lu Qiaoyuan glanced at Amelia behind him with fear, but ultimately stopped talking. But the meaning is self-evident. Chapter 37. Attending a dinner party? Moonlight Eye Showdown. Chen Feng wins. The Wei father and son were arrested, and the evidence of their crime was irrefutable. Murder, bribery, tax evasion. The Wei father and son have committed so many crimes. Wei Jingyang's madness, shooting in public, Chen Feng wins a great victory. As Wei Jingyang and his son were arrested, overwhelming public opinion spread across the internet. Wei Jingyang's challenge to Chen Feng was already very popular, and now with this incident, Chen Feng's name directly occupied the top 3 hot searches. I knew Maple God would never lose. Maple God is mighty. I watched the live broadcast at 5 o'clock. I was so angry that I was shaking all over. Damn it, if you can't beat them, you have to shoot them. Fortunately, Feng Shun was prepared. Wei Jingyang is such a traitor. He even sent his own father to jail. I seem to have heard that Wei Jingyang was the only one who went in, but it was Amelia who got the evidence of Wei Shana's crime and sent him in as well. The Princess and the Phantom Thief. I am becoming more and more fond of this couple. People online were chatting animatedly. Even Chen Feng was stunned when he got the news. He was still thinking about whether to take action again to deal with Wei Shanha. After all, his son had done so many things, and as a father, it was absolutely impossible for him to say that he knew nothing. But what he didn't expect was that before he could take any action, Amelia had already solved the problem. Should I find an opportunity to thank him? Chen Feng thought secretly. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Moonlight Eyes. Reward: Kaido Kid Card Fusion Degree plus 5%, skill obtained, Super Fighting Technique, basic. System points plus 500, current card fusion degree 60%. As the system's voice fell, countless fighting moves suddenly emerged in Chen Feng's mind, including attack, defense, maneuver, grappling, etc. Countless actions flashed through Chen Feng's mind like a movie, and he quickly absorbed them. Cull. After a long time, Chen Feng exhaled, slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Martial arts. Feels pretty good. Welcome. The voice of the mechanical cat at the door sounded at this time. Then a beautiful figure ran from the door to the front desk. Boss. Chen Feng looked up and found that it was his old customer, Sun Yuqing, who came to his store almost every day. What's wrong, Miss Sun Yuqing? Would you like a cup of coffee? Under Chen Feng's surprised gaze, Sun Yuqing stepped over the front desk, raised her long legs and hollow boots high, and pressed Chen Feng against the wall with her legs in a waldong manner. Am I pretty today? Sun Yuqing lifted her long hair. Her temperament was as elegant as orchid. Chen Feng was a little surprised. He reacted quickly. Feeling that Sun Yuqing had no hostility, he did not resist. Of course, ma'am. You look beautiful every day. Chen Feng spoke with a smile. This is not a lie. Sun Yuqing herself has excellent looks and is a long-legged beauty. Today, she is wearing a high-waisted hip skirt, which shows the advantages of her long legs to the fullest. Coupled with the earrings and necklace that looked very expensive, it added a bit of charm to her. Seemingly very satisfied with Chen Feng's answer, Sun Yuqing reached out and pinched Chen Feng's chin. Then do you want me to give you a chance? Huh? Chen Feng was a little confused by her sudden behavior, but his expression did not change much. He just looked Sun Yuqing up and down with a cynical look. Ma'am, I must admit that you are particularly attractive today, but I still prefer more mature women. I'm not immature. Sun Yuqing was about to refute when she noticed Chen Feng's gaze. Then he looked down. I saw my toes, and they were painted with pink nail polish. You hooligan. When she realized what Chen Feng meant, but she didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed. Chen Feng took advantage of this opportunity to break free from the side and said speechlessly, Ms. Sun Yuqing, please take a closer look at the current situation. It was you who suddenly broke into my store. He even entered the front desk without my permission, and then used his legs to push me against the wall. Please tell me, who is the hooligan between us? Sun Yuqing didn't know how to refute for a moment, and finally just sat down on the chair that belonged to Chen Feng. I'll be honest. I came to you for help. Help? What help? Be my boyfriend. As soon as Sun Yuqing finished speaking, she felt something was wrong and quickly added, Don't get me wrong. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and attend a dinner party. I don't need you to do anything. Just help me fool my parents. Of course, I am willing to compensate you for the loss caused by the delay in your business, plus the appearance fee. So how about giving you 5,000 renminbi? Sun Yuqing held up 5 fingers with confidence. Chen Feng had long seen that Sun Yuqing's family was well off. Let alone anything else. The pair of earrings she was wearing alone would cost a 6-figure price to buy. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. Why don't you look for your classmates in college? Sun Yuqing said helplessly. I'm not very familiar with them, and my parents are not stupid. They have a very sharp eye. If someone with an average temperament goes there, they probably won't even need to say anything before they'll be exposed. Chen Feng smiled and said, Is this a disguised way of praising me? If you say so, then so be it. Sun Yuqing said helplessly while lying on the table at the front desk. Then he quickly stood up and dragged his chair towards Chen Feng, his eyes full of anticipation. What do you think, boss? Think about it. With a beautiful woman like me as your companion, and money to be made, this business is a sure win no matter how you look at it. By then, there won't be any brainless villains coming to cause trouble because of you, right? Chen Feng chuckled and joked. Sun Yuqing rolled her eyes at him and said, Are you writing a novel, brother? It's just a simple dinner party. It won't be that much trouble. How about it? Do you want to agree? Chen Feng held his chin with his hand, looking thoughtful. Well, I can't seem to find a reason to refuse. So you agree? Sun Yuqing stood up excitedly. As if he was afraid that Chen Feng would go back on his word, he left a message. I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow night at Yujing Garden Villa area, and then left in a hurry. Looking at Sun Yuqing's leaving back, Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. It's not that he really wanted to attend a dinner party. He just wanted to relax in his spare time. After all, he couldn't be working all the time, right? He had to give himself a break once in a while. Chapter 38 Gem, Tears of the Goddess. The next evening, around 7:30, Chen Feng had just flipped the sign at the door of the store from open to closed when he heard a sound coming from the door. Squeak. The car's tires made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the ground, and an extended version of Lincoln stopped steadily not far away. The car door opened slowly. A pair of straight legs stepped out first, followed by the stunningly beautiful Sun Yuqing, who was wearing a silver-white dress and light makeup, and slowly got out of the car and came in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, and a dark red rose appeared in his hand. You look especially beautiful today, Miss Sun Yuqing. Sun Yuqing was stunned, reached out to take it, and said softly, Thank you. You can also perform magic? Sun Yuqing looked at Chen Feng with some curiosity. Just a little trick. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Miss, it's getting late. Let's leave quickly. If we're any later, we'll be late. The driver standing next to the car spoke up as a reminder. Okay. Sun Yuqing stepped forward and naturally took Chen Feng's arm. I'll trouble you to take care of me tonight. Of course, it's my honor. Chen Feng replied politely. The two got in the car. The vehicle started slowly, and Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing sat opposite each other. Sun Yuqing took out the clothes that had been prepared long ago from the small cabinet beside her. This is the dress I prepared for you. I spent a long time choosing it. It matches my clothes best, but I don't know what size you wear, so I asked someone to make 3. This is a medium size. Try it first. Chen Feng reached out and took it. Although Sun Yuqing did not mention the price, Chen Feng could feel the quality of the fabric and the exquisite workmanship as soon as he touched it. Plus, since it was custom-made clothing, the price naturally wouldn't be low. Is this considered a couple's outfit, ma'am? Chen Feng chuckled and spoke. Sun Yuqing blushed slightly and reached out to push Chen Feng's arm. I am your boss today. This is your work clothes. Stop talking nonsense and change quickly. Chen Feng did not resist. He stood up with his clothes and walked to the last row of seats. He pulled the curtain and started to change his clothes. Vehicles sped along the streets of H City. 20 minutes later, the vehicle drove into the Yujing Garden Villa area and stopped in front of Villa number 7. 2 people got out of the car. Sun Yuqing put her arm around Chen Feng very naturally. Looking at Chen Feng, who had just changed his clothes and had a slender figure, Sun Yuqing couldn't help but be stunned. Still, quite handsome. Yuqing. A voice interrupted Sun Yuqing's thoughts. Not far away, a pure-looking girl was waving at the two of them excitedly. Yuqing, long time no see. Long time no see, Cici. Did you just come back from abroad? Su Qianqian nodded, her face full of excitement. Yeah, I was dragged here by my parents right after I got off the plane. I didn't expect to meet you before I even entered the door. Su Qianqian looked to the side and noticed Chen Feng standing next to her. Who is this? Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. At this point, Sun Yuqing suddenly stopped. They were already at the door, but she still didn't know her boyfriend's name. Fortunately, Chen Feng took over the conversation, thus saving her from embarrassment. Hello, Miss Cici. Nice to meet you. My name is Yazan. Chen Feng conjured up another flower from somewhere, bowed slightly, and handed it to Su Cici, then added another sentence. He's a magician. Su Cici took the flowers with a smile. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Yazan. Then he leaned close to Sun Yuqing's ear and said, Yuqing, your boyfriend is very handsome, and he looks a lot like Kid. Aren't you in Europe? How do you know Kid? Sun Yuqing was a little puzzled. Su Qianqian rolled her eyes at her and said, Sister, I'm just studying abroad, not going into the mountains to become a nun. Of course I know that Kid is so popular. And you can't imagine how popular Kid is in Europe. Believe me, the craziness of Kid's fans there is definitely beyond your expectations. As she spoke, Su Qianqian folded her hands in front of her, revealing a hint of longing. It would be great if Mr. Kid could come to my house and steal something. I have a lot of good things, like the red coral tree, the white jade necklace, and my family heirloom, the goddess's tears. Su Qianqian spoke with great enthusiasm, but Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing, who were standing in front of her, were shocked. These days, are there still people willing to be robbed? Sun Yuqing's face was full of black lines, and she interrupted Su Qianqian, who was about to continue speaking. Cici, if Uncle Su heard what you said, he would be so angry that he would be seriously injured. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The dinner is about to start. Let's go in first. Su Cici warmly invited the two to go inside. Came into the house quickly. The scene inside made several people stunned. Originally, Sun Yuqing thought it was just a simple dinner party, but now it seems that it is not that simple. There were more than a dozen tables on site, filled with all kinds of desserts, fruits, and drinks. Dozens of people were chatting and laughing inside. Of course, there is nothing strange about this, but what makes Sun Yuqing feel strange is, these tables are not ordinary tables, but glass display cabinets. Inside the glass display cabinets, there are a wide variety of treasures. A red coral tree, a white jade necklace, a bracelet made of 18 large purple pearls, and the tear-shaped gem necklace in the middle, tears of the goddess. Sun Yuqing came back to her senses and looked at Su Qianqian beside her in confusion. Sisai, what's going on? I don't know either. Su Qianqian was also confused. Just then, a voice came from the side. In 2 days it will be the 30th anniversary of our group. We will hold a jewelry exhibition party here, my silly girl. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a straight middle-aged man walking slowly towards this side. Dad. Hello, Uncle Su. Su Qianqian and Sun Yuqing hurriedly greeted them. Well, I haven't seen you for 2 years. Yuqing has become more and more beautiful. Uncle Su, thank you for the compliment. Sun Yuqing replied politely. Su Zhongtian nodded, and then looked at his daughter with disgust. I don't want Cici to become more and more unruly. Dad. Su Cici stamped her feet with an unhappy look on her face. What I said is wrong. Su Zhongtian glared at Su Qianqian without any hesitation. Then he turned his gaze to Chen Feng, who was standing with Sun Yuqing. This is Yuqing's boyfriend, right? Uncle Su. Chen Feng smiled, nodded and greeted. Well, Yuqing and I are a perfect match. Su Zhongtian paused. His eyes turned as if he thought of something, and said, Young man, take a look at the things here. If there is anything you like, Uncle will give you one. Dad. Su Sisai looked surprised. Although she has not been home for 2 years, she still knows what goes on at home. Which of the items on display is not priceless? How can you talk about giving it away so easily? Sun Yuqing was also full of surprise, and quickly turned to look in the direction of Chen Feng, wanting to see his reaction. Chen Feng smiled faintly, and said slowly, Thank you, Uncle Su, but forget it. I still prefer the real thing. Chapter 39, Sending a Notice. Prefer the real thing? What about these? Are they all fakes? Su Qianqian and Sun Yuqing both turned their eyes to Su Zhongtian. Ha ha ha. Okay, very good. Su Zhongtian laughed heartily and said good 3 times in a row with undisguised appreciation in his eyes. Yuqing. Uncle Su. Sun Yuqing answered immediately. Su Zhongtian said, You have picked a good son-in-law for your son family. After saying that, Su Zhongtian patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and turned to leave. Sun Yuqing's face turned slightly red, but she didn't say anything. Why? Su Qianqian nudged Chen Feng with her elbow, her face full of curiosity. How do you know these are fake? I can't tell. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously, lowered his head to look at Su Qianqian's curious baby-like expression, and slowly opened his mouth. Secret. You. Su Qianqian pointed at Chen Feng, but Chen Feng didn't care at all, which made her feel like she was punching cotton. Finally, he could only dive into Sun Yuqing's arms. Sister Yuqing, I have always regarded you as my own sister. I never thought that my own brother-in-law would bully me. Su Cici's word brother-in-law made Sun Yuqing confused. She stretched out her hands, not knowing whether to let go or push. She is your biological sister. Then who am I? A voice came from the door behind him. Then a figure in a formal dress came into their sight. Sister Luoxue. Sun Yuqing greeted her. He turned to look at Chen Feng again. Let me introduce this to you. This is Officer Su. Nice to see you again. What a coincidence, we meet again. Chen Feng and Su Luoxue greeted each other. Since they met outside the store before, Su Luoxue has also come to Chun Feng's store to drink coffee several times. After a few interactions, the two of them got to know each other. You don't have to wonder why everything here is fake. This is normal operation and has been done this way in previous years. All the items on display before the official anniversary party are fakes, and only on the day of the party will the authentic items be brought out. Su Luoxue began to explain to everyone. Is that so? Sun Yuqing nodded. Although it is a fake, it is definitely a one-to-one replica of the original. There are also photos of the original next to the exhibit. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. Then let's go? I'll take you two to see the sights and have something to eat. I've been on a plane all day and I'm starving. Su Qianqian walked forward, grabbed the sleeves of Sun Yuqing and Chen Feng, and walked forward. Although Su Cece is the second daughter of the Su family, not many people know her because she has been living abroad for a long time, so naturally not many people come to say hello. It gave a few people some free time. You haven't seen it. This is the display case of the goddess's tears. It's our family heirloom. I heard that my great-grandfather bought it at an auction more than 50 years ago. Now it has been passed down for 3 generations. Su Cece introduced them to the two people excitedly. The light red gem has no impurities, is thick at the bottom and thin at the top, round and smooth, a perfect teardrop shape. Although what they saw was just a fake, it looked very good. Chen Feng looked to the side. On the right side of the exhibit were a few lines of words about the origin of the tears of the goddess. In 1992, I bought it at an auction in the Empire State of the United States for 2.4 million gold coins and have kept it ever since. Of 2.4 million yuan more than 50 years ago. Today, 50 years later, its value has probably increased more than tenfold. Chen Feng pondered secretly. What are you thinking about? Sun Yuqing touched Chen Feng. Nothing, I just went to the bathroom. Said something to Sun Yuqing and followed Su Qianqian's instructions, heading towards the bathroom. After going to the bathroom and closing the door, Chen Feng checked to make sure there was no surveillance equipment. Then he took out a pen and paper from the system space and started writing. Soon, a new notice letter was written, and at the end Chen Feng did not forget to draw a kid's cartoon head on it. Yeah, perfect. Looking at the notice in his hand, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Pushing open the bathroom window, Chen Feng put his fingers in front of his mouth and whistled. Soon, a pigeon was summoned and flew in front of Chen Feng. Then it's up to you, little one. Chen Feng touched the pigeon's round little head. As if sensing Chen Feng's kindness, the pigeon rubbed back and forth obediently in Chen Feng's palm. Go ahead. Chen Feng put the notice letter next to the pigeon's mouth. The pigeon immediately understood the instruction, opened its mouth, caught the notice letter, flew outside, and disappeared from sight in a short while. Seeing this, Chen Feng also smiled. Gem and phantom thief. I like this combination. Wait until Chen Feng goes back. The dinner has officially begun. Waiters in white were moving among the crowd carrying trays of drinks, while partygoers gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Chen Feng casually took a glass of red wine from a waiter's tray and slowly walked to where Sun Yuqing and the others were. What are you talking about, ladies? Seeing Chen Feng coming, Sun Yuqing consciously made room for Chen Feng and sat side by side with him. Su Cece spoke excitedly. We are talking about the recently popular Phantom Thief kid. Let me tell you a secret. My eldest sister will soon become the new captain of the Chase China Zone 3 hunting team. Then she and Kid will be open rivals. Just thinking about it is exciting. Europe? Chen Feng turned his gaze towards Su Luoxue. Congratulations to Captain Su on your promotion. Thanks. Su Luoxue smiled and raised her wine glass, gently clinking it with Chen Feng's. Uncle and Aunt haven't arrived yet. Chen Feng leaned over and asked Sun Yuqing in her ear. Sun Yuqing shook her head. They have something urgent to do, so they won't come today. I see. Chen Feng nodded. Just then, there was a sudden commotion at the door of the villa. What's going on? How did this pigeon get in? Where did this wild pigeon come from? Get it out of here right away. Where's the security? Security? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do something. Accompanied by the shouts of the crowd, pigeons flew inside. The pigeon seemed to have its own goal. In everyone's surprised gaze, it flew straight to the glass cabinet of tears of the goddess, and slowly fell down on it. It was not until then that everyone saw clearly that there was a small white card in the pigeon's mouth. Kaido Kid Preview Letter. This is everyone's first reaction. Su Zhongtian, who was originally chatting with others, also noticed the movement here. When he saw the pigeon landing on the glass cabinet, especially when he saw that the pigeon had a card in its mouth, his face changed slightly and his brows unconsciously frowned. Chapter 40. How to Deal with Chen Feng. Su Zhongtian reacted and quickly came to the display case of the goddess's tears. Taking the card from the pigeon's mouth, the words on it are clearly visible. In anticipation of your company's grand ceremony, at the moment the midnight bell rings, I will come from the sky and take away the tears of the goddess. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Kaido Kid. Su Zhongtian narrowed his eyes, his expression looking somewhat solemn. Su Luoxue, Su Cece and others came here. Su Cece excitedly snatched the piece of paper from her father, glanced at it quickly, and exclaimed after confirming that it was really Chun Feng's notice. It's kid's notice. Great. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Cece noticed 2 death stares from her father and sister. He coughed lightly and changed the topic. Ahem. Well, I mean, this is too abominable. This is it. The noise here was quite loud, and almost everyone present heard it clearly. Kaido kid, isn't he the thief who's been very popular recently? Is he targeting the Su family's heirloom? It seems so. Didn't you see that Mr. Su's daughter was holding the notice in her hand? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Su Zhongtian said with a dark face. Xiaoxua. Dad. Su Luoxua agreed. I'll leave this to you. You can arrange it. Also, you can deploy everyone in our company. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Su Zhongtian did not stay any longer and left the scene with a dark face. With Su Zhongtian's departure and the incident of the notice letter, the crowd no longer wanted to stay here, and they all dispersed. Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing also said hello to Su Luoxua and left in the car. Just like before, Chen Feng also put the content of this preview letter in his own exclusive live broadcast room. The live broadcast room, which had just been silent for 2 days, was ignited again. I'm already numb. I just want to say one thing. If Maple God takes a fancy to you, you will belong to Maple God sooner or later. The Su family's heirloom. Su family? Now I remember. Isn't this the home of the new hunting captain Su Luoxua? Chen Feng is getting into a fight with the pursuit team. I feel like they couldn't defeat Maple God in the previous times, and this time will probably be no exception. I agree. The internet is flooded with topics about Chen Feng. On a certain audio platform turned into a vote on whether Chen Feng's action would be successful. As expected, in just half a day, millions of people voted for the will succeed option. However, only a few tens of thousands of netizens voted for the will fail option. The overwhelming public opinion on the internet also put a lot of pressure on Su Luoxua. Night. Inside the office of the chief of the Pursuit Bureau, Su Luoxua rubbed her sore eyes and slowly closed the computer. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was indeed not sure she could deal with Chen Feng. This person's method is so strange that it can even be described as unpredictable. Recently, a world-renowned magic association expressed that if Chen Feng is willing to work in their association after the show ends, they are willing to give him the position of vice president. This shows how superb Chen Feng's magic skills are. Dong dong. There was a knock on the office door. Su Luoxua sat back down and said to the door, "Come in." The door was pushed open and a member of the pursuit team pushed it open. "Captain, someone is looking for you outside." She also said, "It's your sister." "My sister." Su Luoxua was a little surprised. She asked a few simple questions, and after confirming that it was Su Cece, she had someone bring her over. "Sister." As a familiar voice came from outside, a beautiful figure flew in and fell straight into Su Luoxua's arms. All right, you're already a grown-up, but you're still acting like a child." Su Luoxua touched Su Cece's head lovingly. The two sisters grew up together and have a very good relationship. Although they haven't seen each other for a long time, they don't feel strange. "What do you want to see me for?" "Sister, can I come to see you if I'm fine?" Su Cece's voice was so sweet that it gave Su Luoxua goosebumps, and she quickly interrupted her. "Stop it. Don't I know you? Tell me what's going on. I have to work." Hee, sister still understands me. Su Cece, whose little secret was exposed, did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she hugged Su Luoxua's arm in a flattering manner. Sister, I just want to ask, when your hunting team is preparing for kids' action, can I also join in?" "Don't worry, I'll just watch and definitely won't cause any trouble. I'll send you a message." As she spoke, Su Cece raised 4 fingers exaggeratedly. "Impossible. Don't even think about it." Su Luoxua refused outright. She knows her sister too well. She forgets what she said the moment she says it. She is even more unreliable than an insurance company. "Sister." Su Cece started to act like a spoiled child again. "I finally came back once, and I just want to see Mr. Kid up close. As my sister, can't you even meet this request?" Su Luoxua still didn't respond. Snort. Seeing that Su Luoxua was unmoved, Su Qianqian realistically shook off Su Luoxua's arm, covered her mouth, and looked unhappy. "You can't catch Kid anyway, whether I'm here or not, and you're still stopping me from going." "You." Su Luoxua was choked by this sentence. She wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words to refute. "Hey, sister." Su Qianqian's eyes turned, as if she thought of something, and continued to speak. "Why don't you run with the tears of the goddess? As long as you keep running around, maybe you can stop Lord Kid." Su Luoxua slammed the table angrily and stood up. He was just about to teach Su Sisi what it meant that an elder sister is like a mother, but as soon as he raised his arm, before he lowered it, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Keep running, keep running, keep running. Su Luoxue suddenly raised her head, put a smile on her face again, and grabbed Su Sisi's arm. Sisai, you are such a genius. Uh-huh. Su Sisi blinked her big, Caroline eyes, as if she didn't know what was going on. But at this time, Su Luoxue no longer had time to deal with her. She lowered her head and turned on the computer again, her slender fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. Soon, she had come up with a simple plan. That very day, Su Zhongtian and Su Luoxue jointly held a press conference and announced the change of the venue of the Cultural Relics Exhibition gathering. And the new location is on a cruise ship in the deep sea. Chapter 41, Plan confirmed. Deep sea cruise. What a great idea. Cafe reception. Chen Feng looked at Su Luoxue's figure at the press conference in the video and smiled. Click. The door was pushed open, and the voice of the mechanical cat at the door said, "Welcome." Chen Feng turned his head and saw Su Luoxue, whom he had just met yesterday, walking towards the door. It is true that when you mention Cao Cao, he appears. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. How come Officer Su, such a busy man, has time to come to me today? Chen Feng said with a smile. No matter how busy you are, you still have to live. Su Luoxue rubbed her sore neck, her face slightly tired. What are you looking at? Look at this wonderful speech by a beautiful lady. Su Luoxue came forward curiously and looked at the screen, only to find that it was a video of herself at the press conference. I couldn't help but blush slightly, and laughed and scolded. Slippery tongue. Chen Feng didn't care. What to drink? Mocha, half sugar. I still like the taste of your coffee. Do you have any secret recipe? Can you tell me? Su Luoxue came forward with curiosity on her face. She was really curious about how Chen Feng made this coffee. It was slightly bitter, but still mellow. The aroma of milk and coffee beans complemented each other, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. Shadash. Chen Feng placed his finger in front of Su Luoxue's lips. Madam, this is a business secret. Su Luoxue was amused by Chen Feng's mysterious look and burst out laughing. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Just make me some coffee. Ding, a-ling, ding, a-ling. Just then, a noisy phone ring rang, interrupting her words. Su Luoxue picked up the phone, glanced at the note, and answered the call. Hello? Dad, what's wrong? Okay, I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Su Luoxue looked at Chen Feng again and spoke with a hint of regret. It seems I won't have a good meal today. I have something else to do here, so I have to leave first. After saying that, he nodded to Chen Feng and prepared to turn around and leave. However, she had just taken 2 steps when Chen Feng called her from behind. Hey, wait. Su Luoxue stopped and turned to look at Chen Feng with a puzzled look. Chen Feng walked out from the front desk, slowly came to her, and stretched out his hand to straighten her wrinkled collar. My clothes are a little messy. Su Luoxue was slightly dazed, but quickly came back to her senses. With a smile on his face, he said, Yuqing's 5,000 yuan is really worth it. If you need anything, I will trouble you. Anytime you ask, ma'am. Chen Feng held up Su Luoxue's hand and kissed it gently. The two separated. In the cafe again. The system's voice in my mind also sounded. Ding, congratulations on exchanging for 2 micro cameras, spending system points 100. Hearing this voice, Chen Feng smiled. Just now, when he was tidying up Su Luoxue's clothes, he took the opportunity to install a micro camera on the button in front of the collar of Su Luoxue's work clothes. Combined with the eavesdropping device that he had placed on her wallet earlier, he could now understand the situation at the scene firsthand. Chen Feng looked down at the time on his watch. It was already late. In addition, there were not many customers in the store today, so we closed early. Back in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Chen Feng carefully considered the details of the action and then turned his attention to Xiaobai, standing on the wooden stick. He snapped his fingers lightly. Hearing the noise, Xiaobai quickly flew towards Chen Feng, landed on Chen Feng's legs, and rubbed him affectionately. I'm sorry to bother you again this time, Xiaobai. Chen Feng gently stroked Xiaobai's feathers. As if Xiaobai understood Chen Feng's words, he responded with a coo-coo. Chen Feng tied another miniature camera exchange from the system to Xiaobai's body, and then walked to the balcony. Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, Chen Feng released Xiaobai. Go, Xiaobai. I'll buy you some crayfish when I come back. Goo goo. Xiaobai shouted excitedly, then spread his wings and flew into the sky, and soon disappeared from sight. 1 hour later, on the coast, after Su Luoxue got out of the car, she went straight to her cruise ship. When we arrived inside the cruise ship, Su Zhongtian was already waiting there. More than a dozen neatly arranged glass cabinets are located on both sides. Of course, These glass display cases are currently empty, and more than a dozen exhibits, including the Tears of the Goddess, are still stored in the safe of the Su family villa. Dad. Su Luoxue walked up and greeted Su Zhongtian. Yes, here I come. Su Zhongtian raised his eyes slightly, and a smile appeared on his majestic face. What's wrong, Dad? What's the matter that makes you so anxious to see me? Su Zhongtian pointed to the seat in front of him and said, Sit down first. After Su Luoxue sat down, Su Zhongtian slowly spoke. Xiaoxue, I want you to go back and inform your people that we will start moving the exhibits at 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. 2 o'clock tomorrow morning? But at the previous press conference, didn't you say it would be at noon? Before he could finish his words, Su Zhongtian raised his hand to interrupt him. For safety reasons. After all, the thief who targeted our heirloom would also watch the news. Su Luoxue nodded. Okay, I'll let you know when I get back. I'm sorry to bother them again. When this matter is over, please treat them to a meal. You just took office, don't lose the support of the people. Okay, Dad. Su Luoxue nodded in agreement. Naturally, all of this was heard by Chen Feng. In the bedroom on the second floor of the cafe. Looking at the picture on the computer screen, Chen Feng smiled indifferently. Be careful, both of you. Close the computer. He gently picked up the yacht plan that he had just drawn based on the images sent back by Xiaobai, and already had a plan in mind. The next day, the coast was brightly lit at 2 o'clock in the morning. A team of more than 100 people consisting of 50 members of the pursuit team and dozens of security guards hired by the Su family are busy. Large boxes that were tightly sealed were unloaded from the car. After all the boxes were unloaded, a member of the pursuit team came to Su Luoxue and said, Captain, everything is here, please count it. Su Luoxue nodded, walked forward, and took a quick inventory. After making sure there was no problem, she asked everyone to move the items onto the cruise ship. No one noticed that among the crowd responsible for carrying the boxes, a young man showed a mysterious smile, which disappeared in an instant. A dozen boxes were carried into the hull of the cruise ship. Although the room in the hall was not small, it still seemed a little crowded with dozens of people and more than a dozen large boxes coming in at once. Everyone, thank you for your help. Just put the boxes down. You will get the red envelopes later. Everyone will get one. Su Luoxue spoke with a smile. Everyone present cheered immediately. Oh, thanks, Captain. Long live the Captain. Thank you, Miss. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Su Luoxue always responded with a smile. At this moment, a voice broke this beauty. Chen Feng. Chen Feng appears. Chapter 42 Preparations Before Action. Chen Feng. Chen Feng appears. As this voice was heard, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it, and they all looked in one direction. A tall pole not far from the ship under the moonlight. The white cloak behind him moved with the wind, and the four-leaf clover pendant was also swaying in the wind. Hello again, everyone. Chen Feng still had that infuriating yet charming smile on his face. The moment they saw Chen Feng, everyone at the scene immediately divided into two groups under Su Luoxue's command. One group was responsible for protecting the safety of more than a dozen exhibits in the hall, while the other group followed her to surround the high pole where Chen Feng was. When they arrived at the bottom of the pole, everyone looked up at the white figure at the top with nervous expressions. There was no way. This person brought them too many unexpected things. From the heart of the ocean at the beginning to the tears of the goddess this time, all the preparations seemed as fragile as bubbles in front of this man. Chen Feng, what do you want to do? Su Luoxue looked alert. Captain Su, don't be nervous. I am just a magician who followed the wind and came to visit under the moonlight. I have no ill intentions. Chen Feng chuckled and spoke. Although they heard him say this, the people at the scene obviously did not believe it and still looked alert. It seems like you guys don't really welcome me. Chen Feng performed in a slightly exaggerated manner. Well, I'll take my leave now. As Chen Feng finished saying this, his body seemed to be decomposed and began to turn into countless light particles from top to bottom, slowly dissipating. Just like when he stole the heart of the ocean before, this kid was just an image created by Chen Feng using a projection device. And Chen Feng's real body had already blended into the exhibition hall. And when everyone's attention was attracted by the image, he quickly acted and installed two inconspicuous gadgets in the glass display case belonging to the Tears of the Goddess. On the dock, looking at the direction where Chen Feng disappeared, no one reacted for a moment. What does this mean? Just walk away without doing anything? Is it really like what he said, that he was just a guest under the moonlight? He must be too idle, wandering around here in the middle of the night without sleeping. Su Luoxue frowned. She always felt that something was not right, but she couldn't put her finger on it. He had no choice but to lead everyone to check the dozen or so boxes of exhibits again, and only stopped after confirming that they were all correct. The night is still passing slowly. Feng had already left in the eyes of everyone. Su Luoxue did not take it lightly. Personally supervised the placement of more than a dozen exhibits into glass covers. He left more than 20 people at the dock and on the cruise ship to take charge of security before leaving with the others. The night sea breeze is still blowing. The people who stayed at the dock and on the deck were fine, but the people in the lobby on the second floor of the cruise ship were already extremely sleepy. Before monitoring, the 8 members of the pursuit team who remained in the house were drowsy. Come on, brothers, have a cup of coffee and refresh yourself. The member of the pursuit team, disguised as Chun Feng, walked in with 8 cups of coffee on a tray and greeted everyone. Hearing Chun Feng's voice, the leader walked up to him with a smile and punched Chun Feng. Okay, Li Ming, why are you so generous today? Chun Feng, disguised as Li Ming, laughed and said, I stole this from Captain Sun before I came here. I can't drink it all by myself, so I'll give it to you guys. You kid, the leader cursed with a smile. Then he picked up a cup of coffee on the tray and drank it all in one gulp, and did not forget to pass 2 cups to other people. Chun Feng came to the surveillance camera with the remaining cups of coffee. Come on, guys, have a cup of coffee and refresh yourself. The 3 people in front of the surveillance camera were obviously very sleepy. After seeing the coffee brought by Chun Feng, they didn't think much about it and reached out to take the coffee from Chun Feng. After everyone had finished their coffee, Chun Feng finally revealed a satisfied smile. Soon, the people who had just drunk coffee all fell asleep. Chun Feng returned to the display case of Tears of the Goddess. Without the protection of the crowd, the glass case was easily opened by Chun Feng, and he took out the Tears of the Goddess hidden inside. What a pretty little fellow. Looking at the light red gem in his hand, Chun Feng smiled and put it away. However, since it was not yet time to issue the preview letter, in order to ensure the perfection of the performance, Chun Feng took out the special edition of Tears of the Goddess that he had prepared long ago. Returned to its original place. Perfect. Chun Feng nodded with satisfaction. He didn't stay any longer and turned around and left. 2 hours after Chun Feng left, everyone in the conference hall finally woke up. After waking up, everyone was shocked at first, but they breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that more than a dozen exhibits, including the Tears of the Goddess, were all safe and sound. In order to avoid being scolded, everyone discussed with each other and unanimously decided to keep the matter secret. This actually helped Chun Feng inadvertently. Time passes slowly. Around noon, under the filming of a group of reporters, Su Zhongtian and more than 20 invited tourists, as well as a group of bodyguards, pursuit team members, and waiters boarded the cruise ship and headed towards the deep sea. In the evening, after 8 hours of sailing, the cruise ship finally stopped in the deep sea area. On the huge deck, 4 helicopters were parked steadily. This was a glider that Su Zhongtian specially transferred from his own group to deal with Chun Feng. It is equipped with a comprehensive capture system and is fully capable of intercepting Chun Feng's glider in the air. At the front of the cruise ship, Su Luoxue held onto the railing on the deck, feeling the sea breeze blowing past her, her eyes occasionally looking into the distance. Captain Lu Yi, the newly promoted team leader of Group 3, took a bottle of water and handed it to Su Luoxue. Don't be so nervous, right? We are in the deep sea now, and we carefully checked everyone's face and luggage before boarding the ship this time. Chun Feng can't get in. Su Luoxue glanced at him, unscrewed the water bottle, took a sip, and spoke. Don't be careless. Tell the brothers to fly the helicopter to observe the surrounding area every half an hour and report any situation immediately. Yes. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. But I still don't agree with it in my heart. Just as he said, they are now in the deep sea, and even the cruise ship they are on needs several hours to get here. How did Chun Feng get here? You can't swim over here, can you? Thinking of this, Lu Yi sneered and shook his head, as if he didn't care much about Su Luoxue's excessive nervousness. But under the orders of his superiors, he still conveyed Su Luoxue's words to several helicopter pilots. Chapter 43, a fantastic debut. As expected, the reactions of several drivers were the same as his. The pilot of Unit 2 looked reluctant. Isn't our captain too cautious? He just lost to Chun Feng twice. Why is he still suspicious? The pilot of Unit 3 spoke up next. That's right. How can Chun Feng get here when it's so far from the land? With that broken hang glider? Don't dream on it. Alas, a higher-ranking official can crush a person, and we have to obey orders from above. The other 2 drivers also spoke up to express their dissatisfaction. After hearing these words, although Lu Yi had the same feeling, he still scolded. Don't complain, just work hard. You're complaining after receiving a red envelope from Captain Su? That's not very nice. When they heard Lu Yi mention red envelopes, several drivers scratched their heads embarrassedly. Although Su Luoshua's newly appointed captain is a bit strict and even too cautious, his conduct and work are impeccable. Not to mention anything else, the red envelope alone made everyone in the pursuit team support her very much. So even if they feel uncomfortable, they will just complain a few words and won't say anything bad. The pointer representing time is still moving. At the request of the program team, Su Luoshua agreed to share the monitoring system of her own cruise ship with the live broadcast room. The screen of Chun Feng's live broadcast room also came here. I went there. This time, they were really ruthless. No matter how well prepared the previous pursuit team was, they were still on land. This guy went to the sea. At first glance, there was water everywhere. I heard that everyone on the cruise ship was carefully checked twice before boarding. No one could sneak in. What should we do? This is the ocean. Can't my maple god swim over here? Damn it, it's good to be rich. I'm afraid Feng Shun is going to be in trouble this time. Don't be so cruel to my husband. Night falls quietly. The sea breeze also turned cold. For safety reasons, Su Luoshua immediately ordered all the surrounding lights to be turned on. Coupled with the helicopters constantly patrolling in the sky, people on the cruise ship can easily get any movement within 1 kilometer. Time is still passing. In a blink of an eye, it was already 11:30. Su Cece held her chin with her hand, leaned on the railing with an expectant look, waiting for the arrival of the white figure. Even the invited guests in the venue gradually reduced their conversations and looked out the window from time to time, as if looking for something. In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. Su Luoshua had returned to the monitoring room, holding a walkie-talkie in her hand, staring at the monitoring screen intently. For the safety of Tears of the Goddess, she even arranged 10 members of the pursuit team in the second-floor venue and at the entrance. This is so that if any accident occurs, the hatch can be immediately sealed and Chen Feng can be locked inside. Foolproof. This was the thought of almost all members of the pursuit team. They racked their brains, but could not figure out how Chen Feng could steal the Tears of the Goddess, and they couldn't even imagine how he got from the distant land to the distant deep sea. Fly over? Swim over? The only possibility is that he created a portal that only exists in movies. But of course that's impossible. Unit 3 reporting, a suspicious target has been spotted, moving towards the cruise ship. The voice of helicopter pilot number 3 came into everyone's ears through the intercom. Su Luoshua immediately picked up the intercom and responded. Understood, Unit 3 will immediately approach the suspicious target and confirm its identity as quickly as possible. Units 1 and 2 will be ready to provide support at any time. Yes. The conversation was interrupted, leaving only the sound of the helicopter propeller breaking through the wind in the sky. But soon, the silent intercom began to speak again. Unit 3 reports, the target's identity has been confirmed. It's Chen Feng himself. Everyone in the command room was surprised. Chen Feng is really here. How did he do it? You know, this is the deep sea, a place that ordinary boats can't reach. Su Luoshua was also surprised, but she adjusted herself immediately. Unit 3 will confirm immediately. How did Chen Feng get here? Was it by glider or ship? Unit 3 reports. He came here on a whale. The pilot of Unit 3's voice was trembling as he spoke, and he even wondered if he was dazzled. But the tall white figure standing on the whale's back told him that all this was true. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also confused. Oh my god, what did I see? Is Maple God standing on the back of a whale? Have humans evolved to the point where they can tame whales? Why hasn't anyone informed me? My husband is so handsome. Nothing is impossible in front of my husband. I don't have anything else to say. Function is awesome. Su Cece on the deck looked at the approaching white figure with stars in her eyes. At this moment, there was only Chen Feng in her eyes, and she had completely forgotten that Chen Feng came here to steal things from her house. Master Kid, I'm here. Chen Feng stood on the back of the whale, with only the cool sea breeze blowing past his ears. There were a few small speedboats that wanted to come forward to capture Chen Feng, but after seeing the huge black shadow under Chen Feng's feet, they rationally gave up the idea. We arrived under the cruise ship without any obstruction. Thank you. Chen Feng bent down and gently patted the whale's back. The whale seemed to understand and excitedly swung its huge tail, creating another large ripple. Chen Feng took out a poker gun from his arms, aimed it at the railing on the deck, and pulled the trigger. Next second, with a whoosh sound, a rope shot out from the muzzle and was firmly fixed on the railing. With the help of the tension of the rope, Chen Feng easily boarded the cruise ship and landed steadily on the deck. Master Kid. As soon as she landed, a beautiful figure rushed towards Chen Feng and threw herself into his arms. It was Susie. The live broadcast room was in an uproar again. Whose bitch is this? Let my husband go. I'm so jealous. I want to be hugged by kid too. Sister, listen to me. You can't control this man. Let me do it. Under the gaze of millions of people, someone still recognized Su Cece's identity. This person is the second daughter of the Su family, right? Hasn't she been studying abroad? Why is she back? Hey, now that you mention it, I recognized her. It's her. I've seen the video of her winning the mathematical Olympiad that year. Second Miss Su, didn't Maple God come here to steal their family heirloom? Why is she still so excited? Don't ask. We don't understand the way rich people think. Chapter 44, Shocking Space Magic Show. Chen Feng, let the hostage go. Su Luoxue rushed over with a dozen people and blocked the road in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng spread his hands and said, Captain Su, I don't think I did anything. Su Luoxue was choked immediately. Looking at Su Qianqian, who was lying in Chen Feng's arms and refusing to get up, Su Luoxue almost bit her teeth to pieces. Su Cece, come here. Su Luoxue suppressed her anger and spoke. She shouldn't have brought this unreliable sister here. Now she has brought shame upon herself. Hearing her elder sister's angry voice, even though Su Qianqian was extremely reluctant, she had to slowly come out of Chen Feng's arms. She pouted, looking reluctant. Seeing Su Cece's unhappy face, Chen Feng slowly reached out his hands, put his arms around her neck, and gently kissed Su Cece on the forehead. Thank you for your love, beautiful lady. Feeling the wetness and heat on her forehead, Su Cece blushed in an instant, like a little girl who got an autograph from her idol. A pair of delicate hands were rubbing the two corners of her clothes back and forth. She lowered her head and dared not look up to meet Chen Feng's gaze. Chen Feng stood on the deck, his cloak whistling in the sea breeze. There was still a faint smile on his lips, and he spoke softly. Everyone, the magic show is about to begin. My husband is so handsome. I have to say it, seeing Feng Shen like this, even a man like me is moved. No, my husband is so handsome, I want to lick the screen. Countless comments flashed across the live broadcast room. On the deck, under the gaze of countless people, Chen Feng took a step forward. But a scene that shocked everyone happened. After Chen Feng's kick landed, it did not touch the ground. Instead, it seemed as if he was being supported by something, standing on an imaginary step. Then he took the second step. This time, Chen Feng's other foot also left the ground. Under the gaze of countless people, he actually stepped upwards in the air. There was a brief silence in the live broadcast room, followed by an overwhelming barrage of comments. Could this be the legendary Wudong Tianzong? A Dozong strongman is so terrifying. I watched the whole process and didn't see any problems. How did Chen Feng do it? Don't be ridiculous. If you can see it, can Maple God still be called Maple God? I suggest that the country conduct a thorough investigation of Chen Feng. I now seriously suspect that he is the last immortal cultivator on the blue water planet. Everything in the outside world had no effect on Chen Feng. He was still walking forward on his own. Every step he took was in midair. No, it should be said that every step he took seemed to be on a staircase that no one could see. As Chen Feng grew taller and taller, Su Luoxue and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. How is this possible? Su Luoxue opened her mouth slightly, a look of disbelief on her face. Suddenly, I remembered the content in Chen Feng's preview letter, the sentence, I will come from the sky and take away the goddess' tears. She originally thought that Chen Feng wanted to fall from the plane or steal the tears of the goddess by hang gliding, but now it seems that she had completely misunderstood. The missing the opportunity mentioned in the preview letter really means missing the opportunity. Looking at Chen Feng, who was floating in the air, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. They wanted to say that it was just a magic trick, it was fake, and it had flaws. But when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say a word. Because they really couldn't find even the slightest flaw in Chen Feng. At this moment, or in everyone's hearts, Chen Feng's figure seemed to overlap with the figure of God in the story. Chen Feng was still walking upwards, all the way to the roof of the second floor of the cruise ship. When the soles of the feet stepped on it, there were two dull sounds. The time was already 11:58 in the evening. There are only 2 minutes left until the time stated on the notice. But Chen Feng didn't even enter the exhibition venue. This also made everyone a little confused, and they didn't know what Chen Feng was going to do. It time to send the notice soon? Why hasn't Chen Feng made a move yet? This is the question on almost everyone's mind. But Chen Feng on the rooftop revealed a mysterious smile at this moment, slowly opened his arms, facing the silver moonlight, as if he was hugging the moon. Ladies and gentlemen, as Chen Feng spoke again, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was quickly aroused. For a moment, the barrage of comments was rolling rapidly again, and the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 8 million at this time. It's showtime. As Chen Feng's hand fell, the clock struck 12 at midnight. In the venue, the tears of the goddess stored in a glass cover slowly disappeared under the gaze of Su Zhongtian and others, as well as the 8 million viewers in the live broadcast room. Yes, disappear. In front of everyone. It was like an ice cube in a raging flame, melting rapidly. This is impossible. In the conference hall, Su Zhongtian was pulling at the glass cover that contained the goddess's tears with a look of disbelief on his face. At this time, the solid glass cover became an obstacle preventing him from entering. All they could do was watch the tears of the goddess slowly melt away and eventually disappear completely. Outside, a red gem slowly took shape in Chen Feng's hand. It's the tears of the goddess. Fuck. And you still say this isn't magic? No, I want to become a disciple. If I can learn this skill from Maple God, my future life will be settled. Could Fengshen really be a magician posing as a magician? This is too weird. Telekinesis? This must have reached the level of Dozun, right? Taoist friend, why are you here? Everyone at the scene was stunned. It's not that they haven't thought about stopping it, but they really don't know how to stop it. Could it be that Chen Feng really knows magic? Several members of the pursuit team couldn't help but think secretly, but quickly shook their heads to interrupt their thoughts. Now we live in a society ruled by law. I am an atheist, and I cannot be superstitious. I cannot be superstitious. The team members kept giving themselves hints in their hearts, but in their hearts they still couldn't help but associate Chen Feng with magic. Chen Feng held the light pink tears of the goddess in his hand, as if showing off his trophies, allowing everyone to see them. Everyone, it seems that I am the winner again this time. Chen Feng chuckled and spoke, putting away the tears of the goddess and bowing slightly to everyone. Today's magic show ends here. I will take my leave now. As he spoke, Chen Feng lifted his clothes and flew into the air again. It was at this moment that everyone could see clearly that above Chen Feng's head, a large group of hundreds or even thousands of seabirds were flying in the air. And 3 thin lines, almost invisible, hung from the sky, connecting him to the flock of birds. Everyone, I look forward to seeing you again under the silver moonlight. As soon as he finished speaking, a white card fell from the air and landed precisely in front of Su Luoxue. As the preview said, I have accepted the tears of the goddess. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. At the same time, a system prompt sounded from Chen Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the tears of the goddess. And reward. Kaido Kid card fusion degree plus 5%. System points plus 500. Current card fusion degree 65%. Chapter 45. Chen Feng's $1 million wanted order. Yesterday, Chen Feng, a wanted criminal from Huaxia District 3, successfully crossed the ocean and stole the goddess's tear gem under the gaze of millions of people. This is Chen Feng's 4th attempt, and it was also a great success. According to the calculations of the United Government Program Team, the total amount of money stolen by Chen Feng so far has reached more than 100 million miles yuan, ranking 11th in the world's thieves rankings. The United Government Program Team has announced that they have officially issued a wanted order for Chen Feng, with a sum of 3 million miles yuan, in a room of a 5-star hotel on the seaside of H City. The TV hanging on the wall was playing the news. Listening to the words coming from TV, Chen Feng, who was lying on the sofa, smiled and turned off the TV casually. 3 million miles yuan. That sounds pretty good. What do you think, Xiaobai? Chen Feng was wearing a bathrobe, and the red wine in the glass in his hand looked even brighter under the light. After finishing work last night, Chen Feng was not in a hurry to return to the cafe. After all, it was a rare opportunity to come out. So how could he go out just for work? Enjoying life is also essential. Gu. Xiaobai raised his head and called out, which was a response to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's smile became even more prosperous. He took out the tears of the goddess he had obtained earlier and placed it under the light to admire it slowly. It's really a beautiful little thing. It's worth it for me to enjoy the sea breeze all night for it. He raised the wine glass in his hand and gently touched it to the tears of the goddess, as if clinking glasses. Cheers. Huh. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door at this moment. Chen Feng put down the wine glass, walked to the door, and looked outside through the peephole. After making sure that it was not someone from the pursuit team or the police force, he opened the door. It was a waiter pushing a food cart. Hello. Dear sir, this is the dinner you ordered. Do you want us to bring it in? Sorry to bother you. Just give it to me directly. Chen Feng responded politely and gave the waiter a tip of 100 renminbi. As the waiter thanked him, he was about to close the door and enjoy his dinner, but was stopped by the waiter again. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you again. The thing is, Our hotel has added a new venue on the 5th floor as a dance venue. If you are interested, you can go and have a look." As he spoke, the waiter handed a ticket to Chen Feng and left with the dining cart. Looking at the ticket in his hand, Chen Feng thought about it for a moment and made a decision. Chen Feng peeled the crayfish for Little White Spot and put it on its plate, then turned around and walked out. After arriving at the location of the dance and handing over his ticket, Chen Feng entered smoothly. There weren't many people in the ballroom, or rather, there weren't many people staying in this expensive 5-star hotel. There were only a dozen or so people swaying their bodies to the music on the dance floor, and another dozen or so were sitting on the sofas, chatting or drinking. "Hello, can I sit here?" A voice came into the ears of Anna, who was sitting in a chair fiddling with flowers and pins. Anna raised her head and glanced at Chen Feng, who was holding a wine glass. She did not refuse, but just nodded, then lowered her head and continued to fiddle with the flowers and pin in her hands. Chen Feng sat down opposite Anna and was quickly attracted by the movements of Anna's hands. Anna hid the flowers in her sleeves and then hid the pin inside her clothes. The two kept exchanging positions, and even though it looked very clumsy, you could tell what she wanted to do. "Ma'am, do you want to learn magic?" Chen Feng smiled and spoke again. Chen Feng's words immediately attracted Anna's attention. She nodded and asked in fairly fluent Chinese, "Can you?" Chen Feng did not answer, but reached out and took the pin that Anna had been fiddling with. Chen Feng brought the pin to Anna and said, "I guess that's what you want." As he spoke, Chen Feng gently swung the pin in his hand, and the pin immediately disappeared, and a purple rose immediately replaced the previous pin. "Wow!" Anna exclaimed, and then pinched Chen Feng's sleeves with a curious look on her face. But the missing pin was not found. "How did you do that? Where's the pen? Where did you take it?" Anna seemed to have become a curious baby. She stood up and asked Chen Feng a series of questions. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. "Madam, perhaps it has never left you." "Oh." Anna was stunned at first, as if she didn't understand what Chen Feng meant, but at this moment her left hand touched a hard object in her pocket. A guess suddenly came to Anna's mind. When I took it out and looked at it, it was indeed the pin that had just disappeared. Oh my God, this is amazing." Looking at the pin in her hand, Anna covered her mouth with a look of surprise. "Can I know your name?" "Arson, a magician passing by." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Yazan." Anna repeated the name silently, then nodded. "Hello, my name is Anna, from Russia." "Yazan, since you are a magician, you should know Kid, right?" Looking at Anna's expectant look, Chen Feng couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "Is he so famous? Even people in Russia know about him?" But he quickly responded, "Of course, that's a very hot thief." "No, Yasin, I don't like to use the word thief to describe him." Anna's face was serious, but soon turned into admiration. "He is more like an artist, a real artist." Chen Feng burst out laughing. Did he flirt with his fans? "It seems that I need to change my bad habit of flirting with beautiful women as soon as I see them." "That's right." Anna seemed to remember something, picked up the pen and flowers again, and spoke excitedly. "This magic trick is the one that Kid performed. I have asked many people to teach me, but unfortunately, I still haven't learned it yet." Speaking of this, Anna looked a little disappointed. Just then, a middle-aged woman came over and whispered something into Anna's ear. Anna nodded, stood up from her seat, and looked at Chen Feng. "It's nice to meet you today, but I have to go and prepare for my concert." Chen Feng asked curiously, "Are you a singer?" "Yes, there will be a concert of mine at the East City Grand Theater at 8 o'clock in the evening 3 days later. If you are interested, you are welcome to come." Anna replied with a smile. Then he followed the middle-aged woman and left. "Who was that just now?" asked the middle-aged woman. "A friend I just met." Anna replied with a smile. Chapter 46, Big Stars Concert. Chen Feng played at the beach for 2 days in a row and did not return to the cafe until the evening 2 days later. Chen Feng had just returned to the store, and he didn't even have time to send Xiaobai back to the second floor before the door was roughly pushed open. Sun Yuqing rushed into the store in a hurry. "Oh my God, boss, you finally opened the shop. I thought you were closed down." "Thanks to your good words, it hasn't gone bankrupt yet." Chen Feng rolled his eyes at her. Sun Yuqing walked forward and touched Chen Feng's shoulder with her arm. "Don't be angry, boss. How about this? I'll treat you to a concert." As she spoke, Sun Yuqing shook the 2 tickets in her hand. Chen Feng looked skeptical. "Are you that kind?" "Hey, boss, you are being ungrateful. I invited you to the concert out of good intentions, but you still doubt my sincerity." Sun Yuqing covered her chest with her hands and exaggeratedly acted like she was sad. Chen Feng remained unmoved and just continued to look at her. Perhaps Chen Feng's gaze was too sharp. Sun Yuqing could no longer act, and stood up and waved her hands. "Okay, I admit it. My parents heard from Uncle Sue that I was looking for a boyfriend, so they gave me these 2 tickets and asked me to go with you. I also had to take a photo and give it to them to prove that I was not lying. Sun Yuqing looked as if she had lost all hope in life, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Is that it? Chen Feng chuckled. Sun Yuqing widened her eyes and asked in surprise, you agreed? You have to pay more. Sun Yuqing. Finally, Sun Yuqing compromised and transferred another 5,000 renminbi to Chen Feng while cursing. Swindler. Looking at Chen Feng's face, Sun Yuqing cursed him without any concealment. Chen Feng raised his head nonchalantly and pointed at the price list in the store. Isn't this obvious? Welcome, came the voice of the mechanical cat at the door. Su Luoshue's figure then appeared in the store. It seems that I came at the right time. I finally opened the door. Nice to meet you again, Miss Su. Chen Feng greeted with a smile. Sister Luoshue, Sun Yuqing called out in a sickly sweet voice. Then came to Su Luoshue, hugged her arms, stared at Chen Feng, and said, you better be careful, he's a profiteer. I've completely remembered him. Su Luoshue seemed a little confused and looked at Chen Feng, not knowing what had happened. Chen Feng still had that unmistakable smile on his face. It is my honor to be remembered by a beautiful lady. Humph. Sun Yuqing snorted arrogantly. Looking at Sun Yuqing's arrogant look, Su Luoshue chuckled and shook her head. With a quick glance, he noticed the concert tickets on the counter. Anna's concert? Are you interested in this Russian star? Su Luoshue looked at Chen Feng and the others with a little curiosity. Hearing the word Anna again, Chen Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Anna? Isn't this the celebrity fan I met 2 days ago? Since he parted ways with his celebrity fan 2 days ago, he also looked up her information on the internet. The final conclusion is that she is just a simple star. At most, she is pretty, but there is nothing worthy of issuing a preview letter. Just put the matter behind me. I didn't expect that the 2 concert tickets Sun Yuqing brought today were actually from this celebrity fan of mine. It really is. Chen Feng shook his head in his heart. Chen Feng asked, is she famous? But as soon as he said that, Sun Yuqing and the other person looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. What are you talking about, brother? This is Anna. You don't even know her. Chen Feng shook his head, but from the reactions of the 2 people, he could already draw a conclusion. Sun Yuqing continued to talk nonstop. She is the most popular female star in Russia, or even in Asia. The Snow Country Princess. You don't even know her. Chen Feng still shook his head. This caused the 2 girls to be surprised again. After chatting for a few more words, the 2 ordered a cup of coffee each and sat down at the table. By the way, Sister Luoshue, has Kid returned the heirloom, the goddess's tears, that was stolen from your family 2 days ago? Sun Yuqing looked at Su Luoshue curiously and asked. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Su Luoshue's eyes, but she still smiled and shook her head. Maybe he wants to wait until the hunting period is over before returning it. After all, this is the rule we agreed on at the beginning, and he has the power to do so. Oh, okay. Sun Yuqing nodded and didn't say anything more. Just as Su Luoshue said, this was a rule set by the program team at the beginning. Every contestant could choose to hide with the stolen items and wait for the pursuit period to be over before receiving equivalent compensation. But that person is Kid. Kid, who always takes everyone by surprise. Sun Yuqing thought about it for a while, but could not come to a conclusion. Finally, she simply turned her gaze to Chen Feng, who was sitting at the front desk reading quietly. Hey, boss, what do you think about Kid not returning the goddess's tears yet? Hearing what Sun Yuqing said, Chen Feng closed the book in his hand, stood up from the front desk, walked to sit opposite Sun Yuqing and the others, pretended to think deeply for a while, and then spoke slowly. I don't know what Mr. Kid is thinking, but if it were me, I would not allow such a beautiful lady like Miss Su to worry. As he spoke, Chen Feng flipped his hand, and a purple rose appeared out of thin air, which he handed to Su Luoshue. Su Luoshue took the flower, her smile still on her face. Aren't you afraid that Yuqing will get jealous if you talk like this? Sun Yuqing blushed at this remark, and quickly raised her hand to hit Su Luoshue in pretending to be angry. Sister Luoshue, you're making fun of me again. Okay, I won't say anything, okay? Su Luoshue spoke with a smile, but the teasing in her eyes still made Sun Yuqing's face turn red for a long time. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next night. In front of Dongxing Grand Theater. After checking their tickets, Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing successfully entered the theater. There are so many people. Looking at the concert venue packed with people, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. This is when the tickets are not cheap. If it were a free venue, the number of people on site would probably double. Of course, this is Anna, known as the Snow Country Princess. This is her first concert in China, so of course there are a lot of people. Sun Yuqing on the side responded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly became lively. Next second, the center of the stage cracked, and Anna, wearing a black dress and looking like a black swan, slowly rose from the center of the stage. Chapter 47: Magic Performances and Performance Accidents. Anna, I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. Your Highness the Snow Country Princess. Look at me. I'm here. The fans at the scene were excited, no less excited than the fans Chun Feng met at his own performances. The only difference is probably that Chun Feng's fans are mostly female, while Anna's fans are mostly male. Chun Feng had no doubt that if there wasn't a row of security guards blocking the audience stand and the stage, a large group of crazy fans would definitely rush onto the stage. Good evening, everyone. Anna smiled and greeted everyone in the audience. This caused the fans in the audience to get excited again. Everyone. Anna spoke again through the microphone. Her voice spread throughout the entire venue, and the originally noisy scene gradually quieted down. I want to announce something. I recently found my idol. That's why I chose City H in China as the first stop of my global concert tour. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another round of discussion among the people present. Is the star you are chasing an idol? Who is it? Which celebrity? The first stop was in H City because of that idol? Could that person be Chinese? The fans at the scene were talking about it in a buzz. Anna on the stage smiled and spoke again. I won't tell you who he is, but before the concert starts, I want to perform a magic trick for everyone as a gift from me to him and to you. Magic? Anna knows magic? Sun Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. She has been following Anna for quite some time, but has never heard of Anna being able to perform any magic. Chun Feng, who was standing by, raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but didn't say anything. Now, I would like to invite an audience member to be my magic partner. Is there anyone willing to come? Me? Anna. I do. Choose me. Wife. Choose me. I'll be obedient and cooperate. Choose me, goddess. The fans' enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Anna kept smiling without saying a word, just stretching out her fingers and stroking them among the people on the stage. Wherever she pointed, a colored spotlight from above shone on that place. Please ask this gentleman to help me. As Anna's finger stopped somewhere in the crowd, the spotlight moved to illuminate that person. The people around also cast envious glances at the chosen, lucky Sun. Oh my God, boss, you've been chosen. Boss. Sun Yuqing, who was standing by, pulled Chun Feng's clothes with excitement, as if she was the one who was chosen instead of Chun Feng. Amid countless jealous gazes around him, Chun Feng slowly stood up and walked towards the stage. Hello again, Miss Anna. Chun Feng greeted Anna with a smile. Anna responded with the same smile. I didn't expect you would actually come. Although no one could hear what Chun Feng and Anna were saying, the audience immediately started talking about their conversation. Why does it look like this person knows Anna? Could he be a spy? Are you stupid, buddy? If it was someone you hired, you would have to pretend not to know him. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I think so, but this person looks a bit like Feng Shan, almost as much as Zhang Bingluan and Zhou Jiaoan. Now that you mention it, it's true. At first glance, I thought Maple God came to the concert. Ignoring the discussions in the audience, Anna called someone over from the backstage and brought in a box that was 1 meter wide. Anna walked forward and opened the box in front of Chun Feng. There were very few things inside, only 2 magic hats. Now, I would like to ask this gentleman to take out the things in the box. After saying that, Anna turned her gaze to Chun Feng and made a please gesture. Chun Feng walked forward and, as Anna had said, reached out and took out 2 magic hats from the box. As soon as he picked it up, Chun Feng keenly noticed that the weight was wrong, but he did not say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze to Anna beside him with a playful look. Just happened to meet Anna's eyes. Blinked her left eye at Chun Feng at an angle that the audience could not see. The meaning of the blinking was self-evident. Chun Feng smiled, but didn't say anything to expose it. Everyone, look carefully, there is nothing in the hat. Anna's sweet voice spread throughout the audience through the microphone. He picked up the magician's hat from Chun Feng's hand and showed the inside of the hat to everyone present. After walking around the edge of the stage, Anna put the hat back into Chun Feng's hands. Everyone, it's time to witness a miracle. The words fell. Anna put her hands on top of her hat. A rustling sound was heard coming from the 2 hats. Next second, swish. Several white doves emerged from the hat out of thin air, flapping their wings and flying out of the hat. It flew over the heads of the people in the audience and flew out. Snap, snap, snap. There was a burst of warm applause at the scene. Do it again, goddess. Do it again. So cool, honey. We should go home. Your Highness the Snow Country Princess. I love you. Faced with the fierceness of the audience, Anna always responded with a smile. Since everyone wants to see it again, I will do it again. This time, I will create a myriad of flowers blooming from this empty box, Anna announced to the audience. There was another round of cheers at the scene. Then please help me move the boxes over. Anna looked at Chinfeng and spoke. My pleasure. Chinfeng replied politely. Amid thousands of jealous gazes from the audience, Chinfeng and Anna went to the left and right sides of the big box respectively and reached out together to lift the box. However, as soon as he started, Chinfeng found something wrong. The weight is wrong. Unlike the magic hat, which is too heavy, this box is a little too light. Judging from Anna's performance 2 days ago, she was completely at the level of a novice in magic. If she wanted to perform a good magic trick, she could only prepare a lot of props. As for Anna just now, she said that she wanted to make a myriad of flowers bloom. The simplest way would naturally be to use partitions. You can hide the flowers in the partitions and then use the remote control to open the mechanism when performing the magic. But obviously, with such a light weight, how could there be so many props hidden inside? There is only one explanation. You took the wrong box. Think of this. Chinfeng looked up at Anna in front of him. Obviously, Anna also discovered this problem at this time. The little face turned pale in an instant. Her lips were tightly bitten with her pearly teeth, and even her breathing became a little faster. Performance accident. This was undoubtedly a performance accident. It was such a special and important moment during the world tour when the first show started. If she is taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives, it might affect her career path. Chapter 48, Chun Feng's Rescue. Anna stood there, her face pale. Even though she had achieved her current success at a young age, she couldn't help but feel uneasy about her current situation. I can't even calm down and think about how to deal with it. Anna, who had been slow to move, also attracted the attention of the audience. What's going on? Why isn't Goddess Anna moving? Is she preparing some ultimate move? I don't think so. Could there be an accident? Hey, I said, you are a good singer. You should just sing. Why do you have to learn magic tricks? Now is that okay? You're still too young. You could have ended it perfectly by just singing a few songs, but now an accident has happened. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, which also fell into Anna's ears. This made her, who was already a little overwhelmed, even more flustered. But under the repeated urging of the concert director in the headset, Anna could only slowly reach out to the box. Breathing is still rapid. Just when Anna had completely given up and was ready to accept this performance accident, a hand suddenly reached out and held Anna's hand. Do you mind if I open this Pandora's box with you? Chinfeng was very close to Anna, and the heat waves he exhaled could even hit Anna's face directly. However, Anna didn't have the time to care about all these trivial things at this time. After looking at Chinfeng, she just nodded without any other response. Things have come to this, and Anna doesn't think that the unprepared Chinfeng can help her, but having someone willing to accompany her can give her a sense of security that does not exist. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the audience, the two men's hands touched the edge of the box at the same time. You seem very nervous, Miss Anna. Anna swallowed hard, looked at Chinfeng, who was so close to her, and did not deny it. Trust me, don't be nervous. Close your eyes and wait for the miracle to happen, okay? Chinfeng's voice seemed to have magic, making Anna choose to believe it involuntarily. Perhaps she was too nervous and wanted to escape, or perhaps Chinfeng's confident look convinced her. Anna took a deep breath, forced herself to calm her mind, and then slowly closed her eyes as Chinfeng said, Come on, ma'am, let's open this mysterious box together. Chinfeng's voice rang in Anna's ears. As the two of them worked together, the box that had been closed was opened again. A moment. As if thousands of flowers were blooming, countless flowers burst out from the box. Purple roses, pink peonies, white lilies, brown crabapples, and the most eye-catching red roses. Countless flowers seemed to be pouring out endlessly. There are also petals all over the sky that flow into the sky along with the flowers and then slowly fall from the sky. It's like a garden on earth. Snap, snap, snap. There was another round of enthusiastic applause from the audience. This time the applause and cheers were louder and crazier than the previous 2 times. For a while, shouts and exclamations rang out one after another. The questioning and shouting sounds just now disappeared without a trace at some point, as if they had never appeared. As if she felt the changes in the surrounding environment, Anna on the stage slowly opened her eyes and was instantly attracted by the beautiful scene before her. This? Anna covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. Did I take the right box? This idea popped up in Anna's mind for a second and was immediately rejected. That leaves only one explanation. Anna turned her head to look at Chinfeng beside her, only to see that Chinfeng still had that calm expression, but after she looked over, he put his finger in front of his lips and made a silence gesture. Thank you, Anna whispered to Chinfeng. Chinfeng smiled, placed his right hand in front of him, bowed slightly in the sea of flowers, then turned and left. However, since the concert had not yet ended, Anna was unable to catch up with Chen Feng and could only stand on the stage and watch him return to the crowd. The concert is still going on. After experiencing the accident just now, Anna became more careful, which made the subsequent performances go very smoothly. The concert, which lasted for more than 2 hours, ended successfully, except for a few fanatical fans who rushed to the front and were stopped by security guards. The rest of the people watching the concert left through the main door. Let's go too. Chen Feng spoke to Sun Yuqing, etc. Sun Yuqing held Chen Feng with one hand, took out a mobile phone from her pocket with the other hand, and turned on the selfie function. Then he stood up, took Chen Feng's arm, and pressed the camera button. Crack. With a crisp sound, the photo was taken successfully. Looking at the results in her hands, Sun Yuqing nodded with satisfaction. Just when he was about to take Chen Feng away, he found that Chen Feng was frowning and staring at the direction of the empty stage. What are you still looking at? He's already gone. Besides, he's an international superstar. How could he be attracted to you just because he interacted with you once? Sun Yuqing spoke while fiddling with the photo in her hand. Chen Feng did not reply, but continued to look forward with a frown. He didn't know if it was an auditory hallucination, but with his sharp senses, he actually heard a dull explosion sound from the direction of the stage. That sound was very similar to the sound of the micro-directional bomb he used when he stole the eyes of moonlight before. What are you thinking about? It's all over, let's go. Sun Yuqing, not knowing what was going on, grabbed Chen Feng's arm and pulled him out. Chen Feng did not resist, but just shook his head to interrupt his thoughts. Maybe I really heard it wrong, or maybe someone's lighter accidentally exploded. Putting aside his doubts, Chen Feng allowed Sun Yuqing to drag him out of the theater with the crowd. The next day, around noon, Chen Feng was still sitting at the front desk playing with his phone as usual. But a piece of news that he accidentally saw instantly attracted his attention. Shocked, Anna, a beautiful Russian star, mysteriously disappeared after a concert. The police found traces of explosions during the on-site investigation. Countless netizens commented below this news. How could my goddess disappear? I saw her at the concert yesterday. My goddess. I hope it's just a false alarm and she hasn't been captured by the bad guys. Oh my god, there are traces of explosions at the scene. Did something happen to my wife? Shut upstairs your crow mouth. Chapter 49 Kidnapping? Anna is missing. Looking at the information on the news, Chen Feng's brows gradually furrowed. I couldn't help but recall the subtle, dull explosion from yesterday. I'm afraid that's the time. Chen Feng pondered for a while, walked out and changed the sign from in business to in resting. He locked the door again and left the cafe. At this time, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the west city of H City, more than 24 police cars were parked on the road next to the abandoned factory, and nearly 100 police officers in uniform were fully armed. The gun's safety was off and the bullet was loaded. The abandoned factory in front of them was surrounded. Squeak. A series of brake sounds were heard. 5 more police cars arrived. After the vehicles stopped, the doors of the 5 cars were immediately pushed open. H City Police Chief Luo Ye, Su Luoxue, and other members of the pursuit team got out of the car. Originally, Su Luoxue and others who were assigned to the program team's pursuit bureau did not have to participate in the police mission. However, the situation this time is urgent, and we cannot mobilize so many people at once. In addition, most of the people in the pursuit team were sent by the police force, so after discussing with the program team, Su Luoxue and others were urgently transferred to help. However, this time, they are no longer dealing with fugitives from the program crew, but desperate criminals equipped with real guns and live ammunition. As soon as the people in police uniforms and bulletproof vests arrived at the scene, they immediately took their positions according to the orders they had received. Su Luoxue accompanied Director Luo Ye to the command post, which was temporarily built with a bulletproof car. What's the situation now? As soon as he entered the command vehicle, Luo Ye asked with a heavy face. Even he didn't expect that these desperate criminals would be so arrogant. Not only did they carry out kidnapping activities in the urban area with the largest flow of people, they also brazenly used firearms, without any fear of attracting the attention of the police. Even after their operation was discovered and 6 people were killed by the police, the remaining 3 still took the hostages and hid in the abandoned factory, continuing to resist. When the captain in charge of the on-site command saw the director coming in person, he immediately saluted and reported. At present, the remaining 3 gangsters have been surrounded by us. But this place has many small roads and the road conditions are very complicated. In addition, they have hostages, so we dare not act rashly. Luo Ye nodded and continued to ask, did they make any conditions? Not yet. Our personnel are still negotiating with the other party, but have not received a response yet. No conditions? Luoya frowned even deeper. Experienced detectives who have been dealing with desperate criminals for many years all know that if someone is willing to make conditions, it means there is still room for negotiation and the situation will be easier to control. Those who don't offer conditions or even respond to questions are the most dangerous ones. Luoya frowned and thought about countermeasures without saying a word. At the same time, interior of an abandoned factory. Anna, with her hands and feet tied and her mouth blocked, was huddled in a corner. Her delicate appearance and makeup could not hide her fear at the moment. His body couldn't help but tremble, and his light blue eyes were full of fear. Not far from her, 3 gangsters, a middle-aged man and 2 young men, were talking to each other. What should we do? The area outside is surrounded by Chinese police, and we can't get out. What should we do? The one who spoke was one of the young men, with short blonde hair and standard Western facial features. I warned you and Paul not to shoot before. Did you listen? Are you worried now? Another middle-aged man with a Western look spoke up, his eyes showing annoyance at the 2 men's previous behavior. The young man called Paul didn't seem to care. What else can John and I do if we don't shoot? There are so many security guards around this woman. How can we kidnap her so easily without shooting? That's right, John. If everyone was as timid as you, we would still be outside the theater enjoying the cool breeze. John also spoke up, responded bluntly. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was silent. The hot-tempered Paul even walked up to Anna quickly with a gun in hand and a fierce look on his face. It's all because of this bitch. Otherwise, so many of our brothers wouldn't have died. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun in front of her, Anna was also frightened. Even though she is an international superstar, she couldn't suppress her fear at this moment when her life was threatened. Her pretty face turned pale with fright, and her whole body trembled slightly. It was the fear of death. Fortunately, John and John were still sober. Seeing Paul looking like he might shoot at any time, they were shocked and quickly walked up to him from both sides to hold him back. Man, if you kill her now, we're done for. Those Chinese outside will rush in and send us to see God. Paul, are you crazy? This is the person the boss wants. If you don't want to live anymore, don't drag us down with you. When Paul heard the word boss, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes, which made him feel furious. The anger in my heart seemed to be instantly extinguished as if by a basin of cold water, and I became much calmer. Just at this moment, the voice of the police came from outside the abandoned factory. While giving the few people hope of escape, they also temporarily stopped watching over Anna and returned to the table not far away, preparing to negotiate with the police outside. After the 3 people left Anna, she breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping death was not pleasant. If her mouth was not blocked, she really wanted to take a few deep breaths to ease her mind. Just then, Anna seemed to lose all her strength and collapsed to the ground. 6 or 7 meters above the ground immediately attracted her attention. His blue eyes instantly widened, and his heartbeat became much faster than before. That's Kit. Chen Feng, who was hiding on the ceiling, lowered his head and looked at Anna, then put his hand in front of his lips and made a silence gesture. Anna immediately understood and forced herself to suppress the excitement in her heart, pretending to have the same expression as before, so as not to be discovered by the 3 desperados next to her. At the same time, looking at Chen Feng on the top, a guess quietly formed in Anna's mind. Not far away, 3 desperados were still negotiating with the police outside. They also received the latest conditions from the police outside. The police were willing to clear the intersection and let them leave, but they needed to release the hostages first. The 3 of them were not stupid and knew that Anna was their only trump card to survive. If they sent Anna away, the best outcome for them would be to be beaten into a hornet's nest on the way to escape. Even if they are lucky enough to escape capture and even successfully flee back to a foreign country, their bosses over there will make them suffer a fate worse than death because of the mission failure. Chapter 50. Chen Feng takes action. Paul, tell them they have no business negotiating with me. We need a full tank of gas right now, enough food and water for 3 people for 2 days, and a road open from here to the border, or we'll kill this woman right now. There was undisguised murderous intent in John's eyes. At this critical moment, Paul was very rational and did not get angry with John. He immediately nodded and agreed, then went to the windowsill and shouted to the outside. It was at this time John suddenly felt as if something fell on his head. Confused, John reached up to his head and indeed felt a flat, soft object. When he took a look at it, John was stunned for a moment. Pedal. Looking at the pedals in his hand that came from nowhere, John exclaimed in surprise. However, he was extremely vigilant and reacted immediately. He suppressed his doubts, raised his gun, and looked towards the ceiling with a vigilant look. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sounds of breaking wind were heard. Immediately afterwards, two playing cards hit John's gun-holding hand, and blood instantly flowed from John's wrist. Fuck. Who? The intense pain caused the pistol in John's hand to drop to the ground, and also made him instantly furious. The other two people who heard the noise were also startled and quickly looked towards John. Just at this moment, a voice came from the ceiling of the factory. Kidnapping. It really is the most common method used by second-rate criminals. Chen Feng's voice instantly attracted the three people. The three of them quickly looked up and saw a white figure standing upright on a beam above the factory. He was holding a rope in his hand, and the other end of the rope was tied to a huge bag hanging from the top. When did the person come in? All three of them were shocked. However, Chen Feng obviously would not answer their questions. He just looked at the people below and slowly spoke. Everyone. Chen Feng gave a mysterious smile. Surprise. Chen Feng simply pulled the rope in his hand, and the pocket, which was no longer bound by the rope, was opened instantly. The next second, petals all over the sky suddenly poured out of his pocket and fell to the ground like flowers scattered by a fairy. Of course, this beautiful scene obviously could not attract the attention of the three desperados. The moment he saw Chen Feng, John quickly lowered his head and picked up the fallen gun, and the other two also quickly took out their pistols from their waists. The petals fell, quickly blocking the vision of several people, but they could not stop their murderous intent. Bang, bang, bang. Three guns fired almost simultaneously at the place where Chen Feng had been standing previously, and countless petals were pierced and shattered by bullets before they even fell. Anna watched this scene in horror and wanted to yell at Chen Feng to be careful, but because her mouth was blocked, she could only make a woo sound. A few seconds later, the three men stopped shooting one after another, and the petals in the sky fell completely. The vision is restored again. What surprised the three men was that there was no one in the direction they were firing in, and there were no bodies knocked down or even killed by bullets. Where have the people gone? Alarm bells rang in the three people's hearts. They quickly stood back to back and looked around with alert expressions. It seems that you are really rude. Chen Feng's voice came from all directions, making it difficult to tell the exact direction for a moment. Since you have already bowed, let me draw the final curtain for this performance. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the entire factory went out instantly. Fuck. John, the oldest of the three, cursed. He already remembered who this person was. A few days ago, the magician thief in the China Zone 3 of the Thief game that was very popular in various continents, including Europe, was Chen Feng. Mr. Chen Feng, we didn't have any festival. John shouted to the people around him in his not-so-fluent Chinese. But unfortunately, there was no response. I could only continue to look around with a vigilant eye and continue shouting. Mr. Chen, if you are willing to leave now, we will reward you handsomely. Call out. A white shadow seemed to pass by John's eyes. John, who had just been begging for peace, immediately forgot what he had said after noticing the white shadow. With a ferocious smile on his face, he fired bullets wildly in that direction. Bang, bang, bang. The flash from the pistol was particularly conspicuous inside the dark factory. The sound of gunfire and bullet casings falling to the ground echoed each other. Under John's crazy shooting, the white figure seemed to be hit and stopped about 10 meters away from John and no longer moved. Seeing this, John's smile became even more wanton. However, he still did not let his guard down. After changing the magazine, he held the pistol in hand and walked towards the white figure not far away with a vigilant look on his face. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As the distance got closer, John finally saw the face of the white shadow who was shot and fell to the ground. Paul. How could it be? John's eyes widened immediately when he saw Paul, who had been beaten into a hornet's nest by him. I was clearly leaning against Paul just now, so? Wrong. If Paul had been killed by himself, then who was that person just now? John, hurry. Before he could finish his words, the lights in the factory were turned back on. The charming white figure has replaced the position of Paul just now, and at his feet, there is another figure lying. Who else could it be if not John? Looking at Chen Feng's half-smile in front of him, John would be lying if he said he was not afraid. He never expected that Chen Feng's technique could be so fast and so skillful that he could even kill his teammates with his own hands without them noticing. That method was like a devil from hell. Although he was afraid, John's hands did not slow down. The moment he saw Chen Feng appear, he raised the gun in his hand that had just been replaced with a magazine. Click! A crisp voice rang out. The pistol did not fire the bullet as expected. This? John was completely stunned. At this time, Chen Feng, who was not far away, slowly stretched out his hand and more than a dozen yellow bullets fell from his hand. It's just a little trick, please forgive me. Chun Feng smiled and bowed to express his gratitude, as if it was a curtain call after a performance. Da-da-da. Just then, a burst of intense footsteps sounded. Su Luoxue, dressed in police uniform and holding a rifle, rushed in with his men. Don't move, lay down your weapons, and surrender. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Luoxue noticed Chun Feng not far away, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Chun Feng, why are you here? Miss Su, nice to see you again. You are still as beautiful as ever. Chun Feng bowed to Su Luoxue like a gentleman. Chapter 51, Clever Anna. Looking at John, who was lying unconscious beside Chun Feng, he looked at John, who had been pinned to the ground by two police officers, and Paul's body, which had been beaten into a hornet's nest. Su Luoxue's expression changed from surprise to astonishment, and then quickly turned serious. Chun Feng, what on earth did you do? Facing Su Luoxue's serious face and the look of approaching with a gun in hand, Chun Feng did not seem to be very nervous. There was still that unfathomable smile on his face. But when Su Luoxue approached, he raised his hands and slowly backed away. There's no need to be like this, Officer Su. After all, we are old acquaintances. Su Luoxue still had a serious face. Chun Feng, I now suspect that you are related to a kidnapping case. Please assist in the investigation. Etc. A voice came from the side. Anna, who had just been untied from the ropes, ignored the obstruction of the police officers beside her and quickly came to Chun Feng, blocking Su Luoxue's way forward. Officer Su, I can prove that Mr. Chun had nothing to do with this kidnapping case, and he was the one who saved me. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was surprised. Although Chun Feng had already given them a lot of surprises, they were still bound by the rules of the show. But this time is different. This time we are facing three extremely vicious bandits, and they even have hot weapons in their hands. 3 against 1, and they were wiped out by Chun Feng? Some people wanted to say that this was impossible, but when they thought of Chun Feng's miraculous skills, they swallowed the words back. Looking at Anna standing in front of him, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Is he protected by someone? Chun Feng chuckled, and although it was not necessary, he didn't say much. After explaining the whole story, Anna slowly turned her head, with a look of worry that was difficult to conceal in her eyes. Kid, are you not hurt? Anna did not call Chun Feng by his real name. Perhaps she felt that the name Chun Feng used when he was on the move was more suitable for him. Of course, Chun Feng didn't care about it. He just lifted up her left hand and kissed it lightly. Don't worry, princess. I am immortal. Faced with Chun Feng's actions, Anna had no intention of resisting at all, but just looked at him quietly. After a long while, Anna finally spoke softly. Thank you, kid. Chun Feng smiled slightly and did not answer. He just performed a gentlemanly salute and prepared to leave. But before Chun Feng could move, in front of everyone's surprised gaze, Anna suddenly took a step forward, stood on tiptoe, pressed her red lips on Chun Feng's mouth, and then immediately separated. Thank you, Arson. Anna whispered softly in Chun Feng's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Chun Feng looked at the Russian star in front of him in surprise and didn't say much. Just take out a deck of cards and throw them into the air. The cards in the air increased in number and slowly fell down, and Chun Feng's figure was gradually covered up. When the cards fell completely to the ground, Chun Feng's figure had completely disappeared. All that was left was a camera, a small black box with a kid card on it, and a blue rose that had appeared in Anna's hand at some point. Chun Feng is a casual person who hates trouble, so in order to avoid trouble, he prepared photographic equipment to record the whole process before taking any action, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble for myself in the future because of this matter. Su Luoxue walked forward and picked up the black box. The words on the card attached to the box were clearly visible. I have finished viewing Tears of the Goddess, and now I am returning it to you in its original form. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Su Luoxue reached out and opened the box. Sure enough, a red teardrop-shaped gem was lying quietly inside. On the way back, inside the police car, Anna was still playing with the blue rose in her hand. The smile on her face never faded. Arson, Kaido Kid. Anna muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear, and then suddenly threw the flowers in her hand. Next second, a rose gold fountain pen replaced the flower. After doing all this, Anna's smile became even more prosperous. A hero saves a beauty. Anna, an international superstar known as the Snow Country Princess, is kidnapped. In the critical moment, Chun Feng, dressed in white, successfully saves the situation. Phantom thief? Rogue thief? Hero? Which word is more suitable for Kid? He successfully rescued Anna from the jaws of death in a 1-on-3 situation. A hero descends from the sky. The phantom thief is not only good at stealing, but also at catching criminals. In just half a day, with Anna's instigation, the incident of Chun Feng saving the beauty became an instant hit on the entire internet. Soon after, the police released the camera footage left by Chun Feng, which pushed the popularity to a climax. Wow, my husband is still as handsome as ever. A hero saves a beauty. My snow country princess can't fall as well, right? Bao's brother has transformed into the form of Maple God. No, why wasn't I the one who saved my goddess? I declare, from now on, Kid is my only husband. Get out of here, that's my husband. It was so popular online that it occupied most of the top 10 hot searches. Of course, this has little impact on Chun Feng. Now he is leading a leisurely life of sleeping, feeding Xiaobai, watching the store, and going out for a walk from time to time. Even if I occasionally see news about myself on the internet, I just laugh it off and ignore it. That's all. More than a month passed slowly. The Eyes of Moonlight that was previously stolen from Wei Jingyang had long passed the hunting period. However, due to a series of reasons such as the owner being arrested and Chun Feng being unable to be found, the matter of cashing in the gems was temporarily put on hold. The popularity of Chun Feng on the internet has gradually declined with the passage of time. Despite this, there are still hundreds of thousands of die-hard fans who enter Chun Feng's live broadcast room from time to time every day to observe the situation and wait for Chun Feng's next move. It's another evening. After seeing off the few customers in the store, Chun Feng was also ready to close the door and take a break. To be honest, he had lived such a leisurely life too much and was a little reluctant to break this peace. An E is really a poison. Chun Feng chuckled and shook his head, interrupting his own thoughts. At this moment, a piece of news broadcast on the public television installed in the store caught his attention. Our latest news, Mr. Leonardo Jack, a famous private collector in the British Empire, announced that he will hold a cultural relic exhibition on the 31st of this month to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the Private Collectors Association. This is the first time in Leonardo's decades of collecting cultural relics that he has publicly displayed his collection, and cultural relic enthusiasts from all over the world have expressed their anticipation. Among Mr. Leonardo's many collections, the most attractive is undoubtedly the crown of Alfred the Great, also known as the Corona Crown. This is a treasure that ranks among the best in the history of the British Empire, and is also a representative of its culture. Chapter 52, The Corona. Perhaps in order to help listeners better understand this treasure, the video also thoughtfully includes a picture of the Corona Crown. The triangular mountain-shaped crown is made mainly of gold, with more than 10 gems of different sizes attached to it. The most eye-catching one is the red gem located at the top in the middle. Dazzling and brilliant are not enough to describe it, and its value is immeasurable. The Corona Crown. Chun Feng held his chin and smiled. It seems that my vacation time is coming to an end. At the same time, there is also a new young guest in the hunting bureau. The visitor was seen sitting casually on the sofa in the living room in a coffee-colored suit. His facial features were three-dimensional, and his face was delicate, like that of a woman. Holding a cup of steaming coffee in his hand, he drank it slowly. Squeak. The door of the reception room was pushed open, and Su Luoxue and Sun Luo, dressed in work clothes, walked in from outside. The moment he saw the guest, Sun Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. "Junior sister, you are finally here." The man, who heard the noise slowly put down his coffee, stood up from the sofa, and politely called to Sun Luo, "Senior brother. Let me introduce you. This is our district's pursuit captain, Captain Su Luoxue." Sun Luo introduced. Then he turned his head and looked at Su Luoxue. "Captain, this is the foreign aide I mentioned to you before, my fellow junior sister, the champion of the World Detective Competition China Division, Ouyang Muxue." Su Luoxue looked at Ouyang Muxue, who was dressed in men's clothes, with some surprise. Although she didn't know why Miss Ouyang wore men's clothes, she didn't ask, because all those highly intelligent workers have some quirks. "Hello, Miss Ouyang." Su Luoxue politely extended her hand and shook hands with Ouyang Muxue. "Hello, Captain Su. Please take care of me in the future." Ouyang Muxue still had that expressionless look on her face, which even made Su Luoxue wonder if she had said something wrong and offended the new detective consultant. As if he could see through Su Luoxue's thoughts, Sun Luo hurried forward to explain. "Captain, don't get me wrong. My junior sister treats everyone like this. As our teacher said, a qualified detective cannot show his true emotions on his face." Su Luoxue nodded and didn't mind. But suddenly he remembered something and turned to look at Sun Luo. Sun Luo coughed awkwardly. "I am the unqualified one." Su Luoxue laughed twice and stretched out her hand to Ouyang Muxue. "Ms. Ouyang, please come in." I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment first. I'll let Captain Sun tell you about the work later. Ouyang Mushua nodded. Then I'll trouble Captain Su. 2 days later. The sun never sets, in a cafe somewhere in London. Chen Feng was looking at a promotional poster for the Leonardo exhibition. Golden mask, deep sea pearls, haha. There are quite a lot of good things. Chen Feng thought to himself. However, his target is obviously not these slightly ordinary treasures, but Chen Feng fixed his eyes on the corona crown in the middle of the promotional poster. The 31st? That is tomorrow. Let's go meet this old friend of mine who we have never met before, huh? Chen Feng thought to himself, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Gentlemen, a waiter came up and asked, "Are you also here to see Mr. Leonardo's private exhibition?" Chen Feng raised his head and met the curious gaze of the waitress. Smiling, he replied, "Why do you say also? It's like this. Recently, many private collectors and antique enthusiasts from all over the world have come here to visit Mr. Leonardo. I just saw you looking at posters about private exhibitions, so I asked this." The waitress began to explain, then paused and spoke carefully. "Sir, are you a tourist from East Asia?" "I'm from China," Chen Feng responded. The waiter nodded. "The mysterious country in the East." "Oh, that's right." The waitress seemed to suddenly remember something. "Tickets for Leonardo's private exhibition have already started selling. If you want to visit, you'd better hurry up and buy your tickets. If you're late, they may be sold out." "Okay, thank you." Chen Feng responded with a smile and handed a €20 bill to the waitress as a tip. Then, listening to the waitress's thank you, he took his things and walked out of the cafe. After walking out of the door, Chen Feng put on his backpack, put 2 fingers to his mouth, and whistled. Goo goo. As Chen Feng whistled, Xiaobai immediately flew down from the roof and landed steadily on Chen Feng's shoulder. "Let's go, Xiaobai. Let's find a place to stay first." Goo. At the same time, thousands of miles away, on the top floor of a building in downtown New York City, USA, Emilia rubbed her swollen temples, annotated the last document, and threw it aside. Only then did she finally let out a breath and finished her work for the day. Emilia slowly raised her head and looked at the 2 wilted blue roses placed next to the computer and couldn't help but sigh. "I have been away from China for more than half a month, and I don't know how he is doing." Emilia lowered her brows slightly, and she didn't seem to be in a good mood. She didn't want to leave China either. But unfortunately, she was representing her country in a traveling exhibition, so when the end date came, she had to leave and go to the next stop. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Hearing the noise, Emilia sorted herself out and said, "Come in." Squeak. The door was pushed open. Mir walked in with a document in his hand. "Your Highness, the royal family has replied to the matter you raised earlier." Upon hearing the news, Emilia's eyes widened instantly, and a hint of excitement appeared on her delicate face. "What do they say over there?" "His Majesty the King said that he agrees to your request to return home and has sent your sister, Princess Sophie, to take your place. You can return home after the handover is completed." After hearing what Mill said, Emilia finally showed a sincere smile on her face. "Great. Mir, please help me pack my luggage. We'll leave as soon as Sophie arrives." "Okay, Your Highness." Mir agreed immediately, but there was still some hesitation on his face. "Is there anything else?" Emilia saw Mill's expression and asked, "Princess, why are you in such a hurry to return home? It seems that we don't have any urgent matters to deal with in the country." Looking at Mir's puzzled expression, Emilia gave a mysterious smile. "Mill, do you believe in the sixth sense?" "Oh." Mir was a little confused and immediately shook his head after he realized what was happening. Emilia didn't explain much. She just stood up and walked to the window, letting the silver moonlight shine on her. "I didn't believe it before, but I do now. I have a feeling that in Western Europe, a thief is preparing a perfect performance." Chapter 53, Notice Letter from Chen Feng. London streets in the evening. Tommy, who had just managed to grab the last ticket from the ticket office for Leonardo's private exhibition, was humming a little tune as he walked down the street. Looking at the ticket in his hand, which looked like an invitation, Tommy was in an extremely good mood. "I don't know where this group of idiots came from, but they are all rushing to see the old man's private exhibition. Now the ticket prices in the market are getting higher and higher. When the prices reach the peak, they will sell the tickets in their hands. Another income coming in." Thinking of this, Tommy's smile became even wider, and even the tone of his humming became higher. Ouch! The sudden collision knocked Tommy hard, and he fell backwards to the ground, sprawled out. "You are blind. You don't look at the road." Tommy got up and was about to start cursing when he saw the person who was hit was lying on the ground motionless. Dark red blood flowed out from the man's brain and spread all over the ground, forming a bloody stream. Gurgle. Tommy swallowed hard. He quickly looked around, and after making sure that there was no one there, he did not dare to stay any longer and quickly fled the scene. Until he left, the dead person suddenly opened his eyes, and a red ticket appeared in his hand. Looking at the direction where Tommy fled, Chun Feng smiled. You can't blame me for this. Be more careful next time, sir. The day passed slowly. In the evening of the second day, Leonardo's private exhibition opened on time. I don't know where this old man learned this, but he uses hunger marketing to sell tickets, and only sells 100 tickets a day. This also resulted in that although the exhibition was very popular, only a few hundred people came to visit. Door location. A group of visitors lined up in a long queue to have their tickets checked. In front, Chun Feng, disguised as a middle-aged man, also came to the ticket gate. Hello, sir. Please show me your ticket. The security guard at the door stopped Chun Feng. Chun Feng handed over the ticket, and after checking that it was correct, he walked into the venue amid the security guard's professional smile. The ring of the Queen of the Kingdom of Aragon in the Middle Ages, the golden mask of the first knight of Spain. Haha, Mr. Leonardo, you have quite a lot of collections. Chun Feng secretly observed his surroundings. With his skills in appraising treasures, he could naturally tell that all the collections around him were authentic. Every item here, if taken out individually, can be regarded as the treasure of the museum. It can also be seen that Mr. Leonardo really spent a lot of money for this exhibition and took out almost all of his decades of collection. Chun Feng's footsteps are still moving forward. Passing through a crowd of priceless treasures, we arrived at the center of the exhibition. There were already 7 or 8 people standing there, surrounding a display case and observing it, with some exclaiming in amazement from time to time. Oh my God, this little thing is so beautiful, especially the red gem on the top. It's just like a little sun falling on the ground. It is indeed worthy of being the crown worn by Alfred the Great. Even after hundreds of years, it is still majestic. I can already imagine Alfred the Great wearing this crown. With someone taking the lead, others began to speak up and express their opinions. For a moment, this place unsurprisingly became the most lively place in the entire exhibition, with people constantly gathering at the center to watch the famous Corona crown. Chun Feng also came over. The base material is gold, inlaid with more than a dozen valuable gemstones, and the workmanship is exquisite. Even if we put aside its historical value, it can be regarded as a very good handicraft. It's worth taking action yourself. Chun Feng pondered secretly. He shifted his gaze away from the Corona crown in the display case and looked around, already having a plan in mind. At night, Scotland Yard, the police department in London, the country where the sun never sets, received a report from Mr. Leonardo. The content is also very simple. He found a card on the desk in his office, belonging to Chun Feng, the notice letter. When the silhouette of the setting sun disappears and the clock of tomorrow's day rings, I will arrive on time to visit the crown of the solar corona. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Chun Feng, or rather, Kaido Kid, has come to the country where the sun never sets. This news was like a bombshell, exploding on major social media platforms in the country where the sun never sets. For a while, keywords such as Chun Feng, Kid, private exhibition, and Corona crown were flooding the social media platforms of the British Empire. There were even quite a few crazy young fan groups, holding banners about Chun Feng, cheering and shouting in groups outside the exhibition. Perhaps even Chun Feng himself did not expect that he had such a large and crazy fan base in Western Europe. The private exhibition venue was empty in the early hours of the morning. Located in the office on the upper floor of the venue, Leonardo, who is nearly 70 years old but still in good health, was sitting in the boss chair thinking about something, while his mobile phone was playing the live video of Chun Feng's actions in the country. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and a young man who looked 30% like Leonardo walked in. Grandpa, the people from Scotland Yard, the police station on which the sun never sets, are here. The young man looked in Leonardo's direction and spoke respectfully. Leonardo glanced at the young man and then slowly stood up from his chair. Come on, Ron. Come with me and meet those officers from Scotland Yard. Okay, Grandpa. Hearing this, Ron immediately stepped forward and tried to support Leonardo, but the old man pushed him away. I had no choice but to follow Leonardo and walk outside with him. In the reception room at this time, 2 young men in the uniforms of the British Army were sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing. Behind them, there were about a dozen members of the pursuit team, arranged in 2 rows. Da-da-da. As the sound of footsteps approached, Leonardo's figure appeared in the reception room. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your help. On behalf of all the staff of the exhibition, I would like to express my gratitude to the gentlemen of the pursuit team. As soon as they met, Leonardo was very enthusiastic. He doesn't put on airs at all, which makes people feel a bit fond of him. Mr. Leonardo, you are too polite. We are just doing our job. The young man on the left stood up and shook hands with Leonardo. Putting his hands down, Leonardo spoke again. What are your names? Sith Carol. The young man on the left responded. He pointed to another young man who was still sitting in his original seat and said, This is my younger brother, Shilin. Chapter 54 Consultant Li Qingyan. Hearing his brother introducing himself, Shilin just nodded lightly and didn't say anything. This made Leonardo, who had already raised his hand, feel a little embarrassed. After all, he was such an old man, and he took the initiative to shake hands with a junior but was ignored. Anyone would be somewhat unhappy. Even Ron, Leonardo's grandson, frowned. He immediately wanted to step forward and teach this rude boy a lesson, but was stopped by Leonardo. Of course, Sis noticed the displeasure on Leonardo's face and quickly apologized. Don't mind it, my brother is young and doesn't know much, Shilin. Why don't you apologize? It's okay. Leonardo forced a smile. Can I ask now, what are you two going to do about that thief? Don't worry, Sis said. We still have one person who hasn't arrived yet. It won't be too late to discuss the plan after she arrives. Oh, is there anyone else? Leonardo showed a hint of surprise. Leonardo had heard of the brothers Sis and Shilin. They are called Brothers of Death by contestants from all regions of the British Empire's Thieves' Game, and once captured 23 fugitives in one day. At one point, all the contestants from all regions of the British Empire were captured. If the program crew had not replaced the two in time, the program in the British Empire region would have ended long ago. But I haven't heard that these two brothers have the habit of cooperating with others, let alone waiting for others. Thinking of this, Leonardo's face became more confused. Just then, a slightly cold voice came from the door not far away. I'm sorry I'm late. Several people present looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a tall girl in a white women's suit and with an extraordinary temperament walking towards this side on a pair of red-soled high heels. Meet the person coming. Had a sullen face just now, immediately changed his expression. A bright and flattering smile immediately covered his face. Sister Qingyan, you are here, please sit down. As he spoke, Shilin enthusiastically moved his butt to the side, leaving room for Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan said with a distant yet polite smile. No, I'll just sit here. Having said that, Li Qingyan walked over to the single sofa on the side and sat down. Shilin was not embarrassed after being rejected, but poured another glass of water for Li Qingyan and handed it to her. Sister Qingyan, are you thirsty? Drink some water. Thanks. Li Qingyan was still polite, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was an undisguised alienation. Shilin was not stupid either. Seeing this, he had no choice but to withdraw his hand angrily, sit back in his original seat, and say nothing more. Who is this? Leonardo looked confused. Let me introduce you. Sis stood up and spoke. This is Miss Li Qingyan, who was once the leader of the first pursuit team in Huaxia District 3. Huaxia District 3. Leonardo frowned slightly. This area seemed somewhere he had heard of it before. Ron stepped forward and whispered in Leonardo's ear. Grandpa, the thief kid who sent us the notice was originally a contestant in this district. Oh, Leonardo suddenly realized, stood up and said to Li Qingyan, Hello, Miss Li. Thank you for coming to help. Li Qingyan reached out and shook hands with Leonardo. You're welcome. I'm here as a consultant to provide some of my knowledge. I won't participate in the action. Li Qingyan didn't want to come at first. After all, she resigned because she didn't want to continue to participate in the hunt for Qinfeng, so she chose to come to Western Europe for further studies. However, the program team directly contacted the H City Police Department. Li Qingyan had no choice but to come here due to the orders from above, but she still insisted on not directly participating in the operation. At most, she could only provide them with some information she knew. Ms. Li, please tell us about Kid, or Qinfeng. Sis said. Li Qingyan nodded, took out the prepared materials from her bag, and handed them to several people. You guys take a look first. The Sith men reached out to take it. Qinfeng, male, 23 years old, an outstanding graduate of Jiangxing University, good at magic, bird calling, and even has an incomprehensible ability to tame animals. He once rode a whale across the ocean and took away the gem tears of the goddess. His magic tricks are incredible. Except for a few simple magic tricks that have been cracked, most of his magic tricks are still secrets. Ms. Li has a very high opinion of Mr. Qinfeng. Putting down the information in his hand, Sis spoke slowly. Humph. Shilin looked disdainful. In my opinion, what's the point of talking about magic or not? Before the show started, weren't all the contestants here said to be amazing? What was the result? Didn't he almost get caught by our brothers? As he spoke, Shilin glanced at Li Qingyan intentionally or unintentionally. But unfortunately, there was no change in Li Qingyan's expression, and she didn't even show any intention of interrupting. He waited for everyone to finish speaking before he slowly spoke. Captain Shixi, Captain Shilin, I can only tell you that what Chen Feng is best at is turning something that seems impossible into reality, so please don't be careless. Of course, I am just an advisor. The final decision on what to do lies with the two captains. That's it. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying, Li Qingyan did not stop, picked up her bag, and walked outside. Seeing Li Qingyan was about to leave, Shilin quickly stood up and said, Sister Qingyan, let me see you off. No need. The taxi driver who just brought me here is still waiting for me outside. I can go back by myself. Li Qingyan didn't seem to intend to get too involved with the two of them and chose to refuse explicitly. Shilin wanted to say something else, but was stopped by his brother Sis. Okay, Shilin, sit down. After hearing what his brother said, Shilin had no choice but to sit back down obediently. After a brief silence, Leonardo spoke again. Captain Sif, I wonder what you are going to do. Sif did not rush to answer, but asked other questions. Mr. Leonardo, I heard that you have a private collection vault, which is said to be the safest warehouse in the world. Is that true? Certainly. Talking about his private warehouse, the old man looked very proud. He had spent half his life building it. Even if he used explosives, it might not be able to be blown open. Hearing this answer, Sith showed a mysterious smile on his face. Sir, I think I know how to deal with that thief. Chapter 55, Chun Feng sneaks in. The next day, daytime. Tickets for today's exhibition are hard to come by, as not only cultural relics enthusiasts, but also private collectors want to come in and see. There are also a large number of Chun Feng's fans in Western Europe who want to compete for the limited number of tickets. However, unlike yesterday, today the display case in the middle that originally belonged to the Corona crown is now empty. Instead, there is a screen fixed above the display case. The thing on the screen was none other than the Corona crown that had been sealed in the vault. There is no doubt that this behavior of the organizer immediately aroused dissatisfaction among those present. After all, many of the audience here came just for the Corona crown, and now they are only left with a screen showing the image of the Corona crown. How can they be satisfied? What's going on? I'm here to see the Corona crown, not to watch TV. We need a reasonable explanation. Isn't this a private exhibition? When did it become a computer live broadcast? This is a blatant fraud. This is false advertising by the organizer. I want a refund. Brother, I'll go with you to refund the ticket. And me, I want a refund too. Refund? I don't know who shouted first, but then most people in the venue followed suit. The deafening calls for ticket refunds became more and more intense in the venue. It also successfully attracted Leonardo's grandson, Ron, who was the organizer. Ron came in front of the crowd and looked at everyone cheering and cheering. He couldn't help but feel a headache, but he could only try his best to calm everyone down. Everyone please be quiet. Ron shouted from his perch. As he called out over and over again, the crowd finally quieted down temporarily and all looked at him. Seeing this, Ron breathed a sigh of relief and then spoke. Everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Ron. I am Mr. Leonardo's grandson, and I am also one of the persons in charge of this exhibition. If you have any questions, please tell me. Where's the Corona crown? We are not here to watch on TV. We want to see the real thing. Someone took the lead in making the appeal. Then everyone became excited again. Yes, we want to see the real thing. Our tickets can't be wasted. We need to see the real thing. All right, everyone. Ron raised his voice to appease everyone. I understand your feelings, but please also understand the issues we are considering. For the safety of the Corona crown, we can only do this. But everyone, we are willing to compensate you 30% of the ticket price as an apology. The crowd protested again. Although it was much quieter than before, the voices were still quite loud. In desperation, Ron had to increase the compensation to 45% of the ticket price to calm the public anger. After leaving the venue, Ron went straight to the bathroom. I turned on the faucet and washed my face twice with cold water, but I still couldn't calm down. Damn thief. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ron gritted his teeth. You know, their ticket prices are very high. Refunding 45% of the ticket price at once is a huge sum of money. Gentlemen. A voice sounded beside Ron. Ron looked back and saw a young man wearing exhibition staff uniform and a baseball cap standing behind him, looking at him with a smile on his face. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Ron frowned and spoke with a puzzled look. My grandfather is hiring again. The exhibition is not that big. Why is he hiring every day? This is all money. Ron complained in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm as he looked at the young man in front of him. The young man slowly took off his baseball cap, revealing a handsome oriental face. Ron's frown deepened. Why did he feel that the person in front of him looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, but he just couldn't remember where? The young man in front of him smiled mysteriously and spoke slowly. Just a magician who came from afar. What? Ron was stunned. What magician? Did his grandfather like watching magic again? After a brief moment of daze, a figure in a video that he had seen before suddenly overlapped with the person in front of him. Ron's eyes widened instantly. No. You are Kaito Ki. Before he uttered the word, duh, Ron suddenly felt dizzy, as if the whole world was turned upside down, making it difficult for him to stand firm. You. Ron raised his hand and tried to grab Chin Feng, but the effects of the drug were so severe that he no longer had the strength to raise his hand. I just felt my vision becoming increasingly blurred, and finally, with 1,000 words in my mouth, I could only collapse to the ground helplessly. Chin Feng dragged him into the bathroom cubicle, locked the door, and climbed out from the top. But when he appeared again, he had turned into Ron. Ahem. In a pure London accent. Everyone, the game has already started in advance, haha. At the same time, at the door of the safe not far from the monitoring room, Sis helped Shilin set the last password. Then he put down the tools in his hands and let out a long breath. Okay, let's do this for now. With a safe that's not afraid of bombs, and with you and a dozen people guarding the monitoring room next to it, there won't be any problems. I will be in the car outside the exhibition hall, in charge of external command, ready to cordon off the scene at any time. All right, you've said it 10 times. Shilin waved his hands impatiently. Isn't it just a thief? Is it necessary to go to so much trouble? Shilin, Sis said in a serious tone, this time it's different. Our opponents are not the good-for-nothings like before. Moreover, this is the first time that foreign contestants have crossed the ocean to come to our side. The higher-ups take it very seriously. The live broadcast systems of the British Empire and China will be activated at the same time. We can't make any mistakes. Okay, you're right, okay? Shilin still had that whatever you say is what it is expression, which made Shisi feel helpless. Just at this moment, Ron, disguised as Chin Feng, came over with Ron's assistant. Thank you for your hard work, captains. I wonder how the defense plan is being implemented. My grandfather is very concerned about this. Mr. Ron, please tell Mr. Leonardo that everything here is going smoothly and tonight's operation will be foolproof. Sith spoke with confidence. Shilin next to him showed a look of disdain. Don't worry, Mr. Ron. I have set up 3 levels of passwords for this warehouse. Even if he is the world's top hacker, it will take at least an hour to crack it. But before that, he will have to have an hour. Shilin turned his wrist, looking like he couldn't wait to catch the thief who called himself the Phantom Thief and make a name for himself. Chapter 56, The Phantom Thief in Action. In this case, I would like to congratulate the 2 captains on their success in advance. Chin Feng spoke with a smile, his expression not changing at all. Sith replied politely. Thank you, Mr. Ron. Can I go in and take a look? Chin Feng asked tentatively. Hearing this, Shilin, who had a smile on his face just now, immediately changed his expression. He was about to say something, but was stopped by his brother Sis. Mr. Ron. Sis spoke politely, but in a tone that did not allow for negotiation. I'm sorry, for the sake of the safety of the cultural relics, we don't plan to open this warehouse until the operation tonight is over. I hope you can understand. This? Ron, disguised by Chin Feng, frowned and pretended to be unhappy. But after a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Well, since the 2 captains are confident, I won't cause you any more trouble. I'll leave first. Chin Feng hugged Sis politely and patted him on the back twice to show his friendliness. Sis did not refuse and sent Chin Feng away with a polite smile. In his opinion, as long as it does not interfere with their actions, everything can be negotiated. But what he didn't know was that while the 2 were hugging, Chin Feng had quietly stuck a small thing of the same color as his clothes on the fold of the collar behind his neck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging 1 remote control signal jammer, spending system points 50. Chin Feng's expression did not change as he listened to the system's prompts. After chatting with Sis for a few more words, he turned around and left the scene. Brother, why are you so polite to him? Isn't he just a rich second generation? As soon as Chin Feng left, Shilin couldn't wait to speak. But he was immediately scolded by Sith. Shut up. If you can't change your outspoken character and your condescending attitude, you'd better go home. Never leave the house again. Seeing that his brother was really angry this time, Shilin had no choice but to shut up. But in his mind, he was thinking about how he could appear more handsome in front of Li Qingyin when he took action at night. Let her see my abilities and fall in love with me. The other side. Chin Feng has arrived outside the monitoring room. Pushing the door open, the monitoring room had now been taken over by the pursuit team. In order to facilitate monitoring of the entire scene, the pursuit team doubled the number of surveillance cameras. It can be said without exaggeration that everything in the entire venue, except the toilets, is under surveillance. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Feng walked in and greeted everyone. Hello, Mr. Ron. Mr. Ron. Obviously, this Ron still has a certain status in the British Empire. After seeing Chen Feng come in, everyone present began to greet him. Chen Feng smiled and said, after this matter is over, I will make the decision to give red envelopes to the brothers in the pursuit team as labor fees. Anyway, the money promised was not Chen Feng's own, so he didn't feel sorry at all. Hearing this, everyone cheered again, and the smiles on their faces were obviously much more genuine than before. You guys continue working, I'll just take a look. Chen Feng gave an order, and then wandered around the monitoring room, looking here and there from time to time. Finally, they stopped in front of the surveillance camera responsible for monitoring the interior of the safe. Inside the tightly sealed safe, more than a dozen cameras were pointed from all directions at the glass display case in the center. Inside the display case was none other than the closely guarded Corona crown. You two brothers have worked hard. Have a drink of water. With a friendly smile, Chen Feng handed over the water he had just drawn from the water dispenser. This made the two members of the pursuit team flattered. Before they came, they heard that Ron, Leonardo's only grandson, was a playboy, but now it seems that the rumor was just true. Surprised, the two of them quickly stood up and wanted to take the water from Chen Feng. However, just when the two were about to take the cup of water, Chen Feng's hand suddenly shook, and a cup of boiled water spilled out and happened to pour onto the operating table of the monitor. Broken. The two members of the pursuit team were also shocked when they saw this. They didn't care about Chen Feng anymore and quickly picked up tissues from the side to start cleaning up. Chen Feng also stepped forward to help. Hold 2 pieces of tissue paper in your hand and wipe the water stains on it. But no one noticed that in their blind spot, Chen Feng secretly inserted something into the back of the controller. Phew. Fortunately, the controller is waterproof, so it doesn't affect its use. After wiping off the water stains, both members of the pursuit team breathed a sigh of relief. They don't want to fail at this critical moment, otherwise they will be scolded. Having accomplished his goal, Chen Feng did not stop and stood up and said, since everyone is ready, I won't cause any more trouble for you. I'll go back and report to my grandfather first. After saying this, Chen Feng turned around and left without any reluctance. At this moment, he was not worried that Ron, who was unconscious in the bathroom, would be discovered. The amount of drugs he used this time was large enough to make him sleep for a day or two. Moreover, Chen Feng put a human skin mask on him, replaced his face with another one, and changed his clothes into cleaner's clothes. So even if someone found out, they would immediately associate the unconscious cleaner with Ron. Leave the exhibition venue. Chen Feng returned to the hotel room. Feng successfully hacked into the surveillance system using something left on the surveillance controller. Import the video you have prepared into the monitoring controller and set the playback time to 11 p.m. London time. That is when the midnight hour just begins. Do all this. Chen Feng let out a long sigh, stood up, and looked through the hotel window towards the entrance of the exhibition across the street. The group of passers-by, disguised as members of the British Empire's pursuit team, near the door, Chen Feng's lips curled up into a smile. Look forward to tonight's performance, everyone. Night falls quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock in the evening London time. Although it was not yet the time stated in Chen Feng's notice, everyone in the pursuit team at the scene was still very nervous. More than a dozen members of the pursuit team were on high alert in the monitoring room, with Shilin in command and consultant Li Qingyan also coming to the scene to watch. Different from the deserted interior, outside the exhibition was bustling with activity. A large group of Chen Feng's fans gathered outside the cordon. Holding high up in their hands were signs that read, "Kid," and shouting came one after another. Chapter 57, The Elusive Thief. It has to be said that Chen Feng's group of young fans from the British Empire are really too crazy. If there hadn't been a cordon and a group of Scotland Yard police officers blocking the way, this group of crazy fans would have rushed into the exhibition venue long ago. Chen Feng's live broadcast room was also opened at this time. Unlike before, in addition to Chen Feng's original fans, a large number of fans from the British Empire also poured into the live broadcast room. Oh my god, Kid actually came to the country where the sun never sets. This is so exciting. I want to go to the scene. I want to meet Kid. What's going on? Where did all these foreigners come from? Also, why did my Fengshen go abroad? Hey guys, guess what I found? It's a big steel door that's as big as a bank vault. Fengshen's target this time is locked inside. I saw it too. I don't think even a cannonball can penetrate this thing. Is it necessary to be so careful? Haha, The people above are just talking without any hesitation. Those careless people have already become loyal audiences of Maple God's performances. At the same time, inside the Pursuit Bureau in H City, China, the new consultant Ouyang Mushue was standing on the stage in the conference room, talking about her views on Chun Feng's previous moves. Under the gaze of everyone, Ouyang Mushue took out a few photos that she had prepared long ago from her bag and handed them to everyone in the meeting room for review. After everyone had finished reading it, Ouyang Mushue's cold voice came again from the front. I think everyone knows this place. Everyone nodded. The place in the photo was none other than one of the landmark buildings in H City, the big clock tower located in the center of Zuixin Square. It was there that Chun Feng succeeded again right under their noses. In front of everyone's eyes, he stole the white jade mask with miraculous techniques. As for what Chun Feng's method is, no one has been able to crack it so far. Ouyang Mushue was not in a hurry to explain the doubts to everyone, but took out another photo from her backpack. Different from the previous long-range photo, this one is a close-up photo of the day when Chun Feng stole the white jade mask. The white jade mask hanging above the bell tower is clearly visible, but there is a group of white pigeons flying in the air on the top of the bell tower. After everyone saw clearly, Ouyang Mushue took out another photo, still a close-up photo, but this time it was a picture of the ground level of the clock tower. It can be clearly seen above that in the middle of the picture, at the foot of the bell tower, there is a spot of dried black paint. Everyone, any magic trick will have flaws, and the method Chun Feng chose to cover up the flaws was to summon a large group of white pigeons to divert attention. As long as you shift your focus to the flock of birds, you will never be able to discover Chun Feng's true methods. As soon as Ouyang Mushue finished speaking, someone immediately asked, "Then how did Chun Feng do it?" Ouyang Mushue put the photo down, and a rare smile appeared on her cold face. It's very simple. He just used the cover of darkness and white doves to cover up the white jade mask using black paint with a high enough light absorption rate. In other words, the white jade mask did not disappear at that time, but was hidden in the night. Time passes by every second. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10:30 in the evening. The pursuit team of the British Empire was divided into two waves. One part, led by Sith, was scattered and hidden in the crowd at the entrance of the exhibition, ready to block the entrance of the exhibition at any time. The other part followed Shalene and sat in the monitoring room. If there was any disturbance inside the venue, they would set off immediately. Li Qingyan, a consultant, was also sitting in the monitoring room, waiting for the arrival of the white figure. "Sister Qingyan, have a cup of coffee. I asked someone to buy it for you." Came to Li Qingyan with a sealed cup of coffee. Li Qingyan raised her head and glanced at him, then declined politely. "Thank you. I'm not thirsty." "You're welcome, Sister Qingyan. We'll have to work together in the future." As if he didn't notice the alienation on Li Qingyan's face, Shalene continued to talk relentlessly. Just then, the door was pushed open. Dressed in a black suit, Ron, disguised as Chun Feng, walked in. "I'm sorry I'm late." Shalene, who was interrupted, looked at Chun Feng, who had just entered the room with an indignant look on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he remembered his brother's previous scolding and had to swallow the words back. Time still goes on. Even though the deadline for the announcement was very close, the white figure that everyone was expecting still did not appear. The live broadcast screen only included Shalene, Li Qingyan, Ron disguised as Chun Feng, and a group of members of the pursuit team. Why hasn't Kid shown up yet? I can't wait. I can only guess that Feng Shun has already sneaked in, and will show up as soon as the time and the notice arrives. Show up? Is it that magical? This is a safe that even bombs can't blow open. Can he pass through the wall? You're new here, aren't you? Just rest assured. The probability of your wife giving birth to you is higher than the probability of Maple God failing. You son of a bitch. You scolded me. It's just the truth. The barrage of comments scrolled in the live broadcast room. Driven by the media from both China and the British Empire, the number of viewers in Chun Feng's live broadcast room exceeded 10 million for the first time and is still growing. The time now has come to 10:59, less than a minute away from the midnight indicated in Chun Feng's notice. In the live broadcast room gradually decreased. Even Shalene, one of the Death brothers, who was always arrogant and didn't take anything seriously, became serious, staring intently at the wall, which showed the surveillance footage inside the safe. 5 seconds left. Li Qingyan looked at her watch and counted down in her mind, with an excitement that was hard to conceal in her beautiful eyes. Many people in the live broadcast room, like Li Qingyan, were looking at their watches and counting down silently. 3, 2, 1. When the second hand pointed to 12, the last number of the countdown also reached 1. Click. The 6 surveillance cameras responsible for monitoring the interior of the safe flashed at the same time. Next second, amid everyone's surprised gaze, a white figure suddenly appeared next to the display cabinet on the surveillance camera. In his hand, he held a golden crown inlaid with dozens of gemstones. It's the Corona crown. Everything happened too fast and too abruptly. It was so sudden that before anyone could react, the Corona crown that had been placed in the glass display case was already in Chun Feng's hands. How is that possible? Surprised, Shilin stood up, his eyes wide open with disbelief. That was a bomb-proof vault. Moreover, he had set up 3 passwords at the door and assigned someone to guard the door. How could Chun Feng get in? Chapter 58 Success. The live broadcast room also exploded in an instant. I knew it. My Maple God's appearance is always beyond my expectations. Oh my god, is this space magic? It's almost indistinguishable from magic. Could it be that kid is the outstanding graduate from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Oh, I told you there are secrets in the mysterious East that we don't know. I want to go to the East to study. Isn't it a safe? Isn't it bomb-proof? How did Chun Feng get in? Regardless of the intensity of the online situation, at this moment in the monitoring room, Li Qingyan looked at the figure in white on the screen, and her red lips couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful curve. This man is still so magical. Quick, don't just stand there. Everyone follow me to the safe. Catch this damn thief. Shilin shouted loudly, his originally handsome face full of ferocity caused by anger. After hearing the shout of their captain, the members of the British Empire's pursuit team in the monitoring room suddenly woke up from their seats, as if from a dream. They followed Shilin and rushed towards the safe. Chun Feng, who disguised himself as Ron, was also among them. Li Qingyan originally wanted to follow, but just after taking the first step, he seemed to think of something and retracted his leg, sitting in front of the monitor waiting for something. On the other side, Shilin and other members of the pursuit team have also arrived at the door of the safe. At this time, the 2 members of the pursuit team who were responsible for guarding the safe door didn't know what had happened when they saw the angry Shilin. Just as he was about to salute Shilin, he was scolded by Shilin. You 2 idiots. What are you still standing here for? Your stupidity has been completely exposed to our enemy. He has already entered the vault. Shilin's scolding stunned the 2 members of the pursuit team. While what? The thief has already sneaked into the safe? How is this possible? Looking at the 2 team members who were still in a daze, Shilin didn't have time to explain to them and quickly arranged for people to block the door of the safe. Then he walked to the door and entered the password, then started unlocking the door. Facial recognition, fingerprint recognition, and digital password, the 3 cumbersome procedures originally used to guard against Chun Feng now seemed so ridiculous. It also made Shilin, who was unlocking the system, feel inexplicably irritated. All his preparations only caused trouble for himself and did not have any effect in stopping others. This made Shilin feel like a clown. This also made Shilin's anger even more intense. As the last digit was entered, the prompt tone of "unlock successful" was heard by everyone present. Including Shilin, everyone was on high alert, staring at the heavy steel door. Without a doubt, as soon as the door is opened, anyone who comes out will be immediately held down by them. The steel door slowly opened a crack. Everyone at the scene also held their breath at this time, ready to rush in together and capture Chun Feng inside the moment the steel door opened. No one noticed that Ron, behind everyone, showed a meaningful smile at this time. The door of the safe was completely opened. The scene inside was completely exposed to everyone. No one? How come? Shilin looked surprised. But the empty safe and the Corona crown still safely stored in the glass display case told him that all this was true. Chun Feng did not enter the safe. Looking at the safe door that had been completely opened, Shilin seemed to suddenly understand something and shouted hurriedly. Quick! Close it quickly! Before he could finish his words, a crisp, dingling sound was heard behind him. 2 cylindrical objects were thrown into the center of the crowd, and the moment they landed, they began to emit smoke. In just a few seconds, the smoke had spread. Everyone cover your mouth and nose. Shilin hurriedly gave the order. But it was too late. The smoke in the sky had already been inhaled by everyone. Almost at the same time, everyone at the scene fell down and fell asleep. Only Ron at the back, who was still smiling, was still standing there. Chun Feng. Shilin gritted his teeth, stared at the person in front of him, leaned against the wall, and was about to fall down. If he still couldn't guess now that the Ron in front of him was fake, then he would be really stupid. Thank you very much for your help, Captain Shilin. Chun Feng spoke with a smile. Then he reached out and grabbed the corner of his clothes and lifted it up. The whole person changed in an instant. A neat white suit, the iconic 4-leaf clover pendant and monocle, a tall white hat in the European medieval style, and a charming yet annoying smile at the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng's appearance instantly made the live broadcast room boil. Nah, I knew it. My Maple God has a twist. I don't want to say anything anymore. Maple God is awesome. Is this really a magic trick? Isn't he in there? How come he suddenly appears, disappears, and then suddenly reappears again? It's been so long, and there are still people who try to crack Maple God's method. Oh my God, this is absolutely amazing. At this time, Shalene could no longer hold on any longer and wanted to pounce on Chen Feng with gritted teeth, but the moment he left the wall, he collapsed due to the surge of the drug. Lost the protection of the on-site pursuit team. Chen Feng walked into the safe very easily, opened the glass cover, and took out the Corona crown inside. Looking at the Corona crown in his hand, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. It looks like the performance went very well. Snap, snap, snap. Just at this moment, a burst of applause suddenly rang out from not far away. Then a beautiful figure slowly appeared around the corner. Who else could it be if not Li Qingyan? Long time no see, Chen Feng. Li Qingyan smiled, as if she was greeting an old friend she hadn't seen for a long time. Chen Feng still had that poker face, and nothing changed because of Li Qingyan's sudden appearance. It's an honor to meet you here, Miss Li Qingyan. Chen Feng performed a gentlemanly salute and then opened his mouth to ask his question. Ma'am, are you here to arrest me? Chen Feng walked out of the safe slowly and came in front of Li Qingyan. He didn't seem to be worried that Li Qingyan would suddenly attack. Of course, Li Qingyan had no intention of taking action. She just came over to say hello after seeing an old friend in a foreign country. That's right. Although the two of them have not known each other for long and have not had much contact. But Li Qingyan still regarded Chen Feng as a friend, a special, thief friend. Chapter 59. Kid was caught? You're overthinking. I'm just a consultant who was brought in to help. I'm not involved in the operation, so I naturally have no obligation to help them capture you. Having said that, Li Qingyan changed the subject. Although I won't do anything, the members of the pursuit team outside may not. If they can't contact Shalene for a long time, they will directly block the scene. Then it will be difficult for you to leave. Hearing this, Chen Feng was not at all flustered, but instead revealed a mysterious smile. He flipped his left hand, and a black walkie-talkie appeared in his hand. It was the intercom that contained Shalene, who had already fainted. Ahem. Chen Feng cleared his throat, and then slowly put the walkie-talkie to his mouth. With his lips slightly opened, a voice exactly the same as Shalene's came out of Chen Feng's mouth. Attention, all teams. Attention, Chen Feng has disguised himself as my brother Shisi and is hiding in a private car about 300 meters away from the venue. The license plate number is, or. Now everyone, please put down what you are doing and go over there to make the arrest. I repeat, now everyone, please go over there to make the arrest. Over. As Chen Feng put down the walkie-talkie, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned for 2 seconds by his action. What followed was an overwhelming barrage of comments. Oh my God, if we talk about operation, I am the best Feng Shun. Can you make the fake look real? Damn, it's time to go to school and herd sheep. What does the hibiscus language that Maple God just said mean? Can someone translate it for me? The meaning is very simple. They asked the members of the pursuit team of the British Empire to capture their captain. But I'm curious, doesn't their other captain know anything? I'm curious too. Doesn't he have a walkie-talkie too? Has no one contacted him? At the same time, Sith, who was in the command vehicle outside, also noticed something was wrong. Logically speaking, it is now time for Chen Feng to take action. Regardless of success or failure, he should report to himself. Sith frowned. He slowly picked up the walkie-talkie, but pressed the call button twice, only to find that the walkie-talkie did not respond. Fuck. It broke at the critical moment. Sith cursed angrily, threw the walkie-talkie aside, and took out his cell phone, intending to call directly to ask about the situation inside. But to his surprise, his cell phone lost signal at some point. Sith frowned even deeper. As a senior police officer, he never believed that there were such coincidences in the world. My walkie-talkie, which was originally in good working condition, suddenly broke down, and my cell phone, which had signal just now, also lost signal, as if it was arranged by someone. Thinking of this, Sith's heart skipped a beat. It's broken. Something must have happened. Sith quickly sat up from the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the door, and prepared to get out. But before he could take a step, he saw dozens of members of the pursuit team surrounding him from all directions. All of them stared at him intently, as if they were a pack of wolves on a hunt. And he was the surrounded prey. Sith was startled. A bad guess came to his mind, and he quickly shouted to everyone. What are you doing? I am your captain. I am Sith. Sith Carroll. Faced with Sith's angry expression, the deputy captain couldn't help but smile smugly. Still pretending? Kid, Your disguise has long been seen through by our Captain Shilin. Now you are surrounded. Don't even think about struggling. Just surrender. Kid. Sith's eyes widened. I am Kid. Then who is Sith? You bunch of idiots. I am your captain. I am the Sith. Not some kid. Sis was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He didn't care about his image anymore and started cursing. You still dare to quibble. After being scolded, the deputy captain of the pursuit team's face darkened. He stopped talking nonsense and waved to everyone. Don't be polite to him. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the British Empire's pursuit team, who had been ready to fight, pounced on him instantly. Rensis was agile and dodged the attacks of several people in succession, but he was still pinned to the ground due to the overwhelming numbers. His hands were handcuffed tightly, and to prevent him from escaping, 6 or 7 people pressed on him and refused to get up. Assholes, you're a bunch of idiots. Sith, who was pinned to the ground, was still cursing at the top of his lungs. But no one paid any attention to him. At this moment, Shilin, with Li Qingyin's arm around his, appeared in everyone's sight. The deputy captain of the pursuit team, who had been disdainful just now, immediately showed a flattering smile and saluted Chen Feng, who was disguised as Shilin. Report to Captain Shilin. We have captured Kid and are waiting for your instructions at any time. Looking at Sith, who was pinned to the ground by several people, Li Qingyin almost laughed out loud. With a smile in her beautiful eyes, she glanced at Chen Feng beside her and forced herself to suppress her smile. This man is so bad. Very good. I will commend you and promote you when we get back. Chen Feng reached out and patted the deputy captain's shoulder, encouraging him. The deputy captain was immediately overjoyed and even stood more upright than before. Thank you, Captain. Seeing this scene, how could Sis not understand the identity of the visitor? He tried his best to break free from the restraints, but was held down by the crowd and could not get up. He could only shout with all his might. You bastards! He is Kid! He is Kid! Hearing this noisy voice, the deputy captain, who was immersed in the joy of promotion just now, instantly became angry. At this point, this damn thief is still trying to confuse people. He's making a last-ditch effort. Maybe he was really angry, or maybe he wanted to perform well in front of his captain. The deputy captain quickly came to the pinned Sith, and without saying a word, Pa! The two started a big fight. The crisp sound of the slap reached everyone's ears and also stunned Sis. What are you still standing there for? Seal his mouth. The deputy captain gave orders to the people around him without any hesitation. You bastard Woo-woo. Before Sis could even utter a curse, the members of the pursuit team came up and sealed his mouth with duct tape, so he could only make woo-woo sounds. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room was laughing like crazy. No, if I had known, I would have bought a plane ticket to go there. It's so interesting. When the false is made to appear true, the true becomes false. The ancients never lied to me. Oh my God, I can't even imagine how wonderful the deputy captain's expression will be when he learns the truth. I don't know how exciting it is, but it's probably impossible for me to continue working in the pursuit bureau. That's for sure. I'll probably be fired tomorrow for stepping through the door with my left foot first. Chapter 60, Emilia arrives. Of course, the people at the scene were unaware of what the netizens said. The deputy captain even wanted to take this opportunity to slap him a few more times, but was stopped by Chen Feng. Okay, take him back to the bureau first. I'll handle things here. Yes. The deputy captain immediately obeyed the order and personally led people to pick up Sis from the ground and escort him into the car. Before leaving, he looked enviously at Li Qingyin, who was holding Chen Feng's arm. Alas, this cold and aloof goddess from the east was finally conquered by the captain. But this is normal. After all, not everyone has the ability to command everyone and catch the thief Kid. The deputy captain sighed inwardly, and his admiration for his captain increased even more. Wait until everyone leaves. Chen Feng and Li Qingyin were left at the scene. Looking at Chen Feng beside him, Li Qingyin smiled and said, What else do you want to do now? Chen Feng smiled. There is only one curtain call left. Outside the venue. As time goes by, looking at the exhibition building which was still motionless, Chen Feng's fans at the scene couldn't help but become restless. What's going on? Where's Kid? You didn't watch the live broadcast? Kid has already stolen the Corona crown, so he must have left. No way. I drove all the way here. Look over there. What's that over there? It's a white dove? It's Kid's white dove. Seeing a large flock of white doves approaching in the sky, the fans at the scene also became excited. Look in the middle. There's something hanging on a rope in the middle of the white pigeons. What is that? That's the Corona crown. That's Kid's target this time, the Corona crown. Yes, Kid won a great victory. Chen Feng's fans at the scene were excited. The white dove appeared above everyone in the blink of an eye. Under the gaze of everyone, hundreds of white cards floated down from the sky and slowly landed among the crowd. As the notice said, I have accepted the Corona crown. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. This is Kid's card. I got Kid's card. Fuck. That bitch pulled my hair. Don't take my card. It's mine. Anyone want to sell it? I'll give you 1,000 euros. For Kid's card. You're the only one with money? I'll give you 2,000. I'll pay you right here. In the escort vehicle not far from the venue. The members of the British Empire's pursuit team who witnessed the entire scene were stunned. What is going on? Hasn't Kid been captured by them? Didn't his action fail? For a moment, countless questions flooded everyone's mind, and the previously high-spirited deputy captain frowned. At this time, the young man in the driver's seat said weakly, Deputy Captain, we didn't catch the wrong person? Hearing this, the deputy captain's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and then a suspicion that made him feel cold from head to toe arose in his heart. It's bad. Let that kid go. He's the captain. Chen Feng versus Scotland Yard. Chen Feng wins a great victory. Can't even tell who is their own captain? The Scotland Yard pursuit team is being played around by Chen Feng. Another treasure was taken by Kid. So far, Kid has taken 6 shots and never lost. Will Chen Feng leave the sun never sets country after he succeeds? Or will he choose to continue looking for his next target in the sun never sets country? Chen Feng's operation ended. The media in both China and the British Empire were working overtime to write articles. For a time, Chen Feng once again dominated the hot search list. Haha, this group of media just want to watch the fun and make trouble. Inside the hotel, looking at the headlines of the hot searches on his phone, Chen Feng, who was breaking bread for Xiaobai, smiled and shook his head. Regarding the question reported in the media whether he will choose to leave directly after succeeding or continue looking for the next target. In fact, even Chen Feng himself doesn't know. He is casual by nature and doesn't like to restrict himself with plans, so he prefers to just go wherever he goes. If there is a target that he likes, Chen Feng will naturally take action. Of course, there is no rush. What Chen Feng wants more now is to wander around this prosperous city in the world, as a vacation after the operation is over. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Corona crown. Reward: Kaido Kid Card Fusion Degree plus 5%, skill obtained, lip reading, elementary. System points plus 500, current card fusion degree 70%. Goo! Noticing that Chen Feng was distracted, Xiaobai shouted in dissatisfaction. Chen Feng's thoughts were brought back to his senses, and he continued to break bread for Xiaobai. Sorry, Xiaobai. You just have to eat this for 2 days. When we get back home, I'll buy you your favorite crayfish. Goo goo. At the same time, in a cafe in London, the 2 top beauties sat face to face. Neither of them spoke. The person on the left was wearing a women's business suit and was tall. She was Li Qingyan, who had just separated from Chen Feng not long ago. The beauty on the right is no less beautiful than Li Qingyan in appearance. She has a hot body, a noble and arrogant temperament, and is full of the aura of a superior. The white long dress, as well as the earrings and necklace that looked very valuable, made the identity of the visitor obvious. Princess Emilia, one of the most noble women in the country of Lorking. There was a long silence. In the end, it was Li Qingyan who spoke first and broke the silence. Miss Amaya, what do you want to talk to me about? Hearing Li Qingyan's words, Emilia slowly put down the coffee cup, and the cup made a slight pop sound when it touched the table. Ms. Li, I asked you to come here this time because I want you to do me a favor. Help. Li Qingyan was stunned. Yesterday, ever since she separated from Chen Feng, she noticed that someone had been following her, was communicating with others through the headset. Although those people didn't seem to have any malicious intentions and didn't cause any trouble to her, Li Qingyan still felt uncomfortable. It was not until last night that the people who had been following her came up to her and gave her the address of the cafe and asked her to come over at noon today. Out of curiosity, Li Qingyan still chose to go on the date. However, when she arrived, she found out that the person who had made an appointment with her was none other than the Princess of Lorking, Emilia, whom she had met several times in China before. Li Qingyan frowned slightly and spoke in confusion. I'm sorry, Miss Amy, I don't understand what you mean by help. I think with your influence and that of your country here, there shouldn't be any place that needs my help, right? Emilia shook her head slightly. I think Miss Li is the only one who might be able to help me with this matter. Li Qingyan was even more confused now. But Emilia didn't mean to keep it a secret and spoke directly. I want you to help me find someone. Who? Kaido Kid or Chen Feng? Chapter 61. Someone coming from the country? Chen Feng. Li Qingyan was stunned for a moment, but then she reacted and waved her hand to refuse. Ms. Amelia, although I don't know what you want to do with Chen Feng, unfortunately, I have no way to contact him. What Li Qingyan said was not false. Although Chen Feng had disguised himself and approached her when he was preparing to return the heart of the ocean. The two of them also added each other on VX at that time, but after Chen Feng's identity was exposed, they never contacted each other again. Li Qingyan was not sure whether Chen Feng's VX was registered temporarily by Chen Feng, and she was even less sure whether Chen Feng still used this VX. After hearing Li Qingyan's answer, Amelia also fell silent. She didn't know what her mood was now. She hoped that Li Qingyan would contact Chen Feng on the ground. After all, she really wanted to see Chen Feng now. But she didn't want Li Qingyan to contact Chen Feng, because she didn't have Chen Feng's contact information, so naturally she didn't want other women to have it. But, I do have a plan, I don't know if it will work. Li Qingyan suddenly spoke again, rekindling hope in Amelia's eyes. Miss Li, if you have anything to say, just say it. Did Miss Amelia reveal her whereabouts to the outside world when she came to the kingdom of the sun never sets? Li Qingyan did not answer in a hurry, but asked Amelia a question first. Amelia shook her head. She came here in secret this time, so it was impossible to publicize it. So apart from her assistant Mir and a few bodyguards, not many people knew about her arrival. That's good. Li Qingyan nodded. Ms. Amelia, your country's charity exhibition has not yet ended. In order to better contribute to the world's charity, it should be no problem for you, the eldest princess, to hold another charity magic exchange meeting, right? You mean? Amy's eyes lit up. Li Qingyan smiled and said, that is a restless thief. He will definitely be interested in this exchange meeting. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to come forward and invite enough people from the magic world. That's not a problem. Amelia agreed without hesitation. The smile on her delicate face is like blooming stars, intoxicating. Many young men in the cafe seemed to be attracted by the two beauties sitting opposite them and wanted to come forward to ask for their contact information, but they were stopped by the bodyguards brought by Amelia. Soon, new reports are coming out one after another. Princess Amelia of Lorking has come to London. To celebrate the 100th anniversary of the founding of Lorking, it has been decided to hold a World Magician Charity Exchange meeting in London. All proceeds from the exchange meeting will be donated to charity. An invitation from Her Royal Highness the Princess. The World Magic Association issued a statement that day, announcing that it was willing to send people to London to participate in the exchange meeting. The princess is also interested in magic. Magicians from all over the world are coming to the party. This is a feast for magic. As news came out one after another, the news that Amelia was hosting a magician exchange meeting quickly topped the hot search list. Although not as popular as Chen Feng's news, it has also received a lot of attention from all over the country. Wow, another charity event. I have completely fallen in love with this beautiful, wealthy, and caring princess. A magic exchange meeting? And it's in London right after Keyed God just took action. Why does this sound wrong to me? Even you can see that something is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. I now seriously suspect that the princess has other intentions. I say you are just judging others by your own standards. She is a princess of a country. Would she hold such an exchange meeting just for Chen Feng? It's ridiculous. Maybe, but it still doesn't feel right to me. People on the internet were arguing heatedly. And on the streets of London. After a simple disguise, Chen Feng was performing a simple show. Surrounded by dozens of people, Chen Feng held the magic hat in one hand and showed everyone the empty interior. After the demonstration, Chen Feng slowly put his hand into the hat. The next second, Chen Feng took out a card from the magic hat out of thin air. Then came the second and third cards. Under everyone's gaze, cards were taken out one by one. Soon, Chen Feng had taken out a whole deck of cards from the empty magic hat. Then Chen Feng put the cards back into the hat and threw the hat upward with force. Everyone's eyes also looked upwards. The hat tumbled in the air, but the expected scene of cards falling out of the hat did not happen. Instead, white doves kept flying out from the rolling hat. In addition, 3 white doves stretched out their claws from 3 directions to grab the magic hat, flew towards Chen Feng, and slowly placed the hat on the ground with the mouth facing upwards. Snap, snap, snap. There was warm applause at the scene, and many people donated generously, putting coins of all sizes into the hat in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng then placed his right hand in front of him and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Although he is not short of money, when he is out, Chen Feng doesn't mind using some magic to earn enough money for a cup of coffee. Just then, a voice sounded from the outskirts of the crowd, not far away. Yasin. Chen Feng looked over and saw 2 beautiful women with good looks and temperament standing not far away, looking at him. Yes, two ladies. Although one of them was wearing men's clothes, in front of a master of disguise like Chen Feng, her identity as a lady could still be seen at a glance. Ms. Su Luoxue, I didn't expect to meet you here. Chen Feng walked forward, held up Su Luoxue's hand, and kissed it. Su Luoxue did not resist, as if she had already gotten used to it. After all, Chen Feng's self-introduction at the time was that he was a Chinese American who grew up in the West. It's normal to be used to using Western etiquette, right? Why are you here? Su Luoxue was a little confused. Su Luoxue was wondering why her cafe had not been open for several days. It turned out that the owner had run away. Chen Feng took the hat back from the ground, and the crowd dispersed when they saw that the performance was over. Isn't it obvious? I'm here for tourism. Who is this lady? Su Luoxue was not surprised that Chen Feng had exposed Ouyang Mushua's daughter. Ms. Ouyang Mushua, the champion of the Chinese division of the World Detective Competition, the junior sister of Captain Sun Luo, and now the detective consultant of our hunting bureau. Then he turned to Ouyang Mushua and said, Mushua, this is the amazing barista I told you about. The coffee in his shop is the best I've ever tasted. I'll take you to try it when I get a chance. Hello, Miss Ouyang. Chen Feng politely extended his hand and shook hands with Ouyang Mushua. Hello. Chapter 62, World Magicians Charity Exchange Meeting. Ouyang Mushua still had that look on her face that didn't show any emotion. This is very similar to how Chen Feng is at work. Captain Su, since you have met your friends, I will not disturb you anymore. I will leave first. Ouyang Mushua immediately spoke to Su Luoxue. Okay, then you go first. I'll be there later. Ouyang Mushua left with the crowd, leaving only Chen Feng and Su Luoxue at the scene. Come on, I just made some money. Let me buy you some coffee. Chen Feng shook the coins in the hat in his hand. I won't be polite. Su Luoxue spoke with a smile, her tone sounding more like that of friends who had known each other for many years. The two went to a nearby cafe. We chose a seat by the window and sat down. Soon, the coffee they ordered was served. After taking a sip of coffee, Chen Feng slowly spoke. Oh, I haven't asked yet. Why is Miss Su here? Don't you need to stay in H City to hunt down the other fugitives? Oh, don't mention it. When talking about this, Su Luoxue looked distressed. Now our bureau has been officially designated to no longer be responsible for the pursuit of any fugitives, and will instead focus on dealing with Chen Feng until he is captured. Su Luoxue rubbed her slightly swollen temples, with obvious reluctance showing on her beautiful face. In fact, it's not her fault. Only those who have actually fought with Chen Feng know how difficult it is to deal with that elusive thief. Not to mention his endless variety of props, his ability to disguise alone is hard to guard against. As for the reason for turning the China District 3 hunting team into a hunting team targeting only Chen Feng, it is even simpler. 2 months into the thief game, most of the original contestants from each district have been eliminated. The remaining less than half of the fugitives do not require so many members of the pursuit team to hunt them down. In addition, Chen Feng has been too popular recently, so the higher-ups simply wave their hands and turn the pursuit team in Huaxia District 3 into a pursuit team that only deals with Chen Feng. That's right. Su Luoxue suddenly thought of something. Kid just made a move here and you appeared from here. Are you chasing Kid? Are you his fan? I can't say I'm a fan, but as an amateur magician, I want to see the Phantom Thief magician in person. Su Luoxue nodded. Kaido Kid, the magician under the moonlight, the silver-winged magician. Su Luoxue held her face with both hands and counted out Chen Feng's titles one by one. In the end, all the complaints turned into a sigh. Let's not talk about it. Let's just take it as it comes. Su Luoxue said as if she was giving up. This is not the Captain Su I know who boasted about capturing Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and teased. Su Luoxue rolled her eyes and didn't respond. Let's talk about you. As a magician, it's a rare trip to London. Don't you plan to attend the World Magic Charity Exchange? There will be famous magicians from all over the world there. World Magicians Charity Exchange. Chen Feng was stunned. When did this exchange meeting come about? Why didn't he know about it? Seeing Chen Feng's puzzled look, Su Luoxue didn't keep him in suspense and spoke directly. It seems you don't know yet. The World Magicians Charity Exchange Conference is still hosted by Princess Amelia of Lorking Country, who came to China earlier. I heard that even the World Magic Association was invited to participate. Oh, Princess Amelia held it. Chen Feng muttered to himself, and his mind couldn't help but think of the sexy and noble princess, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's quite interesting. Night. Inside the hunting bureau of the country on which the sun never sets. Shalin, who had woken up from his coma, Sith, who had been released, and Su Luoxue and other members of the hunting team from China gathered in the conference room. The two brothers Sis and Shilin, who were sitting in the main seats, did not seem to be in a very good mood at the moment. Everyone had a gloomy face, as if someone owed them $200, and their complexion was frighteningly dark. Boom, boom, boom. The door of the conference room was knocked at this time, breaking the silent atmosphere in the room. Come in. Sith adjusted his expression and once again put on the proper attitude as the captain of the British Empire's Pursuit Bureau. The door was pushed open, and a member of the British Empire's pursuit team walked in. Captain, Mr. Leonardo called again and asked if we could contact Chen Feng to return the Corona Crown first. His private exhibition has just begun, and the Corona Crown is an important exhibit. At the end, seeing the increasingly ugly expressions on Sis and Shilin's faces, the team members' voices in reporting the news gradually became quieter. Sis took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then spoke slowly. Okay, I get it. Tell Mr. Leonardo that I will find a solution as soon as possible. But Mr. Leonardo is in a hurry. The team members wanted to say something more, but after noticing the gloomy expressions of Sith and the other man, they tactfully shut their mouths and left the meeting room. Su Luoxue also stood up at this time. The two captains don't have to worry too much. After all, except for the Moonlight Eye that lost its owner, Chen Feng chose to return all the stolen items. After hearing Su Luoxue's words, Sith and the other man's expressions eased a little. But I'm still a little worried. But what if he leaves the Kingdom of the Sun without setting with the Corona? Won't. A cold female voice sounded, and everyone looked at Ouyang Mushue who spoke. Ouyang Mushue stood up and spoke slowly. Even an ordinary criminal will most likely return to the crime scene several times after committing a crime to admire his masterpiece. What's more, someone like Chen Feng, who has turned theft into an art, would never choose to leave directly after the operation is completed. Looking at Ouyang Mushue who stood up, Sis was a little curious. Who is this lady? We have a new consultant for the China District 3 Pursuit Team, Miss Ouyang Mushue. Su Luoxue introduced. After Su Luoxue finished speaking, Ouyang Mushue bowed slightly to everyone as a greeting. Then Miss Ouyang, do you think Chen Feng will make another move in the short term? Sis spoke again. Ouyang Mushue shook her head and said, I don't know, but based on my guess about this thief's personality, he is a person who does things as he pleases. If there is a stage suitable for him in the near future, perhaps he will choose to go on stage again. A stage that suits him. There was a moment of silence among the people present, and then a very popular event recently came to everyone's mind. A charity exchange meeting for world magicians hosted by Amelia. Chapter 63, Chen Feng arrives. With the full support of Amelia. Only 3 days had passed. The venue for the World Magicians Charity Exchange meeting was paved. Even on a rainy day, it could not stop people's enthusiasm. Magicians from all over the world and countless audiences entered the venue. There are small venues in the venue, where magic shows are performed one after another. After a magic show in almost every place, the magician will receive a lot of tips. Of course, according to Amelia, apart from paying some of the money to the magicians who came from afar, most of it will be used for world charity. In the middle of the venue, the vice president of the World Magic Association is performing hard. Little squirrels were taken out of the vice president's magic hat one by one, followed by cheers. Snap, snap, snap. Escorted by 4 bodyguards, Amelia came up clapping her hands. Seeing the person coming, Vice President Herbert also stopped what he was doing. The people around consciously made way for Amelia, allowing her to reach the stage unhindered. Coming to the stage, Amelia smiled and said, Thank you very much for the support of the World Magic Association for this exchange meeting. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Herbert. Herbert did not dare to be arrogant and replied politely, Miss Amaya, you are too polite. It is also our duty to contribute to the world's charity. Anyway, I am very grateful for your association's help. Amelia smiled and talked to Herbert. There were people around who wanted to come forward and ask Amelia for an autograph, but they were stopped by Amelia's bodyguards. Just at this moment, Amelia's assistant Mir came over from behind. Your Highness. Hearing Mir's voice, Amelia stopped talking. After saying something to Herbert, he turned around and left with his men. Come to a place where there is no one. Amelia sent away the bodyguards around her and then looked at Mir again. What's going on, Mir? Any findings? Mir shook his head. I'm sorry, Princess, but I haven't found Kid yet. Amelia was a little disappointed when she heard this, but this was also what she expected. If he could be discovered so easily, he would not be Kaido Kid. Keep observing, Amelia said, and prepared to leave. Wait, Princess. Amelia turned to look at Mir. Mir seemed to be hesitant to speak, and after some hesitation, he spoke slowly. Could it be that Kid doesn't know about the exchange meeting? Or is he not interested in the exchange meeting and doesn't plan to come? Amelia's brows suddenly frowned. It's not like she hasn't considered this, but there's no better way now, so she can only wait patiently. As for whether Chin Feng would come, then we can only take a gamble. Emilia raised her head slightly, her delicate face looking somewhat melancholy under the light. Just then, a voice sounded from not far behind the two of them. Ladies, would you like to buy a pen? The two were startled by the sudden sound, but after seeing that it was just a young man selling pens, they relaxed their vigilance. Sorry, we don't buy it, Emilia said to the young man. Then he decided not to stay any longer and turned around to leave. But at this time, the young man spoke again. A completely different voice came out from the young man's mouth. Ma'am, this pen of mine is different from others. Hearing this voice, Emilia's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and then a hint of joy appeared on her face. Base. Shadash. Chin Feng placed his finger 2 centimeters in front of Emilia's lips, as if to stop Emilia from continuing. Then he gently flicked the pen in his hand, and a blue rose appeared in Chin Feng's hand. For you, beautiful Miss Amaya. Humph, who cares about your flowers? Although Emilia said this, her hands were not slow. She reached out and took the flowers from Chin Feng's hand. Perhaps even Emilia herself did not realize that her posture and movements at this moment were exactly the same as those of a girlfriend acting coquettishly to her boyfriend. Seeing this, Mill, who was standing by, simply turned his head and closed his eyes as if he had given up struggling. In my heart, I silently explained to myself, Your Majesty, it's not that I didn't think highly of the princess. It's all because of this damn thief. This matter she really doesn't blame me. I wonder what Your Highness the Princess wants to talk to me about. Chin Feng's voice came again. Amaya said proudly, Who asked you? Without you, can't I hold a charity exchange meeting in London? In that case, I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Chin Feng pretended to be hurt and immediately made a gesture to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Amaya immediately became anxious and hurried forward to grab Chin Feng's sleeve. Hey, don't. As soon as she finished saying this, Emilia noticed Chin Feng's half-smile on his face, and immediately realized that she had been deceived again. He simply threw Chin Feng's arm aside, turned his head, and stopped looking at him. Please forgive my little joke, princess. Just as he finished speaking, another bouquet of blue roses was handed to Emilia. Emilia glanced at Chin Feng, took the flower after a little hesitation, and chose to forgive Chin Feng. This scene made Mill frown. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It is said that a woman in love has a negative IQ. Looking at the look of my own princess, it is obvious that she has been deeply poisoned. Your Highness. A voice came from the corner, and then one of Emilia's bodyguards came over and saluted Emilia slightly. Your Highness, the people from the Pursuit Bureau are here and want to see you. The Pursuit Bureau? Emilia's brows immediately furrowed, and she looked behind her worriedly. But he found that there was no one behind him. Only a white dove holding a card was still there. Emilia bent down and took the card from Beige's mouth. On it was the same familiar handwriting. Beautiful Miss Emilia. If you have anything, you can write it on a piece of paper and ask Xiaobai to bring it to me. Also, don't forget to feed it the crayfish. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. The bodyguard in front of him saw Emilia staring at a card without saying anything, and looked over with some curiosity. But before she could see clearly, Emilia had already put the card into her pocket. Let the people from the Pursuit Bureau come over. I'll be waiting for them here, and Mir. Your Highness. Mir hurried forward upon hearing this. Take this little white dove to my room, and have someone prepare a portion of crayfish, shelled, and without seasoning. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 64 Magic Show. Led by the bodyguard, Su Luoxua brought Ouyang Muxue and others to meet Emilia. However, what puzzled Su Luoxua was that, although there was obviously no grudge between them, Emilia did not treat them well. It was as if he had disturbed her date, and he had a cold face the whole time. Captain Su, we meet again. I wonder what you want to talk to me about this time. Emilia said calmly. Ms. Emilia, I'm sorry to bother you so suddenly, but I have something very important to tell you. Su Luoxua said this seriously. Oh, Emilia showed some interest. Captain Su, please speak frankly if you have anything to say. I don't like to keep people in suspense. It's like this. You should know that Chin Feng, also known as Kaido Kid, is in London right now. So for the safety of Miss Amaya, and for the charity exhibition to go smoothly, our pursuit team wants to enter the venue and protect it all day. When Emilia heard Su Luoxua mention the word Phantom Thief Kid, her face turned completely cold. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of these people from the Pursuit Bureau, her meeting with Kid would not have been interrupted. Now he actually wanted to enter the venue and stop her from continuing to meet with Kid. This is simply, Kid. It's Kid. Kid is here at the Magician Exchange meeting. Before Emilia could respond, the venue suddenly became agitated, and everyone started shouting, Kid. Kid, I love you. Kid, look at me. Look at me. I'm here. The movement outside naturally attracted the attention here. Without bothering to talk, Emilia hurried out the door. Su Loashue and the others looked at each other, then followed closely and walked out of the venue. When we arrived at the entrance of the entrance was already crowded with people. However, after seeing Emilia coming, he made way for her to pass. Looking outside, I saw a man standing on the street under dark clouds and in the pouring rain. He was dressed in white, holding an umbrella in one hand and the other in his trouser pocket. His eye-catching outfit attracted a lot of attention. A transparent umbrella was hit by huge raindrops, making a crackling sound. Good evening, everyone. Chen Feng's voice rang out from inside the venue through the heavy rain. If nothing unexpected happened, it should have been connected to the loudspeaker inside the venue through an earphone or other item. Kid, kid, kid. As Chen Feng's voice sounded, the shouts of kid at the scene became louder and louder. Chen Feng took his hand out of his trouser pocket and raised it high. As if it was a band being guided by a baton, the cheers from the audience stopped immediately, and the only sound left in the huge venue was the sound of falling raindrops. It is an honor to see so many magic lovers here contributing to charity. Now please allow me to present a performance for this magic exchange meeting. Chen Feng's voice once again rang out through the loudspeaker in the venue, causing the crowd to get excited again. Emilia was also in the crowd, looking at the figure in the rain with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Feng slowly put his left hand flat. As if guided, the lights in the venue went out, while the lights on the street lit up. Now, if I say the rain will stop, do you believe me? Chen Feng's confident and charming voice came. Even though the content of the words is extremely ridiculous and untrue, there are still many people who shout that they believe it. Playing tricks. Huang Fuzhan, who came with Su Loashue, muttered softly, but it was still heard by several Chen Feng fans around him. Under the murderous gazes of several people, Huang Fuzhan tactfully shut his mouth. The suspicion in his eyes when he looked at Chen Feng did not diminish. Everyone, please join me in witnessing the miracle of magic. As soon as he finished speaking, in front of everyone's eyes, Chen Feng suddenly threw away the umbrella in his hand. He opened his arms to everyone as if giving a hug. At the same moment, the rain stopped. No, to be precise, the raindrops are suspended in the air. It's as if it has escaped gravity and is suspended in the air. This, Herbert, the vice president of the Magic Association who had just arrived, was so shocked that his eyes widened. He didn't even want to blink and stared at Chen Feng's direction, afraid to miss every second of crucial information. The scene was deathly silent. And after the silence, there was cheering like a volcano erupting. Kid, now, I say the rain will rise, do you believe it? Chen Feng's voice sounded again. However, at this moment, there was no other voice at the scene except belief. Like a band conductor, Chen Feng turned his hands over and slowly rose. In rhythm with this are the slowly rising raindrops. Bang! Snap! 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 I don't know who started clapping first, but then there was thunderous applause and cheers that continued for a long time. Even Huang Fuzhan, who had been questioning just now, was shocked and speechless. Is this really magic? Or is it just magic hidden under the name of magic? Huang Fuzhan asked himself this question in his mind, and then quickly shook his head to interrupt his thoughts. But he was an atheist and could not be fooled by this thief. Emilia, who was standing by, certainly didn't notice the emotional changes of other people around her. At this moment, in her eyes there was only Chen Feng standing in the rain, with a smile on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. As if noticing Emilia's gaze, Chen Feng slowly turned his head and blinked his left eye provocatively. This caused cheers from the fans at the scene. Everyone, the magic show ends here. See you next illusion. See you next time. As he spoke, Chen Feng placed his hands in front of him and bowed to everyone. Then, under the gaze of everyone, it slowly disappeared as the raindrops fell again. The only thing left was the umbrella that Chen Feng had thrown away, still there. Snap! 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 There was another round of applause at the scene. In particular, Herbert, the vice president of the World Magic Association, was the most enthusiastic. This 60-year-old man who was obsessed with magic clapped his hands hard, regardless of the pain from the collision of his palms. This exciting applause seemed to be dedicated to Chen Feng, or perhaps to the performance, or perhaps both. It's just that no one noticed. On the side of the next street, where the light was coming from, a tall and slender figure turned and left after Chen Feng left. Bite! There was a slight vibration in the figure's pocket. I took out my phone and saw a VX message. The sender's note was, Yazan. Thank you very much for your help, Miss Li Qingyan. Today's performance was a success. Seeing this text message, Li Qingyan smiled, put away her phone, and continued walking towards the house she rented. As for why she was here, it was of course because Chun Feng called her here. After all, no one has stipulated that a thief cannot find an assistant when performing, even if the assistant is a police officer. Chapter 65, A Request from Amelia. In the rain. On the streets of London, Su Luoxue and others were sitting in the car heading back to the pursuit bureau. Perhaps because it was raining so heavily, the streets, which were usually bustling even at night, were now very deserted. They were the only car driving on the rainy street. Listening to the sound of raindrops hitting the car window, none of the four people in the car spoke. Amelia finally rejected their request and gave a simple reason. That is, she was holding a magic exchange meeting this time, and there was nothing worth Chun Feng stealing. Naturally, there is no need for people from their hunting bureau to protect them. Actually, Her Royal Highness the Princess had already met Chun Feng before we arrived. Ouyang Mushue, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. It attracted the attention of everyone in the car. Mushue, you are not kidding? Su Luoxue asked seriously. Ouyang Mushue still had that expressionless look on her face and spoke slowly. On the way to see the princess, I saw a cook carrying a plate. In addition to a portion of boiled crayfish in clear water, his dining car also contained a bag of pigeon food, but as far as I know, Miss Amy never keeps a pet. Su Luoxue raised her eyebrows, but did not interrupt, signaling Ouyang Mushue to continue. Ouyang Mushue continued. That's not all. Earlier in the venue, when Chun Feng showed up, everyone was surprised. Only the princess and her assistant didn't seem surprised at all. It was as if they had known about Chun Feng's arrival for a long time. Ouyang Mushue's words were clear and logical, and everyone present was no fool. After hearing what she said, combined with Amelia's change in attitude, I could guess most of it. I knew that Amelia was not right. Now it seems that she must be in cahoots with that thief. Lu Yi, the leader of Group 3, gritted his teeth and said. It seemed that they were still obsessed with the fact that Chun Feng had played a trick on them before. Don't talk nonsense, Su Luoxue said with a frown. Seeing Su Luoxue speak, Lu Yi had no choice but to shut up. After all, this is just speculation. There is no direct evidence. Moreover, the target is the eldest princess who is one of the heirs to the throne of the Kingdom of Lorking. Therefore, no one is allowed to talk nonsense about this matter. Su Luoxue spoke with a serious face. After all, this is a matter concerning the reputation of a country. Even if Amelia really has a secret connection with Chun Feng, they cannot say it. The next day, the dark clouds faded away and the sun took over the earth again. Chun Feng performing magic last night became a huge hit after it was recorded by someone at the scene and posted online. Countless media and celebrities reposted the article, and even Anna, known as the Snow Princess, personally appeared in the comment section to comment. It was praised as the most shocking magic show of the 21st century, bar none. Even the vice president of the World Magic Association, Mr. Herbert, who was present at the scene at the time, publicly stated that if Chun Feng was willing to join the Magic Association, he would be willing to give up the position of vice president to him. Of course, Chun Feng had no interest in these things, and naturally could not respond. Morning. Chun Feng opened the window. Xiao Bai flew in impatiently, holding an envelope with the word kid signed on it in its mouth. There was a red lipstick mark on the seal of the letter. Oh, a request from Her Royal Highness the Princess. Chun Feng laughed. Then the envelope was opened, and a photo and a small pink card fell out. Letter of entrustment. 1 week later, the finale of the auction at the Girchi Royal Auction in the capital of Lorking will be the engagement ring given to the queen by Vladimir I, the 10th century Russian king. Starlight gazed. Looking at the exquisite ring that looked like a star in the photo, Chun Feng raised his eyebrows. Royal auction. Does this princess want me to steal things from her house? Chun Feng thought about it for a while. Walked to the computer, type in the key information, and search. This search actually found something. Night. After a busy day, Amelia rubbed her sore neck, annotated the last document, and ended her work for the day. He refused Mill's request to take him home and chose to drive back to his residence in London by himself. Go into the house and close the door. Even Amelia, a strong woman who performs extremely well in public, can't help showing some fatigue on her face after returning home. But at this moment, a slight sound in the darkness caught her attention. Alarm bells immediately rang in Amelia's heart. She didn't even bother to turn on the light. She quickly took out the pepper spray she carried with her from her bag, her face full of alertness. Who? Don't be nervous, princess. I'm just a magician passing by. A gentle voice sounded in Amelia's ears. This also made Amelia happy. Kid. Amelia turned around and wanted to hug Chun Feng, but Chun Feng dodged to the side and easily avoided her. Turning on the light in the room, Amelia looked at Chun Feng, who was dressed in white, with a puzzled look on her face, pouting her lips, as if she didn't know why he was hiding. I'm sorry to reject your enthusiasm, Your Highness, but I think you should explain this to me. Chen Feng still had that gentle smile on his face, and he took out the photo of starry gazing that Emilia had asked Xiaobai to bring him from his pocket. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Emilia showed a rare look of panic on her face. You know? I think this is not difficult. Your father, His Majesty the King of Lorking, has already stated publicly that this last auction item is the engagement ring he prepared for you. In other words, the people participating in the auction this time should be the candidates for your fiancé that he has chosen for you. Hearing this, Emilia had no choice but to respond. Okay, I admit that my father has urged me to get married more than once. For this reason, he even publicly stated at the press conference that he would choose a fiancé for me from the crowd of people who were auctioning the last item, Starry Gaze. Using large-scale public propaganda, they forced me to make a decision, so... Emilia lowered her head slightly, like a child who had been caught doing something bad. Chen Feng walked forward and took over the conversation. So in order to reject this marriage and not to hurt your father's reputation, you wanted me to steal the last item of the auction, Starlight Gaze, before the auction begins, right? Emilia nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at Chen Feng with hope. Can you help me? Under Emilia's gaze, Chen Feng deliberately pretended to be in deep thought. This made Emilia nervous again. A long time. Chen Feng then smiled and looked at Emilia. Your Highness, my appearance fee is very expensive. Chapter 66, Starry Gaze. Appearance fee. Looking at Chen Feng in front of her, Emilia was stunned for 2 seconds, and immediately her brows lit up with joy after she realized what was going on. So you agree? A thief is also a thief. I don't think I have any reason to refuse a priceless treasure. Chen Feng replied with a smile, put his hands in front of him and bowed slightly. In that case, I will take my leave first. Hey, wait. Seeing that Chen Feng was about to leave, Emilia quickly spoke up to stop him. He walked slowly up to Chen Feng and looked at the familiar and charming face in front of him. Emilia stood on tiptoe and kissed Chen Feng gently on the face, then slowly moved to Chen Feng's ear and said, This is considered a deposit for your appearance fee, Mr. Kaido. Chen Feng still maintained that smile, without the slightest change. Under Emilia's reluctant gaze, Chen Feng moved to the balcony, winked at Emilia seductively with his left eye, and then slowly disappeared under the moonlight. The other side of the earth. Sun Yuqing was standing at the door of Chen Feng's cafe with a middle-aged man, enjoying the cold wind. Looking at the closed door, Sun Yuqing smiled awkwardly and looked at the middle-aged man beside her. Dad, Yazan. He might have gone out to buy coffee beans. After all, you know, for a small business like his, he has to do everything himself, right? Sun Yuqing smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Sun Yuqing was regretting her decision so much. If it happened again, she would never ask Chen Feng to pretend to be her boyfriend again. Who knew that his Uncle Su would have such a good impression of Chen Feng, whom he had only met once? About how he was neither humble nor arrogant, how he had an extraordinary character, and how accomplished he was in appraising treasures. Anyway, she praised Chen Feng in front of her parents. He praised him to the skies and successfully aroused the interest of his father, who insisted on coming to meet his son-in-law. Sun Yuqing couldn't persuade him, so she had to bring him over. But who would have thought that for several days, let alone a conversation, he didn't even see Chen Feng. Seeing that her secret was about to be exposed, Sun Yuqing had no choice but to make up an excuse quickly. Oh, really? The middle-aged man looked at Sun Yuqing with a smile. Why did he go missing for days just to buy coffee beans? He can't have gone to Africa to buy them, can he? That. Sun Yuqing was speechless for a moment, scratching her head and trying to make excuses for herself. But before she could figure it out, her father's voice came again. Yuqing, do you think I'm stupid? And you're still trying to find a reason to lie to me. Hearing this, Sun Yuqing closed her eyes in despair. It's over. I've been exposed. It seems like I can't avoid this blind date. Dad, actually Did you have a quarrel with someone? Make noise, huh? Seeing her father's expression that said, I already guessed it, Sun Yuqing swallowed back the words she was about to confess. Yeah, right. Dad, you are really amazing. I didn't hide it from you, Sun Yuqing smiled awkwardly and gave her father a thumbs up with her left hand. I was secretly cursing myself in my heart. I overestimated my father again. I must never make this mistake again next time. Seeing Sun Yuqing's look of extreme admiration, Sun Caixin couldn't help but smile proudly. He reached out and patted Sun Yuqing on the head and said with a smile, You still want to hide it from your father. You are still a little naive. Okay, since he is not here, I will find another opportunity to come later. Sun Kai turned around and walked towards the parking lot. Sun Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. Although it was a bit tortuous, the result was still good. At least nothing was exposed. Oh, that's right. Sun Kaixian suddenly turned around and scared Sun Yuqing again. Dad, do you still? Anything else? Yuqing, you are already an adult. Don't always have a big sister's temper. Restrain yourself when necessary. You can't always let others give in to you. Oh, I see. After hearing his daughter's answer, Sun Kaixian nodded with satisfaction, got up and returned to the car, and drove away under the driver's control. Cull. Sun Yuqing let out a long breath. I looked back at the closed door of the cafe and couldn't help feeling a little angry. This unscrupulous businessman took the money and ran away before the job was done. I had to put on a show for so long. When I see him again, I will never let him go. Sun Yuqing thought angrily. But faced with the locked shop door, she had nowhere to vent her anger. In the end, he could only suppress his emotions temporarily and wait for Chen Feng to come back to settle accounts with this profiteer who took the money but did not do his job. Achio, Achio, Achio. On the streets of Girchi, the capital of Lorking, Chen Feng, who had just come out of the airport, sneezed 3 times in a row. The weather has been a bit cold recently. I have a slight cold. Chen Feng rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. At this time, a little white head emerged from Chen Feng's arms, raised its head, and looked around. We haven't reached the destination yet. Xiaobai, please wait patiently for a while. Chen Feng communicated with Xiaobai in a low voice. As if Xiaobai understood what Chen Feng said, he cooed, twice somewhat unhappily, but still obediently shrank back into Chen Feng's arms. Night slowly falls. In a 5-star hotel not far from the Royal Auction House, Chen Feng was sitting quietly on the balcony looking at the auction's promotional poster. After asking the locals, Chen Feng also got a general idea of the information about this royal auction. This auction is different from others. The reason why the word royal is contained in it is not only because it is fully controlled by the royal family of Lorking, but also because it only serves the royal family of Lorking. We don't accept other people's business, even if they pay extra. This auction will only be held once a month, on the 15th day, and the ticket prices are extremely high, but even so, tickets are still in short supply. Emilia's commission, which is also the target of Chen Feng's action this time, is the starry gaze ring once worn by the Russian queen, which will be auctioned at the auction 5 days later. In other words, Chen Feng has 5 days to steal the ring, which is enough time. The final auction item, Starlight's Gaze. Chen Feng looked at the promotional poster in his hand and muttered to himself. Then he turned his gaze to Xiaobai, who was standing on a horizontal bar nearby, and spoke softly. Xiaobai, I'm going to trouble you again this time. Goo Goo. Chapter 67, Auction Venue. The next afternoon, Chen Feng, who had been observing the terrain through the camera tied to Xiaobai all night, did not go out until the afternoon. After a simple meal, Chen Feng took a taxi to his destination, the Royal Auction House of Lorking Kingdom. Although today is not the day the auction starts, but there were still a lot of people gathered at the door waiting for the auction to open. The reason is very simple. That is, during non-auction periods, anyone can enter and visit. It can also be considered a kind of publicity. The organizer of the auction, the royal family of Lorking, will display pictures, values, and other information of the items to be auctioned this month in the venue half a month in advance. Although they cannot see the real thing, many people are still willing to go in and take a look. Especially this time, with the instigation of Emilia's father, His Majesty the King of Lorking. Now almost everyone in the country knows that he plans to choose a fiancé for the eldest Princess Emilia from the crowd of people auctioning the last item, Starry Gaze. Aroused the enthusiasm of almost all the people in Lorking country. There are even many foreigners who come here, not seeking to win the favor of Emilia, the outstanding unmarried woman of the year, but also to see this goddess who enjoys a certain fame all over the world, which is a wonderful thing. 4:00 in the afternoon. The door to the auction was opened on time. The crowd who had been waiting outside the door for a long time suddenly rushed in. The scene became extremely chaotic for a moment, and it even took dozens of royal police from the Lorking Kingdom to barely control the situation. Among the crowd, Chen Feng, wearing sunglasses and casual clothes, also entered the venue. The largest number of people gathered in front of the picture belonging to Gazing at the Stars, and Chen Feng was among them. Looking at the exquisite and dazzling ring in the picture, which looked like stars in the sky, someone immediately exclaimed, "What a beautiful little thing. It's the engagement ring that King Vladimir I of Russia gave to his queen. It's so beautiful." As soon as the statement was made, someone immediately agreed. Of course, this carries the love of a king after all. As soon as he finished speaking, the man seemed to have thought of something and added, "In a few days, it will be more than that." It will also be a testimony to the upcoming love of Her Royal Highness Princess Emilia. Yes, I can't wait to see how Her Royal Highness looks when she wears this ring. It will definitely be stunning. That's for sure, bro. The people around him all spoke Lorking, but for Qin Feng, who possessed the skills of a world language master, there was actually not much difference between speaking Lorking and speaking Chinese. Listening to the conversations of the people around him, Qin Feng did not show the slightest change in expression. After taking a few glances at the target information, he quietly withdrew from the crowd. Qin Feng walked along the corridor where various exhibit pictures were displayed, as if he was really appreciating every exhibit picture. Of course, only he himself knows what he is really thinking. Sir, you can't come in here. At the end of the corridor, in front of the door to the auction's internal venue, 2 security guards from the Lorking Royal Auction reached out to stop Qin Feng. It is not targeting Qin Feng. That place is where the real auction takes place and is usually not open to the public. Okay, this is my first time here. Could you please tell me where the bathroom is? Qin Feng replied with a smile, speaking in pure Lorking dialect, which surprised the local security personnel. However, after he reacted, he still pointed out the direction for Qin Feng. In that direction, sir, the security guard on the left said, and then added, Sir, are you studying here? You speak Lorking very well. Thank you. I'm just here for tourism. Qin Feng replied politely. After saying that, he walked towards the bathroom in the direction indicated by the security guard. Of course, the 2 security guards at the scene did not notice that while they were talking to Qin Feng, a fingernail-sized thing had already slipped through the crack in the door and into the door of the internal meeting room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging for a micro-camera robot 1. Consuming system points 200. In the bathroom, I ignored the system prompts in my mind. Qin Feng concentrated on operating the small robot and observing the surrounding environment. The interior of the auction venue is very large, even larger than a small concert venue, and can easily accommodate hundreds of people for bidding. In the middle of the venue is a large semicircular auction table, which is separated from the audience seats by railings and glass. In addition, the auction stage is very far away from the audience seats, so it is basically impossible to show up from the audience seats during the auction to take away the starlight gaze. In the middle and front of the auction table, there are more than 10 glass display cabinets, which should be used to store the auction items. A number of professional security personnel around the auction, the multiple protections almost eliminate all possible dangerous factors. It also nipped the conventional theft methods of the past in the bud. Looking at the surrounding environment, Qin Feng thought to himself, his brain working quickly, and a plan had quietly taken shape. Since conventional methods don't work, we can only use some other methods. Qin Feng stayed in the venue for more than an hour, until he had a basic understanding of the internal environment. Then he walked through the corridor again and left the auction. Returned to the hotel. Qin Feng drew a simple blueprint of the terrain in his mind and marked some important points before putting down the pen. Looking at his achievements on the table, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then the next step is to send out a notice. Night fell quietly, and Qin Feng's action had already begun. On the rooftop of the tallest building in Claudeburg, the royal residence of the Kingdom of Lorking, next to the royal auction house, a white figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the rooftop. He stood on top of the rooftop wall, with 1 foot half outside the wall, and the white cloak fluttering in the wind behind him, making people worry that he would fall from the rooftop dozens of meters high if he was not careful. Squeak! The door to the rooftop was pushed open. A little girl, only about 1.2 meters tall, came up in her nightgown. She looked a little sleepy and was rubbing her eyes drowsily. Who are you? Why are you in my house? The moment she saw Qin Feng, the little girl suddenly woke up. The young face looked at the white figure not far away with curiosity, as if wondering why the person in front of him appeared on the roof of his own house. Chapter 68, I'm just here to deliver a notice. As if noticing the movement behind him, Qin Feng slowly turned around. He jumped lightly from the wall and landed steadily in front of the little girl. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm just an uninvited magician, little lady. Qin Feng half knelt in front of the little girl, with a smile on his face, and snapped his right thumb and middle finger. The next second, a white lily was conjured up by Qin Feng and placed in front of the little girl. The girl blinked and looked at Qin Feng. Perhaps she realized that Qin Feng had no ill intentions, so she reached out and took the lily from Qin Feng's hand. Just then, a voice came from the balcony door next to it. Kayleen, aren't you here to see the stars? Who are you talking to? As soon as he finished speaking, a mature woman with gorgeous clothes and a look similar to Emilia appeared at the door. Although she was not wearing any makeup, her delicate face was still beautiful. Mother, there is a brother here. Hearing the voice, little Kylan ran towards the door behind her with the flowers she had just received from Qin Feng. Silly child, There is no brother here, you. Before she could finish her words, the woman who walked out of the door noticed Chen Feng on the side. A trace of surprise appeared on his delicate face. Strange. Kaido kid. It's an honor to meet you, ma'am. Chen Feng bowed slightly and handed a white carnation to the woman. Queen, little princess, what happened? As if they heard the noise, two waitresses ran up quickly. The moment he saw Chen Feng, he immediately became alert and protected little Kylan and Queen Finnica behind him, one on the left and one on the right. Kaido kid, why are you here? The waitress on the left obviously knew Chen Feng and immediately began to question him. The other waitress also stared at Chen Feng with vigilance. There was no doubt that as long as Chen Feng made any unusual movements, they would immediately call for support. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse the incompetence of the royal guards, who were able to let someone sneak into Claude Castle without anyone noticing. Mother, my brother is not a bad person. He even gave me flowers. As if noticing the solemn atmosphere, little Kylan spoke. Don't talk, Karen. Mother is busy now. I'll watch the stars with you later. Queen Finnica stroked Karen's little head and spoke softly. Although she didn't know why her mother and the others were so nervous, little Kylan still nodded sensibly and didn't say much. Don't be nervous. I'm never rude to ladies. I'm only here to deliver a notice. As he spoke, Chen Feng reached into his arms and took out a rose with a small white card attached to it. It seemed as if he finally realized that there was someone on the rooftop who shouldn't be there. It suddenly became noisy downstairs. Lights were turned on everywhere, and within a short period of time, the stairwell was filled with chaotic footsteps and urgent voices. It seems like it's time for me to leave. Miss Finnica and Miss Kylan, let's see you next time. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, a burst of white smoke emerged from his body and quickly covered him. A few seconds later, when the security personnel rushed over, only the rose with the notice attached to it was still standing there. Pushing aside the crowd, Finnica walked forward, picked up the rose on the ground, and looked at the card. As the ceremony begins, the disc represents the 17th encounter of friendship. The starlight is covered by the moonlight. I will appear and take away this starlight's gaze. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Just like before, after sending out the notice letter, Chen Feng would also hack into the live broadcast room system and put the already prepared notice letter picture into the live broadcast room. For a time, the internet exploded again, and countless media rushed to write reports. Only a week later, Chen Feng sent out another notice, targeting the Lorking Royal Family Collection, the ring that will be the last to appear at the royal auction, Starlight Gaze. Chen Feng appears in the capital of Lorking, Gurki. Another battle between the Phantom Thief and the kingdom is about to begin. The thief who never fails has met a tough opponent this time. The royal family of Lorking has said that they are not afraid of any threats, and the auction will be held as usual. No, what's going on with my Feng Shun? He just finished performing at the magic exchange meeting organized by his daughter Amelia, and now he's going to steal the house. It doesn't look like stealing. I heard that the reason why the royal family of Lorking put Starlight's Gaze up for auction was to choose a fiancé for Amelia from the crowd of bidders, and Amelia seemed to refuse. Oh my god, is this true? If you say that, I'm going to start making up rumors. Of course it's true, buddy. Amelia's father, the king of Lorking, said it publicly before. In that case, this matter is very intriguing. At the same time, after receiving the news that Chen Feng had sent another warning letter, Su Luoxue quickly led the pursuit team to the capital of Lorking Kingdom, Gailchi. After communicating with the royal family of Lorking, they successfully persuaded the other party to agree to let the pursuit team enter the auction venue, so as to stop Chen Feng's actions and even arrest Chen Feng. Auction venue. Inside the monitoring room, Su Luoxue and others are reviewing all the surveillance videos of the auction in recent days, intent on looking for any suspicious figures. Unfortunately, after everyone looked at it several times, they listed a lot of suspicious persons, but after just a simple investigation, they were all overturned. In general, after a period of busy work, the pursuit team still found nothing. Cole. In front of the surveillance camera, Su Luoxue pinched her sore neck and said to everyone, "Let's take a break." After hearing Su Luoxue's instructions, everyone stopped what they were doing. Some were pounding their waists, some were massaging their shoulders, and they all looked very tired. At this time, a team member came in with a stack of photocopied pictures. "Captain, these are the new pictures of suspicious persons listed by Consultant Ouyang. I hope you can check them out." "Well, give it to me." Su Luoxue took the stack of pictures and threw them on the table in front of her. The pictures suddenly dispersed, but Su Luoxue didn't care much and just continued to move her sore neck. Just a glance at a picture on the table accidentally made Su Luoxue unable to take her eyes away. Why does this person's back look so much like Yasin? Su Luoxua narrowed her eyes and stared at the picture on the table, unable to look away for a long time. This also aroused the curiosity of the team members nearby. Captain, do you know this person? Su Luoxua glanced at the man and did not give a clear answer. She just gave an ambiguous answer. Maybe I know him. Chapter 69, Yazan? Chenfeng. Maybe know each other? The team members were a little confused, but Su Luoxua obviously had no intention of continuing to help them figure it out. He picked up the picture on the table and said to Lu Yi, who was not far away, Lu Yi, arrange for someone to check this person immediately. Okay, Captain. Lu Yi reached out to take it, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped again. Etc. Lu Yi looked at her again with a puzzled look on his face, but only saw Su Luoxua's frown. Please help me check for another person. His name is Yazan. He appeared in London some time ago. I want to know where he is now. Yazan. Lu Yi repeated it. Although he was puzzled, he still kept in mind his duties as a subordinate and did not ask any more questions. As Lu Yi left, Su Luoxua sat back in her seat. I picked up my phone and looked at the contact in VX with the note, Yazan. She added that in the cafe so that she could drink coffee as soon as she got off work. She would also chat with Yazan from time to time. Although the two of them could not be considered close friends, they could be considered one of Su Luoxua's few friends. But now, Su Luoxua narrowed her eyes slightly, with a myriad of thoughts in her mind. After hesitating for a while, he gave up the idea of sending WeChat, turned off the screen of his phone, leaned back in his chair, and wondered what he was thinking. The British government and the royal family of the Lorking Kingdom, and the fact that Chenfeng did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. So Su Luoxua easily found out Chenfeng's current location. But Su Luoxua, who achieved her goal, was not happy at all. The reason was simple. She got the result she least wanted to see. That was one of his few friends, Yazan, who had arrived in the capital of Lorking, Girchi, by plane 2 days ago. In the office, looking at the report she got from Lu Yi, Su Luoxua let out a long sigh. Could it really be you? Su Luoxua muttered to herself. After a little consideration, he took out his cell phone, edited a message, and sent it to Chenfeng. In the evening, the entrance of a bar in downtown Guelch. Su Luoxua, dressed up carefully, was waiting for something at the door. A white woman's blazer perfectly outlines her figure. Her lightly made-up face is indescribably gorgeous, and her fiery red lips are eye-catching. Many people around also noticed Su Luoxua, but perhaps because Su Luoxua's appearance was too outstanding, most people just watched from a distance and did not dare to come forward. There are always exceptions. A brave young man finally plucked up the courage to come over under the instigation of his friend. Beauty, are you alone? Can I buy you a drink? Su Luoxua glanced at the visitor and said calmly. Sorry, I have an appointment. The rejected young man still didn't give up and still wanted to say something. But after noticing Su Luoxua's cold expression, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and stepped back to the side. Less than a minute after the young man left, another person came to Su Luoxua. Su Luoxua frowned immediately. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a rose being handed to her, and then that gentle voice came. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss Su. Hearing this voice, Su Luoxua's frown immediately relaxed. She took the flowers from Chenfeng's hand. Her seductive red lips curled into a smile, and she said, I didn't wait long. You came at the right time. Chenfeng smiled and said, Madam, you look particularly beautiful today. Thank you. Su Luoxua lifted her hair and came to Chenfeng. We have known each other for such a long time, so don't call me Miss Su all the time. Just call me Luoxua. Chenfeng was slightly stunned. Looking at Su Luoxua beside him, he keenly noticed that Su Luoxua today was a little different from before. But I can't tell exactly where the problem is. Is there any problem? Su Luoxua walked up to Chenfeng and took his arm, which aroused envy from many people around them. Of course not. Chenfeng still looked gentle and elegant, without any change in expression. The two entered the bar, came to the front desk, and ordered 2 cocktails. Su Luoxua took a sip from the wine glass and asked casually, By the way, Yazan, why are you here? Did you come here with kids' notice? Su Luoxua held the wine glass to cover half of her face, and her eyes stared at Chenfeng through the gap in the glass. It seemed as if he wanted to see some information on Chenfeng's face. However, to her disappointment and relief, Chenfeng did not show any sign of abnormality. Instead, he answered her in a very normal manner. That's not the case. I originally came to Western Europe for tourism. I happened to hear that there would be the largest auction in Europe soon, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that the thief would come as well. Looking at the smile on Chenfeng's face, Su Luoxua nodded. In fact, Su Luoxua had already found out the time when arson in front of her came here, which was before the notice letter was released. So as long as Yazan said that he came here following the notice letter, she would not care about friendship and would detain the person in front of her first. Of course, even if there was nothing wrong with Chen Feng's answer, Su Luoshua's suspicion was still not diminished. Instead, he continued to test Chen Feng's sentence by sentence. However, since Chen Feng was here, he naturally had a response in advance, and every word of his answer was basically flawless. During the more than 1 hour chat, Su Luoshua didn't find any problems at all. This made Su Luoshua feel slightly relieved. Ding ling ling. Just as the two were chatting casually, a phone rang from Su Luoshua's bag. Seeing the note on the phone, Su Luoshua looked at Chen Feng guiltily, then covered the screen and quickly hung up the phone. Why don't you answer it? Chen Feng put down the cocktail glass in his hand, looked at Su Luoshua and asked. It's just a harassing call, either about loans or advertisements. I blocked it. Su Luoshua smiled a little unnaturally. Then he pretended to glance at his watch casually. It's getting late. I have a meeting to attend. I have to leave first. So anxious. Chen Feng pretended to be surprised. Yes. Su Luoshua smiled apologetically. Chen Feng spread his hands and pretended to be regretful when he heard this. Okay, then I won't delay your work, Captain Su. We can only see each other next time. You're teasing me again. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm leaving first. Well, bye. Su Luoshua smiled and nodded, picked up her bag, turned around, and left the bar. Chapter 70 Su Luoshua's Suspicion. Looking at Su Luoshua's back as she left, Chen Feng pondered for a while, drank the cocktail in the glass in his hand, and then left the bar. In an alley outside the bar, a completely black, tightly covered van was parked there. There were not many people in the van, but the equipment was extremely comprehensive, including monitoring equipment, surveillance screens, computers, etc. The people in the car were none other than several members of the pursuit team, led by Lu Yi. Squeak. The door of the van was opened, and Su Luoshua's figure appeared in front of them. Team leader. Lu Yi and others greeted them. Su Luoshua sat in the passenger seat of the car, turned to look at Lu Yi in the back seat, and asked, How is the computer analysis? Lu Yi answered, There is no problem. If we use the general standards, this person's face and voice do not match Chen Feng's. It can be basically confirmed that they are not the same person, but... Having said this, Lu Yi paused. Go on. Su Luoshua said. Lu Yi continued. After all, Chen Feng is a master of disguise and voice changing. Perhaps, he really has the ability to avoid the comparison of the equipment. After hearing Lu Yi's words, Su Luoshua was silent for a while. The car fell into a temporary silence, and no one spoke. After a long while, Su Luoshua, who was leaning on the passenger seat, finally opened her eyes again. I understand. Let's drive back to the bureau. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately started the car and drove away with a few people. Until they leave. A young man then emerged from the shadow in the corner. If not Chen Feng. Looking at the direction the car left, Chen Feng pinched his chin and said to himself, Are you starting to doubt me? But that's good. I can use this suspicion to completely separate the two identities. At the same time, there was also a lot of noise online about the notice letter. At this time, both in China and Western Europe, many people were arguing online about what the sentence, the 17th encounter representing friendship, in Chen Feng's preview letter meant. Some people said that Chen Feng had acquaintances at the scene, and the 17th encounter represented the encounter between Chen Feng and his friend. Some people also said that it was Chen Feng's implicit expression of the time of his action, and this sentence represented the specific time of Chen Feng's action. Even said that Chen Feng wrote this in the preview letter in memory of a friend who had passed away. There are many different opinions online. Inside the hunting bureau, Huang Fuzhen and others are also trying to decipher the information in the notice letter. The disc represents the 17th encounter of friendship, and the starlight is obscured by the moonlight. What does this mean? Huang Fuzhen touched his stubble, puzzled. Starlight is easy to understand, and it is most likely Chen Feng's goal this time. Gazing at the starlight. The sentence, the starlight is obscured by the moonlight, is most likely the method that Chen Feng is going to use when he plans to steal the starlight's gaze. According to Chen Feng's previous habit of writing the specific time of the action in the preview letter, we can boldly guess that the 17th encounter in the disc representing friendship in the previous sentence represents the specific time. But what exactly does this mean? Huang Fuzhen had a headache. Bang! The door of the room was pushed open roughly, making a loud noise. Huang Fuzhen frowned immediately and was about to open his mouth to blame him, but was stopped by this sentence. Captain, good news. Consultant Ouyang has cracked Chen Feng's action time. Huang Fuzhen, who was about to curse just now, immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and looked at the team members coming forward with excitement. Are you serious? It's true. Consultant Ouyang deciphered most of the information in the notice letter with just a glance. He also directly said that Chun Feng's specific action time is 6:32 p.m. on the day of the auction, so we should prepare early. Soon, the specific time of Chun Feng's action hidden in the notice letter became known to everyone after being announced by the Pursuit Bureau. 6:32 p.m. is not a special time, and it is difficult for people to associate this 17th time in the notice with this time. However, if we regard the clock as a disk, starting from 0 o'clock when the minute hand officially separates from the hour hand, the two will meet a total of 11 times in 12 hours, or 22 times a day. The 17th meeting of the hour hand and the minute hand happened to be 6:32 in the afternoon. Once this answer was announced, it was quickly recognized by the vast majority of people. The war of words among netizens on the internet, which was originally caused by different opinions on the notice letter, gradually subsided. Another 2 days passed slowly. During these 2 days, although Su Luoxue would test Chen Feng from time to time, Chen Feng dealt with them all easily. In his spare time, Chen Feng quietly sneaked into the auction venue, observing the terrain and perfecting his actions. Night. Emilia, who had just returned home for one day, was busy in the office of the company she founded. Although Emilia was very concerned about Chen Feng's actions, she did not put aside her work in the company and was still busy from morning to night. After signing a document, Emilia turned to look in the direction of Mir and said, "Mill, go make me a cup of coffee, no sugar." "Yes, Your Highness." Mir immediately responded and stood up and walked outside as Emilia instructed. After Mir left, Emilia continued to lower her head and busy herself with her own things. After a few minutes, Emilia noticed that a figure illuminated by the light was approaching her desk from the front. Confused, Emilia slowly raised her head and looked forward, only to find that the person in front of her was none other than Mill, who had just left. "Mill, what are you doing standing here?" Emilia asked with a puzzled look on her face. After observing for a while, he found that Mill did not have the coffee he ordered, and he couldn't help feeling angry. "Mill, what's wrong with you? Where's the coffee I ordered?" "You." But no matter what she said, Mill in front of her didn't answer, but just looked at her with a smile. This made Emilia even angrier, and even her eyebrows were furrowed. Just when Emilia was about to say a few more words, the door of the room was pushed open. Mir, dressed in work clothes and holding a coffee cup, walked in from outside. "Your Highness, the coffee you ordered." "Mill." Emilia's eyes widened. "You just came back from outside, so what is this?" Halfway through her words, Emilia seemed to understand something. She slowly turned her head to look at the other, Mill, standing in front of her, and the expression on her face became happy. Kit. Chapter 71, The Upcoming Auction. "I'm sorry, Princess. I didn't mean to lie to you, but you're still so charming when you're angry that I just can't bear to interrupt you." Chen Feng lifted Emilia's hand that was on the table and kissed it gently. Seeing this scene, Mill, who was not far away, twitched his mouth. After all, in her eyes, it was another herself kissing Emilia's hand. Apparently, Emilia also noticed this, and a hint of unnaturalness flashed across her delicate face. "Can you change your face and talk to me again? I'm a little uncomfortable." "Oh." Chen Feng chuckled, reached out and pinched a corner of the clothes, lifted it up, and his whole appearance changed instantly. He changed back into the white coat and tall hat. Putting his hands in front of him, Chen Feng spoke again. "Ms. Emilia, I came here this time because I want your help with something." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Emilia instantly pulled back the hand that was being supported by Chen Feng and held her hands in front of her body with a somewhat resentful look in her eyes. "I knew you would never come to see me when you have nothing to do. Ma'am, I have never gone out of my way to see any woman except you." Of course, this is under Kid's identity, Chen Feng added in his heart. Although it was just Chen Feng's empty words, Emilia couldn't help but curl her lips. "That's pretty good." Mill, who had just put the coffee cup on the table, felt ashamed. "Your Highness, Princess, you are so easy to satisfy, aren't you?" Mir complained in his heart. "How do you want me to help you?" Emilia asked Chen Feng in front of her. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "It's very simple. I just don't know if Miss Emilia is willing to play the role of a thief's assistant at a specific time." Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the auction. Inside the office of the Pursuit Bureau, Su Luoxue was holding the VX chat interface with the note, Yazan. She raised her fingers several times to type, but gave up several times. She had already thought about it. In fact, verifying whether Yazan was Chen Feng was not as complicated as she thought. The easiest way, naturally, is to ask Arson out when the time on Chun Feng's notice letter arrives. If he could appear with Chen Feng, he would naturally be cleared of suspicion. On the contrary, if he was unwilling to come, then the matter would basically be concluded. Call. Su Luoxue leaned back in the chair in the office and let out a long breath. His eyes gradually became firm, and then he was ready to send a message to Yazan. Just at this moment, a VX message suddenly popped up on her mobile phone interface, which was sent by Yazan. The content was also very simple, that is, to invite her to watch the royal auction in the afternoon. Time slowly passed, and it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Maybe it was the influence of Chun Feng's preview letter, or maybe it was because of the popularity of the auction itself. Even though the ticket prices are extremely high, there are still a lot of people willing to buy them. Of Lorking Kingdom, there was a long line of people waiting for ticket inspection. Su Luoxue was also among them. She was holding an auction ticket in her hand and looking around, as if she was anxiously searching for something. Just then, a figure walked through the crowd and came in front of Su Luoxue. Sorry I'm late. There was a traffic jam on the road. Chen Feng said apologetically. It's okay. It's still early for the auction to start. I just arrived. Su Luoxue replied with a smile. Only when she saw the person appear in front of her did she finally feel relieved. To be honest, she really wanted to catch Chen Feng, but she didn't want to lose a friend because of this. She didn't want to be told that the friend in front of her whom she had known for 2 months was Chen Feng in disguise. But now it seems that I was overthinking. Thinking of this, Su Luoxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The smile on his face was much brighter. Let's go line up for ticket inspection first. Good. Chen Feng nodded, and then went to the end of the line with Su Luoxue to wait for ticket checking. After queuing for half an hour, the two successfully entered the venue. At this time, there were already hundreds of people in the audience seats at the venue. As if watching a football game, thousands of people formed a huge oval circle and sat in the audience seats in the venue, waiting for the auction to begin. Inside the venue, in front of the auction table, there are nearly 100 seats, each with a specific number. The people sitting above each hold a sign with the same seat number and wait for bidding. These people are the ones who actually come to bid. In the front row of the audience, Chen Feng and Su Luoxue also sat in their seats, occasionally lowering their heads to communicate with each other. Su Luoxue was smiling throughout the whole process and seemed to be in a good mood. The suspicion that arson was Chen Feng was basically ruled out, which in itself made her feel relieved. In addition, the royal family of Lorking rejected the request of the Pursuit Bureau to take over the on-site defense work, so she did not need to worry about dealing with Chen Feng for the time being. So Su Luoxue felt particularly relaxed today. The two chatted casually, from domestic to foreign, from work to life. Chen Feng seemed to know everything, which surprised Su Luoxue, a young lady who worked in the police force. I was surprised at Chun Feng's knowledge and his extraordinary conversation. That's right, Yasin. Su Luoxue seemed to suddenly remember something. I have another question that I haven't had time to ask you. Oh, what's the problem? Chen Feng asked with a smile after taking a sip of water. Do you remember the first time we met? Chen Feng nodded and responded. Of course, your dog's leash broke at the time, and you chased the dog all the way to my store. Yes, that time. Su Luoxue nodded, then looked at Chen Feng with curiosity. I still don't know why Lucky, who always barks at everyone he sees, is so docile when he sees you. He's even more docile than his master, me. Looking at Su Luoxue, who was full of curiosity, Chen Feng smiled and said 2 words, secret. Ah. Su Luoxue was disappointed, but she still didn't intend to give up and continued to ask. Just tell me, could it be that you also know the beast taming technique mentioned in the novel? Have you controlled Lucky? No matter how Su Luoxue asked, Chen Feng just had that gentle smile on his face and didn't say a word. Su Luoxue had no choice but to give up. Okay, you sit here first. I'll go buy 2 bottles of water. Chen Feng spoke to Su Luoxue. After saying that, he was about to get up and walk out of the venue. Seeing that Chen Feng was about to leave, Su Luoxue couldn't help but be startled, and the heart that had just calmed down was lifted up again. Hey, wait. Su Luoxue quickly reached out and grabbed the corner of Chen Feng's clothes. Chen Feng turned around and looked at Su Luoxue in confusion. What's wrong, Luoxue? Is there anything else? Chapter 72. In action. What's wrong, Luoxue? Is there anything else? Looking at the gaze from Chen Feng, Su Luoxue seemed a little guilty. She can't say, I suspect you are kid and I don't want you to leave my sight, right? Seeing that Su Luoxue didn't speak for a long time, Chen Feng reached out and stroked her head. You can't leave me, can you? I treat you as a friend. Do you want to sleep with me? As he spoke, Chen Feng exaggeratedly tightened his clothes, looking frightened. You. Su Luoxue blushed and had to loosen Chen Feng's clothes. I just saw that the auction would start in less than an hour, and I was afraid that you would be delayed. Don't worry, I never break my promise to a lady. Chen Feng spoke with a smile, then turned and left under Su Luoxue's gaze and walked outside. It was not until Chen Feng left that the smile on Su Luoxue's face gradually disappeared. After thinking for a moment, he stood up and followed. At the same time, a woman also walked into the backstage of the auction. Miss Mill. Hello, Miss Mill. Sister Mir went to China and came back beautiful again. In the backstage, many people took the initiative to greet Mir, and Mir nodded in response. Although Mir's identity as the princess assistant was not very prominent, he was still a 7th-rank official in front of the prime minister. What's more, he is the only close minister around the eldest princess, Mir. After a brief conversation with the security guard, Mir smoothly arrived at the manager's office in the backstage. In the office, auction manager Shriver was also surprised to see Miller coming. Miss Mill? Why are you here? Manager Shriver, Her Royal Highness the Princess just returned to the country and heard about the thief's warning letter. She is very worried about it, and asked me to come and take a look. Mir's calm voice made Shriver suddenly show a hint of joy. His Majesty the King has no son, and almost everyone in the entire country of Lorking knows that after His Majesty the King's death, the eldest Princess Amelia will be the most promising heir to the throne. Since Her Royal Highness the Princess attaches so much importance to this auction, if I perform well, then... Thinking of this, the corners of Shriver's mouth gradually curled up. He immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Please rest assured, Princess, there is absolutely no problem with our security. Not to mention that we have a complete alarm system. Even the group of royal guards will not allow anyone to act recklessly here." "That's good. I will report the truth to Her Royal Highness the Princess." Mir nodded in response. Shriver smiled ingratiatingly. "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Mir." Mir nodded and immediately made a gesture to turn around and leave. Just as Mill turned around and had not yet taken a step, a small cylindrical object suddenly fell from her body. It fell to the ground with a ding-dong sound. Seeing this, Shriver, who had been paying attention to Mill, squatted down quickly without hesitation and prepared to pick it up. Just at the moment his hand touched the small cylinder, a white mist spurted out from the cylinder, and the unsuspecting Shriver was immediately sprayed all over the face. Just as he was about to take the small cylinder away, Shriver suddenly felt dizzy. Before he could say a word, he fell to the ground. "Manager Shriver? Manager Shriver!" Mill shouted twice, but seeing that Shriver did not respond, he put the small cylinder back into his bag with confidence. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. I never thought that there would be a day when I would help that thief. Snap, snap, snap. There was a round of applause. Then Chen Feng, who was dressed in casual clothes, flipped down from the ventilation duct above. "Ms. Mir, you really have the potential to be a phantom thief." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mir rolled his eyes and did not answer. Chen Feng didn't mind. He dragged Shriver from the ground to a secret corner and hid him there. Then he quickly changed his clothes. When he appeared in the room again, Chen Feng had completely turned into Shriver. Did this thief strip the man of his clothes? Looking at Chen Feng, who had changed his appearance, Mir thought somewhat evilly. As if knowing what Mir was thinking, Chen Feng's voice came again. "Ma'am, I never do anything like stripping people's clothes." Cough. Mir coughed awkwardly. You should go quickly, don't waste time." "Oh." Chen Feng chuckled and left the manager's office without saying anything else. According to the floor plan drawn up based on previous observations, Chen Feng arrived near the safe very smoothly. At this time, the lurking security guards were moving the auction items out of the safe. The exquisite auction items were placed in boxes. Some big, some small, were lined up in a row, surrounded by a dozen royal guards with alert faces, watching out for any disturbance nearby. Manager Shriver." When the people around saw Chen Feng, they all stood up and greeted him. Chen Feng nodded in response. Coming to a row of auction boxes, Chen Feng slowly said, "Did you find anything unusual?" The security captain immediately stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Shriver. Everything is normal at the moment, and all the auction items are very safe." "That's good." Chen Feng nodded. Then he walked forward and looked around, as if he was really checking that the items that were about to be put on the auction table were safe. Chen Feng took the initiative to step forward and picked up the box containing the ring Starlight's Gaze, and said to everyone, "Let's go, don't waste time. Send these things to the auction table first." The leading security captain looked confused. "Manager, you are coming with us? Isn't it possible?" Chen Feng glanced at the man and asked back. No, of course, please." The security captain quickly denied it and replied with a smile on his face. I was wondering what happened to this lazy manager today. Did he change his personality? Why did he take the initiative to work? Of course, there was no time for him to think more, as Chen Feng had already moved the box forward. Seeing this, the rest of the people had to quickly pick up the remaining boxes and catch up. On the other side, Su Luoxue had been staring at Yazan at the corner for 10 minutes. Arson, who had said before that he was going to buy water, did not go to the vending machine or the supermarket after he went out. Instead, he chose a step and sat down. This sitting lasted for 10 minutes. As time passed, Su Luoxue finally couldn't bear it anymore. He walked quickly to the steps and patted Yazan on the shoulder. Yazan, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to buy some water? You. Before he could finish his words, the person being photographed turned his head away. It was a face completely different from Yazan's, with blonde hair covered by a hat and headphones on. He looked at Su Luoxue, not knowing what she was going to do. Chapter 73 Preparations completed. What about Yasin? What's going on now? Su Luoxue had a confused look on her face, and the person being photographed also had a confused look on his face and said a lot of gibberish. But since it was spoken in Lorking language, Su Luoxue didn't understand a word. Stand up. Su Luoxue quickly looked around, trying to find the figure from before, but found nothing. Helplessly, Su Luoxue had no choice but to choose to return to the venue temporarily. At the same time, the worry that had just been put at ease was lifted up again. At the same time, Chen Feng, disguised as the auction manager Shriver, has also arrived at the auction site carrying boxes. He brought a group of lurking security guards to the auction table. Everyone, what is in front of you now is our auction item. Let me take a look at the first one, which is the long sword of the first knight of Gaul in the 16th century, Knight Dis. With the passionate introduction of the host, the first box was slowly opened. A long sword with a blue gem inlaid on its scabbard was slowly taken out of the box and placed in a glass display case that had been prepared in advance under the gaze of everyone. There was applause at the scene. Then came the second auction item, the third, the fourth. Soon, the last item arrived in front of Chen Feng. Although the host was somewhat surprised by the manager's personal arrival, he still introduced him to everyone with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, this last lot will be the one you are most looking forward to, if nothing unexpected happens. It is the engagement ring that King Vladimir I of Russia gave to his queen in the 10th century, Starry Gaze. As the host finished speaking, Chen Feng, who was disguised as the auction manager, slowly opened the box in his hand. Suddenly, a diamond ring as bright as a star appeared on the big screen in the auction venue through filming. The whole audience was really boiling with excitement, and there was continuous applause and cheers. Many people also showed eyes as if they had discovered prey, rubbing their hands together, intending to take this beautiful little thing at any price. If possible, they would also like to put this gadget on Princess Amelia personally like King Vladimir did. At this time, in Chun Feng's live broadcast room, looking at the excited atmosphere on the scene, many people in the live broadcast room expressed their confusion. What's going on? Are these foreigners crazy? It's just a ring, right? Why are they so excited? I'm also wondering, I don't see what's so special about this ring. Why are they so excited? It can't be because it's Maple God's target this time, right? No, you really don't read any promotional information at all. Don't you know what the King of Lorking announced at the press conference some time ago? To be specific, I really don't know. It said that the king intends to find a fiancé for Princess Amelia among the people bidding for this ring. In other words, whoever wins this ring may have a chance to become the husband of Amelia, the aloof goddess. Damn it. No wonder these foreigners are going crazy. Who wouldn't go crazy? At the auction stage at this time, Chen Feng has taken this starlight gaze out of the box under the watchful eyes of people at the scene and in the live broadcast room. Chen Feng slowly placed the ring into the last empty glass cabinet. Just at this moment, the lights in the venue suddenly went out. What's going on? What happened? Isn't that thief going to take action? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't it time for the notice letter yet? The scene was in chaos, and a group of lurking security personnel reacted quickly and prepared to go on stage to protect the exhibits. But before they could take a step, the lights on the scene came back on. What's going on? Everyone present was puzzled and looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. But what reassured everyone was that when they looked at the auction table again, all the items on the table were intact and were all well stored in glass display cases. Of course, this also includes the finale auction item that everyone is most concerned about, gazing at the stars. As for the manager, Schleifer, who had personally placed Starry Gaze into the glass cabinet, he had retreated to a place 2 meters away from the glass cabinet at some point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging for a microprojector 1, consuming system points 100. Listening to the system's prompt, Chunfeng silently rolled up his right sleeve and slowly stepped down from the auction table. It seems that there is a small problem with the circuit on site. I'm afraid the circuit engineer today will have his salary deducted. Perhaps to ease the atmosphere, the host smiled and made a joke, which caused laughter from everyone at the scene. After leaving the stage, Chunfeng did not stay there any longer. He turned around and returned the same way. Time passes slowly. Another 5 minutes passed, and the auction was about to begin. Su Luoxue could no longer sit still. Although she really didn't want to do this, Yazan's behavior at the moment was too suspicious. She had no choice but to contact the members of the pursuit team who were already prepared outside and ask them to come and capture Yazan. After making up her mind, Su Luoxue let out a long sigh. Then he stood up and left the audience and went to a corner. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, switched to the address book interface, found the number of Lu Yi, who was leading the team outside, and slowly pressed it. Just when Su Luoxue had just dialed the phone, a hand suddenly rested on her from behind. Luoxue, why are you here? Su Luoxue was startled by the sudden sound and almost dropped her phone to the ground. Yeah, Yazan. Su Luoxue turned her head and saw that Yazan, who had not been seen for more than half an hour, had stood behind her with 2 unopened bottles of mineral water in his hands. Just at this moment, the phone in Su Luoxue's hand was connected, and a voice came from the phone. Hello? Captain, what's going on? Do we start now? Chunfeng looked at the phone in Su Luoxue's hand with curiosity, pretending to be puzzled, and said, Get started? What do you mean? Do you still have work to do? Seeing the puzzled look on the face of the person in front of her, Su Luoxue suddenly panicked and hurriedly hung up the phone. No, I dialed the wrong number. Su Luoxue smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. By the way, what's going on with you? Why did it take you so long to buy a bottle of water? Chunfeng already had an explanation for this. Oh, there was a lady outside who sprained her ankle just now, so I went to help her and sent her outside. I also called an ambulance for her, which delayed us a little. Chapter 74, Real Kid? Fake Kid? I see. Su Luoxue breathed a sigh of relief. He put a smile back on his face, stepped forward and took Chunfeng's arm. Let's go back quickly, the auction will start soon. Good. Chunfeng smiled and nodded. The two returned to the audience again. As the clock struck 6, the host's voice rang out again. Thank you all for coming. Our auction is now officially starting. Please take a look at the first item, the Sword of the Knight of Dis, which was once worn by. The host's voice spread throughout the venue with the help of the microphone. The history and value of the first auction item were also fully introduced. Okay, the reserve price for this exhibit is 2 million euros, and each bid must not be less than 50,000 euros. Bidding begins now. 2 million euros. 2.05 million euros. 2.1 million euros. The voices of price increases continued, and in just 10 minutes, the price had been raised to more than 500 euros. With the auctioneer's final word, this knight's sword from hundreds of years ago was finally bought by a middle-aged collector for 5.85 million euros. This scene also stunned everyone in the live broadcast room. Nah, it's just a broken sword. How could it be worth less than 50 million renminbi? What do you know? That's the sword of a famous knight in Gaul in the 16th century. Its cultural value should be far greater than its actual value, okay? I don't really care about the knight's sword. I just know that it's already 6:15 p.m. Western European time, and it's almost time for the Maple God's notice. Damn it. It's true. I was so focused on that broken sword that I forgot about this matter. Hurry up and do it. It's the middle of the night. If I didn't want to watch Fengshen's live broadcast, I would have gone to bed long ago. The second item to be auctioned was an ivory carving. After some bidding, it was finally sold at a high price of 4 million euros. Then came the third, the fourth. When the fourth lot was declared sold at the Hammer, it was 6:30 p.m. Western European time. At this time, it was only 2 minutes away from the 6:32 in Chunfeng's notice. Auctioneer who were in charge of the auction process on site also temporarily stopped the auction at the signal of an unknown person. A dozen royal guards from the Lorking Kingdom came on stage and surrounded the glass cabinet where the Starlight Gaze ring was stored, looking around with vigilance. In the audience, Su Luoxue's face was full of tension, and her hands were tightly grasping the corner of Chunfeng's clothes, as if she was guarding against his sudden disappearance, and she did not dare to slack off at all. Luoxue, you seem a little too nervous? Chunfeng's gentle voice entered Su Luoxue's ears. Hearing the voice, Su Luoxue turned around and glanced at the people around her. In the end, she didn't say anything, but just smiled and shook her head. 2 minutes left. Su Luoxue muttered to herself in her heart, and her hand that was holding the corner of Chun Feng's clothes unconsciously clenched a little tighter. Chun Feng didn't care about it at all. He just calmly opened a bottle of water and handed it to Su Luoxue. Have some water. Su Luoxue nodded, and just as she brought the bottle of water to her mouth, she immediately thought of something. After hesitating for a second, he returned the bottle. You drink it. I'm not thirsty. Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw this scene. Are you worried that I might drug her? She's quite wary. But Chun Feng didn't care about it. Bringing the water bottle to his mouth and taking a sip of water, Chun Feng calmly glanced at the skylight and said nothing more. Da-da-da. The pendulum of the antique-style clock at the auction swung from side to side, making a continuous ticking sound. No one spoke at the scene. It was so quiet that it didn't seem like a place with thousands of spectators. Only the sound of breathing was clearly audible. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room gradually became less and less. Everyone was waiting for the 2 pointers on the disc to overlap and waiting for the white figure to appear. Click. As the minute hand completes that small grid, the 2 pointers, one long and one short, completely overlap. At this moment, as if guided, all the lights in the venue were turned off at the same second. There was another commotion at the scene. However, the security captain at the auction table was not worried at all. Instead, he picked up the intercom with a confident look and said, "Start the second circuit immediately." After all, Chun Feng has taken action so many times, how could they not absorb any experience? In order to deal with Chun Feng, they had already divided the circuit into two that did not interfere with each other, just to prevent Chun Feng from doing this. Captain, the second circuit, is also not responding. The voice from the intercom made the security captain, who had looked calm just now, frown. Repair it. Repair it for me immediately. There's also a backup power supply. Use it for me too. There was a pause on the intercom for a second, and then the voice came again. I have tried everything at the first opportunity, and all failed. The security captain was completely stunned when he heard the news. Before he could think of a countermeasure, Chun Feng's voice had already come out from the loudspeakers in all directions. Everyone, welcome to the world of magic. As soon as the words fell, countless white doves flew out from the back of the audience, who flapped his wings and came to the ceiling. It quickly formed a white circle, surrounding the skylight in the middle. That's Kid. Everyone's attention was quickly attracted by the white figure standing in front of the skylight. She was still dressed in that familiar white outfit, and the confident smile on her lips never faded. Chun Feng. Su Luoxue muttered to herself and tightened her grip on the edge of her clothes. My clothes are all wrinkled, ma'am. A familiar voice sounded in her ears. This time, Su Luoxue didn't say anything. She just smiled and silently let go of her hand. Yassine. It's all right. Su Luoxue slowly raised her head and continued to look at the white figure in front of the skylight. Chun Feng was also looking at that figure. Of course he doesn't know how to clone himself, but who says that figure must be him? A smile appeared on Chun Feng's lips, and he continued to look up. I saw a kid on the skylight with one hand in his pocket and the other hand slightly raised. Another voice came from the loudspeaker in the venue. Everyone, the magic show is about to begin. Most of the people in the audience were Chun Feng's fans. After hearing these words, the atmosphere on the scene was completely out of control. For a while, shouts of "Kid" came one after another, and the sound was so loud that it almost blew the roof off. Chapter 75. The end of the performance. Along with the kid on the skylight, he interlaced his fingers and snapped his fingers lightly. Next second, the lights in the house were restored. No, to be precise, only part of it has been restored. I saw several lights in the middle of the ceiling light up quickly and spread rapidly to both ends. More than 10 lit lights formed a crescent shape that was wide in the middle and narrow in two sections. The starlight is obscured by the moonlight. Su Luoxue repeated the words in Chun Feng's preview letter. Is this the moonlight mentioned in the preview letter? She had already vaguely guessed what Kid was going to do next, but she was powerless to stop him. As the lights grew brighter, it was so bright that the people at the scene couldn't open their eyes. In contrast, the starry gaze stored in the glass cabinet is becoming more and more illusory. It seemed as if it was really illuminating the moonlight on the ceiling and slowly disappearing. The security captain was stunned for a second, then reacted quickly. Quick, open the glass cover. Stop him. Everyone else, get to the skylight immediately. Catch Kid. The security captain's angry roar brought everyone back to their senses. Enduring the strong light coming from the ceiling, one of the royal guards standing in front of the glass cabinet quickly took out the key, inserted it into the keyhole on the glass cover, and quickly unlocked it. Click. With a crisp sound, the lock of the glass cover was unlocked. Several royal guards around hurriedly opened the glass cover. He did not even bother to handle it with care, and threw the glass cover aside, and quickly reached out to grab the starry gaze ring that was about to disappear. But unfortunately, it's too late. In the second before the hands of several people touched the ring, the blurring seemed to have been completely completed. Of several royal guards, he disappeared out of thin air. How come? The security captain swallowed hard. The royal guards standing in front of the glass case, with their hands still on the spot where the starlight gaze was originally stored, were also confused. You look at me, I look at you, and we don't seem to understand what to do next. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was rolling. I'm basically numb now. I feel like even if Keed suddenly turns into Ultraman, I won't be surprised. Is there no one who can see Maple God's method? I still want to learn. Child, when you graduate from Hogwarts School, come and learn magic from Feng Shan. Click. There was a sound coming from the ceiling. Everyone looked up and saw that the skylight had been opened by Kid from the outside. This scene also completely dispelled the last trace of worry in Su Luoshua's heart. It's not Qin Feng's projection. It's a real person. Su Luoshua thought to herself, and the curve of her lips became more relaxed. In the blind spot of the people below, Kid put his left hand behind his back and pressed a button. Afterwards, Chun Feng's voice rang out in the venue. Thank you all for watching. I will accept Starlight Gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, Kid raised his hand, and dozens of balloons suddenly poured in from the skylight, covering up Kid's figure. Bang! Snap! Followed by a series of balloon explosion sounds. The white card held by dozens of balloons also fell down, and the white figure that was originally standing on the rooftop had disappeared without a trace. Like a notice, I have accepted the Starlight's Gaze. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Kaido Kid. Looking at the card in his hand, the security captain angrily tore it into pieces, which caused another wailing in the live broadcast room. The barrage of "Don't give it to me" instantly swept the entire live broadcast room. In the audience, Su Luoshua turned to look at Yazan and said, "Let's go too." Chun Feng pretended to be confused. Leaving now? The auction hasn't ended yet. I'm a little tired. Let's come again next time. I'll treat you next time. Su Luoshua replied with a smile. Okay, I'll take you there. That evening, of Lorking, Emilia's father, held a press conference overnight, accusing the World United Government of its indulgence towards the contestants. He angrily announced that in addition to the reward offered by the World United Government program team, an additional reward of 5 million euros would be added. Even if you just provide clues to Chun Feng's whereabouts, you can get a high reward of 50,000 euros. High bounty plus Chun Feng's superb skills. This made Chun Feng another world-famous thief after Vincenzo Pegla, who stole the Mona Lisa in 1911. For a moment, Chun Feng's name was like a bomb, exploding all over the world. Countless media outlets rushed to report on it. 3 layers of defense can't stop Chun Feng? Is this really something an ordinary person can do? The most unstoppable thief in the world has appeared. Who can stop his action? One show exposes a real thief. Chun Feng, the synonym of the new century thief. At the same time, located in Emilia's private villa in the prosperous area of Girchi, the capital of Lorking. This is Emilia's other residence in the bustling city of Girchi, besides the royal gathering place, Claude Castle. This is Emilia's private property and also where Emilia lives most often. At this time, in Emilia's bedroom, originally tidy bed was now occupied by a white suit. The suit was spread out on the bed, and the pants and shirt were tied together and laid together, just like a real person lying on the bed. Emilia stood in the bedroom. Looking at the clothes on the bed that looked like real people, she pursed her lips, carefully pulled the curtains, then went back to the bed and slowly laid down beside the clothes. The slender fingers slid across the white suit, as if what was lying there was not a piece of clothing, but a real person. Boom, boom, boom. There was a crisp sound of knocking on the glass beside the bed. Who? Emilia stood up quickly, reached out to pull the quilt to cover the clothes on the bed, her eyes alert, but also with a little expectation. A thief who came from afar. A familiar voice came from outside the window. Amaya's face suddenly became happy, and she quickly stood up and opened the curtains again. She saw a young man in plaid clothes and a baseball cap squatting in front of the window, looking at her with a smile. Squeak. As the window was opened, Chun Feng jumped from the windowsill and came into the house. Thank you very much for your help, Miss Amaya. As soon as he came in, Chun Feng put his hands in front of him and saluted like a gentleman. By the way, your performance today was really perfect. Then, can I go be a phantom thief with you? Emilia took half a step forward to Chun Feng, looked into his eyes and spoke. Chapter 76 Returning to China. Huh. Chen Feng was slightly surprised. Heh, I was just kidding. I'm a princess, how could I do this? Emilia covered her mouth with her hands and laughed so hard that her body shook. At the same time, there was a hint of loss in his eyes, which flashed across his eyes and was quickly covered up. As if realizing this, Chen Feng lifted Emilia's right hand, knelt on one knee, and gave her a gentle kiss. At the same time, he took out an exquisite gift box from his arms and slowly opened it. A dazzling little gadget immediately came into Emilia's sight. It was the jewel ring Starlight Gaze that the two had stolen half a day ago. This was originally your country's property, and now it is returned to its original owner. Looking at Chen Feng on the ground and the ring in his hand, Emilia said half-jokingly, I thought you were going to propose to me. Now it was Chen Feng's turn to be silent. Even though he had been able to fool countless people in public many times, he didn't know what to say at this moment. Seeing Chen Feng's embarrassment, Emilia took the initiative to speak up to resolve the embarrassment. I was just joking, don't take it to heart. Emilia reached out and took the box, but did not put it away. Instead, she still placed it in front of Chen Feng. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Can you help me put it on? Perhaps feeling that it was inappropriate, Emilia immediately added, if you feel embarrassed, forget it. Having said that, Emilia was about to put the box away. Just at this moment, Chen Feng reached out and grabbed Emilia's wrist. It's my pleasure. Chen Feng spoke with a smile. Then, under Emilia's expectant gaze, Chen Feng took out the ring from the box. Holding her hand, he slowly put the shining star on the middle finger of her left hand. Very beautiful, princess. Emilia looked into Chen Feng's eyes and slowly said, Thank you, kid. Chen Feng still had that gentle smile on his face. He did not reply, but changed the subject and talked about the purpose of this trip. Ma'am, I think it's time for me to get my clothes back. Emilia nodded, walked to the bed, lifted the quilt, and the complete white suit was neatly laid out. Emilia reached out, folded the suit, and handed it to Chen Feng. I'll give you back your clothes. Under Emilia's gaze, Chen Feng put his hands on his clothes. Next second, starting from the corner of the clothes, the white suit slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bouquet of roses in front of Emilia's eyes. As the suit completely disappeared, Chen Feng's hands on the white suit gradually turned into countless rose petals and began to dissipate. Seeing this scene, Emilia also knew that he was about to leave. Although she was a little reluctant, Emilia finally did not stop him. She just looked at him calmly and slowly called out, Kid, Chen Feng raised his eyes and met Emilia's light blue eyes. Emilia smiled and said, We'll see each other again in the near future. I look forward to seeing you again, princess. Chen Feng placed his other hand in front of him and bowed slightly. In the next second, Chen Feng's body completely dissipated. It turned into rose petals all over the sky and slowly fell down. Touching the star-like diamond ring on her hand, Emilia's smile became brighter. Facing the white moonlight shining in through the window, Emilia gently took off the ring on her middle finger and put it on her ring finger instead. This is the right way, Emilia muttered to herself. 3 days passed slowly. Although Emilia's father, His Majesty the King of Lorking, has repeatedly mentioned the bounty for Chen Feng. It even reached an unprecedented 8 million euros, but still no one could capture Chen Feng. However, there were quite a few people who wanted to get the 50,000 euros per clue fee. Many people came, but there was not a single useful clue. There were even 2 Koreans who shamelessly said that Chen Feng was actually a Korean and had already taken a plane back to Korea. There are endless people like this who come to defraud clue fees. The angry old king directly canceled the clue fee and took out an additional 2 million euros to hire a professional detective team to try to find clues about Chen Feng. At least we must get back the Starlight Gaze ring, which is one of the national treasures of the Lorking Kingdom. Certainly, he may not know for a long time that the ring has actually been in his daughter's hands. 3 days later, China, H City. It's still the familiar cafe. In the morning, before Chen Feng could hang up the open sign, the store door was roughly pushed open. Welcome. The voice of the mechanical cat sounded at the door. Following closely was the angry figure of Sun Yuqing. Boss, what's going on? You just closed the shop and it hasn't been open for more than a month. Isn't that irresponsible? Ma'am, I'm just a coffee seller. You can't hold me responsible even if you are pregnant, right? Chen Feng put down the mop in his hand and spoke helplessly. Who's holding you responsible? Bah, you're the one who's pregnant. Sun Yuqing spoke angrily. Forget it, I won't bother with you. Give me a cup of mocha. Hold on. Chen Feng came to the front desk, took out the newly bought coffee beans, ground them, brewed them, filtered them, and concentrated them. He performed all the movements skillfully and completed them in one go. In less than half an hour, a cup of fragrant coffee was brought to Sun Yuqing. Sun Yuqing couldn't wait to pick up the coffee cup, blew gently twice on the surface of the still steaming coffee, and quickly took a sip. Tisk, oh that's the taste. Sun Yuqing looked like she was enjoying it. Putting the coffee cup back on the table, Sun Yuqing spoke again. Hey, boss, where have you been? Why did you take so long? Western Europe. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Western Europe? Sun Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she immediately looked at Chen Feng with surprise. Kid was in Western Europe a while ago? Did you go to Kid's performance? Did you see Kid? I guess I saw it at the royal auction in Gailchi, Lorking. Wow. Sun Yuqing's face was full of envy. I also want to go to Western Europe to meet Kid, but unfortunately my dad won't let me go. Hey, I don't know when Kid will return home. Sun Yuqing held her face with both hands and spoke in a depressed tone. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng just smiled indifferently and did not respond. That's right. Sun Yuqing seemed to suddenly remember something and suddenly became mysterious. You know what? There are rumors now that Kid may not be alone. He may have his own assistants, or even a whole team. Oh, there's also this matter. Chen Feng still had that gentle smile on his face, as if the person he was talking about had nothing to do with him. Chapter 77. Invitation from the Phantom Thief. I don't know either. I just heard it from the people in our school's kid fan club. Sun Yuqing said while drinking coffee. Your school kid fan club? Chen Feng keenly caught a word. Is that weird? Sun Yuqing spoke as a matter of course, as if this was a very normal thing. The kid fan club in our school isn't that big. You haven't seen Jiangxing University, Kid's alma mater. Almost half of the girls in the school are in the fan club. Half of the girls in the school. Chen Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Am I leading my younger classmates astray? The cup of coffee was finished in a short while. After chatting with Chen Feng for a few more words, Sun Yuqing stood up and prepared to leave. Just as she reached the door, Sun Yuqing seemed to remember something and suddenly turned to look at Chen Feng at the front desk. Hey, boss, my dad might come to your place soon. If you see a middle-aged man about 1.7 meters tall asking you questions about our relationship, don't let him know. Ma'am, I don't provide after-sales service. I'll pay more, but I'm happy to treat this as a new order. Looking at Chen Feng's gentle smile, Sun Yuqing's mouth twitched. After cursing this swindler in his heart, he turned and left the cafe. The store became deserted again. At the front desk, Chen Feng held his chin with his hand and thought about something. Assistant? Maybe I should really find one. Stealing this starlight gaze a few days ago, Chen Feng also clearly felt the difference between having an assistant and not having an assistant. Although Amelia, as an assistant, is not a professional, she can still help Chen Feng a lot. If you find a professional assistant, Chen Feng was thinking, a candidate emerged in his mind. A young man who, though lacking in maturity, has more potential than Kuroba Kaido's assistant Terai Yosuke. Same day, Chen Feng's live broadcast room, which usually did not release anything except the preview letter, now had something different. Invitation letter. 2 nights later, with the appearance of the silver moonlight, I sincerely invited a beautiful lady to have a cup of coffee for 100 yuan, but without a tip. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. As the live broadcast room screen changes. It was originally quiet, with only a few tens of thousands of people idle and bored, and the live broadcast room suddenly became silent when they were chatting. After a brief silence, countless passers-by who were pretending to be dead in the live broadcast room were blown out one after another. Oh my god, what did I see? Maple God sent out another notice? What is the goal this time? Don't you know how to read, buddy? Is this a notice? From what I can see, the word letter is preceded by the word invitation. This is clearly an invitation letter. Oh, it's true. No, what's going on? Has Maple God changed his nature? It's okay for him not to steal, but why is he inviting guests? A $100 coffee with no tip? What does that mean? I don't understand. It's strange that you can understand it with your brain, although I don't understand it either. Ah, this is my husband's invitation letter. Who knows the address my husband mentioned here? Send me a private message and I will give him 5,000. If you are not a sister, don't act like a big shot if you don't have money. If anyone knows my address, send me a private message. After I meet my husband, I will give him 10,000. All of you get out of here. I'll pay you 20,000 yuan, and I'll pay you right away. Similar to the lively scene in the live broadcast room, domestic and foreign media also rushed to report on it. Who doesn't know that Chen Feng is very popular now? As long as you write about him, he will be popular. So as soon as something happened in Chen Feng's live studio, countless reports were quickly posted online. Chen Feng sends another card. Not a notice, but an invitation? Surprise. The card reappeared in Chen Feng's live broadcast room, but it was not for theft, but for doing this kind of thing. Invitation from the Phantom Thief. Who is the beautiful lady in Chunfeng's card? Let's look forward to it. The other side. The members of the pursuit team, who were still far away in Western Europe, held an emergency meeting as soon as Chunfeng sent out the invitation letter. Led by Su Luoxue, the three captains Sun Luo, Zheng Chong, and Lu Yi, along with more than 10 main team members, sat down in the conference room. On the big screen in front of the conference room, the content of the invitation letter that Chunfeng had just issued was being shown. There was a long silence in the meeting room. Everyone frowned, trying to think whether there was any deep secret behind this seemingly simple invitation. A long time. Su Luoxue, who was sitting in the main seat at the front, stood up and slowly spoke to everyone. Everyone, tell us what you think. What do you think Chunfeng's invitation letter means? After the words fell, everyone looked at each other, and no one showed any intention of speaking first. Seeing this, Su Luoxue had no choice but to take the initiative to call someone. Captain Zheng, you go first. Zheng Chong, who was called, raised his head. After seeing the unquestionable expression on Su Luoxue's face, he had no choice but to stand up and said slowly, Captain, I think, based on my understanding of Chunfeng, this person has a very high IQ and likes to be mysterious, so his words can't be as simple as they seem on the surface. There must be a deeper meaning. After Zheng Chong finished speaking, many people in the conference room nodded in agreement. Indeed, this seems like something Chunfeng could do. I agree with what Captain Zheng said. There must be something hidden in this invitation letter. We must not be careless. Yes. Listening to the discussion, Su Luoxue did not answer, but turned her gaze to Sun Luo's direction. What do you think, Captain Sun? Cough. Sun Luo coughed and stood up. As the captain who was there from the very beginning among all the members of the pursuit team, Sun Luo still had a certain prestige. So after he stood up, the discussions at the scene gradually quieted down, and everyone turned their eyes to Sun Luo. Captain, I think we may not need to be so picky here. It doesn't matter what he wants to do. All we need to do is be prepared before he makes a move. After hearing Sun Luo's words, a voice of support immediately rang out. Hey, Captain Sun is right. We don't have to play any puzzle games. We just need to be prepared. As soon as the previous voice fell, someone immediately raised a question. But the problem is that we don't know anything. How can we prevent it? Are you stupid? Isn't Chunfeng going to treat people to coffee? At worst, we can just guard every coffee shop. How did you get into the pursuit team with your brain? Not to mention other places. How many coffee shops are there in the city of Gerchi alone? How can we get so many people to guard them all? That's right. And how do you know which city Chunfeng is in right now? Maybe he has already returned to his country. Chapter 78. The Two Thieves Fight Again. Listening to the noisy discussions in the conference room, Su Luoxue pinched the bridge of her nose tiredly. Facing an opponent like Chunfeng, she was really tired. Sometimes she even wanted to resign, but after thinking about it, she always gave up the idea. Coffee. Su Luoxue muttered to herself. An image of someone making delicious coffee can't help but appear in my mind. She really wanted to find someone to talk to about her troubles, but unfortunately, her only friend here, Yazan, also returned to China 3 days ago. Why? Su Luoxue sighed softly. Then he stood up and said to everyone, Quiet. Su Luoxue's voice was loud, and everyone in the conference room could hear it clearly. The originally noisy sound quickly quieted down. Captain Sun, please contact the police station in Gerchi and ask them to tell us immediately if they find any suspicious persons. The rest of you stay on standby. Meeting adjourned. At the same time, in a shopping mall in East City, H City, China, a graceful figure wearing a mask and sunglasses also saw the news report. 100 yuan for coffee. 100 yuan doesn't cover the tip. 100 yuan. The woman talked to herself. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned and left. 2 days passed quickly. Perhaps it was influenced by the notice letter. In recent days, the number of customers in coffee shops across the country has increased. Of course, this also includes Chunfeng. Although there are still not many customers in the store due to the pricing, it is obviously more lively than before. At night, the silver moon hangs high in the sky. Chunfeng sat in the seat at the front desk and read a book leisurely. Occasionally, a customer would come in, but most of them would leave after seeing the price list. There were also a few customers who were not short of money. They ordered a cup of coffee, then found an empty seat to sit down, drank their coffee, and looked around as if they were looking for something. Corner location. The disguised Lin Qingyao was also drinking the coffee in her hand slowly, but her eyes kept glancing towards the front desk from time to time. Could it be him? Chunfeng would open a store in such a busy area? This is too bold. Lin Qingyao thought secretly in her heart. His eyes never left Chunfeng, but he had no intention of going up to speak. Obviously, he still wanted to observe for a while before deciding whether to go forward. You are still very careful, Miss Lin. Chen Feng's lips curled up into a smile. After glancing at Lin Qingyao in the corner, he continued reading his book. The most suitable assistant candidate that Chen Feng is considering at the moment. The reason is very simple. First, Lin Qingyao is quite skilled, as can be seen from the previous actions of Moonlight Eyes. Second, Lin Qingyao is also one of the few contestants from each district who has successfully shaken off the tracking of the program team's live broadcast equipment, which shows that her abilities are still good enough. The third and most important point is that Chen Feng really needs a female assistant with a quick mind. Some things that are inconvenient for him to do and places that are inconvenient for him to go, he needs a female assistant to help him complete them. For example, the women's bathhouse. Time still passes. People kept coming into the store, and quite a few left. But in general, more people leave. There's no other reason. The coffee in Chen Feng's shop is delicious, but it's too expensive. Most people can still afford to sit here for an hour or two and order 2 cups of coffee. But if you sit here for a long time and drink cup after cup, no one can afford it at this price. There were fewer and fewer people walking away, but Lin Qingyao still had no intention of moving forward, just calmly drinking cup after cup of coffee. As another customer left, Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao were the only ones left in the store. Seeing that Lin Qingyao had no intention of coming forward, Chen Feng was not in a hurry to expose her. He just came to the table and said with a smile, "Miss, I'm closing here." Lin Qingyao raised her head and stared at Chen Feng's face for a few seconds. Perhaps because there was no visible sign of disguise, Lin Qingyao just nodded, didn't say much, paid the bill, and left. Chen Feng did not chase after him, nor did he have any intention of revealing his identity. He just watched Lin Qingyao walk out of the store and disappear around the corner. He was not worried that Lin Qingyao would leave and never come back. Before sending out the invitation letter, Chen Feng had used his hacking skills to hack into the program team's database again. Through Lin Qingyao's information and the brief contact during the previous operation against Moonlight Eye, I got a general understanding of her personality. So Lin Qingyao didn't think that she would leave without gaining anything. Of course, this is not the main reason. The main reason is, Chen Feng left a tracker on Lin Qingyao when she was not paying attention, so no matter where Lin Qingyao went, Chen Feng could easily find her. Night has completely fallen. The once bustling street now only had a few pedestrians. Chen Feng turned the sign outside the store to the closed side, locked the door, and went upstairs to rest. Late night. There were no more pedestrians on the streets, as if the whole world was silent. Inside the cafe, on the second floor, a dark shadow quietly slid down the rope from the roof and landed quietly on the balcony outside the second floor of the cafe without attracting anyone's attention. Click. 2 extremely subtle sounds were heard from the balcony lock, and then the balcony door was slowly pushed open from the outside. Everything was so quiet that the sound of the wind blowing the fallen leaves outside was even louder than the sound inside the house. After closing the balcony door, Lin Qingyao walked into the house quietly and pushed open the bedroom door in the same way. With the faint moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains, Lin Qingyao looked at the figure covered with a quilt on the bed and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He took out a gadget from his pocket and said without hesitation, "Tracker, would Mr. Phantom Thief use such a despicable method?" Lin Qingyao did not deliberately lower her voice, especially in such an extremely quiet environment. It sounded particularly clear. But the person on the bed seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Even though Lin Qingyao's voice was not low, it still did not wake up the person on the bed, nor did she get any response. Lin Qingyao frowned slightly. She didn't think that Chen Feng, who had easily defeated her before, would not even have this little bit of vigilance and would fall completely asleep without any defense. Lin Qingyao slowly moved towards the bed in the bedroom, looking around vigilantly to guard against any unexpected situations. It seemed that she was really overthinking it. Until she arrived at Chen Feng's bed, nothing unexpected happened. It seemed that Chen Feng really didn't expect that he would visit in the middle of the night, and was not at all prepared. Lin Qingyao was a little disappointed. Just as she stretched out her hand and tried to wake up the figure on the bed, a gentle voice sounded from behind her. "Ms. Lin Qingyao, it is very rude to break into someone else's bedroom without permission." Chapter 79, The Phantom Thief's Assistant. "Ms. Lin Qingyao, it is very rude to break into someone else's bedroom without permission." As this voice sounded, Lin Qingyao, who was already highly alert, was suddenly startled. The outstretched hand was quickly retracted, and the whole person quickly retreated to the door as if facing a formidable enemy. He reached out and turned the door handle. Only then did she realize that the bedroom door she had just opened had been locked again at some point. It was at this time. The tightly closed curtains in the bedroom were slowly opened, and a figure sitting on the windowsill appeared in front of Lin Qingyao. One leg is placed on the windowsill, and the other leg is naturally bent and hanging from the windowsill. The silvery moonlight shone on the side of his face, and the originally gentle smile on the corner of his mouth looked a little evil under the moonlight. "We meet again, Miss Lin Qingyao." Chen Feng opened his lips slightly, and a familiar voice reached Lin Qingyao's ears. The lights in the room came on at this time. Only then did Lin Qingyao see clearly that the so-called human figure on the bed was just a human shape made out of the quilt. Unlike her previous cautiousness, Lin Qingyao simply gave up after being caught. He even gave up the most basic defensive posture and sat down directly on Chen Feng's bed, clasping his hands in front of him, looking at Chen Feng who was sitting on the windowsill. "If I had known, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble and just came in. Not only have I been busy for a long time, but it's still useless." Looking at Lin Qingyao, who seemed to have given up struggling, Chen Feng smiled, walked down from the windowsill, and came in front of Lin Qingyao. "Ma'am, your performance today impressed me." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue rose appeared out of thin air from Chen Feng's hand and was handed to Lin Qingyao. "Snort." Lin Qingyao snorted and took the rose. "Why are you looking for me? You made such a big fuss to come to me. You don't like me, do you?" Lin Qingyao looked at Chen Feng teasingly, hoping to see some other emotions from his unchanging poker face. But to her disappointment, Chen Feng didn't seem to react at all, but just took out a stack of papers from a drawer beside him. 2 months ago, 3 days after you failed in your attempt to steal the gemstone, Moonlight Eyes, you entered the Eternity Gold Shop, knocked out the staff, stole gold jewelry worth 300,000 renminbi, and left. A month and a half ago, I entered a small jewelry exhibition and stole a jade pendant worth 1.2 million yuan after evading the security guard's sight. A month ago, at the largest auction in Shanxing, you tried to steal a red jade qilin worth 58 million yuan, but failed and almost got caught. And 20 days ago, 13 days ago, and 5 days ago, Chen Feng told each and everything in such a precise manner that even Lin Qingyao herself could not remember them so clearly. Looking up at Chen Feng, Lin Qingyao swallowed hard, her tone obviously weaker. Why are you talking to me? Are you going to arrest me?" In fact, as long as the contestant has obtained a legal property, the program team will offer a corresponding reward amount. For example, Chen Feng's official bounty amount has been increased previously and is now 5 million yuan. Although Lin Qingyao's bounty amount is not as high as Chen Feng's, she has succeeded several times, so her bounty amount is as high as 800,000 yuan. If you spend a little more frugally, this amount of money can be enough for a person to have enough food and drink for a lifetime. At present, the premise is that the person does not start a business. Such a high reward can't help but attract the attention of the public and hunting teams from all over the country. Some contestants are even happy to capture contestants from the same district or even other districts and send them to the official side to collect the reward money. This kind of incident is not uncommon, so it is no wonder that Lin Qingyao had such speculation. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't react, Lin Qingyao thought she had guessed right. He simply lay down on the bed and said, "Okay, go ahead and catch me if you want. Anyway, you saved me before, so I'll just consider it as paying you back." After she finished speaking, Lin Qingyao's eyes were always looking in the direction of Chen Feng, but he still had no intention of responding and just looked at her with a smile. Suddenly, another guess came to Lin Qingyao's mind. Did you want to?" Lin Qingyao sat up from the bed, clutching her clothes tightly with both hands, her face full of grief and anger. A pair of bright eyes stared at Chen Feng, as if saying, "I didn't expect you to be such a person." Boom. A crisp voice sounded in Lin Qingyao's head, and Chen Feng directly gave Lin Qingyao, who was still thinking about it, a slap on the head. "What are you thinking about?" "Ouch." Lin Qingyao covered her head and let out a wail, her resentful eyes constantly scanning back and forth at Chen Feng. "Why are you hitting me? I didn't say I disagreed. Could it be that you?" Lin Qingyao glanced at a certain part of Chen Feng, with a hint of an anti-smile on her lips. The meaning is self-evident. Chen Feng's face darkened, and he slapped her on the head again. "Ouch, what are you doing? It hurts. I didn't say you can't." Before she could finish her words, Lin Qingyao noticed that Chen Feng had raised his hand again, and she tactfully closed her mouth. Cough. Chen Feng coughed lightly and took out the paper that had been prepared long ago. "Take a look, ma'am." Lin Qingyao took the paper from Chen Feng with a puzzled look on her face and glanced at it. "Assistant contract? You want me to be your assistant?" Lin Qingyao looked surprised. She just spoke a little casually, but she was definitely not stupid. Every time Chen Feng takes action, it always causes a stir in the city and attracts everyone's attention. Moreover, the targets chosen by Chen Feng every time were always extremely valuable treasures, and the way Chen Feng acted was extremely high profile. One can imagine the level of risk involved in being his assistant. As if he had seen through Lin Qingyao's thoughts, Chen Feng smiled and said again, "Miss Lin Qingyao, don't you want to hear the reward I offer?" Under Lin Qingyao's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng flipped his left hand, and a milky white gem with a hint of purple in the middle, inlaid on a hollow purple gold base, appeared in his hand. This is the Moonlight Eye." Lin Qingyao's eyes were immediately attracted, and the smile on her lips became more prosperous. How can this be so embarrassing? She quickly stretched out her hand towards the Moonlight Eye in Chen Feng's hand. But just before she was about to touch the Moonlight Eye, Chen Feng suddenly flipped his hand and took the Moonlight Eye back. "Ms. Lin Qingyao, how about being my assistant for a year at this price?" Chen Feng's gentle voice once again reached Lin Qingyao's ears. Chapter 80. Guests from London. 1 year. Lin Qingyao looked surprised. She knew very well the value of the Moonlight Eye, otherwise she would not have chosen it as her target at that time. "If it's just 1 year of assistantship," Lin Qingyao said without much hesitation. "Okay, I agree. Then sign it." Chen Feng took out the formal contract that had been prepared long ago from the drawer and handed it to Lin Qingyao. There are 2 copies, with his signature and fingerprints already pressed on them. The date, Party A and Party B, remuneration, time, work content, etc. are all included, making it a formal employment contract. Lin Qingyao took a quick look, and after making sure there was no problem, she picked up the pen and quickly wrote down her name. Handing the contract back to Chen Feng, Lin Qingyao asked, "What do you need me to do for you?" Chen Feng took the contract and smiled. "Of course, but it's a very simple matter now." "What's up? Make me some coffee." 2 days later, when Sun Yuqing came to Chen Feng's cafe, as usual. But I found that there was a tall woman grinding coffee beans in the store. The woman didn't seem to be very willing and was mumbling something while grinding. "What kind of boss is this? I was supposed to be your assistant and grind the coffee beans. I'll grind them. I'll grind them. I'll grind you to death." Even though they were several meters apart, Sun Yuqing could still feel the resentment of the other person as a worker. When he arrived at the front desk, Chen Feng was still reading a book there. "Boss, what's going on? Why did you hire a clerk? Is the little money you make from the store enough to support the 2 of you?" Hearing the voice, Chen Feng slowly closed the book, still with a smile on his face. "Don't we still have you? I charge 180 for a cup of coffee, and I make 150 from you. If you come and have 2 cups a day, I can support you." After getting this answer, the smile on Sun Yuqing's face froze. "No, boss, you can at least lie to me a little. You're making me look like a big grudge." In response, Chen Feng just smiled and said nothing, but the smile on his face said everything that needed to be said. Sun Yuqing rolled her eyes and didn't care. "Let's go with mocha, half sugar." "Okay." Chen Feng smiled and nodded. He took out some of the coffee beans that Lin Qingyao had just ground and skillfully performed a series of steps, including boiling and filtering. Soon, a cup of fragrant coffee was brought up by Chen Feng. He took the coffee from the tray, placed it in front of Sun Yuqing, and said, "Enjoy your time." Sun Yuqing picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Suddenly, the familiar fragrance blossomed in her mouth. "Boss, it's a shame that you don't open a bigger shop with your skills. If you sell it a little cheaper, it will definitely be a big hit." "Forget it. I prefer to be more relaxed." Chen Feng replied with a smile. Chen Feng's answer did not surprise Sun Yuqing at all. After all, she had mentioned this matter many times, but the result was always the same. He even expressed his willingness to invest and help him expand his stores and further build a chain brand. But they were all rejected by Chen Feng. The reason is very simple. "I am not short of money, and I like to have free time." This reason made Sun Yuqing helpless, and after persuading her twice, she chose to give up. "Hey, I don't know who kid's invitation letter was for. I went to 7 or 8 high-end coffee shops last night, but found nothing." Sun Yuqing held her chin up and casually stirred the coffee with the spoon in her other hand, her tone revealing a hint of disappointment. Hearing this, Chen Feng glanced at Lin Qingyao, who was still diligently grinding coffee at the front desk, smiled slightly, and said nothing more. After finishing her coffee, Sun Yuqing looked at the time and said, "It's getting late. I have classes in the afternoon, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Sun Yuqing stood up and prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps, he remembered something, stopped, turned around, and looked at Chen Feng again. "By the way, don't forget what I told you 2 days ago." Chen Feng replied, "Don't worry, ma'am, I'll always remember it." With Sun Yuqing's departure, the coffee shop returned to silence again. Lin Qingyao, who was grinding coffee earlier, came over at this time and asked curiously, "What happened a few days ago? Did you two have a deal? Are you being kept by her?" Boom. Ouch. Lin Qingyao, who was hit hard again, covered her head with her hands and looked painful. "If you keep talking nonsense and slandering your boss, I will deduct your salary." After saying this, Chen Feng turned around and left. The tone was still gentle, but the words he said chilled the workers' hearts. Dog capitalist. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Lin Qingyao cursed inwardly. But after scolding, Lin Qingyao had no choice but to continue working obediently. At this time, International Airport in H City. A large group of reporters were waiting at the cabin door of a private jet with microphones in hand, waiting for something. Everyone was holding a microphone, rubbing their hands, as if ready to be the first to rush forward for an interview as soon as the cabin door opened. Hiss. Following a slight cabin friction sound, the plane's cabin door was slowly opened. The reporters who saw this scene became even more excited. They stared at the cabin door, waiting for the target person to appear. Four muscular bodyguards walked down first and stood in a row, separating the reporters from the cabin door. Then a man walked out of the cabin holding a red carpet. Under the gaze of everyone, he bent down and laid out the red carpet very carefully. Also stunned the well-informed reporters. Is this score so big? Without waiting for anyone to think about it, a Western man in his 30s, dressed in a black suit, walked out of the cabin door. Seeing this, the reporters ignored their complaints and quickly stepped forward to interview the man. "Mr. Ron, may I ask why you suddenly visited China when the exhibition in London has not yet ended?" "Mr. Ron, I heard that when in London, Chen Feng once pretended to be you and stole the exhibit, Corona Crown. Is this why you came here this time?" "Sir, there are rumors that you came to H City this time just to seek revenge on Kid. Is that true?" "Mr. Ron." The reporters kept talking like a string of cannonballs, throwing out one question after another and looking at Ron expectantly. No one would have doubted it if it weren't for the four muscular bodyguards stopping them. This group of crazy reporters could even put the microphone directly into Ron's mouth. Chapter 81 Bet? "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment," Ron shouted, but it was quickly drowned out by the questions from the reporters and had no effect at all. "Everyone," Ron shouted louder and louder, which calmed the group of crazy reporters down a little, but they were still looking at him expectantly. In fact, it is normal. After all, everyone knows that Chen Feng is synonymous with popularity, and Ron had once helped Chen Feng steal the Corona Crown without Chen Feng's knowledge. With such a special identity, it was hard not to make others think that he was here to seek revenge on Chen Feng. "What did this journalist friend just ask me?" Ron randomly pointed at a reporter and asked. The reporter who was called was obviously very excited and hurriedly spoke under the envious gazes of other reporters. "Mr. Ron, I would like to ask, you suddenly visited H City. Is it because Chen Feng played a trick on you before? Are you intentionally seeking revenge on Chen Feng?" Faced with the sharp words, the female secretary beside Ron changed her expression on the spot. Just as she was about to step forward and say something, she was stopped by Ron. Facing dozens of bright cameras and reporters, Ron spoke slowly. "What this journalist friend said is very interesting, but I can give you a clear answer to this question here. One of the reasons why I came here is that my grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, intends to hold a branch of the exhibition in China. The other reason is indeed about Mr. Chen Feng." Hearing this, all the reporters became excited and looked at Ron with fiery eyes. Ron took a half step forward and walked directly in front of the reporters. He took the microphone from one of the reporters and spoke without any hesitation. "If Mr. Chen Feng is interested in the exhibits I brought this time, you can definitely give it a try. However, if the action fails, I hope Mr. Chen Feng can immediately return the Corona Crown that was stolen earlier." Ron, grandson of private collector Leonardo, arrived in H City, China today and is preparing to hold a private exhibition in H City. Ron tells Chen Feng that he wants to make a bet with him. If he wins, he can take the exhibit away. If he loses, he has to return the Corona Crown that is still within the hunting period. He asks Chen Feng if he dares to come. Shocked. To date, Kaido Kid, who has not lost a single battle in 6 attempts, has been challenged again today. Let us look forward to Chen Feng's response. Countless reports became hot searches and attracted a lot of attention from netizens. "No, this guy is crazy. This show has been on the air for several months, and there are still people who want to challenge Feng Shen. What, do you think you have too many things at home?" The grandson of private collector Leonardo. "Hey, isn't this the person that Feng Shen pretended to be when he stole the Corona Crown last time?" "Oh, it seems to be true. No wonder he came all the way from London. He must be so angry about losing that he wants to avenge himself. If you dare to challenge my husband, The most you will do is lose one more person. Why do I feel that this matter is not that simple? Judging from the tone of Ron's speech, he doesn't sound like the kind of reckless gambler. How could he do such a thing? You've been wrong about so many things. Maybe this person is just hiding something. Maybe. In the evening, inside an office on the top floor of a building, countless and ever-increasing reports on the mobile phone screen. Ron slowly put down his phone and leaned back in the chair behind him with an expressionless face, seemingly thinking about something. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Ron glanced in the direction of the door and said, "Is that Jenny? Come in." The door was pushed open, and the female secretary who had been following Ron walked in with a cup of steaming coffee in her hand. "Boss." Ron responded. "Just leave the coffee there." "Okay." The secretary walked up to Ron in high heels and gently placed the coffee cup on the table. Looking at Ron, who was resting with his eyes closed, the female secretary hesitated for a while and finally came to Ron's side. He stretched out his hands, pressed them on both sides of Ron's temples, and rubbed them gently. "Anything else, Jenny?" Feeling the comfort coming from both sides of his head, Ron asked directly without opening his eyes. Aye. Jenny opened her mouth and said, I for a long time, but no words came out. As if he was getting impatient, Ron opened his eyes and grabbed Jenny's hand that was still on his head. "If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Do we have to be so formal with each other?" After hearing what Ron said, Jenny finally mustered up the courage to ask the question she had been thinking about for a long time. "Boss, do we really want to do this? I don't think it's safe." "Insurance?" "Huh." A bitter smile appeared on Ron's handsome face, which then turned into a resolute one. "I have no choice. The old man forced me to do this. I have no other choice but to do this." But Jenny wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Ron rudely before she could finish her words. "Jenny, do you know that more than 100 years ago, a gentleman once said, if there is a profit of 30%, people will take risks. If there is a profit of 100%, they will trample on their conscience. If there is a profit of 300%, they will not even fear being hanged." At this point, Ron suddenly sat up from his chair, with a bit of madness in his eyes. "We have no way out, and what we are doing is more than 300% profit. Trust me, okay?" Seeing Ron's look, Jenny swallowed, and finally nodded without saying anything else. At this time, inside the cafe, after working for a day, Lin Qingyao saw off the last customer in the store, then went to the door and turned the sign over. He closed the shop door and then went back inside. Turning around, I saw the boss Chen Feng still sitting at the front desk reading a book, as if he didn't care about anything around him. Arriving at the front desk, Lin Qingyao spoke directly. "You're not the boss. Why are you still reading? They've almost thrown a challenge in your face, and I can't stand it anymore, and you don't even respond." Shadash. Looking at Lin Qingyao, who was full of indignation, Chen Feng placed his finger in front of her lips and made a shut-up gesture. "Ma'am, as a phantom thief, the most important thing is to have a poker face. You still need to improve on this aspect." Hearing this, Lin Qingyao rolled her eyes. Okay, I need to improve. Then can you tell me what you are going to do? You can't just not give me any response, right?" Chapter 82 Problems at the Exhibition. Under Lin Qingyao's gaze, Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, let's talk about it in 2 days." In 2 days? Lin Qingyao was a little confused. But Chen Feng didn't seem to intend to explain too much. He just smiled, put down the book in his hand, stood up and walked to the second floor. This guy likes to be mysterious. Lin Qingyao complained silently. Without asking any more questions, he simply tidied up the store and turned around and left, returning to his rented apartment. 3 days passed slowly. Although Chen Feng has not responded to Ron's previous bet, the online popularity has not decreased at all. On the contrary, driven by the huge traffic brought by Chen Feng himself, the popularity is getting higher and higher, and even directly occupied the top 3 of the hot search list. As the heat gets higher and higher, some negative voices are inevitable. For example, a blogger posted a video saying that Ron came prepared, and Chen Feng's delay in responding was a sign of cowardice. An expert Zhang said that Chen Feng still couldn't get rid of the common problem of thieves, that is, he was afraid of the light and could only hide himself in the dark. Faced with this obvious behavior of stealing traffic, a group of netizens directly criticized it without any hesitation. The two were scolded so much that the comment section of a certain audio app was closed, and the comment section of a certain blog was also in ruins. The two were so scared that they quickly sent an apology letter, expressing their regret for their behavior of stealing traffic. 3 days later, the exhibition hosted by Ron will open today. Because Ron had previously taken the initiative to announce the bet, the exhibition became very popular. Not only did many private collectors and cultural relic enthusiasts come, but also a large number of Chun Feng's fans bought tickets to enter the venue. I hope to meet that white figure at the exhibition. The production team of Thief Game was also very considerate and moved Chun Feng's live broadcast room to the exhibition venue, which made the already popular exhibition even more popular. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The exhibition opened on time, and people who had already bought their tickets quickly rushed in after their tickets were checked. Chen Feng, who was slightly disguised, followed the crowd, checked his ticket, and entered the venue. As soon as he entered the venue, the complaints from all around immediately reached Chen Feng's ears. What's going on? How can you hold an exhibition and use ropes to keep people 2 meters away from the glass cabinet? There's no such way to prevent thieves, right? There's a glass cover and a blocking rope. That's right. If you don't dare to hold an exhibition, then don't hold it. Can't you just stay in London? Why are you embarrassing yourself by coming here? Listening to the voices of the crowd, Chen Feng casually glanced around the venue. Just as the crowd said, all the exhibits in the entire exhibition were surrounded by interception ropes. In order to prevent people from getting close to watch, a large number of security personnel were deployed to guard the entire venue. Once someone tries to cross the interception rope, they will immediately step forward and stop the person. After a quick glance, Chen Feng frowned immediately. It's not because of the strict protection in the venue, but, in a simple glance, he actually found quite a few fakes. Yes, it is a fake. Although the textile inside the glass cover was extremely finely crafted, and even exactly the same as the original, Chen Feng, who had the ability to appraise treasures, still found some flaws. In order to prevent misjudgment due to the long distance, Chen Feng also spent another 500 system points to redeem a skill upgrade card, which upgraded his treasure appraisal skills from elementary to intermediate level. After looking at all the exhibits in the venue again, I was sure. Fake. And there are quite a few fakes. Chen Feng looked at more than a dozen exhibits in total, and nearly 1/3 of them were fakes. However, there was an interception rope that kept everyone 2 meters away, and there was also a glass cover between them, and the fakes were exquisitely made. So no one at the scene noticed anything wrong with the exhibits. At most, they would just complain a few words because of this unreasonable arrangement. If there are only 1 or 2 fakes, it would be reasonable. After all, which collector has never been cheated? Hasn't he collected fakes? But so many fakes appeared at the same time, and some of them were authentic works that Chen Feng had seen at the London exhibition. It is absolutely impossible to say that there is no problem here. Just as Chen Feng was thinking, a voice came from the crowd. Mr. Ron is here. I don't know who shouted first, and then many people looked in one direction. Ron, wearing a dark yellow suit, was escorted into the venue by everyone. Everyone. Ron came to the small platform in front, raised his hand, and shouted, immediately attracting the attention of most people present. I am very happy to see so many cultural relics lovers come to visit the collection of my grandfather Leonardo. I would like to express my great gratitude. As he spoke, Ron bowed deeply to everyone. His humble appearance did attract a lot of people's favor, but there were still some people who didn't buy it. Why are you talking so much? No matter how much you say, you're still keeping us 2 meters away from the exhibits. Are you trying to prevent thieves? Why would you hold an exhibition if you're afraid of thieves? That's right. Now you come here to bow and thank me. Why don't you remove the intercepting rope? The murmurings in the crowd were not loud, but since the scene was relatively quiet, Ron still heard them clearly. However, he did not intend to refute and just continued speaking. Of course, I know that these anti-theft measures on site have affected the viewing mood of many people. To express my apology, I am willing to refund 70% of everyone's ticket price as compensation. To express my apology. Wow, 70%. That means most of the fees are refunded. After paying the 70% compensation, the organizer could barely make back their investment, not to mention the time and manpower they had to spend. Are these foreigners here specifically for charity? Just for cultural exchange between China and foreign countries, not for making money? Questions suddenly popped up in everyone's mind, and the crowd who were complaining just now shut up out of respect. In the crowd, Chen Feng pursed his lips and revealed a meaningful smile. Refund 70% of the ticket price? With your previous challenge to me and so many fakes on the scene, things are starting to get interesting, Mr. Ron. Everyone. Ron spoke again, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the generous organizer, waiting for his next words. To better express my apology, I will add an additional exhibit for everyone to see. That is the largest ruby in the world. Titan's Sorrow. Chapter 83, Titan's Death. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. Titan's Sorrow, the largest ruby ever discovered. The color is as bright as pigeon blood, and the size is not much different from a pebble. It is even about twice as large as the heart of the ocean, which is known as the largest sapphire in the world. Its value is also immeasurable. It was bought by a collector at a high price of 6.9 million euros at a high-end auction 30 years ago, and has never appeared again since then. Now it seems that the mysterious collector who bought the Titan's death 30 years ago was most likely Mr. Ron's grandfather, Mr. Leonardo. The current value of this gem, conservatively estimated, is more than 300 million renminbi. The most important thing is, now everyone knows that Chen Feng loves gems. From the heart of the ocean to the eyes of the moonlight, and then to the tears of the goddess and the starry gaze. For priceless gems have been collected by Chen Feng one after another. Although 2 of the gems have been returned by Chen Feng, the other 2, Moonlight Pupils and Starlight Gaze, are still missing. Now Ron actually dared to take out the famous ruby of Titan's sorrow. Isn't it obvious that he was waiting for Chen Feng to steal it? Looking at everyone's reactions, Ron nodded with satisfaction in his heart. In fact, he also has his own considerations. First, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Chen Feng hadn't made any movement for 3 days in a row, and he was a little panicked. He had to take out some good things to increase the weight of the bait. The second, and most important point, is that even if the Titan's sorrow is finally stolen by Chen Feng, the United Government will reimburse them and they don't have to spend a penny. Why not do it? Ron then spoke a few more words, roughly explaining the value of the gem and expressing his gratitude to the visitors. After finishing speaking, he turned and left the venue, leaving only a few staff members to carefully place the Titan's sorrow into the glass display case that had been prepared long ago. Sorrow placed in the glass display case. After confirming that it was authentic, he had no intention of staying any longer and turned around and left the venue. Back to the cafe. When I pushed open the door of the cafe, I saw that there was another customer in the store besides Lin Qingyao who was slacking off at the front desk. Luoxue, did you just come back from Europe? Chen Feng walked forward with a smile and naturally pulled out a seat to sit opposite Su Luoxue. Lin Qingyao was surprised by this scene. You know, when Su Luoxue came to the store before, she thought she was exposed at first glance, and the captain of the pursuit team came to arrest her personally. If Lin Qingyao hadn't seen that Su Luoxue came alone and wasn't wearing work clothes, I'm afraid she would have run away the first time she saw Su Luoxue coming. Even though she realized it was a misunderstanding, she still had no intention of talking to Su Luoxue. Even when faced with Su Luoxue's questions, she just dealt with them as best she could without saying a word. Chen Feng actually took the initiative to approach the person whom she had been avoiding as much as possible. And judging from Chen Feng's appearance, he seemed to be quite familiar with the captain-in-chief of the Pursuit Bureau. A thief becomes friends with the beautiful captain who wants to arrest him. Is this a movie? Lin Qingyao swallowed and simply turned her head away from the two of them. As for Su Luoxue, she also smiled when she saw Chen Feng coming. Yes, I just arrived this morning. I caught up on some sleep and came here. I haven't had the coffee you made for a long time, and I missed it. But I came at an unlucky time, as you were not at home. So it was your newly hired clerk who made it for me. Oh, really? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Qingyao who was standing in front of him, and asked, how does it taste? It's okay, but I like your cooking better. Su Luoxue smiled and took a sip of coffee. The two of them chatted familiarly at first, which attracted Lin Qingyao, who was sitting at the front desk, to look at them frequently. Chen Feng spoke again. By the way, why did you come back suddenly? Su Luoxue slowly put down the coffee cup, a look of helplessness on her face. There's nothing I can do. Who can help me? Someone here has nothing to do and wants to make a bet with Chen Feng? Based on my understanding of Chen Feng, he will most likely accept the challenge. What do you think? Perhaps. Chen Feng smiled and gave an ambiguous answer. This caused Lin Qingyao, who was not far away, to roll her eyes. After finishing a cup of coffee quickly, Su Luoxue simply placed the empty cup in front of Chen Feng. I wonder if Manager Yazan would be willing to give me a refill for our friendship? Sure. As he spoke, Chen Feng pulled out a tissue from the tissue box beside him, and under Su Luoxue's puzzled gaze, he slowly covered the coffee cup with the tissue. Open it and take a look. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Su Luoxue took away the tissue covering the coffee cup with a suspicious look on her face. But the next scene surprised her greatly. I saw that the coffee cup that was empty just now was full again without me noticing, and it was filled with fragrance and steam, as if it had just been brewed. He picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. It's still that familiar taste, mellow and memorable. Putting down the cup, Su Luoxue asked curiously, Yazan, how did you do this? Bang. Chen Feng snapped his fingers and handed a rose to Su Luoxue. I'm sorry, Miss Su Luoxue. One of the 3 major principles of a magician is to never reveal the secrets of the magic to the audience after the magic show. Su Luoxue reached out to take the flowers, looked at Chen Feng, and spoke slowly. Yazan, you look like a thief to me. Huh, really? Is it that phantom thief who is also good at magic? I learned this trick from watching his performance. After hearing Chen Feng's answer, Su Luoxue didn't say much. After all, she had doubted the identity of the person in front of her before, and she almost lost such a friend because of this. Fortunately, it became clear later that she was overthinking. Su Luoxue didn't stay long and left after drinking 2 cups of coffee. After all, she had just returned to China and was still adjusting to the jet lag. She needed to adjust as quickly as possible so that she could deal with the thief in the best condition in the near future. Night falls quickly. On the 2nd floor, in Chen Feng's bedroom. In front of the table, Chen Feng was writing something quickly under the light. Thousands of words were written casually on the paper. A long time. After finishing the last word, Chen Feng finally stopped writing. Looking at the results of his hard work on the paper, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Mr. Ron, I believe you will like my gift. Also, I hope you have a good dream tonight. No, you will definitely have a good dream, huh? Chapter 84, The First Dream Stealing. Night. In the center of H City, Ron's temporary residence in China. In the bedroom, Ron was lying on the bed in his pajamas. Holding his mobile phone in his hand, he flipped through the recent news and reports one by one, frowning slightly, looking like he was worried. It's time to go to bed, dear. At this moment, a snow-white, slender arm reached out and covered the screen of the mobile phone in Ron's hand. Stop it. Ron glanced at Jenny beside him, took her arm away from the screen, and continued looking at his phone. Jenny looked unhappy when her arm was thrown away. Since we've already done it, what's the point of you worrying so much every day? Besides, we haven't had any for several days. As she spoke, Jenny's arm moved down along Ron's lower abdomen, but was quickly caught by Ron. Ron looked at her and sighed softly. Be good. Go take a shower first, okay? All right. After hearing what Ron said, Jenny had no choice but to withdraw her hand, but still leaned her face forward. Then kiss me, and I'll go. Okay. Ron agreed reluctantly, then gave Jenny a light kiss on the face and continued to look at his phone. After Jenny left, Ron also took out the small blue pill from the drawer of the bedside table. Just as I was about to pick up the water and take the medicine, I felt suddenly sleepy. 10 minutes later, Jenny came back happily after taking a shower, only to find that Ron, who had been looking at his phone, had tilted his head and fallen asleep. On the floor beside the bed, there were 2 little blue pills that hadn't been taken yet. Ding, skill, Dream Stealer, activated successfully, dream weaving completed. The system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng also slowly opened his eyes the next second. Is this a private exhibition in London? After just a few glances, Chen Feng recognized where he was. It was at Leonardo's private exhibition in London where he stole the Corona crown not long ago. The only difference from before was that the exhibition site was empty at this time, and it was obviously not in its exhibition period. October 25th? It seems that Mr. Ron has something on his mind on this day. Looking at the date on the wall, Chen Feng thought secretly. Of dream stealing can be influenced by him to a certain extent. They are more constructed by the thoughts of the dream owner himself. In other words, everything here is made up of Ron's memories. Just as Chen Feng was thinking, a voice came from a distance. Grandpa, why did you do this? Do you know what the agreement you signed means? At the corner not far away, Ron was roaring in frustration, and in front of him stood an old man who was already in his twilight years. It was that private collector, Mr. Leonardo. Chen Feng, who heard the sound, hid in the dark and observed this side quietly. Seeing his grandson's aggressive attitude, the white-haired old man Leonardo did not refute as expected. Instead, he slowly took off his glasses, rubbed his slightly cloudy eyes, and then slowly spoke. I'm sorry, kid, but I have to do this. I know you too well, and I also know the woman named Jenny beside you. After I am gone, you will not be able to manage this asset. For your future and for your future children. So, before Leonardo could continue, Ron interrupted him impatiently. So you signed a contract with the Private Collectors Association of the British Empire, handing over all your collections to them for management, and splitting the profits 50-50. Yes, I'm sorry, kid, but I've given you chances, more than once, but you always failed to do well, and even lost a lot every time. Having said this, Leonardo paused and did not continue. But the meaning is already clear. What about me? What should I do? I am your only grandson. I have been with you for 20 years. But in the end you just kicked me away. Ron was still roaring, but Leonardo no longer wanted to argue with him. He just shook his head and turned to leave the scene. Looking at Leonardo's back, Ron's face was gloomy, as if he had made some important decision. He turned around and left the scene with a gloomy face. Not until both of them left did Chen Feng appear from the corner. Oh, because your abilities are not recognized, you decided to use your own methods to obtain the assets that should belong to you? Chen Feng muttered to himself, then swept his eyes across the exhibits in the hall. Many of the exhibits here appeared at the exhibition in H City. It was obvious that Ron took some exhibits from the exhibition in London and brought them to H City. However, the difference is that at this time, almost all the exhibits in the venue are authentic, while 1/3 of the exhibits at the H City exhibition are fakes. Before Chen Feng could think more, the surrounding dream space began to collapse. Then it quickly reorganized after the collapse, and the second dream began at this time. When Chen Feng opened his eyes again, the surrounding environment had changed again. It is still the venue of the exhibition, but it is not the exhibition in London, but a branch of the exhibition in H City. In the empty venue, there were only two people, a man and a woman, standing in the center. The man was naturally Ron, and the woman was his secretary and girlfriend, Jenny. My dear, all 7 regulators are arranged. Here is the controller. Take a look. Jenny handed a gadget to Ron and spoke softly. Ron reached out to take it, glanced at Jenny, and said, "Can I try it now?" Of course, we have 3 sets of replacements for these things, so even if they are broken, they can be replaced at any time. Ron nodded, then pressed the switch in his hand towards the glass display cases. Along with a very slight sound, among the exhibits, a burst of white smoke suddenly rose from the glass case containing the 7 most precious exhibits at the front. Then the glass cover suddenly exploded, and white smoke scattered in all directions, but the 7 exhibits originally placed in the glass cover had disappeared without a trace. When that Kaido kid comes and steals something, we'll press this switch. If all 8 exhibits, including his target, disappear, will anyone still suspect who stole the other 7? Chapter 85 Target, Titan's Death. Listening to Jenny's words, Ron's originally nervous demeanor gradually relaxed. Let's find someone to clean up this place. We'll wait for the arrival of Mr. Kaido Kid. Ron showed a satisfied smile on his face. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a figure at the corner. Who was there? Ron was shocked and shouted quickly. He didn't care about Jenny, who was still standing there in a daze, and quickly came to the corner. But all I saw was a white figure standing there, holding a stack of papers full of words in his hand. After just a quick glance, Ron recognized it. It was the transaction record of the 7 exhibits that he had locked in the safe. Mr. Ron, it's an honor to meet you. Chen Feng placed his hands in front of him and spoke with a smile. Phantom thief. Kid. Feng would know his plan before he even started. Even the evidence of his transaction of exhibits was in Chen Feng's hands. How could he not be angry? How could he not be shocked? Please believe me, sir. In the near future, we will meet again under the moonlight. Of course, by that time, I will appear with the little secret hidden in your heart. After he finished speaking, Chen Feng bowed slightly to Ron. Then, under Ron's murderous gaze, it slowly dissipated and turned into countless white doves that scattered away. Stop him! Stop him! Don't let him go! In the bedroom of the temporary residence, Ron yelled and sat up directly from the bed. The cold sweat on his head had not yet faded, and he was breathing heavily. What's wrong? Jenny, who was sleeping soundly on the side, sat up sleepily, and the quilt in front of her slipped away, revealing a large area of her body. No, it's okay. Ron swallowed and wiped the cold sweat from his head, which calmed his originally agitated mood a little. A snow-white arm wrapped around Ron's neck at this moment, and then a soft feeling came from his left arm. A nightmare? Ron didn't deny it and just nodded in acknowledgement. I dreamed that the strange thief came. He knew our plan and stole the records of our previous trade of exhibits with the Central Asians. Hearing this answer, Jenny rolled her eyes. My dear, you have been so nervous these days. Since we have already done something, we should not think too much about it, because it will only cause you more trouble and will not have any effect. Besides, our plan is foolproof, isn't it? Jenny's gentle voice reached Ron's ears and completely calmed him down from his frightened face just now. But it was only a few seconds of peace. Ron, remembering his dream, quickly got rid of Jenny's arms and jumped off the bed. No, those transaction records are simply poison to us right now. I have to burn them right now. After saying that, regardless of Jenny's dissuasion, he quickly put on his clothes and left the residence. I called the driver and drove towards the exhibition. Arrived at the exhibition building. Ron went in alone, took the elevator to the top floor, and went straight to his office. He carefully opened the safe and took out the transaction documents. There are 7 in total. It is written entirely in English, and the transaction items, prices, and both parties are clearly written. This was what he had signed with those Middle Eastern people before, and only with a few transaction orders would those damn Central Asians pay the remaining 30% of the balance. But at this moment, Ron no longer cared about the money. Even if he didn't want the balance, he had to destroy his biggest flaw. After a quick look and making sure he hadn't taken the wrong thing, Ron decisively took out his lighter. He didn't care that he was still in the office and started the fire. Ron didn't feel relieved until he saw the papers filled with his sins turned into ashes. After a quick cleanup, he turned around and left the scene. But what he didn't notice was what was happening outside the office window at this time. There was a white dove with a high-definition camera tied to it, flapping its wings, recording his every move since he entered the office. At the same time, on the second floor of the cafe, in Chun Feng's bedroom, looking at the high-definition image transmitted back by Xiao Bai, which could even clearly show the words on the paper in Ron's hand after being magnified, Chun Feng nodded with satisfaction. Taking off his headphones, Chun Feng curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Mr. Ron, it seems that your grandfather Mr. Leonardo's decision was correct. You are really a silly and adorable person. The next day, when Ron returned to his office again, he saw something different on his tidy desk. A small white card. Notice letter. When the glow of the setting sun fades and the midnight bell echoes in the silence, I will appear in the darkness and take the gift from the Titans. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Notice. Ron's face lit up. It really is true that hard work pays off. It was worth his investment to take out the largest ruby, Titan Sorrow, and finally receive the warning letter from the thief. As soon as the corner of his mouth curled up, Ron immediately thought of something, pretended to be angry, and shouted outside the door. Someone come. The security guard on duty at the door heard the noise and immediately pushed the door open. However, before they could even open their mouths to ask about the situation, they were scolded. At the same time, in their confused eyes, Ron slowly took out the small card sent by Chun Feng, and they only then knew. It turned out that the thief named Kid had successfully bypassed them right under their noses and left a warning letter in Ron's office. And his target is the treasure regarded as Titan's Sorrow. At the same time, the content in Chun Feng's live broadcast room also became the content of the preview letter under Chun Feng's manipulation. For a while, Chun Feng sends another preview letter. The tip of the sword points directly at the largest ruby, Titan's Sorrow. Chun Feng announced his acceptance of the challenge, and in the name of the Phantom Thief, sent a letter of warning to the collector Mr. Leonardo for another treasure, Titan's Sorrow. The Phantom Thief, who has never failed in his 6 attempts, chooses to take action again. Will the action this time be as smooth as before? Such news quickly became a hot topic in a short period of time. No surprise. This time, public opinion is still one-sided. Almost everyone thought that Ron was crazy and wanted to avenge himself, so he came to China to challenge Chun Feng. Chun Feng, who has won 6 battles in a row, has fully demonstrated his strength. And this Ron is nothing but a fearless clown who relies on the support of the coalition government. Chapter 86. Attention from Ouyang Mushiwa. How despicable. He simply doesn't take our pursuit team seriously. In the cafe, Su Luoshue's face was full of anger. The delicate face turned a little red because of anger. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Chun Feng walked over with the freshly brewed coffee, placed the cup in front of Su Luoshue, and spoke with a chuckle. Look. Su Luoshue held the phone in her hand in front of Chun Feng and motioned for him to look at it himself. Chun Feng lowered his head and took a quick look, but the content inside made him burst into laughter. The content on the screen was a vote initiated by a fan of Chun Feng on a certain audio platform. The content is very simple, just one sentence. Will Kid's operation be successful? Su Luoshue chose, definitely not, and only a pitiful 1% of people chose the same option as her. The other 99% chose, definitely. This voting video has millions of likes and tens of thousands of comments. The one with the most likes was very concise and clear. If those people, including the pursuit team, were really capable of stopping Kid, Kid wouldn't have been able to make 6 attempts without a single loss. Expression, smile. Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw this scene. He pulled a chair and sat down in front of Su Luoshue and said, "Is that why you're angry?" Of course. See how outrageous what they said is. Look at this comment, written by a guy called Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. The pursuit team is a bunch of scum. Why do they have the right to fight against Maple God? There is also this. There is only one reason why Feng Shun could fail, and that is that his target object was flattened. Otherwise, what qualifications do those useless people in the pursuit team have to stop Master Kid? Read the comments under the video one by one with an angry face, and the more she read, the angrier she became. In the end, he simply turned off the phone and slammed it on the table without mercy, making a bang sound. Are these people crazy? They can like anything else, but they have to like a thief like Chen Feng. Some even regard this as art. It's too much. Looking at Su Luoshue's angry face, Chen Feng didn't know what to say. In fact, strictly speaking, he had only fought with the pursuit team led by Su Luoshua once, which was the time when he stole the tears of the goddess. In the first 3 operations, either Su Luoshua had not arrived yet, or Su Luoshua was not in command. In the 2 most recent operations, during Operation Corona Crown, Su Luoshua was still in Asia, and during Operation Starlight Gaze, the royal family of Lorking refused the intervention of the pursuit team. As a result, even though Su Luoshua wanted to fight Chen Feng again, she had not found an opportunity yet. Until now? Welcome. The voice of the mechanical cat sounded at the door. Chen Feng turned his head and looked. Ouyang Muxue, dressed in men's clothes, walked in. After noticing Chen Feng's gaze, he nodded politely and then came to Su Luoshua. Captain Su. Su Luoshua turned around and looked at Ouyang Muxue. The exhibition has agreed to our involvement. Do you want to go over and take a look now? Okay, I understand. Su Luoshua nodded, picked up the coffee cup and took a big sip, then stood up and spoke to Chen Feng. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Good. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. Su Luoshua turned and left. After walking a few steps, she realized that Ouyang Muxue did not follow her. I couldn't help but look back with some curiosity. Ouyang Muxue was still standing in the same place as before, looking around the store expressionlessly. What's wrong, Muxue? Su Luoshua walked up and asked curiously. Ouyang Muxue did not answer, but just shook her head gently. It's okay, let's go. After taking 2 steps, Ouyang Muxue stopped again and turned to look in the direction of Chen Feng. Mr. Yasin, if I have time, I will come here to ask you for 2 cups of coffee. Anytime you ask, ma'am. Chen Feng still had that gentle smile on his face, and no one could tell that he had changed. After getting the answer, Ouyang Muxue did not stay any longer. She turned around and followed Su Luoshua out of the cafe. Come outside and get in the car. Su Luoshua then spoke out the doubts in her heart. Muxue, did you think there was something wrong with Yazan just now? Perhaps. Ouyang Muxue gave an ambiguous answer. Don't worry, just tell me what you have to say. I'm happy to hear it. Su Luoshua looked at Ouyang Muxue with curiosity. Ouyang Muxue hesitated for a few seconds, but finally spoke slowly. Don't you think Mr. Yasin is a little too calm? Whether in London or here, it seems that nothing and no words can make his expression change much. Hearing this, Su Luoshua didn't seem to care at all. After the previous test with Gearchi, she was still very confident in Chen Feng at this moment. What's the matter? Aren't you the same? It's because he's just like me that I find it strange. What do you mean? Ouyang Muxue narrowed her eyes, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. In the words of my teacher, there are only 2 kinds of people in the world who need to pay attention to their facial expressions at all times to prevent their inner thoughts from leaking out. One is the detective who is chasing the thief, and the other is the thief himself. For example, Mr. Chen Feng. Do you suspect that Yazan is Chen Feng? Su Luoshua cried out in surprise, but then she smiled calmly. Impossible. I suspected it before, but when Chen Feng stole the ring, Starlight Gaze, Yasin was right next to me. So this is absolutely impossible. I hope so. Ouyang Muxue had no intention of arguing with Su Luoshua. After leaving this sentence, she turned her head and looked out the window, wondering what she was thinking. The other side. Chen Feng, who had already returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, slowly took off the headphones that were connected to the monitoring device on Su Luoshua. A qualified detective? He is indeed a nuisance. Chen Feng muttered to himself. Then he lowered his head and glanced at the watch in his hand. It's almost time. It's time to work. Evening. People still come to visit the exhibition in groups, and it is very lively. However, compared with yesterday, there were fewer strong security guards, but more members of the pursuit team scattered around. In the crowd, Lin Qingyao, who had just received a brief training from Chen Feng, was walking between the display cabinets. From time to time, he would stop and take a few photos of the exhibits in the glass cabinet, as if he was really appreciating the handicrafts. Chapter 87 Preparation for Action. Lin Qingyao pretended to admire the surrounding exhibits while slowly approaching the display case where Titan Sorrow was stored. At the same time, his eyes kept looking around, as if he was looking for someone. At this moment, Lin Qingyao suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. This startled Lin Qingyao, who already had something to hide. Just as she was about to turn around to see who it was, she heard a familiar voice coming from her ear. Don't be nervous, ma'am, it's me. Hearing this voice, Lin Qingyao immediately felt relieved, took a step back, and came to Chen Feng, who was disguised as a student. She naturally raised her hand and held Chen Feng's arm, pretending to be a young couple. You seem to be a little late, boss. Lin Qingyao walked forward, leaning on Chun Feng's arm, and spoke softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Chun Feng chuckled and responded, "You also said that I am the boss, so of course I have the right to be late." After receiving this answer, Lin Qingyao rolled her eyes and did not continue to dwell on this issue. "What are you going to do?" Chun Feng raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the central air conditioner on the ceiling, revealing a smile. "Don't worry, today we are mainly here to appreciate the artwork." After he finished speaking, Chun Feng said no more and walked forward. Although Lin Qingyao was a little confused, considering Chun Feng's usual style of doing things, she swallowed the questions that were on the tip of her tongue and took 2 quick steps to catch up with Chun Feng. The Titan Sorrow display case was already filled with people. 7 or 8 members of the pursuit team were standing guard around the crowd, observing them with vigilance on their faces, holding walkie-talkies tightly in their hands, as if they were ready to respond to any emergency at any time. "It's really an extremely beautiful red gem," someone nearby exclaimed. As soon as the words fell, someone responded immediately. "Of course, this is carefully selected by Kid. Only things with both good value and good looks are worthy of Kid's purchase. Of course, our Lord Kid is a sucker for gemstones. Master Kid." It seems that as long as the name Kid is mentioned, the little girls around him have endless things to say. Everyone seemed to have opened their chatterboxes and chattered nonstop. "You have quite a lot of female fans." Lin Qingyao leaned close to Chun Feng's ear and whispered. Chun Feng smiled but did not respond. "Mr. Ron is here." Everyone looked in one direction. Ron, dressed in formal attire, was seen passing by accompanied by his secretary Jenny, and beside him were Su Luoxue, Ouyang Muxue, and other members of the pursuit team. When they saw Ron appear, a group of reporters who had been waiting at the exhibition site for a long time immediately swarmed over. He rushed towards Ron with a microphone in hand, but was stopped by Ron's bodyguards and several members of the pursuit team more than 1 meter away. "Mr. Ron, there are recent rumors that you and your grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, are at odds, and this is the main reason why you left London and came to China. Is this true? Mr. Ron, what do you think about this? The whole internet is saying that you can't be Chun Feng's opponent." "Mr. Ron." A group of reporters were frantically asking Ron questions, but Ron had no intention of paying any attention to them. He just gestured to the female secretary beside him and turned and left the scene. "Mr. Ron. Mr. Ron." Seeing Ron was about to leave, the reporters who were stopped on the spot suddenly became anxious and shouted Ron's name frantically. "Dear Chinese journalist friends, please be quiet for a moment." Jenny walked in front of the reporters in high heels. "My boss, Mr. Ron, has made it clear that he will not allow anyone to take away any exhibits from the exhibition. In addition, I do not wish to hear any questions about Mr. Ron's family relationships here. Please forgive me." The official remarks. Jenny had no intention of staying any longer. He turned around and left without paying any attention to the reporter's requests to stay. "It's time for us to go." Chun Feng spoke softly to Lin Qingyao beside him. "Leaving now?" Lin Qingyao looked surprised. "Are you really here just to see the exhibition?" Looking at Lin Qingyao, whose face was full of disbelief, Chun Feng smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, ma'am. I've already done what I needed to do. This time I'm just taking you here to familiarize you with the terrain." After saying that, Chun Feng turned around and walked out of the exhibition. For the first operation, Chun Feng only planned to let Lin Qingyao do some simple tasks such as support, and did not intend to let her directly participate in the operation. Looking at Chun Feng's back, Lin Qingyao came to her senses after being dazed and hurried to catch up. Night. On the 2nd floor of the cafe, in Chun Feng's bedroom. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging the skill Hypnosis Elementary, consuming system points 1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging a skill upgrade card 1, consuming system points 500. Ding! The skill upgrade card was used successfully. The skill Hypnosis was upgraded. The current proficiency is intermediate." As several system prompts sounded, more than half of the system points Chun Feng had accumulated over the months were gone. But Chun Feng didn't feel bad about it. After all, money is earned to be spent, and the same goes for system points. In front of the window, looking at the dark world outside illuminated by the silvery moonlight, a smile appeared on Chun Feng's lips. Looking out the window into the distance, he said softly, "Let's look forward to tomorrow's performance, everyone." The next day, around noon, after finishing a morning's work, Jenny went to a coffee shop outside and prepared to drink 2 cups of coffee to refresh herself. But when she turned around, a familiar person appeared in front of her. "Captain Su, what a coincidence. You're here for coffee too." Jenny politely greeted the people not far away. "Yes." Su Luoxue smiled and nodded, then came to Jenny with a tray and sat down. It's noon now. Come out and have a cup of coffee to relieve your fatigue and keep your energy to deal with the thief at night. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Su. Jenny spoke politely. The two beauties were sitting in the cafe chatting casually, which formed a beautiful scenery. However, since there were not many customers in the cafe, no one came up to chat with me. The two beauties chatted casually until about 10 minutes later. Jenny, who was full of energy before, gradually became drowsy during the conversation. It was as if sleepiness was gradually filling my heart. After just half a minute of holding on, I couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep on the table. Chapter 88. The Phantom Thief Who Has Infiltrated? Seeing this, Su Luoxue smiled. After rejecting the panicked cafe clerk who wanted to help, Su Luoxue just said she was too tired and helped Jenny up and left. Of course, he is not Su Luoxue, but the one that the secretary is trying to plot against. Chen Feng. However, since it was Ron and Miss Jenny who plotted against him first, Chen Feng wouldn't mind using them in return. Come to a hidden corner. Looking at Jenny, who was half awake and half asleep, Chen Feng's mouth curled up slowly. He lowered his body, and the seductive voice continued to reach Jenny's ears. You are the assistant of a thief. You need to help him steal the exhibits in the exhibition. You stay with Ron just to be an undercover agent. You, as words blessed by intermediate hypnosis skills continued to reach Jenny's ears. Jenny's frown slowly relaxed. Half an hour later, Chen Feng snapped his fingers. Jenny's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. The emotions in his eyes changed rapidly, from confusion and struggle at the beginning to determination. Then he stood up and looked in the direction of Chen Feng, saying, Master, go. Chen Feng ordered softly. Jenny understood immediately. Without any questioning, he stood up and left, walking towards the exhibition. Looking at Jenny's leaving back, the smile on Chen Feng's mouth became more and more obvious. Mr. Ron, I believe you will like my gift, haha. Time passes slowly. Night fell quickly. Time for Chen Feng to take action. For safety reasons, Su Luoxue suggested to Ron that the exhibition tonight be temporarily closed to prevent Chen Feng from joining the crowd. Although Ron's original intention was to get Chen Feng to commit the theft, he wanted to take this opportunity to put the blame for the exhibits that were sold on Chen Feng's head. But in order not to make it too obvious, Ron still agreed with Su Luoxue's decision. The evening exhibition business is suspended. So inside the venue at this time, apart from the dozens of members of the pursuit team headed by Su Luoxue, there was almost no one else. Even the security personnel brought by Ron were excluded from the venue at Su Luoxue's strong request. The reason is very simple. It is to prevent Chen Feng from sneaking in. The arrangements for this precaution were extremely cautious. Of course, what they didn't know was that Chen Feng had already successfully sneaked in with the help of Jenny's cover. They successfully arranged for a gentleman from the pursuit team to fall asleep so that they could replace him and enter the venue. At this time, in Chen Feng's live broadcast room, although it was not yet time for Chen Feng's preview letter to be released, millions of people still gathered in the live broadcast room to watch. In addition to a large number of Chinese barges, there are even many foreign language texts. Apparently, there were many foreigners waiting in Chen Feng's live broadcast room at this time. This time is really hard to bear. My maple god always likes to act in the middle of the night, which really affects my sleep. That can't be helped. No matter how fantastic Chen Feng's skills are, it can't change the fact that he is a thief. Thieves like the Dark Knight, just like a dog can't stop eating shit. There's no way to change. Upstairs, I must correct you. Feng Shun is not a thief. He is a phantom thief. Yes. How dare you call my husband a thief? Did your family just get connected to the internet? That's right, sisters, please destroy the private messages of this person who said rude things to Kid. Let's charge together. Countless comments flooded in, occupying the entire screen almost in an instant. Maybe even Chen Feng himself didn't expect that one day he would have so many crazy fans. At this time, in a rental house in City G, looking at the 99+ private messages that appeared in my background in just a few seconds, a young man in his early 20s angrily slammed the table and said, why are there so many brainless fans these days? Are you not allowed to tell the truth? Time passes by every second. 11:10 in the evening, Ron, the organizer, also came to the venue with Jenny. Together with Su Luoxue and others, they stood guard next to the glass display case where Titan Sorrow was stored to prevent any unexpected accidents. Of course, that's just a superficial phenomenon. As for the real thoughts, Ron touched the controller in his pocket and glanced at the 7 glass display cases stored in various directions not far away. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In another hour, my plan will be realized. My grandfather, that cruel and stingy old man, and that damn thief would never have thought that I would sell the real thing. And when the thief takes action, make the fakes disappear in front of everyone's eyes. Then, everyone will think that the thief stole all 8 exhibits together. Until then, even if that thief named Kid had 10 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly. Thinking of this, Ron's smile grew wider. But what he didn't notice was that Jenny, who was sleeping beside him, was looking at him as if he was a fool. The look in his eyes seemed to say, "You think you can fight the master? You are dreaming." Time still goes on. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. At this time, there were only a few minutes left before Qinfeng's notice was due. Everyone be alert. Su Luoshue's voice spread throughout the venue. Almost everyone was holding their breath, looking around vigilantly, guarding against the sudden appearance of the white figure. At this extremely tense moment, Ouyang Mushue, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Actually, that phantom thief has already sneaked in. Ouyang Mushue's sudden words caused everyone who were originally on guard to look sideways. Mushue. Su Luoshue wanted to say something, but when faced with Ouyang Mushue's confident smile, she swallowed the words back. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Ouyang Mushue turned around, looked in one direction, and slowly spoke. Am I right, Captain Zheng Chong? Or maybe it would be more appropriate to call you Kaido Kid. Captain Zheng. Captain Zheng is pretending? Captain Zheng is Qinfeng? How is this possible? Almost everyone was shocked by Ouyang Mushue's words. The originally very quiet scene gradually became noisy after Ouyang Mushue finished speaking. The pursuit team chattered nonstop. Everyone looked in the direction of Zheng Chong. Some were surprised, some were wary, and some even quietly moved closer to Zheng Chong. It seemed as if they were ready to arrest Zheng Chong, the captain of the pursuit team, at any time. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Chapter 89: The Fight Between Detective and Thief. Zheng Chong had a look of surprise on his face, looking at the people around him who were already on alert with a look of surprise on their faces. Ms. Ouyang, did you misunderstand? How could I be Qinfeng? Zheng Chong still wanted to argue, but Ouyang Mushue obviously didn't intend to give him the chance to continue talking. He interrupted directly. Are you curious about how I found you? It's actually very simple. Having said that, Ouyang Mushue took out a plastic bag from her pocket and threw it directly on the ground. The plastic bag was not sealed, and when it fell to the ground, it instantly fell apart, and the contents of the bag spilled all over the floor. What's this? Lu Yi, the leader of Group 3, picked one up from the ground with a puzzled look on his face. I held it in my hand and looked at it. The black triangle-shaped fabric, that's the material. It seems a little familiar. Sun Luo, who was not far away, also picked one up from the ground. This is... Sun Luo frowned slightly, looked down at the corner of his clothes, and then spoke as if he suddenly realized something. This is the corner of our clothes. After hearing Sun Luo's words, everyone present lowered their heads and looked at the corners of their clothes. Sure enough, I found that the corner of my clothes on the left had disappeared. Ouyang Mushue's technique was very clever. She used scissors to cut diagonally from bottom to top. The inclination was not high and there were no very obvious edges and corners, so it was impossible to see it unless you looked carefully. Mr. Kaido, you lose. Ouyang Mushue's usually expressionless face finally showed a smile. Seeing Zheng Chong still in a daze, Su Luoshue didn't waste any words and waved to the players around him. Go. Don't. I'm really Zheng. Before he could finish his words, the team members who had been prepared had already swarmed over and directly pinned Kid, who was unable to dodge. I am really Zheng Chong. You guys have misunderstood me. The pinned Kid was still struggling desperately, but to no avail. At Ouyang Mushue's signal, the two members of the pursuit team standing next to the pile of human flesh slowly squatted down and started tearing at the face of Kid, who was pinned down and struggling. After a minute of tearing, the two had torn Zheng Chong's face red, but they were unable to remove the so-called human skin mask. How could this happen? The two members of the pursuit team looked at each other in surprise. Ouyang Mushue, who had been watching from behind, frowned slightly when she saw this. I am really Zheng Chong. My work clothes were stolen when I was using the restroom, and they were hanging on a rack. The clothes I was wearing were new clothes that I had just picked up from the warehouse an hour ago. Boom. Zheng Chong's voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear in this quiet environment. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room were almost laughing crazy. Oh my god, I just heard the female detective's analysis, and I thought Feng Shun was going to fail this time. But that's it. How dare you doubt Maple God's ability? I punish you by making you copy Maple God's fan rules 10 times. Yes, I accept the punishment. No, brothers, Am I the only one who cares about the poor captain? Ewa, my husband is so handsome. No, sister, Maple God hasn't come out yet. That's cool too. Let's turn our attention back to the exhibition venue. Everyone who heard Zheng Chang's words was obviously stunned. But if Chen Feng hadn't disguised himself as Captain Zheng, then he would be. Ouyang Mushue's brain was thinking quickly, and a chill quickly rose from her heart and flowed throughout her body. Not good. In just the next second, that charming voice sounded from the window not far behind everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, hearing the noise, everyone turned around and saw a team member wearing work clothes with a missing corner standing in the center of the exhibition with a smile on his face. I'm so glad you guys came to see my live show. As soon as he finished speaking, a puff of white smoke rose up and the original work attire disappeared in an instant. Instead, he wore the white suit that everyone was very familiar with. Under the single eye was a look of confidence, but to the members of the pursuit team at that moment, it was full of mockery. Chen Feng. Ouyang Mushue clenched her teeth. She hadn't lost such a big person since the detective competition, especially in front of millions of people in the live broadcast room. I'm sorry for playing a bad joke on you, Miss Detective. Chen Feng placed his hands in front of him and saluted like a gentleman, but the smile on his lips seemed so dazzling in this situation. Catch him. And the members of the pursuit team who had just besieged Zheng Chang quickly changed direction and rushed towards Chen Feng. Bang! Chen Feng did not run or escape, but slowly raised his hand, and a crisp snap of his fingers occurred. Next second, countless petals poured out from the air outlet of the central air conditioner and fell down, forming a petal rain indoors. At this moment, the clock struck 12 at midnight, rang. Almost everyone knew that this was the prelude to Chen Feng's action. The members of the pursuit team, including Ouyang Mushue and Su Luoxue, were divided into two groups almost instantly. One part protected Chen Feng and the glass display case, while the other part quickly pounced towards Chen Feng. Just at this moment, Ron, who had been silent in the back, suddenly smiled. He's been waiting for this moment. Ron quickly reached into his pocket and decisively pressed the button he had experimented with several times. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. The mechanisms of the 7 display cabinets that had been arranged around it all failed at the same time. Ron looked incredulous and continued to frantically press buttons in his pocket. But unfortunately, until the petals in the air completely fell, the mechanisms in the 7 display cases had not yet been activated. Seeing that the opportunity had passed, Ron had no choice but to give up temporarily with a gloomy face and pulled his hand out of his pocket. Looking back at the field, the members of the pursuit team that went to hunt down Chen Feng unexpectedly came up empty-handed, and the members responsible for guarding Titan Sorrow, etc. About Titanfall. Looking at the empty glass display case, everyone present was stunned, including Ouyang Mushue, whose face was full of disbelief. She kept staring in the direction of Chen Feng. It is certain that he could not have come here from a distance in just a few seconds, opened the glass cabinet, and took out Titan's death. But now, here, a female voice sounded from not far away, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 90 Chen Feng's Gift. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that Jenny, who was originally standing with Su Luoxue and others, had come to the floor-to-ceiling window without them knowing when. Next to Jenny was Chen Feng in white, and in her hand was the ruby, Titan Sorrow, that had just disappeared. Stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? A spy for Maple God? Or a spy who was placed directly next to him? Nobody. Have you watched too much Infernal Affairs? I think this is most likely Chen Feng's assistant pretending to be him. I agree with the above comments. This person is most likely Feng Shin's assistant in disguise. Perhaps. Jenny. Looking at Jenny, who was standing next to Chen Feng not far away, Ron's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. At this moment, Ron only felt as if there was something green on his head. Jenny betrayed herself? As soon as this idea came out, Ron immediately overturned it. Jenny was absolutely loyal to him and would never betray him. There is only one explanation. Asshole, where did you hide the real Jenny? Ron shouted angrily and wanted to rush forward to punch Chen Feng, but he was held back by the members of the pursuit team beside him. Oh, Chen Feng chuckled, reached out, and took the Titan Sorrow that Jenny handed over, and raised his eyes slightly to look in Ron's direction. It seems that Mr. Ron wants his real girlfriend. Of course, that's fine. After he finished speaking, under Ron's murderous gaze, Chen Feng slowly raised his right hand and placed it in front of Jenny, who had a dazed look on her face. Bang! A snap of fingers came from Chen Feng's hand. Suddenly, Jenny, who had a dull look in her eyes, slowly came back to her senses. Is this an exhibition? Wasn't I drinking coffee? Why am I here? Jenny glanced around her, looking very confused. But then, the white figure next to her attracted her attention. Phantom Thief Kid. Jenny's eyes widened, and her voice trembled with surprise. Thank you very much for your help, Miss Jenny. As for this gem, I will accept it. Chen Feng smiled, and spoke to Jenny. The red gem in his hand sparkled under the light, as if mocking everyone present. Titan's sorrow? Jenny was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes quickly scanned the other exhibits at the exhibition. Especially after seeing that the fakes in the 7 glass cabinets were still intact, he frowned tightly. She was not stupid. After seeing this scene, she realized that her and Ron's plan had completely failed. In this case, we can't throw away the Titan's sorrow that serves as bait. Thinking of this, Jenny suddenly attacked and pounced on Chen Feng in front of her. But just before her fingers touched Chen Feng's clothes, a burst of white smoke suddenly emerged from Chen Feng's body, and then, the living person in front of her disappeared. Ma'am, you are so rude. A burst of laughter came from not far away. After the white smoke dissipated, everyone could catch sight of Chen Feng's figure again. At this time, he had already arrived in front of a floor-to-ceiling window in the middle of the venue which had been opened at some point. The whistling evening breeze continued to pour in through the window, fluttering Chen Feng's white cloak. 1 foot standing outside the window. Chen Feng turned his head and glanced sideways, his face still with that smile full of confidence and charm. Detective Miss Ouyang, and everyone in the pursuit team, let me tell you something. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Feng slowly turned around, looked at everyone fearlessly, and uttered the famous words from Kuroba Kaido. If the Phantom Thief is an artist who steals property with great skill and creativity, then the detective is just someone who follows behind and nitpicks, and is at best a critic. After saying this, Chen Feng left the card representing his farewell in place. Then he jumped lightly outwards, and his entire body instantly left the building through the floor-to-ceiling window. At the same time, a human-controlled hang glider flew across the sky. The moment he saw the hang glider in the sky, Chen Feng quickly took out the poker pistol in his arms and pulled the trigger in the direction of the hang glider. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air came from the muzzle of the poker pistol, followed by a rope shooting out from the muzzle, accurately tied to the hang glider, and carried away into the distance. At the same time, Chen Feng reached into his pocket and took out a small controller, then slowly pressed it while looking at everyone in the venue through the window. Then, a voice sounded through the speakers that Chen Feng had placed inside the venue. Mr. Ron, at this last moment, I will give you one last gift. I hope you like it. Chen Feng's voice fell from the speakers. Next second, the air conditioner that had been turned off before was turned on again, and countless clear photos taken at tricky angles fell from the vents and were scattered in every corner of the exhibition under the influence of the air conditioner. This is... Ron's pupils shrank when he got a photo, and his eyes were full of disbelief and panic. His first reaction was impossible. How could Chen Feng take this photo? And judging from the angle, it was taken outside the window on the top floor of the building when he was burning the documents. The second reaction was to quickly collect these photos and destroy them, and never let anyone else see them. But unfortunately, he doesn't have this ability. Photos all over the sky were floating down from the sky and were everywhere. In order to make it easier for others to understand, Chen Feng even thoughtfully wrote out Ron's plan in detail. Dozens of copies were made and scattered around the exhibition venue along with the photos. Su Luoxue bent down to pick up one, and after just one glance, she was instantly shocked by the contents and speechless. She looked at Ron again. Su Luoxue's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. The other members of the pursuit team were similar. They all looked at Ron strangely. After seeing the reactions of the people in the venue, everyone in the live broadcast room was filled with question marks. What happened? What happened to these people? Why do they all look so disbelieving? I'm curious too. What gift did Maple God leave for Ron? Why did a bunch of photos fall out? What do you think? Could it be that Maple God took a photo of Ron doing push-ups on the bed? Fuck you. Do you think everyone is as disgusting as you? Please don't ruin my husband's good image, okay? Haha, just a joke. Inside the venue, Su Luoxue had come back to her senses. Without any hesitation, she quickly directed the pursuit team to take control of the scene. Chapter 91 Episode 2, Thief Game Program. Rashly assumed that Ron was guilty just because of a few photos of Chen Feng. However, it is actually very simple to check the authenticity of this matter. All you need to do is check the glass display cases mentioned in Chen Feng's paper, and then find someone to check the authenticity of the 7 exhibits, and everything will become clear. Following Su Luoxue's order, most of the people on the scene were police officers, and the pursuit team members also showed extremely high efficiency. Under Ron's sullen gaze, the scene was quickly brought under control, and all the glass display cases were protected, not allowing anyone to approach, and quickly arranged for someone to find professional personnel to inspect the glass display case and the exhibits inside. The next day, one report after another became a hot topic. Mr. Luo, the grandson of private collector Leonardo and the general manager of the China branch, stole the items and sold off 7 precious exhibits. Calculation and countercalculation. Chun Feng successfully steals the largest ruby, Titan's Sorrow. Comment from Chun Feng: the thief is the artist. The detective is just a critic. There are countless comments from netizens under each report. A thief who steals property with great skill is an artist. This statement is most appropriate for Maple God. Did you watch Feng Shen's live broadcast yesterday? I still don't understand how Feng Shen managed to get Ron's female secretary to help him. Could it be the legendary soul-controlling technique? Fuck you. Have you read too many novels? Then explain it to me. I think it should be hypnosis. When a person is in a certain state, they are guided by language or body language to cause confusion in their thinking. This has precedence in medicine. However, there are probably less than 5 hypnotists in the world who can do the job of Chun Feng. Oh my god. So awesome. It seems I still know too little about Maple God. Netizens online is still heated. What happened here soon spread to the British Empire. When old man Leonardo received the news, he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He sat in the office alone until late that night, and finally held a press conference at dawn, announcing that Ron would not be held legally responsible. There was another heated discussion online. Public opinion in the British Empire is almost divided into 2 parts. Some people in the British Empire express their understanding. After all, Ron is Leonardo's grandson, and even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. There is nothing wrong with Leonardo's decision. Another part of the British Empire supporters said they could not accept this, and their reason was very simple. That is, no matter which collector has the cultural relics, they are still in the British Empire. But now Ron has sold the 7 treasures to Central Asians, which is a disguised betrayal of national interests. But anyway, along with the announcement of Leonardo's decision not to prosecute, Ron, who was supposed to be imprisoned, was also released. But at this time, he no longer had the face to return to his country, let alone stay in China. After arranging for someone to send the remaining exhibits back to London, Ron and Jenny boarded a plane to the United States and did not return to London. Of course, these have little to do with Chun Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Titan's Sorrow, and reward. Kaido Kid Card Fusion Degree plus 5%. System points plus 500. Current Card Fusion Degree 75%. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the cafe, Chun Feng was holding the ruby, Titan's Sorrow, that he had just stolen yesterday and admiring it under the light. Hearing the voice of the system, Chun Feng couldn't help but sigh. It's already 75%. That's fast. Although he didn't know what effect the card would have after its fusion degree reached 100%, he had a hunch that the benefit would definitely not be simple. Looking at the full moon outside the window, Chun Feng admired the gem in his hand for a while, then slowly put it away. For a long time afterwards, Chun Feng did not continue to take action, but chose to give himself a vacation. Every day I watch the store, make coffee, feed Xiaobai, and teach my little assistant so that she can help me better in future operations. Just like this, more than a month passed. During this period, Chun Feng returned the Corona crown he had previously stolen, but kept the Ruby Titan's Sorrow as a trophy from a previous bet with the exhibition hosted by Ron. It is worth mentioning that during the past month, Detective Ouyang Mushua also came to Chun Feng's coffee shop from time to time to drink a couple of cups of coffee, and became another regular customer of Chun Feng's shop. Chun Feng's live broadcast room also gradually decreased because Chun Feng had not appeared for a long time. From the initial millions of people online at the same time, to the millions and hundreds of thousands later, and finally only a few tens of thousands of people still came to Chun Feng's empty live broadcast room to check in every day. 1.5 months later, the show Thief Game has been announced to be on the air for half a year, and almost all contestants from all over the country were caught by the pursuit team. The number of remaining contestants who have not been caught is extremely small, even less than 1% of the initial number, and there is no need for so many people in the pursuit team to carry out the pursuit. So after careful consideration, the World United Government Program team made an important decision. That is, start the 2nd episode. There are still 800 competition areas around the world, and there are still 10 people in each area, with a total of 8,000 new contestants joining the program, plus the remaining staff from the 1st episode represented by Chun Feng. The number of contestants at this time has reached a peak. Chapter 92, The Dessert Shop Next Door. Although the 1st episode has been aired for half a year, its popularity has remained high. So when the 2nd episode started, a large number of viewers around the world were almost waiting for the live broadcast room to open. At this time, when everyone was looking forward to it, the program team suddenly announced another big news. That is, in order to increase the mystery of the contestants, the identities of all contestants in the second episode will no longer be announced. The live broadcast equipment will only broadcast the pursuit teams in each region and the exposed personnel. In other words, the identities of the contestants in the second season are all hidden. As for who these people are, it is up to the pursuit team or the public to discover them themselves. There is a reason why the program team did this. First, it increases the mystery of the program and better enhances the public's sense of participation. The second, and most important point, is to prevent the reappearance of people like Chun Fong, who easily got rid of the Sky Eye monitoring system in the first episode. It is so embarrassing that even the live broadcast equipment can be gotten rid of. However, the effect of this decision was obviously good. As soon as the news was released, it caused quite a stir. Many netizens also expressed their expectations for this. Another week passed slowly. Morning. Chun Fong was sitting at the front desk of the store reading a book as usual, while Lin Qingyao was bored and scrolling through a certain audio app. There was no one in the store, which presented a rare tranquility in this bustling city. At this moment, a cute voice came from the door. Hello. Chun Fong, who heard the noise, turned around to look. He saw an innocent-looking girl holding a small box in her hand standing at the door and looking inside at him. Excuse me, is this cafe owned by you? The girl looked to be about 20 years old, with a pure appearance. She spoke with a smile, and 2 dimples appeared on the corners of her mouth along with the smile. Hello, miss, I am the store manager here. What can I do for you? Chun Fong put down the book in his hand, stood up, and answered. At the same time, Lin Qingyao also looked over curiously and couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Could it be that this restless boss of mine has seduced that young girl again? It looks like she's still a young girl who hasn't even graduated yet. It's like this, our dessert shop opens today, and we'll be neighbors from now on. I wanted to ask if you're free here? If possible, we'd like to invite you to the store to try our cakes and give us your opinions. The girl spoke with a smile on her face, without any of the shyness of youth, which made people take a second look at her. Dessert shop? Congratulations, but if you want to taste it, I. Before Chun Fong finished speaking, the girl seemed to have thought of something and quickly spoke again. We just want to ask for your advice. We have no other intentions. At this point, the girl paused, then added, no money. After saying that, the girl looked at Chun Fong with anticipation in her eyes. Seeing this, Chun Fong chuckled and said, you misunderstood, Mississippi. Please go back first. I'll change my clothes and go. Good. The girl smiled and nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she turned her head back and said, then you must come. Chun Fong smiled and nodded. The girl left. Chun Fong also went upstairs to change his clothes, then took a flower basket, left the shop under Lin Qingyao's resentful gaze, and went next door. Welcome, sir. What can I do for you? As soon as I entered the door, a tall woman who looked a bit like the girl came up. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl who had come to the cafe to invite Chun Fong poked her head out from behind the wall. When she saw that it was Chun Fong who arrived, a smile suddenly appeared on the girl's face. Hey, is that you? You're here so soon. The girl walked out from behind the wall, came in front of Chun Fong, and introduced the other woman. Second sister, this is the owner of the cafe next door that I just told you about. Didn't you say you wanted someone to give us some advice? I found him for you. The woman nodded, then smiled and extended her hand to Chun Fong. Hello, we will be neighbors from now on. My name is Shangwan Shi, and this is my sister Shangwan Meng. We also have an older sister who is upstairs now and will be here soon. Hello, Miss Shangwan, you can call me Yazan. I wish you a prosperous business. Chun Fong shook hands with Shangwan Shi and then handed over the flower basket. Shangwan Shi took it and said thank you. Chun Fong chatted briefly with the two of them, and then another person came down from the second floor. What's wrong? Have the guests Xiao Meng invited arrived? The person walked down the stairs in high heels, wearing a Christmas-colored casual outfit with a curvy figure. If Shangwan Meng represents the immaturity of a young girl, and Shangwan Shi represents the mature and immature lady, then the person who comes now is the image of a mature sister next door. Big sister. When Shangwan Meng saw the person coming, he immediately came up to him and hugged his arm affectionately. Sister, let me introduce you to our neighbor, the owner of the cafe next door, Yazan, who is the guest invited by Xiaoming. Shangwan Shi began to introduce. The woman nodded, walked down the stairs, and came to Chun Fong. Hello, Yazan. My name is Shangwan Lin. Nice to meet you. Hello. Chun Fong and Shangwan Lin shook hands politely. The hands of the person in front of me were very soft and smooth, and it was obvious that he was not someone who did rough work. Looking at the three people in front of him, Chen Feng couldn't help but think of an anime he watched in his previous life. He forgot what it was called, but it seemed to be about the story of three phantom thief sisters. To the three people in front. Chapter 93. The Three Shangwan Sisters? The Three Thief Sisters? Chen Feng said, from the accents of the ladies, it seems that they are not locals. Why did you open a store in H City? Oh, we are because of that. Shangwan Meng was about to speak when she was stopped by her elder sister Shangwan Lin. Then he took a half step forward and said, it's like this. Xiao Ming just got admitted to a university in H City this year. I was worried about Xiao Ming going so far away by herself, so I brought them here to open a store so that it would be convenient for me to take care of Xiao Ming. Oh, is that so? Chen Feng keenly caught the unnatural look that flashed across Shangwan Ming's eyes and spoke as if unintentionally. I heard that in the second episode of the Thief Show that aired half a month ago, 3 of the 10 contestants from Huaxia District 3 were women. There seems to be a rumor that the 3 of them are sisters, but I wonder if they are as beautiful as the 3 Miss Shangwan. Soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Shangwan Shi and Shangwan Meng's expressions changed slightly. Although they quickly concealed it, Chen Feng still noticed the hint of panic. I basically understand it in my mind. You're kidding. We haven't seen them yet, so how can we know what they look like? Shangwan Lin remained expressionless and responded. Then he looked down at the time on his watch and said to Shangwan Meng beside him, Xiao Shi, it's almost time. The cake should be baked. You can go and take a look. Okay, big sister. Shangwan Shi nodded and left. After chatting with Shangwan Lin for a few more words, Chen Feng found a seat and sat down. The three continued to chat, from the store to the show, and even talked about foreign countries. Although they had just met, Chen Feng's excellent conversation still attracted the attention of the two girls. So most of the time, Chen Feng was talking, and Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng were listening. The few of them quickly became familiar with each other. Oh, by the way, Yasin, who was originally listening to Chen Feng talking about Western European specialties, suddenly spoke up. If I remember correctly, the thief named Kid seemed to be in Western Europe more than 2 months ago. Have you seen him? Well, I guess I have seen him before. I saw him from a distance a few times during his performances. Chen Feng replied without blushing or beating his heart. Really? Shangwan Meng was pleasantly surprised, but then turned to regret. I have always wanted to go to the scene to meet the thief, but my elder sister has always prevented me from going. As Shangwan Meng spoke, he glanced at Shangwan Lin who was standing beside him, his eyes full of resentment. Xiao Ming, you are a freshman now. You should focus on studying and stop thinking about other things, understand? Shangwan Lin sighed softly and spoke helplessly. Shangwan Meng became unhappy immediately after hearing this. What do you mean by focusing on studying and not thinking about other things? I'm still here with you guys to attend that festival. Ahem. Shangwan Lin suddenly coughed twice, interrupting Shangwan Meng, who was still speaking. Shangwan Meng then realized that Chen Feng was sitting next to her, so she quickly shut her mouth and said no more. Chen Feng asked, participate in what? Sister Lin, do you have anything else to do here besides opening a store? Oh, that's right. Our family tradition is that everyone in the family gets together to celebrate every festival. Isn't New Year's Day coming soon? Plus, the new store is opening, so Xiao Ming took a few days off to attend the opening ceremony. I see. Chen Feng nodded, not seeming to think too much about it. The two girls who had seen themselves fooled breathed a sigh of relief. Shangwan Lin even glared at her sister, telling her to be careful and not talk nonsense. Shangwan Meng understood immediately, and knowing she was in the wrong, she had no choice but to lower her head and play with the corner of her clothes. Fortunately, at this time Shangwan Shi came out with a dozen small cakes. Of cakes baked after the new store opened. Yazin, you should try it too and give us some suggestions. Good. Chen Feng reached out and took a small cake, slowly putting it into his mouth. The three beauties looked at Chen Feng, as if waiting for his evaluation. Chen Feng tasted it carefully, and then said, well, it tastes very good, sweet but not greasy. I believe many people will like it. Chen Feng wasn't being polite. The aroma of the cake and the cream blend perfectly, not too sweet and not greasy. The temperature for baking the cake is also very good, and it is moderately crispy and soft, which is very good. Hearing Chen Feng's comments, the three Shangwan sisters also smiled. After chatting with a few people for a while, Chen Feng got up and left the dessert shop of the three sisters. Wait until Chen Feng leaves. The Shangwan sisters were the only two left in the dessert shop. Looking at the direction where Chen Feng left, the second sister Shangwan, she frowned slightly and spoke with some concern. Can't you tell anything about this Yasin? He seems to have mentioned the thief game show more than once. Hearing Shangwan Shi's words, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng also frowned. Especially Shangwan Meng, who was already regretting her decision to invite Chen Feng over. It shouldn't be a big problem. Shangwan Lin spoke again. After all, our identities are kept secret. Besides, no one would think that we would have the guts to open a store in the city center. After hearing what their eldest sister said, the two girls' brows gradually relaxed. Then, our actions? Shangwan Meng spoke tentatively. Shangwan Lin smiled calmly. Don't worry about the action. I have already found a target. Just observe for 2 more days. Great. Shangwan Meng jumped up excitedly. As the elder sisters, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan, she could only hold their foreheads in their hands helplessly when they saw their younger sister being so unstable. I don't know whether their decision to bring their younger sister to participate in the show was right or wrong. The other side. After returning to the cafe, Chen Feng first gave the cake sent by the 3 Shangwan sisters to Lin Qingyao, and then returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, Chen Feng smiled and said to himself, Sister thieves? That's very interesting. Time passes slowly. Perhaps it was because Chen Feng hadn't taken action for a long time. Those private collectors who had been frightened gradually became bolder. Not only did some small private treasure auctions begin to be held again, but even private exhibitions that had been put on hold were resumed. Some daring collectors even took out their own treasures for exhibition. Suddenly, there was a treasure exhibition craze in H City. Chapter 94. The first target of the 3 Shangwan sisters. There has been constant debate online about the resurgence of the trend of cultural relics exhibitions in various places and the huge amount of heat they have caused. However, what attracted the most attention of netizens were not those priceless treasures. But the question is whether Chen Feng will take action again. This question has actually been high on the forum's popularity list, but Chen Feng hasn't made any move on it for nearly 2 months. So many people think that Chen Feng has made enough money and plans to stop. There are also many people who firmly believe that Chen Feng must have been delayed by other things, which is why he has been silent for such a long time. The two groups refused to give in to each other and cursed at each other on the forum almost every day. After cursing, he continued to wait for the notice letter from Chen Feng. But to everyone's surprise, instead of waiting for Chen Feng's preview letter, they received a new preview letter that they had never seen before. A black plastic card with a rose pictured on the back. There is no unnecessary nonsense, no decorative words, and the content is simple and clear. That is, 3 days later, they will steal the collection of Mr. Lu Jingyu, a private collector in the south of the city, a diamond necklace called Desert Star. Boom. A brand new trailer and a brand new gang of phantom thieves emerge. It has caused quite a stir online. Because of Chen Feng's previous incident, many people are now very interested in the behavior of this strange thief who sends a warning letter before stealing. Now that we see someone using a notice letter as the opening ceremony of a theft, it has naturally attracted a lot of attention. Especially on the forum related to Chen Feng, the war of words was temporarily stopped and everyone started paying attention to this matter. After 2 months, I finally saw the preview letter again. Although it's not from Maple God, it's better than nothing. That's true. At least there's something to watch. I can only hope that this new thief is a little stronger. I don't know how capable the person who sent the notice is. If he doesn't send the notice, it will be embarrassing if he farts later. Do you think everyone has the strength of Fengshen? Just wait and see. I think it's likely to be just a lot of noise, but little action. Not really? After all, he is the one who dared to send out a notice, so he should have some ability, right? Who knows? Let's wait and see. In the dessert shop at this time, Shangwan Meng sat angrily in the empty store, with the comments from netizens on the forum still playing on her phone. Had just returned from buying coffee at the Chunfeng coffee shop next door, noticed Shangwan Meng, whose face turned red with anger, at the front desk as soon as she walked into the store. I couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong, Xiaoming? Who made you angry?" After hearing what her second sister said, Shangwan Meng handed the phone to Shangwan Shi with an angry face. "Second sister, look, how can they say that? We haven't even started yet, and they're already saying we're likely to fail." Shangwan Shi took the phone, glanced at the information on the screen, and couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, Xiaoming, we are new here after all. This is nothing. We will speak with strength when the time comes." "Well, okay." Shangwan Meng nodded. The anger on her face had not yet faded, but she obediently closed the forum and stopped paying attention to it. Shangwan Shi handed one of the coffees he had just bought to Shangwan Meng, then looked around the store and didn't see anyone else, so he couldn't help but ask, "Where's the eldest sister?" "I'm here." Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Then, the sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard from the stairs, and a graceful figure in a white woolen top and a shawl walked down from upstairs. Seeing Shangwan Lin's outfit, Shangwan Shi asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" "I'm going to go over there today to observe the scene again. Xiao Ming will go with me. and Xiao Shi will watch the store. Okay, big sister. Yeah. Shangwan Ming jumped up with joy. A pair of white hands are rubbing their hands together, as if they can't wait to respond to the questioning words on the internet with their strength. Seeing my sister like this. As the older sisters, Shangwan Shi and Shangwan Lin shook their heads helplessly and prepared to pick a time to give their younger sister a good lecture. At least you need to be a little more steady, otherwise it will be easy to be exposed in such a busy area. At the same time, in the former Huaxia District 3, now in Chunfeng's exclusive hunting bureau, a group of new guests have come. Dozens of people wearing the same uniforms as the pursuit team poured into the pursuit bureau, filling up half of the lobby. Confused everyone in the original pursuit team. The 4 captains, led by Su Luoxue, came to the lobby one after another. Looking at the neatly lined team, Sun Luo took a half step forward, grabbed the person leading on the left, and started asking, "Brother, which district are you from? Why are you here? We haven't received any notice of the merger." Before the person being held back could reply, a strong voice came from behind. "Xiao Sun, long time no see." Sun Luo and others turned to look. I saw a tall and strong middle-aged man in work clothes and sunglasses walking up from the back. "Who are you?" Sun Luo was stunned at first, but after the middle-aged man took off his glasses, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Captain Lin, it's you. You're back." Sun Luo walked forward and hugged Lin Xuanxiong, who had just arrived. Although the two of them had not spent a long time together before, this straightforward old detective and senior still gave Sun Luo a lot of help. "Captain, let me introduce you. This is one of the 3 captains of Huaxia District 3, Captain Lin Xuanxiong." Then he turned to Lin Xuanxiong and introduced, "Captain Lin, this is our captain, Su Luoxue. This is the leader of Group 1, Zheng Chong, and the leader of Group 3, Lu Yi." "Hello, Captain Lin." Su Luoxue and a few others greeted Lin Xuanxiong one after another, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After they chatted for a while, Su Luoxue asked, "Captain Lin, what are you going to do?" Lin Xuanxiong looked back at the people still lining up and spoke with a smile. "Hasn't your pursuit team been changed to deal with Chinfeng specifically? Now the second episode of the program has also started. The higher-ups are embarrassed to let you be busy on both sides, so they asked me to come over and reorganize the pursuit team of China District 3. But because the new hunting bureau has not been repaired yet, I have to bother you for a while." Chapter 95. Chinfeng also sent a notice letter? I was inconsiderate enough to mention my last name directly. I have changed it now. I'm sorry. At this point, the big man Lin Xuanxiong also revealed an embarrassed smile. Hearing Lin Xuanxiong's words, Su Luoxue also smiled. "Captain Lin, you're welcome. The 3rd floor is still empty. If you don't mind, you can use it directly after a little cleaning." "Then I'll trouble you, Captain Su." In the evening, the 2 sisters Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Ming also came to the South City Collection Hall where the target was located. Perhaps it was because of the prime location, or perhaps it was because of the notice letter from the 3 Shangwan sisters. There are quite a few visitors in the collection hall today, with dozens of men and women coming and going, viewing the collections in the collection hall. The sisters Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Ming were among them. Inside the collection hall, the Shangwan sisters, who had walked around the museum, met again. The 2 looked at each other, and Shangwan Ming spoke first in a low voice. "Sister, I didn't find it over there." Shangwan Lin nodded. "I didn't find it over there either. It seems that the Desert Star has been put away, but it doesn't matter. When we get back, let Xiaoxi hack into the surveillance camera to find out where it is. We'll come back tomorrow." Sister Lin, Xiaoming, you guys are here too." A sudden voice sounded beside the 2 of them, and they quickly turned to look. They saw Chinfeng, dressed in casual clothes, walking towards them with a smile. After spending a few days together, Chinfeng and the 3 Shangwan sisters gradually became familiar with each other. The 3 of them also had a good impression of the young boss of the coffee shop next door, who was young, handsome, eloquent, and could perform magic. At least they didn't hate him. Chinfeng would go to their shop from time to buy 2 small cakes, and they would also go to buy a few cups of coffee. After a few interactions, they became friends. When Shangwan Ming saw Chinfeng coming, she was startled at first. Just as she was about to answer, her elder sister Shangwan Lin spoke first. "You are here too. What a coincidence. Xiao Ming and I passed by here today and came to take a look." "Yeah." Shangwan Ming on the side also nodded in agreement. "Is that so? I thought you were interested in the new thief who appeared." Chinfeng said with a smile. Shangwan Ming was immediately interested when she heard Chinfeng say the words, "newly emerged thief." Her beautiful eyes immediately looked at Chinfeng expectantly. "Why? Are you here because of that thief? Do you also think that thief will succeed?" "Xiao Ming, don't talk nonsense." Shangwan Lin scolded softly. Facing her elder sister's scolding, Shang Wanming stuck out her tongue and said nothing more, but the expectation in her eyes did not disappear when she looked at Chen Feng. It's okay. Chen Feng smiled and said, I don't know if he can succeed, but since the second episode started, only half of the 10 contestants have been left. He has managed to avoid being caught, so I think he must have some skills. Of course, they are really powerful phantom thieves. Looking at Shang Wanming, who was very excited, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and deliberately asked, Xiaoming, are you saying that this new thief is not just one person, but a team? How do you know? Shang Wanming was shocked by this question. She didn't expect that she would let the cat out of the bag in her excitement. But she reacted quickly and gave an explanation immediately. Don't you know yet? Some people on the internet have already speculated that this thief is actually the 3 sisters from Area 3, and it seems that this news is quite credible. Looking at Shang Wanming's serious explanation, Chen Feng, who had already understood the situation, smiled in his heart and did not continue to embarrass her. He just nodded. So that's how it is. I really didn't know that. Seeing that Chen Feng believed it, Shang Wanming secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quietly gave a thumbs up to her own wit. That's right. Shang Wanlin suddenly spoke up. Yazan, do you know where the Desert Star necklace is? I'm really curious about what the targeted diamond necklace looks like. Oh, it was originally placed here, but now it has been moved to the end of the long corridor in front. Someone is assigned to guard it, and no one is allowed to approach. Shang Wanlin looked in the direction of Chen Feng's finger and saw a long corridor at the corner. There were 6 burly men guarding the entrance of the corridor, and no one was allowed to approach. After seeing this scene, Shang Wanlin understood and secretly took note of the surrounding environment. Chatting with Chen Feng for a few more words, he left the venue with Shang Wanming. Looking at the 2 people's backs as they left, Chen Feng smiled, but did not stay any longer. He turned around and left the venue. Let it go, Qingyao. In a corner outside the collection hall, looking at the lively scene inside, Chen Feng spoke softly into a small walkie-talkie. Next second, the central air conditioning in the collection hall suddenly turned on, and a small white card fell from the air conditioning outlet and landed precisely at the feet of the security guard who was guarding the corridor. The leader frowned when he saw this, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. He quickly picked up the card on the ground and immediately saw the contents at a glance. Notice letter. When the silver moonlight of tomorrow kisses the earth and plays a beautiful melody in the feast, I will come in person to visit the brightest star in the desert. Respectfully presented by Kaido Kid. Phantom Thief. Kid. The leading security officer was stunned. The fact that the newly emerged thief had set his sights on the gems in the venue did not shock the organizers, let alone cause them concern. Then this Kaido Kid, who never fails, must be the nightmare of every private collector. Quick, go and inform Mr. Liu. Tell him that the announcement letter from Kaido Kid has arrived. The leading security officer spoke in panic. Strange. Kaido Kid also sent a notice. The person next to him swallowed. What nonsense. Go and notify them immediately. Yes, I'll go now. The movement inside also attracted the attention of other visitors, and many people also noticed the white card in the security guard's hand that he had not yet put away. Isn't that a notice from Kid? I don't know who spoke first. Immediately afterwards, discussions quickly arose from the venue, and the private collection hall, which had been relatively orderly, suddenly became noisy. There were even a few bold visitors who approached the security personnel, wanting to take a closer look at the notice letter from Chen Feng. The scene was very lively. However, Chen Feng, the instigator, had already left the area with Lin Qingyao. Chapter 96 Desert Stars. At the same time, as usual, Chen Feng's notice was also announced in the live broadcast room. In just a few hours, Chen Feng once again occupied the hot search list. Of course, almost everyone has become accustomed to this matter now. After 2 months, Chen Feng sent another notice. The target is the treasure of a private collection in the south of H City, Desert Stars. 2 preview letters arrived one after another. 2 thieves set their sights on the Desert Star necklace at the same time. What kind of magic power does this diamond necklace have? A showdown between the phantom thieves. Chen Feng strikes again, and the newly appeared phantom thief sets his sights on a treasure at the same time. Amid the overwhelming coverage, there are also many messages from netizens. Oh my god, I've finally been waiting for this. After 2 months, my Maple God has finally sent out another preview letter. The Maple God has also set his eyes on this Desert Star. This is interesting. The 2 old and new phantom thieves are eyeing a diamond necklace at the same time. I really want to go and see it in person. Let's go together. A showdown between phantom thieves. It's very interesting just to think about it. What's the point of a duel? Is there any suspense in this? If Feng Shun doesn't win, I'll wash my hair upside down. No, Am I the only one who is concerned about that poor collector? He is sitting at home, and yet someone is targeting his treasures. Not to mention two thieves at the same time. Haha, now that you mention it, I feel really sorry for him. Night. The dessert shop is located on the second floor. Shangwan Lin sat at the desk thinking about the details of the action 2 days later. Shangwan Shi was sitting in front of the computer desk, busying himself, his slender fingers constantly moving across the keyboard of the laptop, as if he was busy with something. The two were speechless. The room also seemed quite quiet. Bang! The door was violently pushed open and Shangwan Meng ran in with an anxious look on her face. Big sister, second sister, something bad has happened. Seeing Shangwan Meng like this, Shangwan Lin couldn't help but feel curious. Although my little sister is usually a little unstable, I rarely see her panicking, let alone this panicking. What's wrong, Xiaoming? What happened? Shangwan Lin stood up from his seat and asked quickly. Pre-warning letter. That thief called Kaido Kid has also sent out a warning letter. And the things he wants to steal are the same as ours. All desert stars. What? Shangwan Shi, who was standing by, couldn't sit still the moment he heard this. He looked at Shangwan Meng in front of him with surprise. Even the eldest sister Shangwan Lin, who was always known for her steadiness, frowned slightly. Even though Shangwan Lin was very confident in the abilities of her three sisters, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous when facing such a strong opponent like Qin Feng. Qin Feng's fantastic stealing skills really make people not want to be his enemy. But now that the notice has been sent, it may be too late to change it. Shangwan Lin sighed in his heart. But as the eldest sister, even though she was unsure, she still pretended to be normal and said a few words of comfort to her two younger sisters. Only then did he turn around and go back to his room to think about countermeasures. The other side. On the second floor of the cafe, in Qin Feng's bedroom. Looking at the overwhelming reports on his mobile phone, Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. What a bunch of reporters who just want to watch the fun and not mind making trouble. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. The debate online was very heated. Some people suspected that Qin Feng had a conflict with another thief, so he chose to send a warning letter to the target that had already been selected. Some people also think that this is a competition among peers, and Qin Feng is suppressing other thieves. Anyway, there are many different opinions, all kinds of statements, and all kinds of speculations. Some are even so outrageous that they have even made up a whole set of melodramatic plots. But this kind of thing is like Chinese reading comprehension. The answers are complicated and trivial, but the author's real thoughts are often very simple. Just like the writer who cursed online, your whole family are straw men. Similar to now, no one would have thought that this notice letter was just sent by Qin Feng on a whim because he was bored. But now that it has been sent, Qin Feng plans to take it seriously. After all, if you fail, it will be very ugly. Of course, Kaido Kid never fails. The next day, one after another, vehicles with the Hunting Bureau logo on them drove into the collection hall in the south of the city. When the vehicle stopped, the people in the vehicle got off one by one. Su Luoshue's pursuit team, which was responsible for dealing with Qin Feng, and the newly formed China District 3 pursuit team, with Lin Chuanxiong as the team leader, arrived at the same time. Stepping out of the car, looking at Lin Chuanxiong who had just gotten out of the car, Sun Luo couldn't help but smile. Captain Lin, I thought there would be no more opportunities for cooperation between us, but I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Maybe this is fate. Lin Chuanxiong chuckled and walked into the collection hall first. Sun Luo did not chase after him, but waited until everyone on his side arrived, and then followed the captain Su Luoshue into the venue. At this time in the venue, a slightly plump middle-aged man was pacing back and forth anxiously. Although Qin Feng and the new thief are just contestants, they are backed by the World United Government. But after all, we are doing business here, and we need the Desert Star, the treasure of the museum, to attract attention and let more people come here to buy tickets to visit. If the Desert Stars were stolen and could not be retrieved for a while, wouldn't I be left with nothing to cry about? Not only that, the Desert Star is the treasure of the museum. The treasure of the museum was stolen. This is not good to say. Just when the middle-aged man was looking anxious, two groups of people, Lin Chuanxiong and Su Luoshue, walked in one after another. The middle-aged man who saw the two captains seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw at this moment and hurried forward. Hey, captains, you're here. Faced with the middle-aged man's excited face, Su Luoshue and Lin Chuanxiong first comforted him with a few words, and then got to the point. Mr. Lu, I wonder where you put your things? Can you take us to have a look? Of course, please hurry up. Chapter 97. The Shangwan sisters begin to act. Two groups of pursuit teams entered the collection hall and quickly took over the security of the collection hall. Hundreds of members of the pursuit team surrounded the entire exhibition venue in 3 layers inside and outside. Even at the entrance to the corner of the corridor where the Desert Star was placed, 8 members of the pursuit team were stationed there. A series of defensive devices, including infrared alarms, have been installed throughout the corridor. It can be said that he was extremely cautious. In the afternoon, Shangwan Shi, who had already disguised himself, had successfully sneaked into the venue. She is the most agile among the 3 sisters and is also the one responsible for the specific execution of the operation. The younger sister Shangwan Meng was responsible for assisting the operation and providing support after it was over. The eldest sister Shangwan Lin hid in the car in the corner and directed the entire situation through monitoring and hidden headphones. The 3 people have clear division of labor and each performs their own duties. Inside the collection hall, Shangwan Shi, who had already disguised himself, was pretending to be a normal tourist, looking around and taking a few photos from time to time. Since there is still a day and a half left before the release of the 2 Phantom Thieves preview letters, there is not much tension at the scene at this moment. Xiao Shi. Shangwan Lin's voice came from the hidden headset in Shangwan Shi's left ear. This is our first time taking action, and we can't let anything go wrong. Go to the bathroom right now. Xiao Meng is inside. Go in and lock the door. There is a ventilated pipe on the 3rd cubicle from the left to the right that leads directly to the end of the corridor. You go in from inside. Xiao Meng will tell you the specific route, and then you will have to stay inside for a day and wait until the time comes to take action. Shangwan Shi uttered a light when he heard the instruction. The 3 of them had agreed to enter the venue in advance. The reason is very simple. Facing an unpredictable opponent like Chen Feng, they can only have a chance of winning if they prepare in advance. Arrived in front of the women's bathroom. I walked around the sign at the door that said, "Under maintenance, do not enter," and knocked on the door a few times. Boom. Boom, boom. 1 light, and 2 heavy, 3 beats repeated twice. This was the signal agreed upon in advance. Click. The bathroom door was opened, and Shangwan Meng, disguised as a cleaner, poked her head out of the bathroom, quickly pulled Shangwan Shi, who was standing at the door, in, and locked the bathroom door again. Second sister. Shangwan Meng called out softly, and then without further ado, quickly stuffed a palm-sized bag and a simple topographic map into Shangwan Shi's hands. Second sister. Here are 2 compressed biscuits and a map of the ventilation duct. You stay inside for a day, and when we need to take action, my elder sister and I will make some noise outside to attract the attention of the pursuit team, and then you can start. Shangwan Shi nodded in agreement. They had discussed the specific details of the operation more than once in the store. She has already known it by heart. Second sister. Just as Shangwan Shi was about to take action, Shangwan Meng stopped him again. Turning around, the worry in Shangwan Meng's bright eyes was evident. If you feel uncomfortable or encounter any accidents, tell me and my elder sister through the headset immediately. At worst, we can quit. Rest assured. Shangwan Shi smiled and patted Shangwan Meng's little head, as if to comfort her. Then, without saying anything else, he nimbly flipped over to the bathroom partition. Stepping on the wooden partition, he carefully took off the net of the ventilation duct, threw it to Shangwan Meng below, and then quickly got into the ventilation duct. Seeing my second sister enter smoothly, Shangwan Meng did not stay any longer. He replaced the ventilation duct net that Shangwan Shi had taken down, then turned and left the bathroom. Before leaving, he did not forget to take away the under repair sign placed at the bathroom door. Of course, she didn't notice that as she picked up the sign, an extremely tiny robot fell off her body. It was quickly picked up by a beautiful figure passing by and put into the pocket. Looking at Shangwan Meng, who was unaware of the situation, the beautiful figure stopped and shook her head secretly. With this kind of vigilance, how can we talk about defeating him? The woman was naturally Chun Feng's assistant, Lin Qingyao in disguise. She also came here under Chun Feng's instructions to retrieve the micro-camera robot that Chen Feng had placed on Shangwan Meng. Not long. Shangwan Meng has returned to the command vehicle outside. After opening the car door and sitting on the passenger seat, Shangwan Meng called out, "Big sister." Shangwan Lin nodded. Xiao Shi has already gone in. Let's go back to the store to prepare and come back tomorrow night. Good. The 2 girls drove back to the dessert shop. Parked the car firmly in the parking space. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he noticed a figure standing in front of his store, waiting. Yasin. Shangwan Lin walked up to Chen Feng and greeted him. Why are you standing here? Oh, I originally wanted to come here to buy a pet cake for my pigeons, but I didn't expect that the 3 beauties were all gone. It just so happened that there were not many customers in my store, so I stood here and waited for a while. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Shangwan Lin asked, Your pet? That clever little white pigeon. Chen Feng nodded. It can be seen that you are quite good to your pet. Please come in. Shangwan Lin walked up and opened the door with the key, and the three of them entered the store. Shangguan Meng came to the cabinet to get a pet cake for Chen Feng, while Shangguan Lin sat down at the table with Chen Feng. Hey, why can't I see Sister Shi? She's not here. Chen Feng looked around in confusion and asked even though he knew the answer. Xiaoxi is sick and is still receiving an 4 drip in the hospital. Shangguan Lin made up a lie without changing his expression. Is she sick? Is it serious? Can I visit her in the hospital? Who was sitting at the counter picking up cake for Chen Feng, couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart when she heard Chen Feng's words. Fortunately, Shangguan Lin reacted quickly and answered immediately. It's not serious, but for now, there's no need to visit. The doctor said it's best to let Xiaoxi rest for 2 days and not let anyone disturb her. All right. Chen Feng nodded and did not continue to dwell on this issue. This made the two girls feel relieved. That Chen Feng ordered was packed quickly. After paying the money, Chen Feng took the cake and turned around and left the dessert shop. The Shangguan sisters' dessert shop was open as usual, and only after closing time did they return to the second floor to prepare for tomorrow night's operation. Chapter 98. Action is about to begin. Another day has passed. In the evening, around 10:30, there were no more tourists in the collection hall at this time, and all irrelevant personnel were stopped 10 meters away from the building and were not allowed to approach. Su Luoxue and Lin Chuanxiong, the two chief pursuit captains, sat together in the command room. The pursuit team of nearly 100 people was scattered inside and outside the building, on guard. At this time, there were less than 2 hours left until the 2 notice letters were sent. The atmosphere inside and outside the building was solemn. Inside the monitoring room, a dozen people, led by Captain Su Luoxue and Lin Chuanxiong, took their seats. More than 20 surveillance monitors covered half of the wall. No one spoke. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and Ouyang Muxue, who had just walked out for a personal inspection, walked in. How is it, junior sister? Did you find anything unusual? Sun Luo asked. Ouyang Muxue shook her head. Not yet, but Chen Feng is extremely good at disguise. If he wants to sneak in, it won't be difficult. After hearing Ouyang Muxue's words, everyone present fell silent, including the members of the newly formed pursuit team from District 3 of Xinhua Country. All of them looked solemn. That's right. Ouyang Muxue seemed to suddenly remember something and suddenly turned to look at Director Liu, the curator of the collection museum. Director Liu, when I was checking the corridor where the Desert Star is stored, I saw that there seemed to be a ventilation duct at the end of the corridor, and it was located right above the Desert Star, right? Yes, there is such a thing, but that place is rarely used, and the location is not obvious, so no one noticed it. Miss Ouyang has good eyesight and can see it clearly. Director Liu did not deny it and nodded directly. This scared Lin Chuanxiong. No, why didn't you tell me earlier? Do you know that this ventilation duct could very well be the route for those 2 thieves to take action? Don't get excited, Captain Lin. Director Liu didn't seem to care much and just waved his hand. Don't worry. The ventilation duct is very narrow. It's difficult even for a woman to enter, let alone move inside. Moreover, the routes inside are complicated. Even if a thief wants to find the way, he won't be able to find it. I see. Hearing Director Liu's guarantee, Lin Chuanxiong felt a little relieved. Only Ouyang Muxue still frowned slightly. It's better to be careful. Ouyang Muxue's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Although Director Liu himself felt that Ouyang Muxue was a little too cautious, considering that she was helping him for free after all, he suppressed his dissatisfaction. He asked, what does Miss Ouyang want to do? Ouyang Muxue said, Director Liu, when I was looking at the floor plan, I saw that there is a cold storage room on the underground floor of the collection hall, right? Is there dry ice in it? Of course, many of my new collections require dry ice for cleaning, so I always have a large amount of dry ice on hand. That's good. Ouyang Muxue smiled and said, then please ask Director Liu to get some dry ice, the more the better, and pour the dry ice directly into each vent, which will naturally seal the ventilation duct. After this is over, Director Liu only needs to turn on the heater to evaporate the dry ice and then ventilate it, which will not affect the subsequent use of the ventilation ducts. After hearing Ouyang Muxue's words, Director Liu hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. He thought it was some high-cost operation, but it turned out to be just some dry ice. This stuff costs 3 or 4 yuan per pound, so he can use it, and it won't cost much. There is no need for him to offend the pursuit team for such a small amount of money. That's really not worth it. After getting permission from Director Liu, Ouyang Muxue spoke to Su Luoxue and led a dozen people to the cold storage room on the underground floor. At the end of the pursuit team, a young member suddenly raised his head. Dry ice. Chen Feng, who was disguised as a member of the pursuit team, muttered in his heart. His eyes could not help but look at the screen on the wall that was responsible for monitoring and storing desert stars, as if he was thinking of something. After chatting with the people around him for a few more words, he left the monitoring room under the pretext of going to the toilet. At this time, Shangwan Shi, who was still hiding in the ventilation duct, had no idea what was about to happen. Nearly an hour later, a series of dong long long sounds suddenly came from behind, one after another. Just when Shangwan Shi didn't know what was happening, the vent not far from her was opened. Exposed yourself? This was Shangwan Shi's first reaction, but she quickly overturned this idea. Because even though the vent was opened, no one looked inside, and no one came to shout. This doesn't look like exposing oneself. So what is this for? Shangwan Shi's brows were tightly knitted. The rumbling sound in the pipe at the back continued. For some unknown reason, Shangwan Shi only felt that the surrounding environment was getting colder and colder. This also made Shangwan Shi, who was only wearing a tights because she had to squeeze into the ventilation duct, hold her hands in front of her body, and try her best to keep herself warm. Xiao Shi, what happened? Why is your place so messy? Through the headset, the voice of elder sister Shangwan Lin came into Shangwan Shi's ears. But Shangwan Shi obviously couldn't reply at this time. His eyes were still fixed on the open ventilation duct not far ahead. The sound of two people's conversation could be heard from a distance, and Shangwan Shi also took off the small intercom on his body and held it forward. Old Zhao, what bad luck have we got to have someone send us here to do this? Don't mention it. Just pour the ice in quickly. I feel cold even standing here with this pile of dry ice. Okay, get to work. As soon as the two men finished speaking, there was a burst of noise, and then a large bucket of dry ice was sent into the ventilation duct from below. The sound of dry ice falling was extremely clear in the narrow ventilation duct. Along with the noisy sound, a strong chill blew in my face. This caused Shangwan Shi, who was hiding in the ventilation duct, to tighten his body to maintain his body temperature. Outside at this time, Shangwan Lin frowned as she listened to the voice coming from the headset. Dry ice. She had thought of many unexpected situations, but this was the only one she hadn't thought of. You should know that the most terrifying thing about dry ice is not the cold, but the large amount of carbon dioxide it releases when it melts. If a large amount of dry ice is really put into the ventilation duct, the air inside will probably be filled with carbon dioxide within half an hour. By that time, Chapter 99, Shangwan Shi in Crisis. Shangwan Lin didn't dare to think any further. Squeak. The car door was suddenly opened at this moment. Shangwan Ming got into the car with an anxious look on her face. Big sister, what should we do? Someone has poured dry ice into the ventilation duct at second sister's place. Shangwan Lin frowned, feeling extremely anxious. His brain was working rapidly, thinking about ways to break the impasse. Xiao Shi, look in your bag. I prepared a small oxygen cylinder for you to use on the plateau. If you have trouble breathing, use it immediately. Shangwan Lin shouted into the headset. Then he looked at Shangwan Ming, who was standing beside him. Xiao Ming, change your clothes right now and follow me into the venue. If there is a chance, let's rescue Xiao Shi first. If there is really no chance, then we'll have to. Having said this, Shangwan Lin did not continue speaking. But Shangwan Ming already knew what was coming next. Then I had no choice but to announce my withdrawal from the show. Although I am somewhat reluctant to quit so early, now that my second sister's personal safety has been threatened, these trivial matters are no longer important. Shangwan Ming nodded immediately. The two quickly changed their clothes, left the car, and headed towards the venue while avoiding surveillance cameras. And at this time, Shangwan Shi, who was hiding in the ventilation duct, had taken out the oxygen cylinder hidden in the portable bag according to Shangwan Lin's instructions. I quickly put it on my closed mouth, pressed the switch, and took a deep breath, which barely relieved the discomfort caused by lack of oxygen. But the cold air coming from both sides still made Shangwan Shi, who was only wearing a layer of tights, shiver. At this time, in an empty corner of the venue, avoiding the surveillance, Chen Feng came to a window, pushed it open, and put 2 fingers to his mouth. Woo! A whistle sounded from Chen Feng's mouth. A few seconds later, Xiaobai heard the call and flew over. It's up to you, Xiaobai. Chen Feng tied the small projector to Xiaobai's body, stroked its little head, and spoke softly. Go ahead. Goo goo. Xiaobai called out twice, then spread his wings and flew away. At the same time, Chen Feng quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and sent a message to his assistant. The action will begin in 10 minutes. Lin Qingyao replied immediately. Okay. Chen Feng put away his phone, tidied up his pursuit teamwork clothes, and then left the corner. 1 minute later, just when the two sisters Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Ming were outside still trying to find ways to sneak in, there was a sudden loud noise outside the building. Kid. It's Kid. Kid is here. Maple God. I love you. Look at me. Ah, hubby. I'm here. I'm here. The sudden shouting immediately attracted the attention of the two sisters. The two looked sideways and saw a white figure flying across the sky on a hang glider in the distance. Then it landed steadily on the top of the building. This scene made Chun Feng's fans who had been waiting for a long time go crazy. For a moment, screams and shouts were endless, and the liveliness was no less than that of a concert of an international superstar. Of course, the members of the pursuit team who were responsible for security at the scene were also instantly attracted by Chun Feng's figure. Good opportunity. The sisters Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they quickly took advantage of the opportunity when Chun Feng appeared and everyone was distracted and moved inside. Inside the monitoring room. Looking at the surveillance footage, Chun Feng's figure flew from the sky and landed on the top of the building. Lin Chuanxiong stood up immediately. Notify everyone immediately. Prepare to go upstairs and arrest Chun Feng. As soon as Lin Chuanxiong finished speaking, he was stopped by Ouyang Muxue. Wait, Captain Lin. Lin Chuanxiong, who was stopped, frowned subconsciously, but then relaxed his brows and asked, "What's wrong, Miss Ouyang? Is there something wrong?" He is not an unreasonable person. Although he is not familiar with Ouyang Muxue, he is familiar with Sun Luo. Ouyang Muxue is the junior sister of his friend and the champion of the Chinese region of the detective competition. Whether out of friendship or ability, Lin Chuanxiong is happy to listen to Ouyang Muxue's opinions. Captain Lin, our main task now is to protect the Desert Star, not to capture Chun Feng. And have you forgotten? He is very good at using projection technology to deceive people. How do you know that the Chun Feng outside is the real one? Hearing Ouyang Muxue's words, Lin Chuanxiong frowned, thought about it for a while, and felt that it made sense. He immediately gave another order into the intercom. Tell Group 1 and Group 2 not to move and to do their respective duties. Group 3 should go to the rooftop to investigate the situation and report immediately if there is any problem. 1 group received. Group 2 received. Group 3 received. As 3 voices came from the intercom, Lin Chuanxiong sat back in his seat and watched the surveillance video with everyone else. 5 minutes later, Lin Chuanxiong's intercom rang again. Team 3 reports, the target has disappeared and is currently missing. The voice of the intercom was particularly clear in the silent monitoring room. In the monitoring room, members of the newly formed pursuit Team 3 all cast admiring glances towards Ouyang Muxue. Even Lin Chuanxiong smiled and said to Su Luoxue beside him, "Captain Su has hired a good consultant. With Miss Ouyang here, it saves us a lot of trouble." In response to Lin Chuanxiong's words, Su Luoxue just smiled and didn't say anything. Keep your eyes on the monitor. Based on her understanding of Chun Feng, this man's actions could never be so simple. There will definitely be other actions. Everyone continued to wait. Just half a minute later, another voice came from the intercom. Team 3 reports, the target has reappeared and is now circling the building using a hang glider. This time Lin Chuanxiong learned his lesson and gave the order directly. Your team doesn't need to come back yet. Stay there and keep watch. Report any problems at any time. Other teams, don't move. As Lin Chuanxiong finished speaking, another received sound came from the intercom. It was at this time. The door of the monitoring room was violently pushed open with a loud bang. Report, I just found a team member who was knocked unconscious in the bathroom when I went to the toilet. As soon as the words fell, another member of the pursuit team came running over in a panic. Reporting to the 2 captains, Chun Feng. He appeared in the collection hall. Chapter 100, Stealing Treasures and Saving Beauty. The live broadcast room was filled with comments. Oh my God, my Maple God has appeared. Why don't you quickly change the scene? Why are you in such a hurry? I guess you just saw it, but couldn't lock onto the specific figure. Damn it, the rules have changed. Now the live broadcast room follows the pursuit team. I can't even appreciate the figure of Feng Shun. We can't help it. Feng Shun is so elusive that it's hard to broadcast him live. It's understandable that the program team did this. In the monitoring room, Su Luoxue and others were startled and looked at the team member who came to report. Chun Feng appeared. The team member still looked anxious. In the compartment near the bathroom, I saw a white shadow flash by. I am sure I am not mistaken. It was Chun Feng in white. The compartment. Ouyang Muxue groaned. Want to go through the mezzanine and directly come to the corridor? It's really his style to take an unconventional route. Ouyang Muxue smiled and said, 2 captains, let's go to the lobby. Send 2 more teams to reinforce the outside and seal off the collection hall. Our previous preparations should come in handy. When Ouyang Muxue mentioned previous preparations, Su Luoxue and the others nodded in agreement. According to Ouyang Mushua's words, he sent the two teams outside, and then left a few people to continue to be responsible for the matters in the monitoring room, and then got up and left the monitoring room. Wait until everyone leaves. The only people left in the entire monitoring room were Director Liu of the Collection Museum, 5 team members responsible for checking the surveillance, and the member of the pursuit team who had just hurried over to report on Chunfeng's situation. Seeing that the team member who came to report earlier was panting, Director Liu immediately handed him a glass of water. "Thank you for your hard work, sir." Looking at the cup of water that was handed to him, the team member did not reach out to take it. Instead, he immediately put away his breathless look and smiled. "It's not hard. It's just starting to get hard." "What's the meaning?" Director Liu was a little confused, but before he could continue asking, he felt dizzy, and then his eyes went black and he fell down. Even the water in the cup in his hand spilled all over the floor. The situation here immediately attracted the attention of several team members responsible for monitoring. 2 people stood up immediately, but before they could say a word, they also fell down with black eyes. All 6 people in the monitoring room were killed. Chunfeng, who was disguised as a member of the pursuit team, took out the empty hypnotic gas bottle from behind him and threw it on the ground. "Be more careful next time, guys." Chunfeng smiled lightly. At this time, he had already taken drugs to suppress the hypnotic gas, so he was not greatly affected. But now, System, redeem the costume of Lu Jingyu, the director of the collection hall. Ding, costume exchange successful, consuming system points 10. As the system prompt sounded, Chunfeng had an outfit in his hand that was exactly the same as the one worn by Director Liu, who was lying on the ground. "We need to hurry up," Chunfeng said to himself, and then sent a message to Lin Qingyao again, informing her to start the operation. The other side. Su Luoxue and 20 other members of the pursuit team have arrived near their destination. They worked in groups of 3, each looking around vigilantly, searching for the white figure. "There!" I don't know who shouted, and then everyone looked in the direction that person was pointing. I saw a white figure hiding in the corner near the window. As if realizing that he was exposed, the white figure quickly left the corner, fastened the zip line to the iron bar next to the window, and then quickly moved downstairs. "Chase!" At Su Luoxue's command, everyone chased downstairs. Only Ouyang Mushue frowned slightly and looked towards the window. She seemed to feel something was wrong, but couldn't put her finger on it, so she just followed the crowd and chased downstairs. At the same time, Chunfeng has arrived at the end of the corridor. He had already changed out of his curator's attire and put on his white clothes again. At Chunfeng's feet were 7 or 8 members of the pursuit team who had just been knocked unconscious. Chunfeng raised his head slightly and looked towards the ceiling. Although it is not obvious, you can still vaguely see the outline of an iron fence in the middle of the corridor. As long as the position of the desert star is moved, the fence will be lowered, trapping the people inside in the corridor. Chunfeng muttered to himself. After taking a look at the desert star necklace that was so close to him, Chunfeng was not in a hurry to take it. Instead, he stepped on the table in the corridor and came to the opening of the ventilation duct. At this time, Shang Wanxi's consciousness, who was trapped in the pipe, had begun to become blurred. The feeling of cold and lack of oxygen followed one after another, making this woman, who was only 2 years older than Chunfeng, feel desperate. "There is very little oxygen left in the oxygen cylinder in my hand." The cold air around her forced her to curl up as much as possible to maintain her body temperature. Why not quit the show? This was the only thought in Shang Wanxi's vague consciousness. But unfortunately, she didn't even have the ability to raise her hands at this moment, let alone ask for help. For a moment, a feeling of despair swept over Shang Wanxi's whole body. She regretted coming to this show, regretted coming to steal desert stars, and even regretted not announcing her withdrawal when the dry ice was just poured in. In a state of blurred consciousness, Shang Wanxi seemed to see the ventilation duct being opened again. The dry ice that had originally poured in was quickly cleared out, and then a strong arm reached out from the outside and slowly took her out of the ventilation duct. Very good. Shang Wanxi, who was no longer conscious, subconsciously moved his body towards a warm place. "Ma'am, you won't quit even after all this." Looking at Shang Wanxi, who had fainted in his arms, Chunfeng smiled and shook his head. He picked up Shang Wanxi in a princess hug, and then slowly passed a thin rope through the chain of the desert star necklace. Combine the two into one to trap the desert star. Do all this. Chunfeng carried Shang Wanxi, who was still conscious, to the window, and without any hesitation, jumped out of the window. At the same time, the glider behind Chunfeng opened, lifted his body up, and flew out. As Chunfeng quickly moved away from the corridor, the thin rope tied to the desert star necklace tightened in an instant. The necklace flew out due to the traction and was carried out of the window by the thin rope. The next second after Desert Star left its original position, the steel fence originally hidden in the ceiling fell down instantly. But unfortunately, apart from a few members of the pursuit team who had fainted, no one else was trapped.